Yo ho ho ho. What's going on? Listen, guys, I learned something really important yesterday, and I'm gonna have to share my knowledge with you guys. It might take a minute. It's a big lesson. So you should be grateful that you're the first ones in to learn what's what. I've realized I've realized that the streams don't actually go to 12 hours before they get nuked, right? It's not 12 hours. It's actually 11 and a half. No, 11 hours 55. When it's 11:55, the stream gets nuked. So going for 11:59:59, it's like you're just gonna lose 4 minutes 59 seconds. So I've got to cut it off at 11:55 just before. We can't actually do 12-hour streams. We can only do 11 hours 55 streams. For some reason, something new every day, my guys. Put that in your Obsidian notes. Okay. Do a countdown timer. I mean, it's on my Streamlabs. It's on my OBS. So yes, people did miss out on some two-ton tent. I think Dylan seems to have found the potential in two-ton. Either that or he's just getting triggered. Okay. He learned why I keep talking to him. Yeah. I don't know if he just discovered that it's like a passion project, or he's just realized that that he brings the content, that he is the memes. I really hope Tutan doesn't go into his like fucking mid-20s or whatever and regrets his decisions. Hopefully not, because it's like personal growth and shit. And obviously he's not like traceable. Okay. Is there any hope to de-radicalize them? Like I don't really make that my goal. I think if I was trying to de-radicalize as a first priority, I would probably lose my mind, because thinking about making your points is one thing. Thinking about making your points in a way that's natural to you is another thing. Thinking about making your points in a way that compromises things that are natural to you to try and affect them is another thing. Prioritizing points, like Dr. Mike basically being like, listen, I understand what you're saying. And the person just told him the craziest fucking schizo shit ever. I can't do it. Even though his method is definitely more effective, not necessarily my goal. Right. Level 60 is more important than de-radicalization. Yes. Yes, it is. Well done. Extremely well said. Let's get some news in. Trump's calling the National Guard. Or has called the National Guard. I don't really know what that means.
Hello, I'm
Was
Nicky.
it to do with protesters against ICE facilities or ICE detentions? And a vehicle ran someone over? That's all I know. California. Big news. Let's go.
Hello, I'm Nikki Schiller. Welcome to the programme. We start this hour in Los Angeles. President Trump has ordered 2,000 National Guards into the city to counter escalating protests in a predominantly Hispanic district of the Californian city.
Okay.
It comes after a second day of clashes between residents of Paramount and border immigration.
What do you think about the idea that Jewish people should make an international non-government self-defense militia rather than making a state? I will direct you to your nearest gentrified cafe that does croissants the size of your skull. And you can tell them. They'll love it.
Trying to implement President Trump's policy to deport unauthorized migrants. Now, federal ICE agents used tear gas, flashbangs and batons to disperse the protesters.
Batons?
The White House border policy chief has gone to Los Angeles to personally supervise the operation, during which more than 40 migrants were arrested on Saturday. He warned that there would be zero tolerance of any violence or damage to private property. The mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, said ICE was sowing terror in America's second largest city. While announcing the order deploying the National Guard, the White House said the administration has a zero-tolerance policy for criminal behaviour and violence, especially when that violence is aimed at law enforcement officers trying to do their jobs. These criminals will be arrested and swiftly brought to justice. The Commander-in-Chief will ensure the laws of the United States are executed fully and completely. Well, I want to show you some of the latest pictures from Los Angeles, and they come in the last hour. They show law enforcement officers wearing protective equipment, including helmets, coming out of the Federal Detention Center. Now, several of them fire tear gas.
Unless the perpetrators are at the Capitol. Well, haven't some of the Capitol protesters tried to sue because of their sentences? I don't know if Trump can affect the results of that all that much, but I know he'll try to, right? He'll definitely try to.
Towards the protesters, and it also appears that some form of explosive stun projectiles, which are often described as flashbangs, are thrown. Now, this came after the LAPD issued dispersal orders in some parts of the city. They had said that the use of less lethal munitions had been authorised, saying they can cause pain and discomfort. Well, the protesters then did seem to pull back, and then law enforcement officers formed a line and they walked down the centre of the road. You can still see those bangs going off, clearing the area. They were trying to establish a cordon. More tear gas and bang projectiles were thrown. Now, officers say multiple people have been detained for failing to disperse after multiple warnings. Well, in the last half an hour, President Trump has posted on his Truth Social platform. Let me read to you what he said. He said, "Great job by the National Guard in Los Angeles. After 2 days of violence, clashes and unrest, we have an incompetent governor and mayor who were, as usual, just look at how they handled the fires, and now their very slow permitting disaster. Federal permitting is complete, unable to handle the task." He goes on to say these radical left protests by instigators and often paid troublemakers will not be tolerated. He also says, from now on, masks will not be allowed to be worn at protests. What do these people have to hide and why, he says. Again, thank you to the National Guard for a job.
Is that like a... Okay, that's not allowed, right? Like saying you can't wear a mask at a protest. Is there anything legal that allows you to enforce that? My understanding is it's just what right do other people have to see your face in public, but like people were like, oh, the burqa ban, we got ban the burqa because don't know who they are, and I'm like, bro, do you want to ban like fucking Halloween costumes that hide people's faces? It's fucking mental. Motorcycle helmets. Okay.
Job well done. Well, we at the moment can't yet verify whether the National Guard have actually deployed to LA, but earlier one of the protesters described why they had come out onto the streets.
Purpose was to peacefully tell them to not take our people. We overheard, it's been shared, that ICE had came to our towns. We're just here living, working. They stopped at Home Depot where they know that people are undocumented. So us as a community have came here to try to make peace so that they don't make families separate one another. And what did they do? They just started to attack us. We were peaceful, and all of a sudden, they started throwing bombs at us. I know a lot of us just unified together on the other side to not let the bus that was coming in with all the police, and then instead of them peacefully telling us to back up, they just started pepper spraying us. There's a lot of women out there that have pepper spray.
Well, let's put the area where this is happening into a little context for you. Now, Los Angeles, of course, is a huge sprawling city with many different districts, with some of them predominantly populated by particular communities. Now, the Paramount District is about 15 miles inland from the Pacific Ocean, and it's...
They can use Section 60 of the Public Order Act. Well, because of football. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this isn't in a business, though, is it? This is like outdoors that they're doing this. LA is over 500 square feet. Wider than the largest British city. I don't know, man. That's so what was the initiative here? They were trying to go into Home Depot to find undocumented migrants to fucking arrest and detain or deport. And the people were like, fuck no. Whoa. Well, remember, we're playing hardcore, buddy.
Beaches, and even further from areas like downtown LA, Santa Monica and Beverly Hills. It is a predominantly Latino district, and despite the name, Hollywood's Paramount Studios are located more than 20 miles away. Well, our reporter in Los Angeles is Reagan Morris. She brought us this update.
The area I am, there's a very large law enforcement presence. A lot of the protesters have either dispersed or moved on to other areas, but we can still hear flashbangs going off in the distance, and there were just some fireworks going off, one of the neighbors setting them off. But it's still quite tense. And just about an hour ago, we were walking from one area to another, and somebody threw a Molotov cocktail over the fence where we were, and the LA County sheriffs came rushing out. The guy's leg, actually, the pants caught on fire briefly as he tried to stamp it out, and they were trying to find out who was throwing Molotov cocktails at them. A flashbang accidentally went off next to the police, which made a lot of the protesters laugh, but then they just came in aggressively and moved people out. But we can hear it's still going on, and it moves around. And we're near an area where earlier today, a few hours ago, there was a very large presence of ICE agents, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, in unmarked cars. And we've been told by some...
Bro, they look like they're about to invade Poland. What the fuck? This is immigration agents? What the fuck? Okay, what I'd be looking up is, if I was not such a degenerate gamer, I would be looking up what ICE's organizational structure is, what their mandate is, like what they have the power to do, what they don't have the power to do, how much direction they take from the executive branch, and what constitutional position they're in to be, doing this kind of shit. Well, and also how their mandate relates to the states. That's probably what I want to know. Because I'm guessing someone like Gavin Newsom is probably not in favor of this. This is like a federal thing. If it's anything like so in the UK, I'm trying to think of the only reference point that I know about. In the UK, we have the Home Office, and the Home Office does send vehicles around to pick people up and detain them and all that shit, right? But Scotland, the Scottish government has basically said that they don't like having the Home Office doing that. We have our own way of enforcing immigration in a way that's a lot less aggressive. So there was one case in Glasgow where the Home Office went to detain two, I think they were Indians? They were Asian anyway. Two Browns, okay? They went to detain two Browns. And I think it was actually just over like missing paperwork or something. Like a very modest, like bureaucratic, just like nothing burger. But they went there to detain them, but the entire fucking street emptied of all their, like everyone came out of their houses and just stood in front of the ICE vehicle, the Home Office vehicles, and didn't let them move. They couldn't move. So they eventually had to release the 2 guys. And also, but the entire time, the Scottish government was like, yeah, they shouldn't be here. That's not how we do things.
Health warning.
But I'm guessing
Health warning.
if ICE wants to come into a city to do some fucking mischief, then I don't really know if the states can stop them. I don't know.
Locals that there are factories around here where some migrants are still locked inside, afraid to come out. And that's something we've heard not just over the last few days in LA County, but over the last few months, that a lot of immigrants who do not have legal documents to live here are living in fear, very real fear of being deported.
Now, LA is what's known as a sanctuary city. Just explain what that means.
Yes, please. Tell me what it means.
Well, it's not just LA. Most of California is a sanctuary, and it means that local law enforcement are not meant to cooperate with federal immigration officials. So if an undocumented
See, I
immigrant...
thought sanctuary was for homelessness. I wasn't sure if it was for immigration as well. So when they say state law enforcement, that means that the state will deal with illegal immigration in its own way. But obviously it's probably a lot less aggressive than fucking the federal. All right. Oh, these guys are sturdy. Fuck. Got a little bleed.
illegal immigrant was arrested for shoplifting. When they get out of jail, the local authorities are not meant to tell Immigration and Customs Enforcement that, hey, this guy, you can pick him up and deport him. Whereas that would happen in most places in Texas.
Do they do it for crimes?
A lot of lines are being
crossed. Do they do it for a violent crime? Like if they assault someone or if they kill someone? Or did they just put them in jail? Obviously, well, okay, if they're going into jail, then there must be a way of being like, okay, shit, this guy's an illegal. Fuck me, man. This is
Health warning.
pretty dark. Being underwater as well. I need to stay above board.
Crossed the last few days, though, at least the perception of it, as people see local law enforcement fanned out on the streets after they were called in to help Immigration and Customs federal officials to protect them. But locally, a lot of people just think they blend it into one and see it as cooperation and targeting the immigrant community.
How do you think President Trump ordering in the National Guard is likely to go down? We've already heard from Governor Newsom saying that it is inflammatory and will only escalate tensions.
Uh-oh.
I think that is what the governor has said, and that's what a lot of the local leaders are saying and people we've spoken to here today, that that would not be well received in a lot of neighborhoods, especially immigrant. This is where I am in Paramount. It's more than 80% Hispanic. It's a very big immigrant community, so it will probably not be very well received. We've heard from our partners at CBS that just in the last hour or so, that Governor Newsom and President Trump spoke on the phone for about 40 minutes. We don't know the contents of that phone call, but maybe something has changed throughout that. We don't know.
And this, of course, is all because of President Trump's policy to deport unauthorized migrants.
Yes, that is part of the policy, whereas California policy is more often to protect migrants, whether they have legal documents or not. California is the fourth biggest economy in the world, and a lot of the agriculture sectors in particular, there's a lot of migrants working in those jobs that don't necessarily have legal status in the United States and California, and the economy really relies on them. So they do try and protect law-abiding migrants without proper paper, many of whom pay taxes and go to work every day.
Reagan Morris in.
Oh god, I can hear the fucking conservatards screaming, what? Lawful, illegal migrant? Fuck me, man. I think this has always been the argument, right? When people talk about deporting illegals, right? And it's like, okay, well, wow, that sounds, if you illegally went into a country, you'd probably be deported. But, bro, there are 20 million something, if you ask the Republicans, there's like 50 million. But yeah, if there are this many people who are illegal in the country, and some of them have been there for so long that they're like working jobs and paying taxes and all this shit, like, yeah, you're not deporting those people. They're not getting deported. You can't do it. Unless you want to actually oversee some fucking Gestapo resurgence. Okay, that is quite scary because I don't have anything, actually. Okay, belt. We just got to keep fleeing in the water. Nice. Okay, we're fine. Oh, I don't like this quest. Fuck this quest. I need crippling poison because they run away. Okay.
In Los Angeles, well, one witness to the protest that has been going on there over the last few hours spoke to a local reporter at the
12
scene
million
about what
according to
they had
census.
seen.
We were at a stoplight on the other side of Paramount, right? Over there in Alondra. When out of nowhere, in the stop, immigration agents, ICE, all that came, you know, they came dressed up in all their military gear and they stopped traffic. When they stopped traffic, we started noticing, and I told my girl, that's immigration right there. What they started doing was they went in front of a business, a negocio, and they started raiding it. They started bringing people out in vans. Once they started doing that, that's when everybody knew, you know, what was going on. And everybody was there in the traffic jam. Everybody, right? You're stuck in your car, in your vehicle. When they saw us looking at them doing all that, that's when they started throwing tear gas. Everybody was still in their vehicles. As soon as one of the tear gas
You said who was behind you?
behind us, there was a woman and her young daughter. She was around 13. I kept in touch with them, and as we speak, she's in the hospital because the tear gas bomb hit her right in the face. They were right behind us, taking notice that we're not there to protest. We were stuck at the light, right? But we're witnessing everything happening right in front of our eyes. The tear gas explodes. They come out crying out of their vehicle, and they can't breathe. They're literally on the ground.
Bro, I don't think people can really underestimate how much Trump fucking hates California. You know, if California has got loads and loads of undocumented migrants there, some of whom might be essential to the economy of like the neighborhood or the district that they live in, it's like Trump said no new wars, but what if he goes to he might just go to war with California? What the fuck? Trump fucking despises California because obviously they don't vote Republican, right? They're everything that he hates. Holy shit.
Right? I have the video, I have the footage, right?
And so what do you and your girlfriend do at that point?
We get off and we see everybody else getting off to record. Peacefully, we do not throw anything at them. We're not yelling at them. We're just recording what's going on because people deserve to know the truth. This is why you guys are here. This is because, you know, these things need to be documented. This is what they wanted. They wanted people to riot. They wanted the people to start fireworks. They wanted the people to start burning out. Why? Because this is the effect. So they can make us look bad. So they can make us seem that we're the ones causing this, that we started it.
That's Fernando Delgado, a witness to the protest. Well, Rachel Uranga is the immigration reporter at the LA Times. She told us about the latest situation in Los Angeles.
Less than an hour ago, I can still hear some of the shots that were ringing out in downtown Los Angeles. There is some clashes going on in Paramount, which is the largely Hispanic community, working class Latino community in Los Angeles. And there's also another small confrontation in downtown Los Angeles, just outside of the Federal Detention Center, where immigrants who have been picked up in raids this week or at courthouses are being held. Los Angeles is a notoriously blue area, and it has a really heavy immigrant population. While there's people here that do think that if you've overstayed your visa or if you aren't here legally, you should face the law. There's a lot of people out here who support the immigrant community and who are tied to it. And just to tell you how deeply embedded California is with this community, it's like 1 out of every 2 children are immigrants. It's a really high number that live and in mixed families. One of the family members has a status that they're not here legally. Los Angeles has turned into ground zero as a test for the limits of Trump's immigration policy. I mean, here, this economy really depends on immigrant labor and on communities that are tied to immigrants. So, the Trump administration has really had some high profile rates here, and it's really tested people. Some people would say, and some politicians have said it's provoked people. And I think they are real, a lot of the politicians are not happy, the local politicians, Newsom certainly, about them sending over the National Guard, that they feel sort of an overblown show of force.
Wow. The thing is, it's like, this is one of those things where it's going to be like almost win-win for Trump, right? Because if he gets what he wants, obviously some people get deported, and they get to test the boundaries of how much the federal government can interfere with states that don't want to cooperate with them. But if the response is people like riot and fucking chase ICE out of the city or out of the area and cause a shitload of property damage, then he can also like use that as pretext to say that there's a criminal issue here. And then obviously in public opinion, riots are generally not popular. And that probably draws more support to what Trump's doing. Let me see what, but there's only one way to find out really, okay? And it is through the heart of America, okay? Asmongold. Tell us what's what, Asmongold, about the illegals.
Y'all, look at this. This is crazy.
Yo!
This is happening right now. Look at this. It's supposed to be a first world country. You got out there people acting like fucking apes. It's embarrassing. This is crazy. What?
He's definitely talking about the ICE agents, right? Like coming in, even though the state doesn't really want to cooperate with them in the same way that Trump wants to. That's definitely who he's talking about, right? Behaving like apes. Well done, Asmongold.
What is going on? What is this? What is this shit? They're just random cars.
Oh shit. Holy fuck.
What is this?
See, that's not wise. Okay? If you want to protect your local migrants, don't throw rocks at cars. If that video is even from the fucking time and place. This can get you killed, right? It's not good. Is that rocks? I don't know if it's rocks. Whatever it is, it's not... Even if it's fucking water balloons, it's not good. Don't do it. Cars are dangerous, okay? Cars are basically just huge, very fast boxes of death. These are ICE cars. What, all of them? Is it a fucking... Is it an ICE military column? What? LAPD said they didn't need National Guard. Yeah, but Trump's got an opportunity to put in the National Guard, you know? Trump loves that shit. Fuck this fucking quest, man. Huge danger. Okay, wait.
Like, that's just that's a regular ass car. Like, as far as I know, like, this is a regular ass car. He just sitting here doing this. And by the way, even if it's not, he didn't know that. Look at this.
Yeah, these are okay. These are not just all ICE vehicles. What the fuck are you talking about? Trump calling an act of rebellion. It's an insurrection. If Trump starts calling it insurrection, bro, he definitely will, right? The projection.
Undercover? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Yeah, arrest him. Yeah, he's not discriminating. Well, you need to put this dude in jail. Like, this is the thing. Why is this guy not being arrested? He's openly attempting to kill federal agents in LA. And you don't even know about this shit.
Bro, do you realize how crime works, right? Usually a crime works because they find the time and space to do the crime and then they get arrested afterwards. You think LA's just like... Does this guy think the fucking California system is just like Gavin Newsom and the LAPD see this fucking video and they're like, nothing to see here, move along, move along. Like, fucking hell, you stupid cockroach cunt. Like, yeah, usually in this time space of them doing the crime, they might not get arrested right away because usually someone needs to call law enforcement and law enforcement needs to get time to arrive to the scene, or they need to find out who the guy is if they can't arrive there in time. If he's left, then they need to identify the person and find him. Bro, you think this guy's just gonna fucking... You think that a sanctuary city means guys that throw rocks at fucking cars? Why didn't they just spawn like in GTA? Holy shit. Why is this guy not in jail? Bro.
Then they're actively looking for this guy throwing rocks.
Why am I not seeing the stars light up in the top right corner? He's just throwing rocks at like 3 cars. Where are the helicopters? And the tanks?
Really? Well, which one? There's 50 fucking guys. I strongly suggest you turn yourself in. It's only a matter of time. Well, where the fuck is the police? So you got this. Look.
How long is that video? What do you think the police response time is in the middle of a fucking road? Like, what? Okay.
They actually went and turned this shit into it. Just shoot them? I'm gonna be honest. You sitting there throwing bricks at people and they shoot you, I say that's a rip bozo. You should not be throwing bricks at cars. Throwing bricks at cars? Get the fuck out of here.
Shit.
Yeah, it's a fuck around and find out situation. That's self-defense? Yeah.
Thanks, Asmongold. That's self-defense.
It's attempted murder, yeah.
Oh, is he talking about the people in the car shooting him? Would that fly in... So they've thrown a rock at your car. You stop, get out, and shoot them. I guess if you'd have to see if they were poised to throw another rock at you. I don't know if it's self-defense if they try something and then they're in a position where they can't do anything else. I don't know.
Like, I don't know how we let this shit happen. Like, this is not a big deal at all. Just whatever. We'll move on to the next one.
I'm Giovanna Lotta. You're taking a live look at one of the protests.
This is from yesterday. I want to go to the ones from today. Because there's more of them. Obviously, like there's a whole new one. Let me see if I find a new one. And this is 2 hours ago. Here's another one. Let's get it. You ain't never gonna see a shit happen in Texas? Probably happened in Austin. They probably have this shit happen in Austin.
Does Asmongold just have like a bone to pick with every blue area?
I mean, aren't these emergency vehicles? At least some of them? This is nuts. We seen this? We seen part of this. No, this is the same thing as we looked at before, but it's a different one. Yeah. Do you think this could resort in civil war or civil unrest? No, not at all. I think this is a problem. They could solve this problem in 24 hours.
Oh yeah? What?
Like,
How?
This is a 20...
By deporting like 10% of their fucking economy? What?
4-hour solution.
What is the solution?
But they just don't want to do it.
Just deport
easily, yeah, easily.
millions of people.
And they have time left over. It's a GTA 6 yeah. People don't realize an insane minority of people doing this? Yeah. Well, that's the problem, is that, like, you have this one, like, in my opinion, I think this is, like, pretty much a single-digit minority of people that are doing this, and, like...
Is he talking about the riots?
Well, how do you let these people run wild?
He's talking about the riots, not the...
Yeah, this is nuts, man. Majority at this point? No, it's not. This is like a... Where's this music? Oh, it's this here. Let me turn this off. Sorry, I thought there was something else going on. Yeah. See, they go and they say this shit, right? They say shit like this. Let us be clear. Anyone who assaults or impedes a federal law enforcement officer or agent in the performance of their duties will be arrested and swiftly prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Where are they?
Okay, listen.
Where are the prosecutors?
Okay, listen. Right wingers, okay? Fuck you. Fuck you, okay? Just because rioting is bad and useless and unproductive and harmful and destructive, okay? Especially in this, even in this case, any other, probably in most cases, in most things that are happening in the United States, rioting is not the answer, okay? Rioting is a fucking retarded thing to do. However, if I were a social engineer, okay, and I wanted to explain to the federal government what's a good way to produce a riot that's completely unnecessary, why don't we take a sanctuary state like California that has quite a lot of undocumented migrants, so many so that they are like a kind of integral part to the economy, where they mostly, a lot of them have jobs, they pay taxes, they don't really, like, their only crime was crossing the border illegally. Once they're in the country, they act like pretty much everyone else. Arguably even lower crime rates than locals. Well, if you want to produce some unrest in that community, just send a bunch of fucking militarized federal agents who are not cooperating with local law enforcement, who local law enforcement don't want there, and tell them to just go and start fucking harassing people and threatening people's entire livelihoods by sending them to a country that they may not have been in for like decades, okay? Yeah, do that. If you want to produce a riot, that's what you do, okay? That's a perfect way to produce a riot for no fucking reason, okay? People are not that people are a lot less complicated than you think. There are certain things that can happen, certain policy patterns that produce civil unrest, okay? It doesn't make the civil unrest good, it doesn't make it justified, but it makes it kind of fucking likely, okay? Rioting is the language of the triggered, okay? And that's what this, if you trigger an entire fucking city, fuck off.
Then where are they? When like tomorrow, like next year? Like, this is insane. This is third world country bullshit. Yeah, exactly.
Third world
Crazed
country,
leftist
but your fucking house is a third world country. Jesus Christ.
Tries to block. Look at this. We can't watch that. I don't want to watch the guy get run over. But like, I mean, honestly, this is insane. Like, you're trying to get in front of a car like this, and I gotta tell you, I don't have any fucking sympathy. You are trying to get in front of and stop a car like this. This is insane. A U.S. Marshal bus. You have to get these people and put them in fucking jail. He survived. You can't win them all. What's this?
Access, where all of this is playing out right now, where our ground camera is.
Look at this.
They're going to have to get through this.
Oh, here we go.
Two of those SUVs are now essentially going around this protest.
This is nuts, man.
Protesters. This really could.
Wait, hang on. So the guy throwing rocks at cars, and this is like a group of people blocking the road. How bad was this riot? What the fuck? Is this really the worst footage? Or is this like, oh, BLM burnt entire cities to the ground and it's like 3 photos of burnt buildings? How bad was this riot if this is the best footage that this fucking rodent has to get a hold of? What the fuck? They burned one building. Okay, that's it. There's nothing. This is National Guard territory? Okay, dude. Okay, dude.
Turn extremely.
This is crazy.
Right,
this is crazy.
They're shooting out the window.
We need the wheel. He's going into wheel mode.
What is this?
It's hard to tell if that.
Look at he's out. He's playing around.
But some.
What the fuck
we're right
is
now
this?
seeing some
a rare
agents with the federal government come out, and they're trying to make way for this bus. Right now.
Yeah, kidnappers, not protesters. Yeah, bro, this is not like, and this is the problem. Is like, it's really a vocabulary problem. This is not a protest. Like, whenever you're destroying property and throwing bricks at people and, like, fucking getting in the street and making sure people can't drive, this isn't a protest anymore. Like, this was a protest. Now it's not. And so that you got even more of this.
I mean, protests and riots often.
Point that we would not have without having helicopters there in the sky. Look at this, Austin.
Mexican flags.
Blue eyes, white Yu-Gi-Oh. White dragon. Look at it. It must have treasure. Is it strong? Is it going to zap me and destroy me?
Mexican flags. The line of law enforcement agents there.
Yep.
During this face-off.
Can you imagine how fucking annoying this is if you're trying to drive home? Holy shit.
Appears to be a face-off.
Two things.
Yeah, and it's tough to tell
Look at this.
sometime
Look at it.
from a distance, but it looked to be the color of the sheriff's deputies that are creating that wall there. Looks like they're trying to create a.
How long do you think a police or
human
person crashes
barrier
out and a protester gets shot? Well, that's what's scary, right? Is like, in my opinion, I this is what I support, right? I mean, obviously, I don't want them to run people over, right? But
Obviously.
I support self-defense.
Yeah.
I think that if you assault a police officer with what could be a deadly weapon, you should expect a proportionate response in force.
Wow.
I see no reason that us as a society can morally or ethically tell police officers you have to tank bricks being thrown at you. That is outrageous.
You know what, Asmongold? I agree that it's outrageous to throw bricks at cops. However, people are predictable, okay? Riots are predictable. The moment I still remember it, the moment I realized that my fucking social sciences course in college wasn't a waste of time, okay, was because my fucking lecturer said that it was 2010 or 2011, I think it was 2011, and we were talking about the Conservative coalition and their cuts to the budget, especially things that affected like poor communities and often ethnic communities. So like EMA getting scrapped, and a couple of instances of police brutality happened that year. And it was in like the spring, and he said that, yeah, by the time we get to the summer, we're going to have urban riots, like almost 100%. And then they happened. We had the London riots. I was like, whoa, dude. This guy knows what this guy knows what's what. What the fuck? And it's like, if you want a recipe for a riot, it's like, yeah, send unauthorized by the state, like ICE agents, to try and deport people, and then at the slightest hint of fucking violence, call in the National Guard, even though the police don't think they need them there. It's like, that is how you. If you want a riot, that's how you get a riot. Fuck you.
Nobody should have to tank a brick. Nobody should have this happen. Blocking someone's way is also self-defense.
Oh, fuck. Do you know where else I learned this? In football hooliganism. Because there was, in the 80s, when this kind of new phenomenon was really, really spreading and escalating across Europe, people didn't really know exactly the best way to handle it yet. Like, there was very mixed responses. Obviously, like, the Spanish and Italian police were fucking mental, okay? They were like no nonsense, full riot gear, armored fucking Terminators. And I think it was like the Euros. And yeah, there were riots, like pretty bad ones, hoses and shit like that. The Dutch, the good old Dutch, they tried a very different approach, which was they got the cops to basically underdress, right? They still had like the big fucking riot squad that was ready, but they were in the stations, right? They were not like, or on the peripheries where they couldn't be seen. So they got these cops, and they were basically there all day. These cops who were just like underdressed. There was like just dressed down t-shirt with little belts with some maybe handcuffs and a kind of fucking pepper spray or whatever. And they would spend the day mingling with the fans. The cops would just like mingle with the football fans. And believe it or not, that approach was much more effective in keeping violence to a minimum, because there's a kind of weird social interaction here in that, like, fuck, it's like performance theory almost. Like, when people talk about performance theory, it's that like power is not really like real. It's a performance, right? So when a judge passes a sentence, they're only really able to enforce that sentence because other people are willing to play along. Like they play the rule. So the bailiff, like, will take the person away. Then there'll be people in the police station who are willing to hold them. Then there's like the prison system that's willing to take them. Like, it's all like part of people playing the rule. And if people don't agree with the terms, then there's a problem there, right? And with cops, the issue is that if you are at an event and like a protest, and then you're marching down a street, and you go around the corner, and all you see is full fucking riot gear, SWAT teams, sirens, and fucking people with masks, helmets, then people are going to get tense. And then it's like the concept and like the scene of like rioting it's almost like it's been set. This is like a real social phenomenon. There's a way that, which is why like police responses are supposed to be reactive. They're not, but when you have things like this where you've got ICE coming in first and then National Guard, it's like you're kind of like telling the population like, yeah, this is the environment we're in now. Like you're setting the tone for what's about to happen. So like there is something in that, and like it just makes sense that the idea that if you're going to talk about like sending the most fucking armed and dangerous people over to the area and then saying National Guard, it's like, yeah, you're kind of asking the people, you're telling the people like this is the scene, like you're setting the scene for the community. I think this was actually part of the reason. This was part of the reason that Bowser, I think it was it Bowser or Pelosi, or actually maybe it was more of them, that there wasn't actually that much of a strong presence at the Capitol on January 6th. Because sometimes like the overly secure presence can actually like make the environment more tense rather than less. Obviously it was a miscalculation in that regard, but yeah.
You stop me from going where we're trapped there. Where am I supposed to do? Yeah, no, I get it, but like I don't want to see people get hurt, right? I mean, I can make a joke or say some bullshit, right? But like I don't actually want to see this happen. But the reason why it happens is because nothing else happens. Like the escalation is the problem. It would have never gotten to this point if these people had gotten arrested right as soon as they started popping off.
Bro.
The problem is that they haven't gotten arrested. They've been able to just kind of run wild.
Trump is saying that. What are your thoughts on the police response to the campus protests? Well, my understanding of the campus protests is that they were given multiple opportunities and weeks to actually get their protest out of the way and move on, but they didn't. I only know about Colombia because they literally barricaded themselves inside a building and like turned the furniture into weapons. So that's obviously a little bit different. This, as far as I know, is like there was some unrest for a day. Wait, did I just blind that thing by mistake? Whoops, rip.
And with no consequences do this stuff. I'm surprised no one's going to try yet. Yeah, exactly, right? And so that's really the issue. No one wants anyone to get hurt, but if you're right-minded, you got to take people in their lives more seriously. If they find themselves in front of a moving vehicle. Yeah, exactly. This is the new normal unless they get arrested. Exactly. Yeah, and I live in LA, and the people organizing these riots with buses are giving instructions to people how to get weapons and Facebook, other similar websites. It's extremely funded. Well, the problem is, like, so if it's so funded, why can't the FBI figure out who's doing it? Why can't they, if there are instructions of getting weapons to go...
Sorry, I got interrupted. I realized this is Asmongold basically taking his marching orders from Donald Trump, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Because I guess Trump was like, the police aren't doing their job. We need the National Guard. Yeah, fucking hell.
Like a protest on Facebook. Why can't they find out who's doing that on Facebook and arrest them? It's the FBI because they're the ones funding it. I mean, that's the best example. Like, okay, like at least that's a conspiracy theory that at least makes sense because nothing else even makes any sense.
The FBI is funding these protests.
They cannot get on that overpass.
You think Democrats should be held accountable for pushing it there? Absolutely not. Democrats are not wholesale accountable for this. Each individual person out there with a baseball bat, a brick, or a rock is accountable for their own actions. It's not Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren's fault that some retard decided to go out there and stand in the middle of the street.
Wow, personal
it's that retard's fault, and you've got to look at him. Now, unless they're explicitly organizing and telling people to do this, then yeah, of course you've got a conversation there. But let's look at the individual people and who's actually doing this.
At least what looks to be an overpass.
That's what I think.
To me, from our vantage
look at
point.
this. This is crazy.
So, this is obviously causing traffic in the area to come to a standstill. These roads are completely blocked.
Elon is
so Trump's
funding
accountable for January 6th? Yeah, obviously. Obviously, yeah. Like, I mean, why would you even bring that up? Yeah, duh, of course. Like, you see, this is the problem that people like you have. You think this is a team. You think that, like, this is some kind of, like, a team thing.
Ooh.
No, it's not a team thing, bro. Like,
this is me talking to Tuton yesterday.
What are you even bringing up? Bobby, go back and ban that guy. Like, what is this? You're going to bring that up again? Yeah, this is insane. Even, like, I thought he was, right? Like, because, I mean, I think he could have done a better job keeping people under control, etc. But it didn't happen. That's fine. But overall, yeah, absolutely. People are responsible. Yes. It's a rule of law. They always bring up January 6th. Do you know why? It's because they don't have any other examples.
It's because January 6th is a pretty insane example is why. Because it was incited by the president. Sorry. It just was. What the fuck? Like, he gave them every bit of information / disinformation that they would need to conclude that rioting was the only option. And then he allowed them to carry on for 3.5 hours, drinking fucking Diet Coke and potentially throwing his nuggies off the wall.
Protesters have been gathering now for 2 hours, and it's hard for us to get our bearings.
Of course they bring it up.
Because we've been watching the images from the ground all this time, and now we see this shot from the sky, and it's tough for me to distinguish if this is, I don't believe what we're looking at this second is the exact same scene that we've been watching for the past couple hours.
I don't believe so.
What do you think happened on January 6th? It was awful. January 6th was really bad. I mean, I've said this 50 fucking times. The thing is that a lot of people try to bring this up. Like, I don't give a fuck about January 6th. That shit happened years ago. The people that did it went to jail like they should have. And they were in jail for fucking years. Like, if they had been tried for those crimes, the majority of them would have probably gotten out earlier than if they were sitting in there in the first place. They were pardoned, yeah, but I know what is the criminal amount of time that you have for, like, getting in trouble for that? It's like probably 3 to 5 years, and they were there for 3 to 5 years. That's pretty fucking fair, guys. I'm sorry to say.
Hey, todo
okay.
Jesus.
It's funny that he said if you assault a police officer, then expect them to, like, what, shoot you? I wonder how he would have felt, because there were loads of cops there who were, like, in fear for their lives. And they didn't, for the most part, shoot the protesters. They shot Babbitt. Because, you know, all she did was, you know, look through a window. I can't believe that, man. Ashley Babbitt is like the Great March of Return for MAGA. There's like this peaceful young woman who looked through a window. Oh, God.
I'm not doing anything. Yeah, why the fuck are you choking him, dog? Hey, look at that. Hey, he's choking him. He's choking him. Hey, look, hey.
This is nuts.
I'm not doing shit. Hey, I'm recording. Hey, it's all being recorded, pa. It's all being recorded. Dale. I'm not doing anything. I'm right here on the curb. What you gonna do? Nigga ain't put the fucking bags down. Nigga,
holy shit, that guy's getting squished about.
Déjalo. Hey,
Roughhouse.
just let it be. Déjalo, papa. Déjalo, papa.
Yeah, people are just losing their fucking minds nowadays. It's absolutely.
I thought that was like Hispanic, but then it sounded fucking like Middle Eastern. Oh, what the fuck? Okay.
Absolutely insane. And I'll see if I can find any more of these. This is the same one from today. This is Brick Boy. This is crazy. Like, insane that this is even happening. And like, this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about, right? Rest the record recording. Yeah, exactly. These dudes don't give a fuck about cameras? Absolutely not. And so, resisting arrest warrants force? Yeah, of course it does. They probably allow these protests to happen since they know it makes the Democrats look bad and hope the people living there will switch sides during the midterms. I mean,
that's actually the only conspiracy, and it's not a good conspiracy theory, but it's the only one that would be even plausible, right? And plausible is a low standard I'm using here, okay? The only potentially plausible non-zero conspiracy theory would be that Trump did this because he knew that they would get rowdy, that there would be a bit of violence, and then that would give him his excuse to drop in the National Guard, which would make people more rowdy, and then he could use those riots to boost his popularity. That's kind of what that's like the only conspiracy theory, which would probably make sense. But, you know, I wonder if Asmongold's going to humor that one.
mean, like, maybe, like, that's an optimistic outlook on it, right? I mean, in my opinion, I just think these people are fucking morons. But, like, I mean, you could be right.
What's the best way to get a moron to do something? Like, morons respond to external stimulus, like ICE agents and the National Guard.
Right?
Unwelcome ICE
let's see if
agents
there's
and
any
National
more of
Guard.
this in general, but yeah, it's just crazy how much this is going on, right?
It's
ICE will not stop
crazy.
and promises arrests for federal agents. Promises arrests. Like,
Whoa.
Jesus Christ. How many promises do we fucking need? Yeah, like, I'm so sick of this, like,
For federal agents. Hey, what's he? Okay. Oh, for assaulting federal agent.
these
Okay.
promises, like, oh, it's gonna happen. Like, this has been going on now for months, man.
For months. Wait, what? This unrest in California has been going on for months? What's he talking about? I haven't heard of this. When was the last time there was like shit going down in California? What? Okay.
Yeah.
What building is this?
All promises, no action. Yeah. What is this? Like,
Anti-ICE
what are you
protests.
doing? You're just destroying random shit.
Is PvP enabled? I really hope not. No, it's not. Fuck that.
This is
Hey,
nuts.
hey, fuck you, fascist. He's talking about deportations.
Yep. Look, they're helping. Why do this? They do it because they think they can get away with it. That's the reason why.
Because there's no
They all
goddamn
think that
law
they
and
can get
order in
away
this
with it,
country.
and so they do.
Because
it.
this
I'm gonna look
country,
at a couple more, then we're gonna look at some other stuff.
this
okay?
country is going straight to hell.
A lot of these guys are not getting laid. Yeah.
I think I just realized this is who Asmongold is. This is Asmongold when he grows up. Okay. Well, this is alt future. Okay. Alternative universe Asmongold after he cleans his house. Okay. Asmongold after he cleans his house.
It's new in the world, Dad.
Fucking volume.
It's new in the world, Dad.
This country is going straight to hell.
Fucking hell, man.
They're just having an excuse so they can demolish shit? Yeah, exactly. Left-wing fatigue, can't wait for the next right-wing landslide next election? Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Like, anybody that supports or tries to make an excuse out of this shit, I would never vote for them. Like, this is embarrassing. It's embarrassing, man. I've been living in California the last 40 years. Look at the history of California since the 80s. I mean, again, like, that's just really... looking at the stuff from going on in your country from the outside, it really looks like it's just red versus blue. Actual politics, future of your country, and the well-being of your citizens are just side.
Who's making excuses for this? Oh, all the Democrats. Every blue card rootin' tootin', they're all defending this. They all think it's based. Nancy Pelosi, Nancy, AOC, Nancy, Kamala Harris, Nancy, Nancy. Okay.
Quest? No, the problem is that the problem with is the amount of alarmism in media and the emotional escalation of all rhetoric in media and also in politics. Like, everything is elevated to the most extreme and most, like, the worst possible thing, right? That's what I think. Mm-hmm. How is it not the politicians that brought this chaos here? You regularly support murder and SA charges for everyone involved. Why not now? Oh, I do. No, I do support them, but, like, that's like a secondary effect. Like, that's like a after the dust settles effect. Like, what I'm saying is, like, you solve the immediate problem of the people that are doing it, and then you figure out anybody else that, like, kind of caused it to happen later on.
I live 2 blocks from one of these protests. Traffic didn't get disrupted until the guards came in. Yeah, this is why. This is why deploying like National Guard or anything like military or even like heavy riot police is like it's a problem if you don't need it. Because if you don't need it and you do it, you actually risk escalating more than helping. Yeah, fuck.
There's a lot of black officers there. I wonder what's the excuse for the rioters then, since a lot of riots are very much race-based in a sense. Kind of ironic. Yeah, I mean, like, again, like, it's just, I think, again, majority is, you know, the same group of people. They have jobs. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, police officers have, like, are of every race.
I'm in.
Of course.
Hey.
You know, like, minorities, if they agree with them.
Hey.
Yeah, that's it.
Thanks, dude.
It's like getting in front of a car like that. I mean, like, how, like, when do you, like, at what point do people like this start going to jail and getting arrested?
Whoa.
And this is a Home Depot? Is this actually a Home Depot? I don't think this is a Home Depot.
What? I don't know America. What's a Home Depot? What does that mean? I've heard of that a million times. What the fuck is Home Depot? What's a Home Depot? Most UK riots are football based. Yeah, obviously. Wooden tools. Oh, they were at a hardware store? Why? Like a B&Q? Why? Why'd they go there? Is that because it's where a bunch of migrant workers are? They want to prey at people in their workplaces. Prey on people, I would say. Ugh. That's fucked up. Hell yeah. USA! USA! Ah! Yes! Alright. Maybe one more of these fucks. Fat bugger.
Is it?
Fuck you! Fuck you!
Damn! That poor dog. I didn't even see the dog. See, like, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about, right? Is like, how do you as a, like, as a government official, how do you let this shit happen? Right? I mean, like, I don't understand it at all. How low can a human IQ be? Pretty low. Pretty low.
I can tell.
As you heard him, it'll be George Floyd all over again. Well, I mean, I think the solution to that is the same thing that they should have done back then. Just call in the National Guard and arrest the people that are committing the crimes. Wow. Anybody who wants to protest, it's totally fine. But you can't destroy property.
So every time there's like a riot or civil unrest or like violence, you need to call the National Guard? Is that the meme now? Isn't that kind of fucking mental? I don't know why I'm expecting Asmongold to think about this seriously. Very, very unserious. Very unserious actor here, guys.
In order to protest. They should have done that back in 2020.
Fucking crap.
Like, the fact that they didn't handle the George Floyd protests properly, I think isn't an excuse for them to not handle these protests either properly. Because I think these protests are going to do the exact same thing again.
Really? We're going to have BLM again? Because of this one day?
But white people riot and destroy property whenever their football teams win? The last time that happened in, what do you call it? The last time that happened in, I guess, France, there were a lot of different races of people there. Like, it was not just like, oh, are we really going to act like it's all white people over in Europe? It's absolutely not. I mean, you just go look at the tapes. Go watch the tapes.
Uh-huh.
Like, it's not even it.
Wow. To be fair, Asmongold's audience probably does need to know that Europe does not just mean white. Fucking Americans. What was the last UK riot about? It was about the Southport killings, right? And obviously a shitload of racism. Oh. Fucking whelps. Many whelps.
Uh-oh. Protest is one thing, but rioting's another thing?
Yep. Well done, Chatter.
It's crazy to me that this violent minority of leftist extremists isn't being dealt with by the authorities. It's very crazy to me too, because here's the issue: is that every day that you don't deal with it,
it's so funny seeing how Trump deals with it, right? Because Trump does this. You see all this fucking. You see a few videos of people being violent, and then the average voter, okay, the Asmongold, the quintessential American voter, is like, yeah, I really, we would totally give them a mandate to. Suppress civil rights and due process to get these people dealt with immediately. Yes. Fuck's sake.
It's bigger. Every day that you don't clamp down on this stuff, it gets worse and worse and worse.
Thank you.
And it makes you look worse too. Is this chaos in Austin? Well, I don't know what it's like in Austin. I have no idea about Austin. Yeah.
I'm gonna mash up this commentary over January 6th footage. Thank you for the $4.99.
Yeah, you want a civil war? No. What do you think this is? Do you think this is a 50-50 thing? Do you think average people support throwing bricks at police officers? Absolutely not. The entire premise of this is just outrageous. Absolutely not. Yes, you do? No, they don't. Like, this is, again, any sort of polling or anything like that, this is a 90-10 issue. This is absolutely not, like, it's more than 1% that support this. Yeah, sure. But it's like probably 5 or maybe at the most 10% of people that support this. It's insane. Like, there's no civil war that's going to happen over the police officers arresting people for throwing bricks at cars. Like, what are you even thinking? Again, it's so fucking embarrassing that it's happening. Absolutely so embarrassing.
Wow. Just making up numbers. Yeah. Trump's gonna declare a state of emergency. In fucking California. Oh god. Hello, YOLO Swag.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I just wanted to fill in some gaps on the American civics questions you were asking earlier, like with ICE stuff, because like Customs and Border Patrol and ICE are like two main groups for immigration, and Customs and Border Patrol is like the ports of entry and like the actual border security stuff,
right?
And then ICE is like internal inside the country enforcement piece. And they're both federal level. There's no California ICE.
Okay.
There's no California immigration. Immigration as well is like all federal. So there's no, like the way, what you were describing, Scotland and England being different, how they handle immigration, that can't really happen in the US because it's not their job, basically. Does that make sense?
Yeah. But I'm guessing in America, it seems like some states willingly cooperate with ICE, other ones don't.
Yep. It's some of it's it's not even at the state level for some of it. Some of it is at the city level more than the state level, from what I understand.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really sure how it works in California, but I think like, because murder is like a state level crime. You go to a state court for that. You don't go to like I'm not sure exactly how it works, right? But that's a state law, no? So I think if you get like arrested for murder in California, they'll still send you ICE after that, because it's not like a city, because like the sanctuary status, I think, held within the city law enforcement. Like the state courts and state prosecutors, I'm guessing, would refer you after that. But I'm not sure the exact details on that. Okay. But yeah, it's whether or not the law enforcement officers want to coordinate with each other or refer their suspects to ICE. And it's basically like all these little fiefdoms, like every little city and state, they have their own jurisdiction, and the federal government can go everywhere, but they won't have the on the ground about people like the local law enforcement will.
Okay.
And also, ICE, even though they're federal, ICE is not like the FBI. Like, the FBI is very selective, and they have very highly trained and very skilled officers and investigators and everything. ICE is not really like that. They're kind of like people who were they're kind of like people who were cops who became ICE officers. Like, it's not like the best of the best as far as the people they have. Like, I read stories that they were also filling their ranks with contracted people while they were trying to do some of these operations, because they had been doing so many more operations to arrest people, right? They needed more people. And I read that they were like hiring contractor people. So it's like, even though it's like federal law enforcement, they're not like the best, skilled, smartest people in the bunch. So, yeah, all those fun details.
Okay. And then being at Home Depot is just like, because California,
Oh,
they might
yeah,
turn people
Home
over to ICE
Depot.
for like major infractions, but for things like fucking shoplifting and all that, they wouldn't, right? So was ICE trying to catch people who were avoiding them through minor infractions, or what?
So the Home Depot reference is the fact that like Home Depot is this big home improvement store that has like, you know, you can buy construction materials, plumbing, electrical, like everything. And it's like a stereotype that Mexicans hanging out at Home Depot are looking to get hired to do day labor, basically. So it's like a trope, basically, that, well, it's either that or they're going to Home Depot to buy construction materials because all of these immigrant workers work in construction and like landscaping and stuff like that, where they buy all their materials, right? So that's the Home Depot reference. That like, oh, he's going to Home Depot, bro. It's like,
right.
But it's like, it's true though, because like when I was in Home Depot, you know, you hear people speak in Spanish to each other as they're, you know, going and buying materials. You don't know if they're, I mean, most of them, you know, you don't know if they're legal or illegal or whatever. And I don't even live near the border at all. So it's kind of just a stereotype thing.
Right.
I think Abrego Garcia was actually picked up at Home Depot.
Right.
His initial thing, yeah.
So we don't know if they were actually there to target any particular people, right?
No, but they could have been there for a particular person, or they could have just been there to scare people, you know.
Okay. And when ICE does something like that, if ICE goes to a state that typically doesn't cooperate with them and doesn't want them there, would that be like under like the federal government's orders? Would that be like an executive directive? Like would Trump have actually sent them there himself, or?
They're still allowed to arrest people. Like there's nothing stopping them in California. California can't stop them from arresting. They just don't get any referrals or cooperation. So it's just, there's nothing stopping them from arresting people still. Like the Port of Los Angeles, you know, sure has a lot of ICE, CBP people, like, you know, all the airports there probably have ICE people. It's just that they're not getting referrals and stuff.
Okay.
Which basically makes their job really, it makes sense.
Right.
But yeah.
Well, shit.
There was something I wanted to refer back to yesterday. Because he made a point, which I think was like kind of actually true, but people were jumping down his throat when he said that, like, you know, the Soviets were like so much harsher on the Nazis than the Americans or whatever, which is like, that's kind of true. But like, I feel like the conclusion he drew from it was really not correct, you know? Because like, I don't know, if you're a German POW or, you know, a person in West Germany or whatever, you wanted to get picked up by the Americans, not the Soviets, not even the French or anybody else. Like, I think people shouldn't have jumped down his throat when he was talking about that, because it's like true, but it's like, is that because they were more likely to respect your human rights and like not use you to like set up a Soviet satellite state, you know, stuff like that. And I also wanted to ask him about the Stasi, because that's also a great example.
Well, the
of
Stasi.
just how the different treatment of, and I actually, like, I went to Berlin a couple years ago, and there's a Stasi museum there that's in their old headquarters.
Okay.
It's very fascinating. It walks you through all the history, and it shows you all these documents and all the files they kept on like random citizen stuff. And then at the very end of East Germany, the citizens learned that they were like destroying records, and they went and they did like a riot to basically take control of the building, stop them from destroying all the documents. Very interesting stuff. There was like 90,000 Stasi employees at its peak. So I would love to share with that with Two-Tone. Maybe tell him, you know, politics online is very, you know, abstract and it's out there. But, you know, you should go to a place like that and see what, like, the actual physical document and get some real world interaction. And then imagine what it would be like to live in Germany, you know. But anyways, that's what I was thinking about sharing with you. And yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, I don't think that guy's going to a different country anytime soon for like, travels and shit. He seems pretty homebound.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. But yeah, I know.
I mean, he's a young guy.
It's also just like, okay, let's say because again, Soviets had very personal reasons to be very harsh on Nazis, because I think like Soviet POWs were also treated worse than Allied POWs by the Germans by far. Like double-digit percentages of Soviet POWs were murdered in their fucking before the end of the war, compared to Allied ones, which was much lower. But yeah, the question would be like, okay, yes, they were more harsh on Nazis, like with re-education camps, all that, but why? Like, for what purpose? Like, just for the sake of being mean to Nazis? Because that's not really like a goal in and of itself. That's not like a. Again, it's just that thing where I think these extremists, especially like lefty authoritarians, are so much more articulate at telling you about who they want to hurt rather than who they want to help and how they want to help them. It's easier to destroy than it is to build, right? But yeah, who knows? Because I don't really know if like re-education definitely didn't help. You know, like it didn't help anyone. You believe in him?
Hey, I believe in him. He'll turn away from the dark. I think I also believe in Ogre Boy. Ogre Boy can also turn away from the dark side.
Yeah, I didn't actually mind talking to him. I thought he was okay. He's a fucking moron on Twitter, but doesn't seem as crazy as like the people who he is adjacent to.
I totally agree. And he also understands history autism very deeply. And I think
autism, hell yeah.
Yeah, I think that's really deep of him. So, but anyways, that's all I had to say.
Yeah, right. Cool.
Well, I'll talk to you later then. Bye bye.
Right, have a good one. Bye bye. Okay. You'll never guess who appeared on my feed the other day. And I can probably see why he did. I feel like I need to give this guy a proper introduction to people who don't know. Because he's so fucking horrible. Let's see.
I've seen this graphic go across.
Sargon of Akkad. Carl of Swindon. Smarmigon of Blockhead. If you guys don't know, okay, a lot of this YouTube politics sphere, left, right, social justice war, like woke, anti-woke, fucking pro-terrorist, Zionist, like all this shit is like, it generally stems back to internet atheism. Was kind of like the very early phases of it, like 2010, 2011, 12. But a lot of it actually came from what's called Gamergate 2016. Because in 2016, there was this surge of gamers who were very angry about like the movements of progressive culture that was starting to permeate into video game culture. 14, 15, 16. 2016 was like the kind of big year of it. largely because a few female game developers and commentators were talking about how like lots of traditional video games were like a bit sexist, a bit racist, a bit homophobic, like reinforcing gender norms. And then a bunch of gamers got really fucking angry, okay? And most of these people like Anita Sarkeesian and all these characters that they were attacking were fairly boring for the most part. They were fairly milquetoast. Actually, Brianna Wu was part of this as well. She was a game developer who was on the end of Gamergate, right? On the other end, the bad. She was on the good side, okay? And it also spawned some of the most disgusting, unimpressive, brain-dead, reactionary fucking losers, like Sargon of Akkad, who actually got really, really popular off of filling this gap in, which is basically filling the fucking daddy hole of angry, sexually frustrated, lonely young men. And back in 2014-ish, I think that's when his channel started, right? Sargon made his channel. I think he was in his mid-30s at the time. He was working in an office, if I remember correctly. He's deleted a lot of his older videos. He's deleted a lot. This used to go back 10, 11, 12 years. He got rid of a lot of old videos. Tradwives, Lauren Southern. 1 year ago. He got rid of loads of videos. What the fuck? 90. Please, Anita Sarkeesian videos. No, I know what to do. Okay. Please still have this. But basically, fuck, am I not going to find it? Is it gone forever? He started this channel where it sounds like it's him on like a really shitty microphone, screaming from the other end of the bathroom, it sounds, onto his phone, talking about feminism and how it's destroying the world and all this kind of fucking nonsense, right? And he just did this thing where he just made a constant gaffe of himself, like a complete ridiculous spectacle of himself for years and years and years. But he still just, kept getting support and kept on growing because there was an audience for it, for his just unbridled stupidity. There's one viral moment of him. Oh, I wish I could find it. It was him talking about Elliot Rodger. The incel, the OG incel mass shooter who used to upload videos complaining about how lonely he was and then eventually went out and just shot a bunch of people. Oh, please let me find the video. Sargon, Elliot Rodger. Fucking. The one where he's talking about the fucking feminist system. Was it this? This is short, okay, yeah. So in 2014, after the Elliot Rodger killing spree, he uploaded this. This is only a bit of it, but this was his commentary on it, effectively.
And no, it's not all men who act this way. But you know what? It's way too f***ing many.
Which is ironic, considering that before your stupid social justice feminine bullshit, it didn't happen on this scale. It's crazy. This is a disease of the modern age. You are responsible for perpetuating it.
It's funny that he said all this as well, mind, when really, before feminism, we didn't have things in this scale of Elliot Rodger. Bro, like Ted Bundy, like there were mass killers who preyed on women. Yes, that was a thing. That was a total thing. But okay.
By disenfranchising these poor fucking guys who don't have any options left. When someone takes the option of absolute, insanely last resort, you have to wonder what kind of system is producing them. And I tell you what, Lacey, it is a fucking feminist system that's doing this.
So that's Sargon. Total fucking blockhead nutcase blaming feminism for the fucking Elliot Rodger incel shooting. What were women supposed to do? To shag him if they don't want to? Any case. He used to do this thing where he would debate lefties quite a lot as well, because Sargon, despite that, would always pose as a liberal, a classical English liberal, right? And he did a few too many debates with lefties, got horrifically fucking humiliated by Destiny, Vosh, Christy Winters, as another very old small feminist channel who absolutely fucking annihilated him in a debate about feminism. H Bomber Guy made a few videos about him that were really funny. He tried to petition. He made a petition against American universities because he thought they were getting too corrupted by, like, you know, the cultural Marxist, leftist, whatever. And his petition simply stated, suspend social justice courses. Fuck, can I find that? Yeah, ContraPoints talked about him as well, yeah, because she was around at the same time as him. Because after this huge resurgence of, this huge growth of the anti-social justice kind of camp, it also spawned the social justice warrior YouTube, like people like ContraPoints, because the first videos of people like ContraPoints were her responding to people like Sargon, right? H Bomber Guy's first videos were him responding to the likes of Sargon and other channels that have long since kind of died, who were talking about these issues. Sean with the Skulls, he did a few viral videos about Sargon of Akkad and how he was really bad at reading his own sources, right? Or just didn't read them at all. My first video that blew up on YouTube was one about Sargon. But as he interacted more and more with people who disagree with him on the left, it became more and more clear over the decade that not only was he, you know, always far right, always anti-fucking women, not just anti-feminist, and definitely racist. It's basically become quite acknowledged now that he is just a full-on, mostly exposed by Vosh actually, that he is just a full-on like white ethno-nationalist. Like he believes that the UK is like for the English, the Scottish, Welsh stock. Like it's a white country for white people, right? And he just uses English and all these things as proxies for white. So that's Sargon. And now he just kind of has gone into his full echo chamber. He's got like a podcast. He's got like a daily show. He's got like 5 YouTube channels where he talks about going over memes about orcs and how like, oh, the orcs are invading fucking Minas Tirith. Oh no, we should humanize. What about their orc human rights and shit? Like, just fucking crazy shit. Like obviously the analogy is for migrants, right? Because he's like, he's racist. He's just a massive fucking racist. And it's like regurgitating old, like 10-year-old Facebook boomer memes to shit on people coming on boats fleeing fucking war and persecution. So I wonder if I can find the petition. But he's also just someone who has exposed himself so many times for being so brain broken, illogical, not even particularly masculine for the most part, despite his advocacy, because he's incredibly fucking soy. He has meltdowns. He's very irrational. But I've never seen him like concede on anything ever. Like he just keeps chugging like nothing's happened. And it's also, there's just this thing about having that kind of forced fucking posh English bastard accent that I guess is very, very endearing to American idiots with no education who think that that like is a sign of intelligence.
Health warning.
And yeah, now he is just ranting about anti-woke stuff and shitting on migrants and complaining about everything's like Lord of the Rings to him. Do you remember that Callum guy that we debated? The guy on the Lauren Southern panel who was talking about England being like of the English for the English, that kind of thing, and Welsh for the Welsh. And like basically these these guys are so trad, and they like soy out over really well-preserved old parts of cities, and like Canterbury with the old churches and the architecture and shit like that, because they're basically just like very aesthetically driven. Like they're fascists. Like these guys basically want to be fucking hobbits living in the Shire, right? Which is funny because they spend all their time online screeching at people on Discord and Twitter and shit. So yeah, it's a very odd, it's a very, very odd movement. I just wanted to find my favorite gaffe of Sargon. I think it was definitely the petition.
Hi there, would you like to sign my petition?
Colleges and universities are literally teaching teenagers that every white person is a racist.
The last Sargon video I saw was him reacting to a comedian making a joke about a taxi driver saying you can't even say your English these days, and he was like, yeah, this straw man is right, lol.
Yeah, pretty much. He was obsessed with this fucking quote about how London is no longer an English city. And if you looked at it, most people who live in London do identify as British, right? Like they identify as British or something British, like Asian British or Pakistani British or Caribbean British. But because he picked the part of the census that said only 48% or whatever, still a plurality, like a large plurality, described themselves as white British. So white was basically a proxy for British or English. Like you couldn't be Asian British, you couldn't be black British, or like even if you've been here for like 3 or 4 generations, like that wasn't allowed. So yeah, he's just a fucking white nationalist. That's it. Anyway.
Are you still worried about video game feminism?
Why did he have a Twitter logo drawn on his fucking wall? Why did he do that? I remember this old room that he had with his fucking Twitter logo. And the map, obviously. Look at my map. I'm very geopolitical. It's like Paul Joseph Watson used to have the map behind him.
Has your endless yelling and screaming for years about a lady you don't like yielded no positive changes and only made the climate more toxic? Are you starting to feel the darkness closing in as it turns out your ideas make no fucking difference and the world isn't changing around you? Well, maybe it's time to demand the academics you hate do it for you. Sorry, not academics. Universities. Well, like as a concept? Dear universities, please stop the bad people for me. And you know they're bad because I paid someone else to draw a realistic and rational cartoon of a woman telling institutions to stop the bad people for her. And to stop whoever she is, we need you, university. We're calling for the teaching of social justice courses in universities to be temporarily suspended. What follows is up for debate. Oh, good. Once universities have magically stopped all the things he doesn't like, then we can have a discussion. Not now. That would require too much effort. Read the letter. Oh, don't mind if I do.
The letter is it's one sentence. Like...
He couldn't even be bothered. There isn't even a list of which courses should be dropped. It's literally just asking universities to please cancel social justice. We need to stop these feminazi armchair slacktivists with a petition. Oh, wait. Okay, so Carl's reasoning might be poor, but luckily he recommends you read the comments on the petition. And I'm sure that's a really convincing and great idea. Wait, where's that music coming from? Oh, no! Oh, no!
I sign because I really think social justice is killing the free speech and free thought.
This is getting out of control. At what point do you step in? When someone is finally injured? Holy shit.
Expanding a dangerous wave of thought that spreads more racism and sexism than the one it wants to stop.
Swidge and regressives need to stop.
Destructing the civilized world as we know it to build a new Orwellian dystopia for the free speech and the free thought.
What is happening in universities is despicable. People running to safe spaces when they hear different opinions, believing that the world and everyone in it is out to get them, preventing anyone with conflicting ideas from organizing events. The list goes on and on.
I believe the right to free speech matters more to the world than the feelings of so-called oppressed groups. Ooh, what an edgester in Australia there.
I'm tired of being ordered to flagellate myself on the altar.
I believe in free speech.
Martin Luther King Jr. once stated his dream of a world where his children would be judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
Clearly, we've gone from one extreme end to the other, and King is rolling in his grave.
It's cult behavior, teaching original sin on a completely ignorant and new racist way. Teaching students to be racist to oppose racism is the very sort of backwards logic that has no place in university.
Holy shit, Danielle Dutcher, what?
Sock justice is going too far.
I am signing because I am tired of hearing these stories about SJU getting on their high horse and doing horrendous things to everyday people because they
I remember when this happened, I think I spent like I was doom scrolling these comments for so long. There were hundreds of them. It was fucking insane. Because he always, as far as I remember, had a pretty big audience, Sargon. Like, he was really popular.
To generalize and put people into groups. Holy shit!
Social justice is becoming fascism, and it needs to stop.
I want to get this removed to help everyone. I have meat in college.
Biology is sexist. Hashtag end sexual dimorphism. That's just what little information these social justice teachers have pushed onto our impressionable youth.
Snoop Dogg says, I am signing this because social justice is something that needs to be stopped. If we do not nip social justice in the butt, the USA is screwed. Oh no. Oh my god, there's a lot of this. Holy shit, it just keeps going.
Yeah, it said read the comments. It said read the comments for further elaboration because his petition was one sentence. Imagine being the universities. We've gathered round all the universities. This petition's very serious, okay? We got hundreds of thousands of people telling us to suspend social justice courses. I don't really know what that means or how they want us to do it, but let's look at these comments.
I'm a moderate fucking person. I've never raped.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, I fucking hate this person. This person is like one of the most miserable, disgusting hack pieces of shit on the internet, but you know, he has never stopped chugging with it. And he never will. Fuck me.
I've seen this graphic go across my timeline a couple of times in the past couple of days. And
this video is called Palestine is the Issue.
And I think it really actually does summarize the desperate attempt and the trial that the left is currently going through in order to make Palestine way more relevant an issue than it actually is. So as you can see here, Palestine is not a single issue. Palestine is the issue. Oh, okay, well, what's it the issue of? Well, racism, capitalism, environmental terrorism, settler colonialism, and patriarchy. Palestine connects it all, and you can see the overlapping Venn diagram. Patriarchy and misogyny, settler colonialism and misogyny, settler colonialism and man destroys nature, environmental terrorism and individual over community, capitalism and white supremacy and toxic masculinity is apparently racism. And so, anyway, the thing that you can see here...
He's also only ever capable of engaging with infographics and memes. Like, he's... Anyway.
Is the desperate attempt of the left to try and conflate the issue of Palestine with every other issue. Because this is the purpose of intersectionality. They think that if they can build a broad enough coalition around any individual topic, then they'll be able to create enough of a critical mass in order to defeat it all. So they say Palestine is the issue that makes us realize that everything is interconnected. Every struggle for justice, freedom, and liberation, all connected. From Palestine to Congo to Sudan. I mean, look, right, Palestinians haven't exactly been...
Sargon is actually, bro, most people are into it because it's like the aesthetic fucking trend of the day. Like, what the fuck do you think? How many of these protesters do you think are thinking about this fucking nuclear Venn diagram to destroy all the things? Okay, bro.
great neighbors, right? let's put it that way. And I'm not in any way saying that the Israelis have been great neighbors either.
Obviously,
I've got no investment in.
It's his Sargon is very stuck between how much does my audience hate Muslims versus how much they hate Jews. Probably equally. So let's just leave it. Sargon was once in a bit of hot water because he called himself a liberal, but Richard Spencer, big neo-Nazi, huge racist, alt-right guy, said that Sargon was a good entry point. He's like a starting point for the alt-right pipeline. And Sargon tried to debate them and just got so fucking humiliated by the Nazis because he didn't really have any good arguments against them in a way that like showed how different he was to them. And then he just spurged out and started calling them N-words. He called them N-words. He went hard R and everything. Poor guy.
The Israel-Palestine conflict at all because I'm not in any way connected to either one. But the point is that even without Israel, it seems that the Palestinians haven't been great. So if you look at what they did in Egypt, in Jordan, in Lebanon, they've not been brilliant. And those Arab countries, Muslim countries now, have not.
What did Palestinians do in Egypt? We're just adding one in. I don't really know how much they did in Egypt. Strength, stamina. Enormous ogre boots. Ooh, they look really cool. They built pyramids. Oh yeah, that.
Wanted to have anything to do with the Palestinians and don't take Palestinian refugees. And in fact, in some cases, erect massive border walls to keep the Palestinians out. So the idea that the Palestinians are just, well, the heart of the issue, that they just want liberation from Palestine to Congo. Again, Congo is not exactly the sort of place that progressivism is very welcome. To Sudan, again, not exactly great, is it? There's a bit of an overlap on some of the issues that you're pointing out with those countries, isn't there? But like I'm saying, is the way they view it is an axis of resistance, and they think that they can get everyone in favor of Palestine in order to advance these issues. So Palestine connects racism.
He's so fucking retarded, man. Like, do you know? Again, conspiracy brain. Oh, it's all connected. Like, this is their nucleus to fucking bring down everything. Mate, people who are pro-Palestine right now, I don't know if you've noticed, but they have really kind of sacrificed most of their other progressive positions on the altar of their pro-Palestine thing. Now they'll actually excuse groups that are anti-feminist, like anti-gay and all this kind of shit, because the Israel issue is more important to them. They'll even talk about how Idpol is like not relevant anymore. Like, it's fucking nonsense. It's because he's trying to what he's doing here is he's trying to make it seem like everyone who's like pro-Palestine is also part of the like feminist issues or like anti-capitalist or like anti or environmentalists. Like, environmentalists don't give a fuck about, or like people who are pro-Palestine don't seem to have any strong position on environmentalism. Apart from there's like one tanky I spoke to who said that like Israel Zionism also has a kind of like a unrecognized environmental impact because I guess they did some things that were involved with carbon emissions. Okay.
So it's only racism, which is why you dislike the Palestinians or not be in favor of the Palestinians because the Israelis are white or something. Which is why they get the white supremacy Venn diagram loop and somehow toxic masculinity as if the Palestinians aren't toxic masculine people because they're Muslims, so somehow that makes it okay, which I guess goes into the patriarchy part. Israel is significantly less patriarchal than Palestine, right? It's a Middle Eastern country, but it is also a democracy and claims to be a liberal democracy. And say Tel Aviv is like the gayest city in the world, right? So when we look at hardcore...
I don't know if it's the gayest city in the world, but okay.
Patriarchy, I think the Palestinians kind of have that sewn up.
It's the gayest in the Middle East, but that's obviously...
is not the point. The point is the revolution. They're going to lie about the nature of the Palestinian people and the things that they believe and the things that they've done, because they just view it as a convenient axis against the West. And speaking of the West, we come on to settler colonialism. Now, somehow misogyny is a part of that. Who cares, right? But as you can see, you've got Israel, Australia.
Well, you care, right? Because it's your new conspiracy of the day. Fucking hell. This is like 9/11 truther shit.
And America. I don't know what Australia deserves this for. I guess they are a former colony. But for some reason that's tied in with misogyny. But this is, I guess, the most valid claim that they have on this diagram, which is, yes, Israel is the product of Western colonialism in the same way that America and Australia are. And that's the most valid claim against them, I think, that the Palestinians have. Okay, moving on. Man destroys nature. Well, that's not actually what the settler colonists have done, is it? And it doesn't really have anything to do with the Palestinians, who aren't like environmentalist freaks. Like Greta Thunberg going down there isn't going down there as an environmentalist. She's going down there as a communist activist.
If this video was entirely about Hassan, he might be right. It's not, though. It's wrong if it's about Hassan. Hassan has literally forsaken half of these things just to obsess over Israel-Palestine. What are you talking about?
Against quote-unquote oppression. So, okay, whatever. But this goes on to environmental terrorism, as if Palestine, like oil, Palestine doesn't have any oil. Israel doesn't have any oil. The question isn't one of oil. The question is one, frankly, of two very old Abrahamic religions battling out over a piece of territory that these religions have been battling out over for more than 1,000 years. So, who's got the deeper religious...
Wait, okay, that's a very retarded way to look at it, but okay.
Claim is the issue, not actually resources and environmental terrorism, whatever that's supposed to mean. But then we get to individual over community leading into capitalism, which I think is very interesting. Now, the idea that the community comes before the individual is a very fraught topic to discuss, but at least they're just stating it. They're like, no, the individual has to bend the community, regardless of what the community is like, regardless of what the community demands, and therefore, when Hamas are brainwashing children in order to go and turn them into terrorists against the Israelis, well, it's the community over the individual, guys. Obviously, that would be individual over community, so you're playing into the hands of capitalism, as if capitalism's got anything to do with this. But anyway, yeah, so capitalism being the perennial boogeyman of the left, yet somehow wrapped into the Israel-Palestine conflict.
I feel like fuck me, this guy's so fucking stupid. I feel like I've heard the exact same... I don't know if I'm getting like deja vu. This seems like I've just watched the exact same video 4 years ago during BLM, because it was the same for Sargon, but BLM was it's all connected. It's all part of the anti-West, anti-white, anti-male fucking... He hasn't changed. He hasn't changed at all. It's so mental. This is Sargon after 11 years of failing upwards. To be fair, he's been kind of stagnant recently, but... It's so weird that I can watch this kind of trajectory for so long. And I pop in every once in a while, and all I see is like the only personal growth I've seen is that he lost a bit of weight. He's not like a big fat man anymore. So I guess that's something. Ah! If I died there, holy shit. I'm bored. Fuck this. Jesus. Where was that? Bro, there was a video that someone tried to send me. I think it was like last week. It was about, it was a documentary about fucking Farfor. Does anyone have that? It was called something like stupid, like the craziest show on earth or something like that, was it? It wasn't called the creepiest kids show ever, was it? Yeah, the mouse from the memory memes. There's like a little video essay, I think, on the show about its start to finish. It's not this, though, is it? Ah! Let me see. Oh, look, let's just search the server. Oh, is it this one? Yeah, it's an 1.5-hour documentary about fucking Farfor. The TV show that brainwashed children. This is a deep dive. I don't even know how someone researches this thing, because it's just like, I thought it was just old clips. I wonder if there is a way. Maybe if you went on fucking torrents or something, you could probably find the entire series. And maybe some, but I don't know how you would learn anything about, like, because I really want to learn more about just Hamas as a structure, like down to their tactics and to their internal politics and to their institutions and everything. Like, I want to learn all that shit about them. There is a, like, I've got a book about that for Hezbollah, but I don't know one for Hamas. I don't know. This will be more interesting. This looks like a decent documentary. What are they saying? We'll get martyred, we'll go to paradise. Don't say we're too small. Life is... Without Palestine, our childhood means nothing. Okay. Wild. Ugh. Yo.
December 29th, 2008. The Gaza war had just begun, but already Israeli missiles were raining down on the Gaza Strip, annihilating police buildings, military bases, and anything they deemed to be a threat. It was carnage on the streets, as residents in the Strip were left helplessly waiting to see what target Israel would choose next. Though that day, when the missiles again fell from the sky, they would strike a rather strange target, a small, little-known TV station called Al-Aqsa TV.
Yeah.
And that day,
they struck this at the first or second month of this war as well. Yeah.
Israel's sole intention to end their broadcast forever. Though when the smoke cleared, the broadcast somehow remained.
Yep.
With content comparable to the public access channel, you might think this is an odd site to attack, especially when it's revealed that the attacks didn't even end there. In 2014, Al-Aqsa TV's headquarters would again be bombed and destroyed, as well as in 2018, and even as recently as 2021.
Fucking Hydra.
God, yes, I need to go down. We're going to direct the camera now towards the explosion.
Though through it all, their broadcast has stayed on the air. And you might be right, this would be a bizarre target, had Al-Aqsa TV been like any other station. In reality, the content played on their airwaves featured propaganda, the likes of which we have never really seen in the modern age. And at the heart of it all was one program that stood above the rest, as rather than focusing on the adults in the region, it was instead aimed at the youth, the future of the country, the pioneers of tomorrow, culminating into what can only be described as the darkest children's show ever created.
Tomorrow's Pioneers, a weekly children's show.
It looks like Mickey Mouse. It sounds like Mickey Mouse. But do you think Mickey Mouse would ever tell kids to fight Americans and the Jews?
Before we fall down this rabbit hole, I want to first thank today's sponsor, Babbel. Babbel is the #1 language learning site in the world.
God, that's okay. This video has like millions of views. Okay, I understand you need to make bank, and maybe when you start making bank, you buy a fucking house, and you need to pay more rent, pay more, like a higher mortgage or whatever. You got a car, you gotta pay fucking tax on the car. Fucking hell, bro. Like, just chill. You need to. Once you're hitting million view videos. Once you're hitting million view videos, you should probably like focus on the quality of the content, like, because that just killed the mood so hard. I was so invested in that, the editing, the aesthetics. God.
program's designed to teach you real-life practical conversation skills in just about any language you can think of. For me, it's always been my dream to travel to Italy and visit some vineyards and eat some amazing food. But without knowing at least some of the language, I knew I would be completely lost. So lately, I've been doing Babbel's quick 10-minute Italian lessons each
Imagine
day,
Babbel,
which
but
have
with
been perfect
Farfor,
for my
Drew.
busy schedule. And these lessons are so interactive that Babbel actually uses speech recognition to help perfect my pronunciations and my accent. And of all my attempts at trying to learn new languages in my life, this has by far produced the fastest results. And because of this, I highly recommend Babbel for anyone who has big travel plans this summer, as it really is the perfect way to prepare for trips abroad. So if this sounds like something you're interested in, you can click the link in the description where you'll receive 65% off your very own Babbel subscription to start learning a new language today. Tomorrow's Pioneers. It's a TV show that premiered in Palestine over a decade ago, that today is rarely if ever spoken of. And when it is mentioned, it's often brought up in a comedic way, as some of its scenes are so ridiculous that it can be undeniably hilarious at times, with some of its more iconic moments turning into well-known memes across the web. But we'll get more into that soon. As though it is funny at times, the truth is that its premise and the effects that it likely had on the children of the region is horrifying to say the least. The show premiered back in 2007, a year after the inception of Al-Aqsa TV, the channel it would air on, with the station itself being run by a group known as Hamas. Considered here in the US and in many other countries to be a terrorist organization,
Oh, no.
Hamas are known for their unwavering desire to reclaim the land that they believe was taken from them by Israel years ago. And in an extremely oversimplified version of events, since the year 1948, Palestine has lost roughly 85% of what once was their land to the hands of Israel, causing hundreds of thousands of Palestinians to become displaced, with many being forced to cram into a small area known as the Gaza Strip. Unsurprisingly, this has led to never-ending conflict between the two sides, as many Palestinians feel they had their land stolen from them. And no one believes this more strongly than Hamas. This military party has goals of reclaiming their land by using any means necessary, with their most infamous tactic being the use of suicide bombing, which they promote heavily within their group as a means of martyrdom.
So I think suicide bombing was long a thing of the past mostly for Hamas by this point. Although there was a song on Al-Aqsa TV which is about a mother who goes and does the suicide bombing, and then her kid's like, "Where are you, Mom?" And then she goes to her fucking mom's drawer after the job's done and finds a fucking stick of dynamite. That's a pretty wild story. Fucking hell. Pretty grim.
By 2006, the group would
Health
gain
warning.
control over the Gaza Strip, immediately making them the most powerful political organization in all of Palestine. And with this came the creation of Al-Aqsa TV. Hamas wanted to assure that the rest of the country was as angry and willing to fight against Israel as they were, and so they created this network with the sole purpose of spreading hatred and promoting violence against their enemies, which included any supporters of Israel like the United States. And they were anything but subtle with how they approached this, leading to most of their programs looking something like this.
اللهم عليك باليهود ومن هاودهم والنصارى ومن ناصرهم فأحصهم عددا واقتلهم بددا ولا تغادر منهم أحدا.
But even if you believe that Hamas's anger is justified, considering what was taken from them, what they chose to do next is a lot harder to excuse, as they began gearing this same type of content towards the children of Palestine. As after all, children are the most impressionable members of our society, and if they could expose them to this type of content at a young age, they could essentially breed loyal Hamas soldiers who would share their same hatred with Israel. And thus, Tomorrow's Pioneers was born. The show began its run back in April of 2007 and would proceed from there with 4 confirmed seasons and roughly 21 well-archived episodes, with many more currently missing, as unfortunately, given how obscure the show was, most of it stands today as lost media. But thankfully, the majority of the program's most shocking moments have been archived, as well as some of the actual transcripts from other episodes. And with these, we can piece together a good chunk of what the show was.
So a lot of the original series is just gone for forever, unless Hamas kept it somewhere in a fucking Google Drive. God. That's the thing, is like, I feel like I need to talk to someone who actually understands this more in depth than me, but my instinctive feeling is that because of the nature of the war in Gaza and the lack of journalists and all that other shit, is that it might be... I feel like we're going to come out of this whole phase of things knowing less about Hamas than we do about the Nazis, or even about movements from the 1800s, right? Because so much of the documentation will have been destroyed or just like placed on fucking digital clouds where it just disappears. Which is quite sad, I think. Like, frustrating.
Was, and ultimately come to a conclusion as to why exactly it was made. The episodes would feature a reoccurring host named Sarah, who at the time of the first episode's release was just 8 years old, and she would be joined by her animal co-host, the first of which being a large mouse named Farfour. And if this character looks familiar, well, it's because it's literally just a man in a cheap Mickey Mouse costume, accounting for what would by far become the show's most infamous character. Together, the pair would talk about issues happening throughout Palestine, while performing skits, singing songs, and featuring call-in sections where the young viewers could talk to the hosts in order to seek advice or guidance.
We'll never get a sequel.
And though this may seem like any other kid show at the time, where it really stands out is with its subject matter, as due to it being created directly by Hamas for propaganda purposes, they certainly didn't shy away from sharing their often extreme views throughout the show, leading to an almost inexplicably bizarre and oftentimes disturbing final product. And truthfully, finding the words to describe it all is practically impossible because it is just so insane. So today, I will simply be showing you, guiding you episode by episode into the world of Tomorrow's Pioneers, and all the moments that have since gone on to make it the most disturbing children's show ever made. And the further we fall down this rabbit hole, the darker it gets.
Farfour looks like Mickey Mouse, but this Palestinian children's character doesn't talk like Mickey or sing like any Mouseketeer.
Oh no. This ain't no regular
Season
Mickey Mouse.
1 began on the morning of April 13th, 2007, with the inaugural episode, Farfour is Caught Speaking English. The program aired in a 60-minute Friday morning time slot that was often most popular with preschoolers and other young children, as they would be the show's targeted demographic. In the show, we are introduced to Sarah and Farfour, and much like the title would suggest, its premise centers around Farfour having been caught speaking English by his uncle Hazim, a character played by Hazim al-Sharari, the actual creator of the show, to which Farfour is chastised for, as his uncle and Sarah believe he should be speaking their native language of Arabic.
فرفور إني سمعتك تقول باللغة الإنجليزية
إنجليزي? No!
How are you يا سراء? I hope to be good time.
نعم.
مالك يا فرفور؟ انت ليش هيك بتحكي؟ مش احنا اتفقنا ان نحكي باللغة العربية الفصحى؟ هذه اللغة يا سراء لغة العالم المتقدم، لغة العالم اللي بيفهم، اللي بيخترع، بس هيك؟ لا يا فرفور انت غلطان عشان انت بتعرفش ان المسلمين هم اساس الحضارة.
The episode then cuts to Sarah, who explains that the show will act as a nucleus for the reunion of Palestine with the land that they once owned.
أذكركم أننا نحن العظماء انطلقنا في هذا البرنامج لنقود هذا العالم وستكون النوة بإذن الله تعالى من هنا من فلسطين.
من هنا من فلسطين. Is that, yeah, هون. I thought it was هون for here. هون. هنا.
يا صراحة من أين بالضبط؟ من غزة؟ أم من القدس؟ أم من رام الله؟ أم من كل فلسطين؟ نعم من كل فلسطين.
leading to a monologue from Farfour where he states,
نحن رواد الغد.
Fucking vowels, man.
سنعيد لهذه الأمة مجدها وسنحرر الأقصى إن شاء الله وسنحرر العراق إن شاء الله وسنحرر بلاد المسلمين التي تجتاحها هذه الأثناء القتلة.
The episode then ends with Uncle Hazim discussing the Iraq War, which was transpiring around the time of this episode's airing, to which he says, "As you can see, they kill and slaughter the children and the women. Whoever followed the news yesterday could see the fetus and its mother. I'm sure you saw that, Sarah." To which Sarah agrees, with this line referencing a particular bout of fighting that had just happened in the days prior to the show's premiere. And though nothing too outrageous, this episode gives us a glimpse at the structure of the show, as it rarely followed a coherent storyline, and instead bounces around different political messages seemingly at random. But overall, Farfour is caught speaking English is definitely mature, and probably too much so for the 3 to 5-year-olds watching at home, as it mentions bloodshed and slaughtering children, with its political messages being extremely on the nose. But this was only the beginning, and it may very well be the show's most tame episode, as with each passing installment, things only became more and more.
Wait. There ain't no way. I was wondering, Sarah could still be alive. Or she was? Is this her? How do I, so she's doing something with kid stuff here. What's this? I want to know what's being said here. She's singing. This is her, right? This is definitely her. Huh? Is it? Let me see.
More.
Come on, get on screen. Fuck.
As you can see, the feed reference, and though nothing too outrageous in story, and probably too much so for the 3 to 5.
I can't. Hang on. Tomorrow's Pioneers. Yes, this is her. There's like a wiki on her. Hey! This is her. 2022. And this is her in Tomorrow's Pioneers. What the fuck? This is her. So she just makes songs now? What did she do 2 years ago? 1 year ago?
مرحبا. هذا الفيديو لكل غزة. هذه رسالة من شخص تعرض للإصابة وهو في صغره.
October 18th, 2023. What's she saying? 3 minutes. Fuck. Am I going to require assistance? Shit. She's reviewing her own fucking shit here.
رجعت لكم اليوم بفيديو جديد اكيد بعد فتره طويله بعرف بس ان شاء الله اليوم اشي مختلف واشي حلو كتير واكيد كأنك تدفع هو
Is she watching her own shit? Songs. Okay, she did songs. Proper fucking child star. Bro! What's she saying? New Jubilee video looks good. Shut up! I'll just leave this in the hangar, okay? I'll leave it waiting. That's so fucking mad. Click CC. I don't think CC gives you Arabic to English. I think it just gives you... That's okay, we'll wait till we have assistance.
Year-olds watching at home, as it mentions bloodshed and slaughtering children, with its political messages being extremely on the nose. But this was only the beginning, and it may very well be the show's most tame episode, as with
I'll
each
translate
passing
if you get off
installment,
WoW.
things only became more and more.
Pursuit of interesting truths or video games. Do my job? New Jubilee video is Farfor versus 30 Israelis. Oh god.
More unbelievable. Today, episode 2 of season 1 appears to be almost entirely lost, except for one brief clip that has surfaced in recent years. It's titled Farfor vs. Bush, Omert, and Condoleezza, and in it, we see a
Okay.
child call into the show to sing the hosting duo a song, but is promptly cut short due to its lyrics.
Hello.
Hello. You know the deal. Do you take it?
No.
Or
Fuck off.
or
No,
not?
you cannot extort me like this, okay? Jesus.
This isn't extortion. This is negotiation. Okay.
Yeah, I don't negotiate with terrorists. Okay, you cannot do that to me. And this is terror.
okay.
These demands are terror demands. Okay.
This is not terror. This is mental help. You need help for playing WoW this long.
Nah, you're terrorizing me.
Also, you called me a terrorist. This is gonna get clipped, and it's gonna be told to everybody.
Yeah.
Right.
I hope so. I
fuck
hope they know that you are a Lornerbox recognized terror unit for these demands. Okay. You can get
Okay,
off the
fuck
list whenever
you.
you want.
Pull
Okay,
it
it's
up
to you.
already. Pull it up.
Okay.
Pull it up so I can fucking love you.
Yeah. This is her on October 18th. What's she saying? Man, this is like a really. I imagine there's like a very sad story behind this person, but fucking hell, where's the? Oh yeah, okay. Share. Where is she? Okay. All right. Here she is. You ready?
Yeah, one sec. Hold on. Someone's fucking excited. Right. You're like giggling with your feet. Right. Let's see. Let me mute your stream. Muted. All right. Let me hear it.
مرحبا. هذا الفيديو لكل غزة. هذه
This
رسالة
video
من
is
شخص
all for all of Gaza.
تعرض للإصابة وهو في صغره وشخص نجا من الموت
This is okay. This is from someone who's been hurt, like got injured while they were young, apparently.
Okay.
قبل أيام. أنا تعرضت للإصابة.
Sorry, what?
She said أنا تعرضت للإصابة. She's talking about herself being hurt while she was young.
Okay.
أيام. أنا تعرضت للإصابة حينما كان عمري 5 أعوام وقبل يومين الحمد
5 أعوام is
لله
5 years old.
نجونا من الموت بأعجوبة بعد قصف للمنطقة كلها.
She's
كان
talking about
قصفاً
getting hurt after an airstrike to the area she was in at 5 years old.
Okay.
مدمرا. والحمد لله خرجنا من تحت الزجاج والرمال والصواريخ
And thank God she got
والحجارة.
out of under the rubble
فقط
and
أريد أن
the
أقول
glass
لكم
and all the
بأن
like just like the you know.
نحن حينما نرى الفيديوهات الشهداء والإصابات نفجع عليهم. أريد أن أطمئنكم
And whenever we see videos of all the martyrs and all the dead,
قبل أن يشعروا بالألم.
our hearts break for them.
Okay.
حينما أصبت كان عمري 5 أعوام لم أشعر بأي شيء. كان الناس حولي يصرخون من هول ما رأوا لكن أنا لم أشعر بأي شيء.
It's interesting because I understand where she's coming from here. She's like when she was 5 and the airstrike happened, she didn't feel anything.
Right.
And it was kind of similar to how like I think I had a car accident like 5 years old, and I at the time didn't feel anything. I think the most memorable moment for people around me was like that I was crying about our car and not the fact that there's a bunch of glass like fucking making me bleed in my forehead. So I can understand where she's coming from, where she didn't feel anything at the time where the airstrike took place.
Interesting.
Okay.
في الحدث الذي حدث قبل يومين معنا يعني كان الجميع يصرخ حولنا من هول ما رأوا أيضا.
Everyone was screaming around us.
نجونا من الموت بأعجوبة فعلا كتب لنا
And we
عمر
were
جديد.
saved.
لكن بفضل الله
It
لم
was
نشعر
written for
بأي
us
شيء. بفضل الله ومن
to survive.
الله.
Once I paused, because she said a bunch of stuff that's like pretty much nothing like insane. It's like saying, oh, and it was written for us to survive that attack, and we survived death by a smidget because it was written for us to survive. You know, because
Gotcha.
there's a belief that God writes what is gonna happen to you in your life,
Okay.
and no matter what, it's gonna happen.
Cool.
So that's what she means by that.
أريد أن أقول لكم بأن رحمة الله تتجلى على المؤمن، على الشهيد،
And
على
the mercy
المصاب.
of God only comes to the people who are believers, and like the truth, like you know, all the good adjectives you could do for like a believer.
Right.
قبل ما يحصل له البلاء لنكون مطمئنين بأننا بإذن الله طريقنا واضح، مآلنا واضح، فبالتالي إن كتب لنا العيش فنحن بإذن الله مرابطون، وإن كتب لنا الموت فنحن بإذن الله شهداء. وحتى إن كتبت لنا الشهادة فبإذن
Okay.
الله نحن ذاهبون.
This is like stupid, like very milk warm type of thing. It's like she's not really saying anything that's like I would take issue with. She's saying if it is written for us to die, hopefully we would die as martyrs, as shaheeds, obviously. And if it's written for us to live, hopefully we'll live to be believers, like as in like people that would continue in the Islamic faith.
Right.
إلى ما هو أجمل بكثير مما رأينا، وإلى ما هو أكثر نعيما مما رأينا، وإلى ما لا عين رأت ولا أذن سمعت ولا خطر على قلب بشر. هذه دنيا، طريق قصير، كلنا نعلم ذلك، الموت حق. أنا أعلم بأن الفاجعة كبيرة، لكن أنا أريد أن أطمئنكم بأن الله أرحم بالأم من طفلها، فبإذن الله عز وجل نحن برحمة الله سواء بقينا أحياء أو كتب لنا الموت.
There's no bother, like it's the same things being repeated.
Okay.
Like she's just saying the same things in a different manner.
Pretty underwhelming. Yeah. Apparently her father is a Hamas spokesperson. Her uncle, sorry, that's the connection. Her uncle.
Is that confirmed or?
Well, it's
or
on the
people
wiki
just
for
saying
the
it?
fucking Pioneers fandom. Fawzi Barhoum. That's apparently her uncle.
But this is the type of person, if she was in the West Bank, I guess she would get like administered detention, so they have sway over her uncle.
Yeah, but she's in
If
Gaza.
he's
Right?
alive.
She's in Gaza for surely.
I don't know if she's in Gaza or West Bank or not.
Well, she's in Alexa. She was on Alexa TV, right? So that would mean.
I'm assuming she was in Gaza because she said there was an airstrike, and airstrikes
Yeah.
in the West Bank are very rare.
Yeah.
Like fucking stupidly rare.
لا يعني أنا أطلب يعني هذا الفيديو لكل إنسان غزي، لكن لأي شخص آخر.
I'm assuming she's not in Gaza anymore.
Well, she recorded this in October 2023, October 18th. Oh, she might have been outside of Gaza by this point. Yeah.
Because she's like sending a message to Gaza.
Oh.
Like you don't send a message up to the people that you're not in, right? If she wouldn't be sending a message to Gazans if she was in Gaza.
So you wouldn't say I'm sending a message to Gaza if you weren't in Gaza.
Yeah.
You sure?
No. Because like it's saying I am sending a message to Gazans or Gaza.
Okay.
If she was in Gaza, she wouldn't be sending a message to people she's a part of. Like she's talking about the people that are currently experiencing the war.
Well, the thing is, if I was in Scotland and there was some shit going down, I might say like.
Apparently
to the people of Scotland.
she's still in Gaza. Apparently, according to people saying she's still in Gaza. She used to upload shorts. Maybe like, does she have shorts on her channel?
I don't know. This is the most recent video. She might have shorts.
Shorts.
What's the most recent short?
مين اللي قرر؟
Are shorts fucking dated? Where are the dates on the shorts?
You're gonna have to go by the fucking comments. But that one has no comments and
Fuck's sake.
Go down to the next one. Check the comments on that one.
Oh, 1 month ago.
This is pretty recent. Yeah.
Okay, what we're saying here.
غزة تودع الحرب أيها العالم.
It's kind of here because of the air.
Some of Gaza and war, right?
Yeah, it's just like تودع الحرب. It says goodbye to war.
من الأهوال ما لم يخطر على قلب بشر ولا.
Oh shit.
غزة تودع
Go here.
الأهوال ما لم يخطر على قلب بشر ولا يصدقه عقل. من نجا سيحدثكم أهوالا
Bro, why is she speaking like a poem?
بل لن تحتمل
She doesn't. She's not speaking like a regular person.
She's an artist. She's a singer.
She's speaking like a poem.
وأخيرا غزة بلا طائرات بلا أصوات بلا
Oh, this is probably during the ceasefire. No, she is in Gaza. She's like, oh, Gaza's finally without like airplanes,
God.
the sounds of airplanes or whatnot.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm guessing she's in Gaza then.
لا أصدق أنه لا توجد هناك طائرات فوقنا في كل وقت أمشي في الشوارع أتفقد الناس.
She is in Gaza, yeah. From the way she's talking, I'm guessing she's from Gaza, in Gaza right now. Because she says she's in the streets looking after people.
حتى الآن أن الحرب انتهت. غزة تودع الحرب أيها.
Okay.
Oh, this is a poem. Wait, hold on.
It's a poem. Okay.
Yeah, it is a poem. Yeah, the way she's, because she called it Gaza bila harb. Gaza bila harb is like Gaza without war. It's a poem.
Right. Okay.
And she was just saying that. I thought she was talking about her actions in Gaza. Okay.
So she has been uploading from Gaza. Okay,
Yeah.
that's insane.
Yeah,
that
she's
she's still just kicking around. Fucking hell.
Yeah. Anyway, enjoy.
Yeah, take care, man.
Fucking take it. Next translation is gonna come with a price.
Man, I would be so curious to know just like what her life is like how this happened and how her singing career happened and like, oh god, like how she feels about it. Yeah.
Excuse me. She's very Muslim, okay? It's no singing. It's only nasheeds, okay?
Okay.
No instruments.
Well, apparently there are instruments. There's lots of samples in the music that she makes, so...
Obviously. This is one thing I don't understand. Apparently, like, the really, really, really religious people still consider, like, musical instruments forbidden, but everyone just uses them.
Yeah, lots of Christian churches, like, especially in America, they have, like, no instruments allowed. That does exist still.
Yeah. If you look at anything like ISIS releases, there's no instruments.
Yeah, it's all machines, yeah. But for some reason, like the fucking reverb plugins or machines are very, very allowed, right?
Oh yeah, that's one thing I actually asked the sheikh about. Is like I know instruments aren't allowed. Are like audio samples that you record and then play as like what is recreate what instruments say, and he just didn't know how to answer. I'm guessing it's not, but that is something he said. Like if I think about it, that's something like the Jews would find as a fucking loophole if music wasn't allowed there.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, like because like us in Islam, it's you don't necessarily look for loopholes to avoid something haram, right? For example, if there was like a meat that tasted like fucking pork, you wouldn't necessarily be still allowed to eat it because like you're just trying to find a way to eat pork.
Interesting.
Like, yeah, it's like you don't really fucking go for these. If your intention is to taste pork, you wouldn't be allowed to eat it.
Okay.
So yeah, intention matters most.
All right.
Enjoy. Next translation comes with a price.
Gotcha.
Oh, no, wow, for an hour.
Oh, good. All right, take care. The new Ghibli is with Al-Khatib. Ah, that's why you guys are soying out over it. Well, we'll put it on the list, but right now we have to learn about Farfour, okay?
إسراء هذه الأنشودة مش كويسة ليش؟ سامحها بها عشان فيها استسلام يا إسراء احنا بدناش نستسلم واحنا بدنا نقاوم العدو.
Angry that the child had even mentioned the word surrender, the two hosts shut down her song, leading to Farfour going on a tirade, where out of nowhere he begins calling out multiple political figures from rival nations.
إن شاء الله هذه الأرض لأطفالها ورجالها ونسائها وشيوخها سننتصر يا بوش وسننتصر يا شرمات خلاص السلامة سننتصر يا موفاز راح سننتصر يا أولمر سننتصر يا كوندريزا.
The show would then follow this up with an episode featuring one of its most iconic moments. It's titled Farfour and the AK-47 and includes two call-in segments. One where Farfour discusses how they will one day lead the world. As a child sings, "It is the time of death, we will fight the war."
حان المنون يقد النار للعدا نار المنون تقود حرب الأباد.
This is then followed by another caller, an 11-year-old named Harwa, who sings a song about how Israel will answer for the incident that forced their people to relocate.
شعب الصامد هو إيران ولهذا رفح تغني أوف أوف جاوبها لك لا شنكوف إحنا اللي ما بنعرف خوف نحن سباع الغاب.
And according to the child singing this song, the answer to the Israeli problem is an AK-47,
Whoa.
to which Farfour then mimics the lyrics by simulating throwing grenades and shooting one of these weapons, leading to this notorious moment that is both really funny, yet also deeply disturbing when you really think
God, the
about
fucking
it,
music.
as the show is very
Creepypasta.
obviously implying that the only way they will get their land back and truly deal with this issue is by use of force, especially considering that just prior to this, they showcased lyrics promoting warfare and never surrendering to Israel, providing one of the show's very first allusions to violence, which will become much more common of a theme as the episodes go by. And by this point, it's pretty clear that kids probably shouldn't be exposed to this kind of content.
Yeah?
And the world was starting to take notice.
Okay.
This program, broadcast on Hamas-owned
Fucking Fox
television,
News.
tells its young Arab viewers to take up arms against Americans and Israelis.
But truthfully, the controversy was just getting started. As by this point, yes, the show is definitely disturbing, especially knowing that there were kids watching, but all in all, many would argue that it's more comical than anything. And recognizing this, the showrunners seemingly grew unsatisfied with their current product. They didn't want kids just laughing along with the program. They wanted them to hate Israel, and they wanted them angry, upset, and willing to fight at a moment's notice. And so, they began doubling down on their ideology, with episode 4 taking a far more direct approach towards breeding anti-Semitism. The episode shows Farfour in a classroom taking a final exam, before he is caught using a cheat sheet by his teacher, and in response to this, the mouse gives one of the craziest excuses you will ever hear in all your life.
ليش غشيت؟ من عندي يا عم هاشم لأنه اليهود هدموا دارنا ولما هدموا دارنا اليهود رحت دارنا ما لقيتش لا طفل ولا دفاتري.
In this clip,
Interesting.
Farfour blames the Jews for forcing him to cheat on his test, citing that his home had been destroyed by them and that he had lost all his notebooks as a result. To which Sarah adds that they are wicked people, but it's still no excuse to cheat.
This is the funniest shit I've ever heard. He literally did, but the dog ate my homework and just replaced it with the Jews.
Hell yeah.
That is so fucking funny. How would this make, bro? If Jews destroyed my homework, I would love the Jews.
I don't know, man. Like, I'm so curious about any person who watched this shit as a kid and then grew up and like what they think of it now, or what did you think about it at the time? Yeah, fuck. If I could find someone like that who like a regular viewer of this, who could tell me like what they thought at the time and what they think about it now.
Gaza.
Yeah, of course it would.
Probably be in Gaza. There's not a single person. By the way, I really want you to watch the Jubilee video. I didn't know which Jubilee video they were talking about. Turns out Ahmed is in it against like other Palestinians.
It's against other Palestinians.
Yes, it says other Palestinians on the video.
Oh.
Not other Palestinians, other pro-Palestinian people.
Oh, okay, yeah. So like, some of them would be Palestinians, some of them would be like Westerners.
Yeah, because by the way, as much as like I agree pretty much like a lot with Ahmedan, if he speaks to Palestinians, he has to speak in a different tone than he does to pro-Palestinian Westerners.
Yeah.
Like, I speak with a different tone to Palestinians here than I do with Palestinians in the West Bank. Like, you have to have some empathy while you're talking to Palestinians towards their feelings towards, like, Israel. You have to. Like, you cannot ignore how they feel towards Israel, or, like, minimize it or ignore it, because a lot of it, like, it comes from like valid concerns and valid like things that happen to them. You know,
obviously, because most of the Israelis they see are fucking soldiers or.
It's not just that. It's not just that. Like, remember, some of these Palestinians have like soldiers stormed their house at
Yeah.
like fucking 3 a.m. Like, I don't imagine anyone that breaks into my house at 3 a.m. I would ever have a positive feeling towards them. Yes, you can absolutely have the same for Israelis. I've already said this about Israelis too. You can't ignore. That's the issue I have with pro-Palestinians abroad. They ignore everything Israelis feel. It's like, why is it okay? Do you notice this? Every time I speak about the validity of how Palestinians feel, it's like, what about the Israelis? As if I've always discounted Israelis from this.
Yeah, it's a bit cringe.
It's fucking cringe.
Ugh.
Alright. Anyway.
Alright.
Bye bye.
Take care.
The Jews ate my homework.
لكن هدم البيت مش يعني حجة
مش مبرر
مش مبرر انه يغش في الامتحان.
Meanwhile, Uncle Hazim then goes on to say that they must study for their exams because the Jews don't want them to learn. Much like Farfour mimicking the AK-47, this would go on to become one of the show's first viral moments, as this particular clip would spread around the internet, shocking and outraging viewers across the globe. And with this
Fox
came
News.
intense media scrutiny, with even the supporters of Palestine coming forward to condemn the show's
Cenk
messaging,
spoke about this.
along with the approach they had to such a young audience, especially by hijacking such a beloved character like Mickey Mouse. The whole thing clearly went way too far. So far, in fact, that the Palestinian government, the section not run by Hamas, ordered that the show be pulled from the air, as even they believed that it was quote-unquote the wrong approach. It was now creating an international outrage, considering that it was very clearly trying to teach children to hate Israel. But despite the direct order and criticism from all across the globe, the founder of the station
God, fuck
itself
this
would
fucking
go on
Quest.
TV and proclaim that they were being
This guy, Fatih Hamad, if you want any unhinged Hamas quote, this guy is like your most reliable soldier. And he was the director of Al-Aqsa TV. It makes so much sense. I believe he's the only Hamas person I've ever actually seen use the term human shield. He actually just said in 2008, like, yes, we use human shields. We are thirsty for martyrdom. We love death. Yeah, this guy's a fucking nutcase. Absolutely insane. Is he still alive? I don't think I've seen him. He is still alive. Or we don't know. He was the Interior Minister from 2009 to 2014. Did he move? Apparently he was behind a cell that planned suicide bombings in East Jerusalem, Abu Dis, in 2011. He's a specially designated terrorist. 2019, he told the people in the Palestinian diaspora to kill Jews everywhere. Okay. Yeah, he's the most unhinged fucker. I have no idea if this guy's still around, though. Huh. Okay.
unjustly targeted, before vowing to continue the show every Friday until their land was returned.
نحن نرد ونقول أن شعبنا الفلسطيني عندما رجع إلى دينه نصره الله سبحانه وتعالى، وبالتالي لن نتخلى عن عقيدتنا ولن نتخلى عن إيماننا وسنمضي قدما في سبيل الله سبحانه وتعالى.
But despite this declaration, the challenges were far from over for the show, as just days after this, a rival political group known as Fatah would begin an armed clash with Hamas, which eventually led to the Al-Aqsa TV compound being surrounded by Fatah members and eventually seized entirely. And once in their control, Fatah would cut the broadcast and replace it with a pro-Fatah chant that would play on the network over and over again, until eventually Hamas would regain control of their building sometime later. It was truly an insane time period for the network, but believe it or not, the show had one more adversary that they would have to deal with, and this one was by far their most—
How many donos to switch to Jubilee early? Let's make it the goal. If you're so fucking desperate to get me to switch to Jubilee, the goal is 17 short, okay? And it's only got half an hour, 27 minutes on the goal. This video is like quite long. It's 1 hour and a half. It's a feature-length film. If you're gonna disrupt my fucking flow, okay, dick, then yeah, you gotta super chat. You gotta support the stream. Support the transition. In the meantime, Dante the Arab, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate it. And YOLO Swag, thanks for the 4.99. Gonna mash up this commentary over the January 6th footage. Oh, Asmongold, yeah. Fast and Bulbous, thanks to $5. Do you think Asmon and the Nathan Bedford Forrest statue look similar? I don't know. I'll have a look. And Swanstar, thank you so much for the £10. You got TTS'd. Yes. Ah! Let's see what we're yapping about. Who the fuck is Nathan Bedford Forrest statue? Do you think this looks like Asmongold? Oh, maybe. Maybe. I'll give it to you. This. Bro, this is a statue? Why the fuck? Who didn't like him? Which sculptor thought this guy was a prick? Confederate General, KKK. Huh. Yeah, he does look like Asmongold. Never seen in the same room. Okay. I'll give it. Good meme. 8 out of 10. Strong.
Challenging, as they found themselves up against one of the most ruthless and powerful forces our world has ever seen. Disney, and specifically their legal team. During this time, the company had become aware of the show and their use of a Mickey Mouse-like character.
Okay, sorry, stupid question. No, it's not a stupid question. How the fuck are you enforcing a lawsuit against Hamas? How does that happen? Are they're gonna send people in? Take them to court? Fuck me, why did I vanish? Whoops. I need a different key for vanish, it's too close to my backpacks. How do you do that? Serve them. Strongly worded letter. I guess if they have people in the West Bank, you could grab them there. Black bag them in Qatar. The Disney death squads. Oh no! Yeah, Disney calls up Coca-Cola and they're like, remember those death squads that you definitely hired that were definitely real?
With Walt Disney's own daughter coming out and condemning the program, calling it pure evil, with their more than likely
Disney was a fascist, okay? Disney would have been perfectly okay with this. What are you talking about? Wasn't Disney like actually a Nazi sympathizer? Wasn't he a really bad dude?
And legal threats lobbied against the show, as not only were they illegally using this character, but they were using him to spread anti-Semitism. It was blatant copyright infringement, and knowing the power that Disney had, there was simply no fighting them, and the showrunners knew that they had to address this issue before Disney dropped the hammer. Which leads us to Season 1, Episode 5, the likely premature finale to the very first season of the show, where they would handle the copyright issue of Farfour in what was probably the worst way imaginable, leading to by far the most infamous moment in Tomorrow's Pioneers history.
Oh yeah, the Special Forces!
In the episode titled Farfour and the Jew, Farfour is speaking to his grandfather, who shares the story of his people and the land they once owned, and in his mind still did, even going as far as pulling out a key and documents to the land.
الأرض أيام 48 هذه الأرض يا سيدي أنا ورثتها من آبائي وأجدادي بتمنى إنك تحافظ عليها يا فرفور وهذا المفتاح لما ترجع البلاد بتفتح فيه يا فرفور هذا يا سيدي المفتاح هذا المفتاح هذه كمان وراد تثبت كمان الأرض إلنا يا فرفور.
Hello, Hutch. You should check out June Awakening. We can conquer Arrakis together, you and I. Listen, one fucking piece of rock after another. One piece of desert. One piece of shitty land after another, okay? One at a time.
Though after handing Farfour the documents, this happens.
أنا يا فرفور تعبان كتير لا يا جدي حاسس حالي بدي أموت لا يا جدي حاسس حالي إني قريب من أرض الربيع لا يا جدي بتمنى يا جدي إنك تحافظ عليها حاضر يا جدي أنا جدي أنا جدي لا يا جدي أنا جدي جدي حبيبي حنني على الأمانة الكبيرة وأنا مش عارف مفيش بدنا نتحرر.
Wait, is Nasser Erudite here as well? Or did you just get that the wrong way around? Hutch, get more lefties to debate you about loner box. I love it that I'm like their fucking key topic now. Oh shit! Yeah. Wait, I heard that. Were there not more lefties trying to tell Hutch that I'm bad news? Do I need to explain myself? Is Hutch gonna? Am I getting a call from Hutch being like, "Listen, I heard you've been saying some shit." I'm like, "Oh no. What do you want to know?" It wasn't me. What a fucking dynamic. Whoa. Huh.
This was a far heavier weight.
Hello.
I mean, can I suggest doing a Sam Cedar Saturday?
What, like when Hutch debates leftists about me and then I
Yeah,
disappear?
Sam Cedar them, yeah.
Well, we can't do it now because you just fucking planned it. Ugh.
I'm irrelevant. No one. I'm a terrorist. Remember, you called me a terrorist on stream.
Yeah, but that's why they like
People
you.
Don't,
They'll like you now.
what the fuck? No, they fucking won't. Oh, you don't want to kill Israelis? Oh, okay.
Yeah, but like,
Zionist
okay,
dog.
yeah, fucking.
Oh, am I supposed to say I
So
would kill Israelis on
usually,
fucking
I guess
stream?
because we have overlapping viewers. Usually, when Hutch is talking to people about me, I'll get someone in Discord be like, "Oh, did you know?" Like History Speaks is talking about you, but I just like, I don't really care. I'll usually flick on for like 2 seconds, and then it's like there's like a 60-second rule before they say something about me that's just blatantly fucking false or like exaggerated or twisted. So, yeah, I just don't bother.
But it has to be leftists you haven't already talked to, right?
They don't have. They can be people I've spoken to before, but
Yeah, but people
I don't
that
know,
they've
man.
spoken before, they know they're lying about you, absolutely, and like they'll just fucking back out if you show up because they know they're lying.
So just
They've spoken to you
recently,
before.
we did. We had fucking Vadim. We had Prime and Doobie. We had that disinfo tracker guy. And it's all the same fucking shit. Like, there's just levels of debate bro differences or, like, lengths of time that they're willing to talk. It's just
Wait,
that
what
there's
did
no...
Doobie say? Is Doobie the black
frog
guy?
He's the frog.
What? Oh, which one's the black? What's the black guy's name?
Prime Kai.
Prime. Okay, I thought it was Prime that should talk to you, not.
I don't think they shit talked to me. Well, they were just in the debate with me, so both of them were talking to
They
me.
were super lukewarm. They didn't want to fucking contest any points.
Yeah, they were soft, yeah. Even though they
Fucking
were not
soft as
soft in
shit,
previous
boring.
debates.
Yeah. Fact checker right there sitting.
Yeah. So it's just like...
Stop being such a fact checker.
But yeah, I'm
Maybe
kind
you'll
of...
actually get more people debating.
The problem is that there's this radical sphere of the internet is like they're not interested in the conflict. They don't talk like they're interested in the conflict. Like they don't know anything. Okay, and like getting into that, or like when we had that fucking disinformation tracker guy that literally saying fucking, oh no, yeah, these Hezbollah guys, like they were in a civilian area. How could they be combatants? I was like, bro, where do you think Hezbollah guys go between firing rockets? Do you think they go to the military base? No, they go to fucking like the shops and because they hide in civilian infrastructure. That's like their whole fucking thing. But I just, yeah, it's like dealing with that shit is just, it's a waste of time. It's like, it's not really that
I
stimulating
need
for
to
me.
see the number. I need to see the numbers of how much money these guys are making by talking about Palestine, the way they do. I need to see the numbers. Like, I will never believe these people actually give a fuck about Palestinians. It has to be money. There has to be some money incentive making them talk without them ever researching it. Because if they care, they would research it, right?
Well, they do. Their research is like grabbing headlines, right? And all the most inflammatory articles or headlines from Haaretz or like Electronic Intifada. It's all that shit, right? It's not really, and there is a lot of that, but again, it's just that there is a problem. There's like a crisis of fucking credibility where there is an issue with like a halo effect on a lot of these organizations, even though they are so demonstrably off so many times. So that is probably an issue where even if people do quite a bit of research, they just get a lot of shit that's wrong from that research. But that's assuming they've read these things at all. Generally, they haven't. So yeah, I'm kind of bored of it. I think if I do debate like the more kind of like pro-Palestine, like the pro-Axis or Hamas people again, then it'll probably be someone who's more credible. Maybe that fucking Omar Badar guy or whatever, like people like that.
Is he really that more credible?
Yes, I mean, he gets to contribute to Al Jazeera and shit like that, yeah. And he's seen as more credible. Yeah,
I suppose.
which is what matters. Anyway.
Does he... I wonder if they bring him up on Al Jazeera Arabic.
Oh, actually I have no idea. I'm pretty sure he speaks Arabic. You can tell from his accent that he's definitely not only speaking English.
Relax, racist, okay?
Huh.
Can you tell Sundowner speaks Arabic?
Yeah, of course I can.
No, but can you tell I speak Arabic? For example? Like if you first... Well, actually, you probably knew I spoke Arabic because I told you where I'm from the first time we met.
Yeah, see, like, people are linking these fucking retarded
Disclaimer,
channels.
not all of the subjects.
Overzealous, how to sell an ethno state. We watched this guy already. This guy was full of shit. He like mischaracterized. Is this the same guy? Yeah. It's just the Ethan shit again. It's so cringe. Fuck that.
My favorite guy is the... What's his name? The motherfucker that... Fuck it. Well, I don't know his name. The guy that had like the blue fucking background.
The blue background?
Yeah, the white the white ginger guy that kept calling you a Nazi piece of shit.
The Blue's Clues background.
Yeah,
I can't
Blue's
remember his
Clues.
name, man. Yeah, fuck that guy.
I can't remember his name either, man. He kept calling you a Nazi piece of shit. Loner flops. Yeah, fuck. He called you a bunch of boner pops. I think he called you.
The cackle as well. You know, cackling over a genocide. I love that. Yeah, no, that guy. Fuck that. Yeah, that guy's like mentally ill. That's like, yeah, but that's the. To be honest, the standard of argument that he was using was no better than the more sophisticated, like 100,000 viewer like wankers either. So it's just, no, I'm not interested in that sphere anymore. They're very fucking boring, annoying. Like I might do stuff with that occasionally, but just there's better things to talk about.
Yeah, fair. Anyway, so when do you need more translation, buddy?
I'll tell you when, okay? Probably never, because if it's hinging upon my Warcraft fucking playing, wait till I'm level 60.
Wow.
Okay?
So you are willing to play World of Warcraft over doing your job?
Yeah.
Hear that, chat?
I am doing
Hear
my job.
That, chat?
Also, thank you for the fucking millionth time that Yes Ahmed spoke to fucking bunch of pro-Palestinians. I'm so happy for you. Let me do my fucking job. Okay, I'm gonna watch this documentary first about fucking Farfor.
Bye.
If you want to switch me over, fulfill the goal, okay? The goal is 4 out of 20. It's got like 15 minutes left. You're on thin ice, guys. Monkey Man, thanks to the 5 Australian. Far for the go. Only 16 more super chats, teal or above, to convince me to switch this, to disrupt my pattern.
Way of broaching this topic than the show had used before, as this time they were directly targeting the emotions of the children watching at home, as they're now seeing their favorite character crying on his dead relative before promising that he will liberate their land. And things only get worse from here, as the video cuts to a title screen that read, "Farfor is interrogated." Here, we see Farfor being interviewed by an Israeli official who demands that he give up the key and the documents which his late grandfather had given him, even offering large sums of money.
Doesn't YouTube get 30 to 40%? Is there a better way to make it? They get 30. What's the better way for Lorna to get all the money? Probably Patreon for monthly and PayPal for direct. But I do like the super chats, okay? And I like the memberships. They're nice. They're cute. It's all in the description of this video. God damn it! Streamlabs. I don't have a Streamlabs though.
انت ما إلك مين قال فرفور، لكن المطلوب فرفور. طيب وإيش المطلوب هذاك مني؟ المطلوب فرفور إنه تعطينا أوراق الأرض. أوراق الأرض اللي جدي اعطاني إياهم أمانة عشان أحافظ عليهم وعشان أحرر فيهم القدس وأحرر لما تتحرر الأراضي.
It's Jordan Peterson inside the Farfor.
ونقعد فيها
To be fair, Jordan Peterson does kind of talk like that. Also, this segment is so much cleverer than I think you guys realize, because I remember being a kid and watching wrestling, and I remember very distinctly watching your character that you sympathize with, especially like Mankind or fucking especially Mankind was one of the main one, or The Rock, like watching your favorite character just getting like completely fucking humiliated. I remember that at the time and making me really angry, like watching them getting beaten up, like defenseless, because that's what you think you're watching at the time, right? Like I remember being like 9 or 10 years old, and that shit like really triggered me. It used to make me like really fucking stressed watching it. So using this as a technique to radicalize kids of watching like the cute, lovable Mickey Mouse character getting fucked up by a security guard, even if it's as scuffed as it is, probably would have like a very powerful effect on a child watching it.
احنا فرفور بدنا نشتري الارض شري يا فرفور بدنا نديك مصاري كتير بدك تاخد مصاري كتير فرفور
كتير. Lots of money. Much money.
Though, as preached by Farfour before, he didn't surrender, which the officer didn't take kindly to.
فرفور بدك تجيب الوراق يعني بدك تجيب الوراق مش جايب الوراق ومش جايب الوراق فرفور مش جايب لك الوراق بدك تجيب الوراق فرفور بدك تجيب الوراق فرفور خلاص عندك الوراق بدك تجيبه يعني بدك تجيبه فرفور مش جايبه لناس مجرمين ترى انت ترى ارهابيه احنا ارهابيه فرفور
Music clashing.
The scene ends with Farfour being attacked by the officer before the show fades back to Sarah. And if that wasn't crazy enough, this is what she had to say about the outcome of that beating.
نعم أحبابنا الأطفال لقد فقدنا أعز صديق لنا فرفور لقد استشهد فرفور وهو يدافع عن أرضه يدافع عن أرض آبائه وأجداده استشهد على أيدي المجرمين القتلة قتلة الأطفال الأبرياء.
In a show made for preschoolers, they quite literally kill their most beloved character right before our eyes, as he was literally beaten to death. It's easy to see the message they were going for with this episode, and I can imagine how effective it was at spreading Hamas's ideology, as just picture how traumatic it would be to watch this as a child, and watch as your favorite character is just murdered. I mean, that's comparable to kids in the US watching Barney, and all of a sudden he's detained.
F in the chat? Why? Why? I don't see it. Is YouTube shitting on me for showing this? What F? What the F? Nothing on my end. Is it because I'm watching terrorism? Am I just getting banned? Oh, you're saying F for the mouse. You fuck, why did you all do it at once? That's fucking weird.
And killed by someone like a North Korean official. I mean, it's no wonder that this moment has since gone on to become a classic meme, as it is just so bizarre in both a comical and horrifying way, seeing what essentially equates to Mickey Mouse being beaten to death.
Fucking herd animals,
and for most, this moment is by far the highlight of the show, or the lowlight depending on who you're asking, with many likely being completely unaware that the program actually continued running without Farfour for 3 more seasons, and seasons that by far account for the majority of the show's most disturbing moments. And on the topic of disturbing moments, there was actually one more scene that I was able to find here at the last minute that is by far the darkest in all of season 1. It's fairly obscure, to the point that I wasn't fully able to determine what episode it was from, but based on how Sarah is dressed, it seemingly came from the very first episode. The scene depicts another call-in section where the hosts press a young girl about what she is willing to sacrifice to take back the Al-Aqsa Mosque, a world-famous mosque that was taken from the Palestinians by the hand of Israel, in which the entire station itself was named after.
سنابل انت شو حتعملي يعني من اجل الاقصى؟ شو حتفدي يعني روحك من اجل الاقصى؟ شو هتعملي؟ طخ ايش هنعمل يعني كيف احنا بدنا يا سنابل نحرر وبعدين هذا حفظناها وبعدين احنا بدنا تكون على اليهود احنا بدنا ندافع عن الاقصى بارواحنا وبدمائنا ولا لا يا سنابل
Yes, there's a new Jubilee. Stop. Lunabox, I'd like to inform you. I'd like to make you aware that there's a new Jubilee video with Ahmed Khatib talking to people who disagree with him. Fuck off. I really hope the next person who says that, who just comes in without checking to see if I've been made aware and gets the shit bullied out of them for it, okay? I am sanctioning this bullying. Thank you for the 5.99 euros, Sophie. Jews ate my homework. Hey, good one. Stop. I do not switch large videos for free, okay? We are watching this documentary about tomorrow's pioneers, okay? My allegiance lies with the highest bidder, okay? And you're all shit right now, so what can I do, okay? I don't make the rules. Even though I do, I just follow them, okay? Fuck. Put up a pinned comment. No! People need to learn. You can't just barge in and tell me what to watch. You can't do it. Fuck.
Here, this little girl, who is no more than 8 or 9 years old, expresses her desire not only to fight, but to annihilate the Jews, while closing the segment by stating how she will commit martyrdom.
Can I put money to staying on the video? Of course you can. What an excellent idea. That's such a good idea. A bidding war to stay on this video or watch the Jubilee. That's a brilliant plan. DGCO, thanks for the 15 shekels. Hey, there's new Jubilee. Don't know if you heard. Don't count this to the swap count. I want to keep watching this. Hey. Monkey Man, that's the 5 Australian. Did you hear about the new Jubilee video? Oh, good one. Well, yeah.
Or in other words, she was going to give up her life to fight for this cause,
Farfur
which,
versus
as
12
mentioned
security
prior,
officers.
Hamas would often do by means of suicide bombing.
Yeah.
And though most of the show to this point can easily be laughed off, it's moments like this where things take a much scarier
Oh, I remember
turn
this.
as
Annihilate
the
the
show's
Jews.
true
Damn, that's
intentions
from episode
begin
1.
to reveal themselves. And as we move forward into Season 2, these moments only became more prevalent.
You are seeing it here exclusively first. Farfur is dead.
With Season 1 in the books, the impact that Tomorrow's Pioneers had in the span of just a few episodes can't be overstated. The show immediately became the most popular kids program in the region, with children anywhere from the ages of 3 to 4, all the way up to 12 and 13 years old, tuning in religiously each Friday. And given how unavoidable its main themes are, it's likely that the anti-Semitism it was preaching was in fact resonating with its viewers.
Scavenger, thanks
in
for
fact,
$5.
many critics of the show were going so far as to claim that it was outright brainwashing its viewers to not only hate Israelis, but to commit acts of violence against them.
Instead of being entertained, they're being indoctrinated.
And at the end of the day, I don't think Hamas was even trying to hide this either. But following the death of Farfur, all eyes were on the show, with the whole world wondering, what will they do next? How could they replace this beloved character that had brought the show so much infamy? Well, given time constraints and Al-Aqsa TV's desire to air the program every Friday, the truth is that they were unprepared to replace Farfur. And the following week, the show was forced to start Season 2 without a co-host for Sarah. The episode was titled Sarah and the Hadith, and unfortunately, practically all of the episode is currently missing, with the exception of one short clip, as it shows us yet
JRCA, thanks for the 6.99 Canadian. Sir Pello really fell off. This older stuff is fired. True. And thanks, Horses, for the tier 1 sub. Shin Aku, thanks for the $5. Did you hear there's a new Jubilee? Sounds boring. Let's stay on this. Exactly. Well done, guys.
Yet another call-in section, and yet another instance of anti-Semitism.
هم شرقي النهر وأنتم غربيه حتى يقول الحجر والشجر يا مسلم يا عبد الله تعال وراء
Excuse me. Ah! Fucking assassins.
Immediately after this episode aired, the creators of the show realized that they needed something else to appeal to the children. The show was just not the same without Farfour, as it seemingly lost both its shock factor as well as its entertainment factor, making the whole product immediately less interesting. And so, in Season 2, Episode 2, the creators of the show would come together and create a plan. As though Farfour was gone for good, there was one other character that they could turn to, his cousin.
Oh no, Farfour's cousin.
من أنت؟ ومن أين جئت؟ أنا نحول. ومن نحول؟
It's just the same person but a fucking bee. Okay.
وماذا تريد؟
أريد أن أواصل مشوار ابن عمي فرفور.
وكيف تريد أن تواصل؟
أريد أن أكون في كل حلقة معكم في برنامج رواد الغد كما كان فرفور.
This is Nahul the Bee, and much as he desired within this video, he would become the show's new co-host, just like his cousin Farfour. And on the topic of Farfour, Nahul vehemently praised him and vowed not only to continue in his footsteps with Tomorrow's Pioneers, but also he wanted to follow his path to martyrdom.
نهج الإسلام هو الحل، نهج البطولة، نهج الاستشهاد، نهج المجاهدين. أنا وأصدقائي سنواصل مسيرة فرفور وسننتقم له من أعداء الله، قتلة الأنبياء، قتلة الأطفال الأبرياء.
And not only did he express his desire for this to happen to him, but he also mentions how all of his friends should follow in these footsteps as well, with his friends likely referring to the young children watching at home, providing what almost feels like a call to action for the young viewers. Episode 3, titled Nahul's Rant, only offers us a small snippet of surviving video, but it's still enough to get the basic gist. The premise was simple. Essentially, it was just a lengthy monologue performed by Nahul, as he tells the children that we will all liberate Al-Aqsa, while using some choice words and further pulling at the emotions of the viewers at home.
نعم، سنحرر أقصانا من دنس اليهود المجرمين الذين قتلوا جدي وقتلوا فرفور.
The episode also has a call-in section where a child expresses his desire to become a journalist one day, to which Nahul says,
احنا بحاجة يا نحول إلى صحفيين وإلى
لكي يصورون اليهود وهم يقتلون فرفور والأطفال الصغار.
نعم يا نحول
ونحن كلنا مجاهدون
بإذن الله.
The video then ends with Nahul shouting, "We are all jihad warriors, Allah willing." Nahul's big day out. This is by far one of the show's most unusual episodes, which is really saying something. The program starts out with Nahul and Sarah discussing their desire to occupy Al-Aqsa.
الأقصى يا أصدقائي ينتظركم أنتم. الأقصى يا أحبابي حزين جدا. الأقصى أصدقائي أسير ومحاصر.
God, that bee is fucking weird looking. Holy shit.
يجب علينا أن ننهض لكي ننتقم له من اليهود المجرمين الصهاينة المحتلين. يجب أن نحرر الأقصى.
To which Nahul explains how he believes they can achieve this.
نعم، أتعلمين كيف سنحرره ونأخذ مفتاحه كما حرره صلاح الدين؟
كيف يا نحول؟
نعم، كيف؟ بصلاة الفجر.
نعم.
وبالدم والشوق والتضحية، بالآلام، بالشهداء والصبر، وهذا هو المفتاح يا سراء.
This may be the show's darkest moment yet, as Nahul directly calls out the children watching and says that the only way they will regain control of Al-Aqsa is by means of morning prayers, blood, sacrifice, and pain, further elaborating a few seconds later by saying that the key to all of this is by using means of martyrs. Sarah then attempts to calm Nahul down by telling him that the children, the pioneers of tomorrow, will do what it takes to regain control of Al-Aqsa, which, as stated before, will require martyrdom.
لا تحزن يا نحول، فأنا وأنت وأحبابنا الأطفال بل الكبار جيل رواد الغد بإذن الله تعالى سنعيد المسجد الأقصى وسنطهره من دنس الصهاينة يا نحول إن شاء الله.
It really feels like the whole show up until this point was leading to this moment, a direct call to action, essentially conditioning and then asking these children to martyr themselves. Something that was first hinted at, then heavily implied, and now expressly stated. I mean, they are literally asking their child viewers to sacrifice their lives.
Whoa.
And as mentioned prior, Hamas's most notable way of martyring themselves is by means of suicide bombing, leading to some arguing that the show is expressly telling these kids that they should become suicide bombers. However, though it always ends the same, martyrdom does come in many different forms, so for now, let's leave this as a working theory, as it will come up again later. But surprisingly, the episode didn't even end there, with the rest being dedicated to a fun trip that Nahul had at the zoo, which is where things devolve into complete chaos.
The fuck?
أنا فتحت الباب ودخلت في القفص ودون ما يشوف لي الزلمة هالوقت أنا في القفص اللي هو البسس والبسس فينا مبينين مساكين غلابة محبوسين بدي ألعب فيهم هديات لسه نايمة هالوقت.
The music is just underlying this entire video, isn't it? Like that fucking low, impending sense of dread. This powerful sense of dread. It's quite effective, I guess.
أنا بدي أهجم عليها.
I'm not actually sure how much YouTube will let me show of this, but Nahul enters an exhibit filled with cats and proceeds to instantly start abusing them.
What the
abuse
fuck?
isn't all that horrible when you watch it, but it's definitely enough to cause discomfort to the
He just
animals
threw that cat
at
in the air.
very least, and things progress from there, as Nahul then visits a cage with 2 lions in it.
Wow, thank you, Ocean. I had no idea. I had no idea there was a new Jubilee video. That's fucking crazy, chat. Unbelievable. Fuck me. Fuck me in both ears. And my eyeballs. Thank you. I will get to it. There's a new goal, chat. New goal's going up. You'll never guess what the objective of the new goal is. Alright. New goal. 10 teal or higher super chats to switch to the Jubilee video. Okay, chill.
Yo, have a good one. Be good.
And proceeds to start throwing rocks at them.
Didn't think I'd do it for free, did you? Shit, man. What's he doing? He's fighting with a fucking lion, man. Stinging it.
It is just the strangest thing that I have ever seen, and the justification for it is even stranger, as ultimately, Sarah sits Nahul down after the fact and scolds him for his behavior.
ما هذا الذي فعلته يا نحول؟ ألم تسمع بالحديث الشريف الذي قاله الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم يعني قال بما معناه يعني أنه دخلت امرأة النار في هرة حبستها فلا هي أطعمتها ولا هي تركتها يعني أيضا يعني الله عاقبها بالنار يا نحول وهذا كان مصيرها وإن بقيت على هذا الحال فسيكون مصيرك.
And that is how the episode ends. So their message is to not abuse animals or you will go to hell, while quite literally going out and abusing animals themselves for the show. It just almost doesn't feel real how unusual it is. And certainly there would have been better ways to tell this message.
The cat is asleep, I feel like attacking
Strangely enough, despite the showrunners at one point promising a new episode of Tomorrow's Pioneers each Friday, there's actually a 6-month gap in between episodes 4 and 5, with the show either having gone off the air or the episodes having gone unarchived, which is probably the more likely explanation. And if anything were to have aired between these episodes, then it seems to be currently lost. And for that reason, I'll still be referring to this as episode 5. Titled Nahul and Sarah's Feast of the Sacrifice Extravaganza, this installment shows the two co-hosts celebrating the Feast of Sacrifice, though Nahul seems to be in no mood for the celebration. And of all the shocking moments in the show's run, nothing surprised me more than when I heard Nahul speak in this clip.
أنت أيضا لا تريد أن تهنئ بمناسبة عيد الأضحى المبارك؟
أهنئ يا سراء.
نعم.
أهنئ مين؟ ولا مين يا سراء؟ أهنئ الأخويا استشهد في الانتفاضة القديمة من اليهود الصهاينة، ولا هنئ أخويا الثاني اللي استشهد في الانتفاضة الثانية، ولا هنئ أخويا الجريح، ولا هنئ خالتي اللي استشهدت من الحصار، ولا هنئ الأيتام، ولا هنئ مين ولا مين يا سراء؟ أنا مش مهنئ حدا، أنا زعلان يا سراء. ماما اللي معها مرض السكري، ولا أهنئ بابا اللي معاه مرض الكبد الوبائي سي.
For some reason, in
this Farfor, no, this is Farfor's cousin.
This episode and this episode only, Nahul had a different voice actor, and rather than having his signature high-pitched voice, he literally just sounds like a normal guy, and he even breaks character at one point to laugh at a child calling in.
والعجل رحنا بدنا نذبحه لقيناه ايش؟ ميت. ايش نسوي؟
بتسرق خروف.
طب وإذا معنا
It is just so weird. But in terms of the actual content, Nahul is upset during the celebration as he feels like he has nothing to be thankful for, given that all of his family is either dead or ailing. Before the episode is then closed out with a song by Sarah, featuring lyrics that again glorifies martyrdom by saying, "We will meet our death with no hesitation. Award your victory to those who sacrifice themselves. This is your wedding, O martyr." From here, the show would again go off the air, this time for a little over a month, and with this absence, there was actually a very reasonable explanation that yet again involves Fatah. In early January of 2008, Fatah would once again target Hamas and specifically Al-Aqsa TV, this time by kidnapping 4 members of their staff, leading to things shutting down yet again, before the men would eventually—
TV, thanks for the $5. Bro, what's wrong with Zionists? How could they attack Farfor like that? Actually sickening. Isn't that true? Correct. Facts.
Eventually be returned. But following the show's absence, it would be revealed that during this break, the show's creators had been brewing up something special. Yet another plot twist that would end season 2 and leave its fans completely at a loss.
Oh no.
مش قادر يا ماما مش قادر. طب انا ايش اعمل لك شعر طويل وانت عيان ورحنا عودناك على العريش وما طلعش بدنا نمرقك على مصر تعمل العمليه. في فلسطين وهم بيموتوا.
The episode begins with Nahul in a hospital having fallen deathly ill. His mother explains how they tried to transfer him to Egypt to receive some sort of medical attention, but Israel denied their entry, and with there being no proper treatment available in Palestine, Nahul eventually stops breathing. Picturing the children watching this at home, I almost think that this death is somehow more depressing than Farfor's, as the way the doctors are desperately trying to resuscitate Nahul until he just passes away has gotta be so upsetting for a child to see. Although, unlike the death that ended season 1, the tone of this episode was far different, as rather than being upset at the loss of her co-host, Sarah is instead more proud than anything.
نقول لك يا نحول يعني مبارك يعني عرسك يا نحول نحن لا نحسبه يعني موت لك يا نحول بل نحسبه عرس لك يا نحول.
And this strange emotional roller coaster continues from here as we are immediately introduced to a brand new character, Nahul's brother, a rabbit named Asud, who we are shown receiving the news that Nahul was no longer alive.
قول يا امي وين نحول؟ زمان انا ما شفته. ناصر مش مشوار وعده اجا، وصل مشوار وعده اجا ان شاء الله. بتأخرش.
وصل في الليل هيك مشاوير شبه طالعين. ما انت شايفه الوضع.
المهم ماش بدي انا اعمل، عده بيجي ان شاء الله.
بابا.
نعم يا بابا.
وين نحول؟
احنا المستشفى بدنا نخبي على نحول. يا بابا انت انسان مؤمن وربنا سبحانه وتعالى.
Ray, thanks for the 184.99 AEDs. I've never heard of that currency. What the fuck is that? AED. Damn. Thanks, boss. What is an AED? Dirhams. Oh, really? Arab Emirate Dirham. Oh. I remember the exchange rate as a kid. It was 5 dirhams to a pound, then it was 6. Don't remember what it is now. That was like fucking 90s. Fuck. But thank you. Appreciate that.
مرض يعني وعي
في المستشفى وانا في المستشفى يا بابا.
لا مش في المستشفى، والله يابا ما هو في المستشفى، نحول ربنا سبحانه وتعالى استشهد نحول.
لا يا بابا.
والله استشهد يابا نحول. الله يرحمه الله يرحمه.
AEDs are defibrillators. So they went for a Durham donation so they could make a joke about defibrillators. Is this what just happened to me? That's a very elaborate joke. Well done. 9.5 out of 10, I would say. No, don't fucking trap me. Fuck. Come over here. These guys are gonna kill me. I'm so fucked. Look at me. Actually wrecked. I can't fucking split them.
Health warning.
There we go. $185 defibrillators. Thank you.
Asud then vows to take the place of his fallen brother as well as Farfour as the brand new host of Tomorrow's Pioneers.
Hey, come on. Fuck it.
ان شاء الله.
ان شاء رب العالمين وادخل البسمه والفرحه في اطفال فلسطين اطفال العالم اجمع.
With the rabbit then taking his new spot alongside Sarah and closing the show with this discussion.
نعم يا أسود، سنمضي على ذات درب نحول وسنمضي على ذات درب فرفور بإذنه تعالى، ولن نخيب آملهما بإذنه تعالى يا أسود.
God, these guys are tough bastards. Look at this, just netting me and
أكيد يا أسود بإذنه تعالى كلنا فداء الوطن، سنفدي كل ما بوسعنا وكل ما بروحنا من أجل الوطن يا أسود.
The scene gives us a number of disturbing lines, like we are all martyrdom seekers at the end of the day, and we are all ready to sacrifice ourselves for the sake of our homeland. And these lines are made even darker, as just moments before, Sarah was praising Nahul's passing and glorifying it as some sort of wedding as opposed to actual death, essentially conditioning these kids into believing that martyrdom is a good thing. But by far this episode's most disturbing moment, and the show's darkest yet, comes immediately following these lines referencing martyrdom.
ما هو؟
قديش عدد جنود رواد الغد؟
يا أسود، جنود رواد الغد هم كثر يا أسود.
حمدا لله حمدا لله.
نعم، وبإذنه تعالى سيساعدوننا في تحرير وطننا فلسطين بإذنه تعالى يا أسود.
وأنا وأنت يا سراء سنكون أولنا، صح ولا لا؟
بإذنه تعالى يا أسود.
وسنأخذ الأقصى.
Together, Asud and Sarah, the host of this show, again literally made for children, with Sarah herself being only 9 years old, discuss how they wish to be the first of the Tomorrow's Pioneers family to martyr themselves, so that they can lead the way for their viewers to follow in their footsteps. And if this wasn't twisted enough, the show ends with Asud reciting yet another one of the show's most infamous lines, providing a chilling end to this incredibly eventful season.
انت ليش اسمك أسود وانت شكلك أرنوب؟
لأنه يا هالة الأرنوب دايما إنسان إيش؟ مش كويس، صح ولا لا؟ وإنسان جبان، لكن أنا أسود إن شاء الله اللي هخوف اليهود وهقول لهم أكل إن شاء الله رب العالمين، صح ولا لا؟
بإذنه تعالى.
The language in this final episode is truly shocking. As with each episode, its creators were pushing the boundaries further and further, and as the content became darker as a result, the show only grew in popularity among the kids of Palestine, which was incredibly worrisome, as Season 2's entire premise was seemingly centered around martyrdom, going as far as to ask the children to follow their lead and lay down their lives for their country.
Whoa.
But how effective could this really be? Would watching this program actually convince children to join the fight? Well, I would say
Just Dill, thanks for $5. Would you rather watch this show or LSD Blues Clues? Bro, I would watch this show 1,000,000,000% over the LSD Blues Clues. It's just so fascinating that this happens in that this happens in this century, you know? That's crazy. I wonder how it must be so mind-fucking for the kids, but also for Israelis to know that this is happening just like right next door to you. This is what they're saying about you. Fuck. I'd be so interested to talk to someone who grew up watching this and now they're an adult and just like how they feel about it.
Health warning.
Undoubtedly, yes. Think about it. Season 1 basically laid the groundwork for anti-Semitism. It gave the children an enemy and a reason to be angry, while Season 2 and its glorification of martyrdom provided the kids with an outlet for that anger. It gave them a way to address the enemy that would not only help reclaim their land, but also make them a celebrated member of their community. I mean, it's so disturbing to even consider, but by this point of the show, I think it's more than fair to question if the entire program was created not only to breed anti-Semitism, but also to breed martyrs, willing to give their lives for Hamas at the age of just 4 or 5 years old. Given just how popular the show...
I know when you learn about Nazis, you learn that there was actually quite a lot of just like comically crazy shit that they did to try and influence the culture in their society. So, for example, Nazis were very, very fucking adamant about breeding and birth rates, right? They thought that was like part of the upholding the Aryan race. So, if you look at like a lot of trad wife stuff, it does actually, it's not just like a Vaughtism or whatever to say that, like trad stuff, like trad wives, a lot of that does have some roots in Nazism. So, not like Der Stürmer, like in the way that the state literally rewarded childbirth. Like birth giving was like a really prestigious act in the Third Reich. So one example is the awards that they would give, because I think people basically calculated that in order to be satisfied with like the birth rates, they would need like each family to have 4 kids or some shit, like a really high replacement rate. The awards that they gave out were like you would get you'd get medals. Yeah, you'd get like if you had 4 kids, the mother would get a medal, like a bronze medal. 6, they'd get a silver. 8, they would get gold. And I think if you got gold, the medal would be pinned onto you by Hitler himself. It would be pinned onto your clothes. And you would above that get like a national award if you had 10 kids. And people who had these badges would go out and wear them, and people would let them come ahead in the queue at shops. They would let them jump the queue. They would let them, they would be really nice to them. They'd be really respectful. Yeah, they had this fucking obsession with getting people to make baba. Cross of Honor, was that what it was called? Third Reich in Power. It's from this, isn't it? Hey! Yeah, the Mother's Honor Crosses. You got bronze 1 for 4 children, silver for 6, gold for 8 or more. An achievement was sufficiently noteworthy for the crosses to be pinned on by Hitler himself. They could jump the queues. Hitler Youth would salute them in the streets. If you gave birth to 10, Oh, Hitler would become the godfather of the 10th child if he had 10 kids. And if it was a boy, it would have to be named Adolf. Oh, God. Reich women's leader, welfare groups, childcare, cooking, sewing, racial hygiene. Fucking mad.
Was and how impressionable children
But yeah, that's
are.
what this reminds me of. It just reminds me of this like totalitarian fucking insanity. But the thing with Nazism and them doing that was that I don't think they had as wide a reach along the population as they wanted. They got small numbers of people to play along and actually to properly buy into it. But I think most people, the achievement was that they just got them to stay quiet or to put up a front. Because I think for most people, involvement in all these like Nazi cultural institutions and practices was more out of convenience and reward rather than actually them believing in it. So I wonder if it's the same for Hamas as well. Like most people, like some people are completely sold on it. Others just kind of play along with it or stay quiet about it. Not a 2-child benefit cap. No. No. Kid starver. Fuck's sake. Come here, trapper.
Are at that young age, the national media continued its criticism against the show, with many being outright convinced that this theory was true, and that the whole thing was essentially breeding terrorists.
Terrorists?
And as we continue on to season 3, the show would only provide its critics with more fuel.
Oh no, not season 3,
Evil
guys.
stuff.
Fuck
You've
that.
got a children's character.
They do this in Russia now. Well, yeah, I mean, they're gonna... How many fucking men are they gonna need to replace in their population? Fuck. Thanks for the £5.
Saying, I will eat the Jews, Allah willing.
Wow.
Beginning on February 8th, 2008, just 1 week after Season 2's conclusion, Season 3 would start with many discrepancies over whether or not this infamous eating Jews segment came from this episode or the episode prior. And due to this confusion, there's actually no footage that I can find that was confirmed to have come from this episode. But according to an incredibly brief overview of the episode, it was supposedly titled Asud's Story, and it revealed that Asud had actually come from Egypt, and was allowed to enter Gaza the month prior due to the Gaza fence having been breached. A song was then later played that featured the line, "We will never recognize Israel until we liberate our homeland from the Zionist filth." The show continued the next Friday with the release of episode 2, titled Asud vs. Denmark. The entire episode was a direct response to a cartoonist named Kurt Westergaard, a Danish artist who had published artwork containing offensive depictions of the Prophet Muhammad, which was considered to be blasphemy. In response, Tomorrow's Pioneers put out this program, condemning his acts and calling for a boycott of all goods from Denmark.
أكيد كلنا سوف نقاطع المنتجات الدنماركية وأيضا قبلها المنتجات الإسرائيلية يا أماني.
During the show, multiple children call in and further drive this point home, while expressing their frustration and anger at the man.
ولعن الله هؤلاء الكفرة الضالين. نحن هنا من جند رواد الغد نقول لك عذرا.
Before Sarah proclaims that they will avenge their prophet by directly threatening the Danes.
أنا أقول لهم أنتم لم تروا شيئا فجند رواد الغد بإذنه تعالى سيفدون الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم بكل
Oh no. Look at that. Hang on.
ما يملكون فسيفدونه بكل يعني دمائهم أيضا يا أسود ولن يسمحوا لهم.
To which Asud says this.
بأن يعيدوا الكرة من جديد يا أسود.
طب لو عدوها يا سراء إن شاء الله حنقتلهم صح ولا لا؟ أضعضهم وناكلهم صح ولا لا؟
Jesus.
نعم
إن شاء الله.
Following this lofty threat by Asud, Sarah then goes on to explain how these words.
Look, it's a dead person. He died. Who was he? Is it a rogue? In a robe? I don't know what. Why would they have that sword? They died though. Maybe a shaman? No, I don't know. Fuck. They died though. They died. It's so sad. F. Ah! I'm just mourning, dick.
Don't make them terrorists, somehow bringing things back to the fact that they just want their land back.
أسود نحن لسنا إرهابيون، نحن فقط نريد أن يرجع لنا وطننا الحبيب فلسطين، نريد أن تكون كل فلسطين لنا يا أسود، نحن لسنا إرهابيون.
لأنها هي إلنا من الأول صح يا سراء؟
As stated before, it seemed with each passing episode the creators were upping their shock value, but now they were stooping down to the point where their co-host is literally saying that he will kill people if there were any more offensive depictions of Muhammad. And the episode doesn't even end there, as they yet again bring the conversation back to martyrdom, to which Asud predicts his own martyrdom and then asks Sarah,
إن شاء الله أنا اللي بدي أظبط الوضع ومش هيجي نمر، وإن شاء الله أنا وياك رواد الغد احنا اللي هنحقق ان شاء الله الحلم هذا اللي يعني مين بده يقدم البرنامج لو انت استشهدت يعني 100,000 سراء بدك ان شاء الله
بإذنه تعالى يا
يعني بناخذ من تعال رواد الغد ان شاء الله
بإذنه تعالى. هناك آلاف جند رواد الغد.
هذه الأمنية تاعتنا ان شاء الله، الشهادة في سبيل الله صح ولا لا؟
نعم.
The whole thing is just insanely twisted, as Asud states that martyrdom for Muhammad is what we are all hoping for, including all of the fans of Tomorrow's Pioneers. And believe it or not, it keeps going from here, as this is one of the most content-rich episodes to date, as the co-hosts proceed to take another call-in, where they ask a child what they would do to Kurt Westergaard.
بحكي لهم كلهم إنه مهما حاولوا يخبوا مهما حاول يتخبى رح نقدر نطوله ورح نقدر نغتاله.
بإذنه تعالى.
إن شاء الله اللي حيصير كمان إن شاء الله.
And the show finally comes to an end with Asud showing a picture of the actual cartoonist after everyone on the show was already threatening him, before continuing to insult him.
الرسام الذي يعني أساء للرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم من خلال رسمه.
أنا بقدر أقول يعني ما شاء الله هي أنت قلتيها اللي هو يعني ازعجش عليه إلا يا مجرم يا حقير يا حثالة إن شاء الله هيجي عليك يوم وتندم على اللي فعلته.
Clearly, this is one of the more emotionally charged episodes we've seen yet, as they truly held nothing back, straight up threatening the cartoonist on so many occasions with no subtlety whatsoever.
Shit.
And interestingly, there would actually be an assassination attempt against Kurt Westergaard.
Broke into Westergaard's home last night wielding an axe and a knife and shouting he wanted to kill him.
Though it wasn't related in any way to the show's audience. Not only was this episode a key point to the show's history, as it was perhaps its most violent installment yet, it was also important for another reason. Following the episode's release, a statement would be made in the United States House of Representatives by a member named Joseph Crowley, no relation to me by the way.
Crowley got, he was the one who got fucked off by AOC, right? She won against him. He was like an establishment Democrat who got, I guess, is it unseated in America by AOC? New York.
Who actually submitted a resolution to the House condemning Tomorrow's Pioneers and the effects that it could have on the children of Palestine by stating, the House of Representatives condemns Hamas for using a children's television program to incite hatred, violence, and anti-Semitism towards Israel, and demands that Hamas immediately suspend all television programs of that nature. While further going on to reference characters like Farfour and Asud, calling him a Bugs Bunny ripoff, and outright stating that the show was teaching children a terroristic doctrine. Through all the criticisms that Tomorrow's Pioneers had faced, this was the first time that it was seemingly taken before the United States government, who would then go as far as to label Al-Aqsa TV themselves a terrorist organization and demand that Tomorrow's Pioneers be ended. And as a response, the show seemingly went off the air for nearly 2 more months, with many believing that that was the end of Tomorrow's Pioneers. But apparently, the threat of the United States government wasn't enough to permanently shut them down, and on May 9th, 2008, the show would make its return.
Get in the way of my kid's education.
The episode was titled Asud's History Lesson, and shows the rabbit visiting his only surviving grandfather, the other having passed away in the hands of Farfour, as he's given a lesson about the history of their land. All in all, it's a pretty unmemorable episode that essentially just acts as a history lesson for the kids. The season would continue with episode 4, Asud Steals, and contrary to the episode prior, this one proves to be one of the most memorable of all time, as yes, there are some particularly disturbing moments, but all in all, it's just more strange than anything, as we are taken to the room of Asud's grandfather, as the bunny sneaks in with the intent of stealing his money.
Hey, there's fucking Yassin on the Sheikh Yassin, the founder of Hamas. Look at him.
Before the money is actually taken, Asud makes the noble decision not to steal from his grandfather, or at least at first he does, until he is confronted by Satan himself.
Whoa.
ايش بدك تسوي يا سود؟ ايش بدك تسوي يا سود؟ لا يا سود، انا وعدتك ما فيش حدا حيقع ولا حيشوف. خذ مرتين يا ثلاثة، ما تخافش، ما تخافش يا سود، ما تخافش. خلص انا حاخذ ورقة وبس، انا حاخذ لك ورقتي. لا، خذ ثلاثة وخلاص، خذ ثلاثة.
And the way that Satan is depicted here, with him being like half the size of Asud, is just so funny, as this is probably the least threatening Satan that I have ever seen in my life. But regardless, Asud is convinced by him to steal, for which he is then chastised by the callers of the show.
وأنت نفذ على هذه المشكلة كبيرة، نمو المشاكل بين والديك، وهذه مشكلة أيضا عظيمة وكبيرة، وأيضا لم تعرف آثار السرقة وعواقبها لأنها تؤدي إلى.
And this isn't your typical criticism, as the callers wanted Asud to pay the price for his sin, to which they propose a particularly gruesome punishment.
لو كنت في بلاد السعودية الآن لقطعوا يدك، وأيضا قال تعالى والسارق تقطع أيديهما جزاء بما كسب نكالا من الله والله عزيز. إنه السارق والسارقة يقطعوا أيديهم. يعني لازم تنقطع إيدي يا أسماء.
As punishment for his crime, every single call-in guest demands that Asud have his hand chopped off, and Sarah agrees, even proposing that they instead chop off one of his ears, only to quickly backtrack and give the rabbit another chance.
طيب يا نور، في رأيك نقطع يد أسود الآن؟ إذا سرقت وشكر الله واستغفر إنه ما يعدهاش تاني خلاص.
Oh shit.
طيب إذا ما قطعنا له يده، هل نقطع له أذنه؟
She's so happy.
But as it would later turn out, Asud would get his karma after all, as following this episode, an event would transpire that no one could have seen coming.
I am.
The sheer power of Israel's airstrikes.
Oh no.
The country's air force continues to turn Palestinian targets to rubble. Targets like this one, the Hamas-run Al-Aqsa television station.
On December 29th, 2008, Al-Aqsa TV station would be completely destroyed by Israeli missiles. As with the added context of just how dark the network's programs were and are, you can understand a bit more why the show's headquarters became such a target. Though despite many not seeing the attack coming, Al-Aqsa TV had.
This was supposed to be a fatal blow to the network, but staff had already been evacuated.
And they had scattered their station across Gaza to various anonymous spots just before the missiles had struck, meaning that despite losing their home, tomorrow's pioneers lived on.
Oh no.
But despite the show itself surviving the attack, the same couldn't be said for its host.
Wait, what? Who?
In the fifth and final episode of Season 3, Asud reveals that he had been inside the building collecting artifacts from the show before the missiles had struck.
Oh.
أنا العدو الصهيوني غدار ويقتل كل شيء، ولكن كنت لا أفكر أنه سأقصف طاقية الأقصى والقصص والحكايات التي كانت ملك أطفال فلسطين.
I'm
And as he
guessing.
talks, he begins to fall weaker and weaker.
لازم توصي أحبابنا الأطفال إنه ما ينسوا القدس والأقصى والأسرى واللاجئين وذكريهم يا سراء بصمود المقاومة والمجاهدين وقولي لهم إنه أسود مات بطل مات شهيد مات شهيد يا سراء مات شهيد يا سراء مات سامحيني يا سراء أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا رسول الله.
أسود أسود لا يا أسود لا تمت يا أسود.
Much like the other animal co-hosts had done in every single season finale before,
F.
Asud would pass away, leading to this closing monologue by Sarah.
النصر قريب سيكبر جند رواد الغد إن شاء الله. سنمضي على ذات الدرب وسننهج النهج إن شاء الله. سننهج علماء وأدباء مبدعون ومفكرون. سنحرر ترابك يا فلسطين إن شاء الله. سنحرره من دنس الصهاينة. سنطهره إن شاء الله.
And that is how Season 3 would come to an end. First Farfour, then Nahul, and now Asud, all dead due to the supposed wrongdoings of Israel. And the effect of Asud's death was perhaps the most emotionally charged for children at home, as he was said to have become a particularly beloved icon in the region, and one that the kids just absolutely adored due to his far more blunt approach to topics, and specifically violence. But now he was gone. And with no home for tomorrow's pioneers, and now knowing that the station had a target on its back, the show had reached yet another crossroads, and perhaps its most uncertain hour yet. And adding insult to injury, Fatah would once again emerge as an adversary to Hamas, but this time in a different way, as they had taken the opportunity to launch their own show on their own network in the region. And the show was basically just an exact ripoff of Tomorrow's Pioneers that would instantly become the show's direct competition, taking a large slice of their viewership. But it seems that whenever this show was backed up against a wall, it would always find a way to persist. And after just a few weeks, the Gaza war would come to an end. And taking advantage of the ceasefire, the crew of the show would quickly reestablish themselves in a brand new building. And before long, Tomorrow's Pioneers was back for its fourth and evidently final season.
Wait. Do I get to know what the Fatah one was like? That might be interesting to compare them. I imagine it's less extreme, but who knows?
Starting on February 13th, 2009, the show was entering new territory. They had always had a target on their back, but now they realized the threat of just how serious their words were becoming, which is where we get into a personal theory of mine. Looking back on the death of Asud, something he said within his dying words had always stuck out to me.
وأنت تعلمين يا سراء أن فضائية الأقصى يوجد فيها قسم خاص للأطفال. يأتون الأطفال دائما في هذا القسم.
Asud mentions how the Tomorrow's Pioneers set had a distinct area where children could come and play, basically equating to a daycare. But if you think this sounds like a wholesome little tidbit, I have an inclination that there may be something more sinister at play. If you think about it, advertising that there were innocent children within the building at all times that they were working essentially makes it untouchable from Israeli destruction, as if they were to bomb the building with all those innocent kids in there, well, the optics would be horrible. So it's possible that this was exactly what their thinking was behind starting a daycare within their facilities. This essentially guaranteed that Israel would never just straight up destroy the building without warning, as even during the 2008 attack, Israel had actually given them a heads up that they would be destroying the building, providing more than—
this video is old. They did destroy the Al-Aqsa station in December 2023, I think, but I don't know if there was a warning given that time. Did you see people on both sides getting mad at Mandani for saying he wants equal rights for both people in Israel? Is that sentence like a mistake, or did he actually say he wants equal rights for both people in Israel? Because that's obviously a weird statement. Like he wants to get rid of discriminatory practices? Or yes, okay. Does he just not know? Or okay.
What brings you here?
Okay. Strange sentence. That could mean so many things.
Enough time to evacuate the kids who stayed there, with this heads up being the only reason that the Tomorrow's Pioneers crew were able to escape. And for season 4, immediately following this bombing, they would take things a step further, as in every episode from here on out, the show would feature a group of random innocent kids who would not only be allowed on set, but would also be sitting on stage with the hosts at all times. Again, this makes it an impossible target to just randomly attack. And considering the timing of it all, with it having started practically right after the building was destroyed, it all just seems like too much of a coincidence. And this new format wasn't the only new addition for the season, as with Asud having passed away, we would soon be introduced to the show's fourth and final co-host. This is Nasur, a bear that had supposedly entered the Gaza Strip after the recent war had ended, and he had come to take the place of Asud. Unlike the other characters, he seemingly didn't get a grand introduction, or perhaps it just wasn't archived, but he did share his reasoning for coming to the area.
لماذا؟
دفاعاً عن أطفال فلسطين، دفاعاً عن الأطفال الذين يقتلون، والأطفال الجرحى يا سراء، والأطفال الأيتام يا سراء. علشان هيك أنا من هذه اللحظة يا سراء أعلنت الحرب على الصهاينة المجرمين.
Nasur starts his run on the show by immediately declaring war on the Zionists. And not only was he declaring war, but he included his 10-year-old co-host as well.
مش بس أنا يا سراء، أنا وأنت مش سألت أكيد يا سراء.
نحن كلنا فداء وطننا يا نصور.
And though it's nothing too shocking, at least in comparison to what we've already seen, this would lay the groundwork for the darkest season of the show's run by far. Episode 2, titled Sarah's Song, unfortunately doesn't have the best archived version available, but I was able to find a news report that features at least some of the video, with commentary over the top.
This video is airing on the Hamas-run television station, appearing while children are home on
that's a
summer
missile.
recess. The dialogue encourages
That's a
parents
missile
to, quote,
dart.
teach the children that their death will bring glory and victory. Critics argue that Hamas has left no doubt about what it seeks to teach Palestinian children.
Using the Star of David as a dartboard and telling parents to help them teach their kids that they should be willing to sacrifice their lives.
It's the most accurate Hamas rocket.
Pretty on brand for what you would expect from Tomorrow's Pioneers at this point. But that doesn't make it any less disturbing, as it seems that with each mention of martyrdom, the show's approach becomes more and more blunt, almost as if it's conditioning kids to get used to this idea. And by this point, our theory about the show being created to lead kids to martyrdom seems to be all but confirmed, as you may have noticed that they had even began straight up referring to the children as soldiers. Following this, the show would continue to air each Friday, though many of these episodes would go unarchived. However, I was able to find a few clips, like this one, where we see Nasur surrounded by children on stage.
طب يا عمو ايش سووا لك اليهود؟
دخلوا حاجات.
يا حرام انت ايش بتقولي لهم بدك تضربيهم؟
Though this is nothing compared to a segment that was shown a week prior, in yet another unlabeled episode.
نعم احبابنا الاطفال وان شاء الله بنصير كبار زيهم بنصير شهداء. نعم وطبعا حيحرر الاقصى يا سراء روادي وجد.
Before a child calls in to sing this song for the group.
طيب سحبة ساركينا سحبة تنشدينا.
لما نستشهد
تفضلي
تفضلي انا حيوها تزكفوا معها يلا ويتنش دايما يلا
لا 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 لا.
Who is the fucking Spurger in chat? What are we talking about? Why are you saying we have a Spurger in chat? Huh? What? Let me see. I don't see them. I'm sheltered. Interesting.
لا 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 لما نستشهد من روح الجنة لما نستشهد من روح الجنة لا تقول علينا صغار من هالعيشة زين أكبر من غير فلسطين شو يعني طفولة من غير فلسطين شو يعني طفولة لو يعطونا الدنيا وما لا متنسينا لا لا دو دمي كلمة لا من غير فلسطين شو يعني طفولة.
In what feels like the most dystopian moment of the show yet, a group of children sit together and sing a song about martyrdom and how their lives are meaningless without Palestine. And if this isn't a direct admission as to what the show was trying to do, and proof that it was in fact working, then I don't know what is.
Wow.
But as dark as this moment may seem, it would all pale in comparison to what the show had planned next.
Jesus, every
episode.
I feel like this. And how many is this script just like copy pasting? And that wasn't even nearly as crazy as what would come next. I feel like I've heard this a million times now. Holy shit. It's like in wrestling when they're about to do, because back in the day in wrestling, one finishing move would mean that they were done and you win. But obviously that got a bit stale, so it became like 2 finishers, then it became 3, then 4, then 5. You're like, oh no, not another F5, no! Sorry. By God!
3. Nasur and the Children of Reem Raisha. This is the big one. The sole reason that I even decided to make this video, as it was my initial glimpse into how truly disturbed the show was. And of all the episodes I've seen and the year I've spent researching this topic, this is the darkest moment in the show's
I've
history.
seen this, the suicide bombing.
In this episode, Nasur and Sarah spend a day on set with a group of children, 2 of which belonging to a famous woman named Reem Raisha, who in their words was a hero.
Whoa.
And what exactly did this famous hero do? Well, on January 14th, 2004, she entered an area known as the Erez Crossing, essentially a heavily guarded border crossing point between Israel and Gaza City. And when waiting for security to allow her to cross, she would then detonate an explosive strapped to her body, killing her and 4 Israelis instantly. And in a videotaped message taken before the attack, she would state, "I wanted to be the first woman to carry out a martyrdom operation, where parts of my body can fly all over. God has given me 2 children. I love them with a kind of love that only God knows. But my love to meet God is stronger."
They would have been soldiers, right?
Those 2 children were sitting here on stage with Nasur and Sarah. But what was the purpose of this episode? What did they actually do with the kids? Well, for some reason, they decided it would be a good idea to show these young children a reenactment of the day their own mother had taken her life, with the video recreating her final moment.
I did not know this was the context. They took her 2 fucking kids in and showed them this song. Holy fuck, man. That's fucking crazy.
As well as the moment that she exploded.
بين أحضانك يا ماما مكاني لعبة ليا أو هدية جايبها لي طب ارجعي يا ماما أوام كنت شايلة ما بين ايديكي لغم مكاني دلوقتي بس عرفت ايه كان أغلى منك.
The whole thing is just the craziest piece of media I have ever seen in my life, with the lyrics of the song played in the background being the icing on the cake, as it tells the story from the perspective of one of her children, asking their mother why they are carrying a bomb instead of them in their arms, and finishing it off by saying, "Only now I know what was more precious than us."
Jesus.
But it gets even more disturbing following the explosion.
The kid finds the bomb in the drawer, right? They find another bomb in the drawer.
So not only were the children themselves shown a reenactment of their mother dying right before their eyes, but the same video shows an actor portraying the daughter and vowing to follow in her mother's footsteps. It is just so horrible, especially for this young girl, who now, regardless of her thoughts and feelings, likely feels that she has to follow in her mother's path and martyr herself. And the show continues briefly from here, as Saras states,
أبناء الشهيدة المجاهدة البطلة التي صراحة يعني ضحت بكل ما عندها من أجل وطنها ولم تأبه يعني هم فلذات أكبادها حتى أنها ضحت في سبيل الله ضحت من أجلهم في سبيل الله ونحن نقول للمحتل بأننا سنظل على نهجها على نهج الشهيدة المجاهدة ريم رياشي حتى نحرر وطننا من أيديك الغاصبة.
Sarah exclaims how they, referencing the pioneers of tomorrow, will all follow in the footsteps of Reem Raisha. And with this, it's clear that the show is not only promoting martyrdom, but it's clearly promoting martyrdom by means of suicide bombing, seemingly confirming the long-standing theory surrounding the show.
Meet the next generation of suicide bombers. She's just 4 years old.
Man, Fox News just had the best decade of their life for this shit, didn't they? They're so... Every single American Western outlet is talking about is Fox News.
And praising her mother as she goes out to blow herself up.
I just feel so awful for all the kids in this situation, and truly everything about this episode is as deranged as it could ever get. Even as dark as the show had gotten before and as many notable moments as there were, it was this moment that I truly believe to be its lowest point, and perhaps maybe even the darkest moment of any kid show ever created. But the show wasn't quite finished yet, as from here we would get episode 4 called Nasur and the Expulsion of the Jews, where the season would delve even deeper.
لا في يهود ولا في صهاينة خلاص كلهم يكونوا مدحورين ويصير كل عيدنا زي ما بنروح على الكعبة زيارة يا سراء يصير العالم كلهم يجوا وين الزيارات على القدس. شو بدك تسوي لليهود اللي طخوا بابا؟ ايش بدك تسوي لهم؟
بدي اقتلهم.
زي ما قتلوا بابا.
نسوي شيء احنا بدنا نطردهم بس من ارضنا.
بدنا احنا نذبحهم يا سراء عشان يتشردوا من ارضنا اكيد.
ما هو بدنا يعني نطردهم من ارضنا
ما هو اذا ما ردوش بالسلام ولا بالكلمة ولا بالحدوتة لازم بالشخص.
And of all the fiery language in Tomorrow's Pioneers' history, this less than a minute-long clip features some of its most appalling, as the hosts literally have an
So when was this episode? When was this series? The first series was what, 2007? When did they finish? I don't know when that bombing was. Errors Crossing. It was after Cast Lead. Was there? Did they say there was another bombing on Al-Aqsa TV? Would that have been Protective Edge? That would have been, it went on for ages. The IDF has practiced seizing the flotilla. Wait, what? What do you mean practiced? 2009 or 2019. Okay, you're fucking trolling. Stop! Stop saying things. Stop saying words. Chat, fuck off.
Argument about whether or not all the Jews should be slaughtered, with Nasur being fully convinced that they should. And it accounts for 3 straight episodes in this season that are just completely vile, as the show by this point had gone completely mask off. But there was one quote made from a Palestinian journalist about this episode that, and okay, I know this is really messed up, but this is actually kind of funny. In response to the episode, a journalist in the area would state that the show often blended pragmatic advice with more problematic messages, but stressed that it wasn't always bad, by saying, generally, the program also transmits good messages to kids, like drinking milk or asking parents permission to do something. But we also find these very problematic messages, like the call to kill all Jews. So, yeah, I guess it all evens out. The episode titled Nasur and the Language of the Enemy is considered by many sources to be—
This guy is like a more talented, like well-adjusted Noah Samson, isn't he? The way this guy talks. Crowley, that's his name, right? Crowley.
The final episode of the show's run, and features just a rather lackluster clip of a child being interviewed about what he wants to be when he's older.
في المستقبل شو حبتكوني إن شاء الله؟ مدرس لغة إنجليزية. لغة إنجليزية كتير حلو. طيب ليش بدك تصيري مدرسة لغة إنجليزية بالذات؟ عشان أعلم الأطفال لغة عدوهم. حلو كتير.
وما زال كتير حلو. واحنا طبعا مش انه بس بدنا نقتصر على تعليم لغتنا احنا، لكن برضه بدنا نتعلم لغة عدونا عشان نعرف كيف نتعامل معهم.
زي انا عارف لغة العدو الصهاينة.
عن جد؟
العبرة.
طب احكي لنا.
مش عارف.
And that's about all we have of the episode. And if you think that's a rather underwhelming end to the show, I have to agree with you. In fact, I didn't even believe it myself. So I dug a bit deeper and discovered that not only was this not the actual final episode, but the end of the show itself is essentially a total mystery to this day. In my research, I was able to find multiple clips from seemingly forgotten episodes, like this one from December 5th, 2009.
Could you not get in touch with Memory and see if they... Because surely someone in Israel saved the fucking episodes. Although I don't know, because I look at a lot of these Israeli fucking intel NGOs, or whatever the fuck they're called, these like research institutes. They just give you fucking, like, their citation is horrible. They don't archive shit. It's just like screenshots of Facebook posts from 10 years ago sometimes. It's like, how am I supposed to engage with that today? Surely this has all been catalogued somewhere, but there would be a real shame to have lost this work.
And another having come exactly a month later.
نعم. كيف مضت أيام الحرب عليكي؟ كنت خايفة وخايفة إنك تموتي وخلص تروحي من الدنيا ولا لا؟ أنا كنت خايفة. أتمنى الشهادة الصغرى لا تعب. إن شاء الله. حتى يعني دعاء طفلة صغيرة لما يتجاوز عمرها. كم عمرك يا دعاء؟ 10 سنوات.
But the last trace I could find of Tomorrow's Pioneers, and potentially its final episode ever, might actually be this clip showing the children singing about martyrdom. As I just realized after this entire video was made, that this scene is actually dated a full year later than I had thought. And rather than being from April 2nd, 2009, it seems to instead be from April 2nd, 2010. A full half year after the show had supposedly ended, giving it by far the latest air date of any Tomorrow's Pioneers episode that I was able to find, meaning that this may very well be the final moment of the show. And what a fitting end this would be, as at the end of the day, this was really what the show was striving for.
Yep.
Didn't I translate that music video for you before?
No, we watched it with subtitles, I think.
No, I remember translating for you because what was it called? That music video about the dead mom. I also didn't know the context of her blowing herself up.
Yeah.
Like, because remember you asked me about the video.
Yeah.
I told you it sounds like she's like members, like talking about her dead mom.
Yeah.
That's like what the fucking lyric showed.
Yeah.
But we didn't know her mom blew herself up.
Well, we didn't know that they showed it. They showed the fucking song to the kids of the mother who actually did it. That's crazy.
Yeah. What the fuck? Okay, why would you make? Wait, what I'm curious about is like, did the kids make the song, or did they make the kids?
No, they
make
made
the
it.
song?
The TV station made it for the kids, so it's like actors in the video, and the song is not made by the kids.
Okay. All right, I think at least there's that. I was hoping they didn't force the fucking kids.
No, they just kind of strongly implied that they should follow in her path. Jesus Christ!
Fuck's sake, man. I just because of this shit, I just really hope Hamas is in power after all this shit is over. Once it's over.
Apparently there's an episode from 2013 that we still can't find. Oh god.
Is what?
Apparently there's also an episode from 2013 that exists but is not findable. I don't know. I have no idea.
And this was all like spread around by Fox News, right? Like Fox News was.
Well, they would have got the
loving it.
clips from. They would have got the clips from memory, I'd imagine. I don't think they would have researched much harder than that. Google says it went until 2014. That's the thing, man. There'll be so much about Hamas rule that we're probably just never going to know about. I don't think there's actually going to be that much transparency after the war's over. It's really.
Yeah, because they probably. I don't know. I highly doubt they did shit as sophisticated as we think.
I don't know, and people say that.
I don't know, because if they had if they had a very sophisticated structure, wouldn't Israel be getting intel right, left, and center like on them like they do in Hezbollah? I feel like Hezbollah has the structure you're thinking of. Hamas, I don't think so. They have some sort of structure, right? But I don't think they have the same sophisticated structure as Hezbollah did. Because of Hezbollah's sophisticated structure and hierarchy, look how they fell. Like the dynamo. What are they called?
Dominoes. Yeah, dominoes.
Dominoes. They fell like dominoes, one piece after another. While in Hamas, it's just like very fucking random, and it's across different years who gets taken out and who's not. Like, remember, it's just randomly that they killed Sinwar.
Well, apparently that might not be the case anymore. Like, apparently they didn't.
It was a random soldier, no?
No, I heard that at first, but apparently, well, the thing is that because
I know what you're
the
referring
tunnels
to,
in Khan Yunis were being bombed, like he kind of was forced to come out. So, in that sense, like I think they maybe thought they were looking for him, but yeah, I think the singular encounter, I don't think was planned. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, even when they had that footage of him, like, what's it called? For example, in the drone, they still didn't know he was Sinwar until after the fact.
Yeah,
like they didn't know it was Sinwar. I think the intel they had is just like Sinwar's in the area. They they probably think about it. They probably got that intel a lot of fucking times that Sinwar's in the area.
Okay.
So yeah, do you see what I mean? Because like, for example, in Hezbollah when they went after Nasrallah, they took him out. They knew exactly where he was, and they knew exactly what they did, and it was confirmed like a few hours later that he's dead. For Sinwar, it was random. They not sort of random. Where it's just not the same fucking soldier that got him. Like it's a random soldier. Did they say he was a reservist?
I think he was gay, wasn't he? Wasn't that a gay guy who actually killed him?
Okay, there's no fucking shot.
He looked very fucking flamboyant, didn't he? Because he posted a video on like a TikTok.
What does that fucking mean? Okay, just because he looks fucking, I don't know, flamboyant doesn't mean he's gay.
Okay, it's usually a strong side. Okay, when I'm saying flamboyant, I mean like flamboyant enough that I think he was gay or he's coded.
Mr. Lebanese. Okay, you know what? I will trust your word on it. You're the Lebanese guy.
Yeah, it takes one to know one, right? Yeah, fuck.
Exactly. So yeah, maybe it was gay, but that would be fucking very funny. Wait, I wonder, because you know how in Islam, there's a belief that Jews have about Muslims, where if they shoot you with like pig fat, you don't go to heaven and don't get your 72 virgins.
Oh yeah,
or some
they did
shit.
like Eastern European fucking Nazis and shit would do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if there's some sort of fucking thing about a gay guy killing you.
Don't know. Apparently, the gay guy is a meme, so he wasn't gay. He was very.
He was just flamboyant, bro.
He was very.
He looks like he descended from Lebanon. I would take that probably. Maybe he was Maronite. No, so, Daniel Z. Listen, when I say Israelis or whatever, it's not fucking referring to all of Israel. It's, holy shit. There was definitely some Israeli IDF soldiers posting on TikTok where they're coating pig fat on bullets, or was it wine or some shit? I don't know, alcohol or some shit on bullets too.
I can't imagine that being very good for the weapon either. It's so fucking dumb.
I highly fucking doubt. I don't know anything about weapons, so I don't know what the fuck it does. But yeah.
Okay.
It was an IDF uniform, Daniel. Anyway, fucking finish this goddamn video, bro.
Yeah, this video's amazing.
No, it's not. Get to the Jubilee shit.
Shut up.
Hurry up.
Oh no, we still need the goal.
By the way, I'm never donating. I'm never donating again until you play BG3. By the way, just so you know.
I understand that.
Fuck you,
my word.
asshole.
Okay.
Right, see ya.
Cool. Take care. Bye bye.
Anger, hatred, martyrdom. And I truly think that they succeeded with this mission, and though there isn't really evidence that could ever prove this, I think that any child in the region watching this program every Friday morning would likely walk away at the very least believing that Israel is the enemy, and at most wanting to martyr themselves in retaliation against them. And that's just due to how impressionable kids are at that age, as their minds are still forming, and in many ways conforming to the world around them. And one report I read really hit home just how effective this propaganda was, as a journalist had interviewed children on the streets of Gaza and asked them to explain why they hated Israel so much, to which multiple would respond with something along the lines of, because they killed Farfour. But though this may be a fitting conclusion to at least drive home the theme of the show, I still have so many questions as to the conclusion of the show itself. Tomorrow's Pioneers was a spectacle, with every turn giving us more and more shocking moments. So many, in fact, that it inspired me to make this video, which is by far the longest of my life.
Really?
Yet we're supposed to believe that it just disappeared? It just makes no sense for a show like this to leave quietly,
I know,
especially
it's too good.
considering that
Too high quality.
Nasur, well, seemingly survived. I mean, every single host had been martyred by season's end, yet Nasur had somehow avoided this fate in what would have been not only the end of season 4, but the end of the entire show in general. It just doesn't seem on brand for the program at all. It makes me think that the end of the show was most likely unplanned. If I had to guess, I noticed that less than a month before this supposed final episode, the US would actually launch sanctions against the main bank in Gaza for the sole reason that they were funding Al-Aqsa TV, and specifically Tomorrow's Pioneers, as they believed the show was, and I quote, intended to recruit children as future armed operatives and suicide bombers.
Pretty bad.
And with
Pretty
these
cringe.
sanctions, it likely forced Hamas's hand at quietly shutting the program down, as at that point they really wouldn't have had a choice without funding. And I think this explains why there was no dramatic ending or exciting story about the end of the show, as it was likely never planned. And rather, it would have just been quietly pulled from air at a time where the internet was still too new to archive everything, leading to a rather inconspicuous and definitely uncharacteristically quiet end to the darkest children's show ever made. Or at least that's what I thought.
I can't talk too soon because I have no idea how reliable this is, but I've got someone saying that they've managed to get into contact with someone in Gaza who watched this show as a youth. Oh God! But I don't think they liked it. And there's like urban myths or stories about the suicide bomber lady with the kids. But wait, there's more. Fuck! If I oh God. I don't know. Pinch of salt.
Following season 4 is a series of twists and turns that I could have never seen coming, as somehow the story gets even stranger from here. And it all starts with the bombing of Gaza in 2014. During this time, there was yet another bout of fighting between the two sides, leading to the destruction of Al-Aqsa TV's headquarters and a massive amount of casualties throughout Palestine, including the death of a man named Mohammed Alari. Mohammed was a 31-year-old actor before he was killed in what was described by his family as a random missile strike that had accidentally destroyed his home, and his story became a huge talking point among Palestinian rights groups, as the man was supposedly a kind, gentle soul who had been working on a local kids program as a character named Karkur the Mischievous Chicken, who his family referred to as the most famous television character in all of Gaza, and emphasizing how much the kids in the region had missed him. The story was so heartbreaking that it was then picked up by outside news outlets in the US, and soon enough, Mohammed Alari's story was spreading all across the world as the perfect picture of the unjust attack against Palestine, as this man was as innocent as you could get. However, there was one major problem. This wasn't the full story. Karkur was in fact a character on TV, but what was often left out of these reports was what show he was actually part of. A little-known program called Tomorrow's Pioneers. The viral story essentially led to the discovery that Tomorrow's Pioneers had somehow returned to air, with Karkur as its new host, and he was far from Gaza's most popular character, as his run on the show seemingly only lasted a few episodes, as I could only find one short clip and one photograph that even showed the character.
Explosive device of glory. Okay.
فاطمة النجار كيف يعيش المرء أبيه
احنا لازم احنا نقدم ارواحنا فداء للوطن حتى نرضى ربنا ونحرر فلسطين والقدس. انا بستفيد من صفاتها انه احنا لازم نسير على نهج.
Though it's a brief clip, this tells you all you need to know about the message Karkour was spreading. And either way, Muhammad did not play this role for long at all. In fact, at the time of his death, he had been playing a totally different character for nearly a year now, a character called Nahul the Bee. Though his costume was different, Tomorrow's Pioneers had not only come back, but they had brought...
Do you think strikes and such things are acceptable under this network? Yeah, yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, it's like, I'm pretty sure for journalism and for media, if you are involved in incitement, which this clearly is, then yeah, you're fucking fair game. Jesus.
Brought back Nahul as well, in which Muhammad would play up until his death in 2014. And though Muhammad was described as...
Not while the kids are there. Yeah, obviously not when the fucking kids are there. Because it's like a media organization, so if you give the evacuation warning and then just take out all the equipment, then that would be all you'd need, right? That'd be like the bulk of the job.
The thing is, he mentioned in the video that like they had a daycare.
Yeah, I know they had a daycare, yeah.
So they can't consistently use the kids as a shield.
I guess they do, yeah. I wonder if they did that.
Can I start banning people?
For what? Who?
No reason. Can I just ask him for permission without like even talking to the person first?
Well, maybe, but right now we already have an issue where our mods are very fucking trigger happy with banning, so it's
you already know, like even if they're like very pro Israel,
yeah,
I'm still very lax with it. I usually ban people who are a bit too extreme.
Yeah. Do you not have you've got the role, right? You've got the mod role.
I've got the role, but
yeah,
I don't like banning people. Because like usually Sulfur is here or Mirutsi is here, they can usually just backtrack. Because I'm not the one screenshotting who gets banned and why and put it in the fucking chat. I don't do that shit. I just fucking mute them.
Well, just use timeouts then. Use timeouts and ban if it's like very extra. Yeah.
But
as a kind, innocent man, his role as Nahul was, well, anything but.
اسمع يا صديقي اعمل ايدك هيك لما يجي عندكم اضربهم بوكس خلي وجهه بنظاره
عشان فلسطين
انا بقول له يمسك حجر ولما يجي اليهود عنده يمسكوه وبوم
طبعا الجيران اليهوديين عندي يطب الشرطي
بحبس الحرامي واللي بيعمل مشاكل
Oh shit.
وبنطخ اليهود
They're fucking firing at me.
تصيري زيه ان شاء الله لما تكبري لما تطخ اليهود كلهم
shooting me, dick.
كلهم
No!
طيب.
The messages taught throughout the show during his run were in many cases even worse than the stuff we have already covered, and if it was more properly archived, I could have easily made a whole other section about this content.
Damn.
But this was the man that they were essentially portraying as this innocent
Lost
TV
forever.
host, basically like a Palestinian Mr. Rogers. And I can't believe I'm even saying this, but it somehow got even worse. Upon discovering his true role with Al-Aqsa TV,
Wait. There's more.
TV and Tomorrow's Pioneers, it would also be discovered that this innocent man was actually a well-known terrorist in the Hamas organization.
Oh, no.
And the reason he was quote-unquote randomly caught in a missile strike was because that very strike was made specifically
has he been on Al-Qassam PS? Is that where he's been? Okay, this guy is literally just shooting at me and I can't do anything about it. Okay, let's go up. Let's go up and take a little chance here, shall we? Take a chance. No, fuck that. We're not fighting that. Jesus Christ. I need to pull him to a range. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here.
for him, as he was considered a high-profile terrorist.
Ooh.
So not only was this whole campaign basically being centered around a literal terrorist, But also, they literally had a wanted terrorist working as the host on a kids show, somehow making all of Tomorrow's Pioneers even more dubious. And as wild as this
I think he was logged as a murder journalist. Fuck's sake.
Part of the story is, the most noteworthy detail to come of all of it was the fact that Tomorrow's Pioneers was still very much alive. Of the seasons that I could find, it appears that Karkor had hosted the show sometime in 2013, and was then followed by Nahul the Bee, and then what appears to be some kind of dog character, which their social media team seemingly called Farfour. I was even able to find what seems to be a season that is currently airing as we speak, with the new co-host being whatever this
They're making a new one?
Meaning that the show is still very much alive to this day. And the show was essentially identical to the prior seasons, with the exception of its host, as Sarah would not reprise her role and instead go on to take up a new career. Interestingly, Sarah was initially cast to the show when Uncle Hazim had discovered her singing at a talent show, and since her time on Tomorrow's Pioneers, she has since pursued that career further.
Level 44. Hell yeah. Alright.
Along with even starting her own YouTube channel, where she uploads her songs and a variety of other content, including a call-in section that she had in a recent episode of the show. And it goes without saying, but please do not send hate her way, as she was literally just a kid during her time on the show, and this was basically what she was born into. And though the show during this run was the same style of shocking content, by this point, the outside world had seemingly become numb to it. They had already crossed the line so many times that at this point it wasn't even newsworthy anymore. And plus, with the rival Fatah programming still going on in the region, Tomorrow's Pioneers would seemingly be forgotten. With the majority of the show from the end of Season 4, and really just in general, being completely lost. Though even if most of the show is missing forever, its effects will never be erased, as this content opened the door for Al-Aqsa TV and the rival Fatah-run stations to unleash a slew of kid-centered content depicting some of the most atrocious propaganda imaginable, forever changing the landscape for the children living in the region.
So apparently, and this is a story that... so I'm told this story circulates around Gaza, like in the community. And I think Israeli security forces said the same thing, is that lady who blew herself up and left her 2 kids to watch the reenactment of their mother's death. Apparently, she was married to a Hamas commander, had cheated on him, and in order to clean her name, she took part in a martyrdom operation. Apparently that's the story as it's understood by Israelis and apparently people on the ground in Gaza. Apparently that's the story. Huh. Okay.
And as for the station that started it all, Al-Aqsa TV, well, in 2015 they were again ordered by the Palestinian government to go off the air, an order which they again refused. In 2018, while the station was live on air, bombs began dropping around them as a warning that their building would soon be destroyed.
وهذا يعني يعطينا الفرق ما بين تطورات في الميدان. يبدو أن هناك عدوان صهيوني جديد على قطاع غزة. لا أدري يعني أنتظر أن الإشارة من غرفة التحرير ومن الكنترول إذا كان يعني هناك أي تطورات أن يبلغونا.
And destroyed it was, as the station was decimated for a 3rd time. This time,
man, that fall could have killed me. Oh shit.
Leading Al-Aqsa TV to the brink of bankruptcy and coming just a few days away from shutting down for good. Yet somehow they found a way to stay on the air. Which leads us to 2019 and their most recent controversy, as the station was accused of using coded messages throughout their shows in order to send and receive messages to Hamas members in a way that was essentially untraceable, leading to their headquarters again being bombed in 2021 and relocated to a new building that will likely suffer the same fate some other day. Looking back on our journey through this disturbing show, I'm still left with questions as to the unexplained gaps in its run, and perhaps this video can help unearth some of the program's missing moments, or perhaps they'll stay lost for good. But if this is where the story of Tomorrow's Pioneers truly ends, then let it be remembered for what it was. A shocking, vile, somehow funny, yet utterly terrifying creation. The darkest show ever made for the most vulnerable group in our world, the children, the future, the pioneers of tomorrow. Before you go, I think it's important to stress that the ideology preached within this series is definitely not how all Palestinians think. In fact, I'd say most in the region condone the show, as well as the media's assault on their children.
I think he meant condemn, not condone, because condone means you... Okay, sure.
هذه شغلات مش للأطفال. الأطفال مفروض يتعلموا ويعيشوا حياتهم.
أنا مني وعلي بمنع أطفالي يتفرجوا على دور كبير وخاصة الشاشات الموجودة عنا. فأنا بلاحظ حتى لما الوضع يهدى شوي فبتلاحظي إنه عنا مذيعين وعنا محطات فضائية مشهورة تبدأ بعملية تحريض، حتى لو كانت هاي التحريض غير مباشر فهو تحريض.
And that's why this video isn't some sort of political statement. I just genuinely found this show to be so interesting in the most disturbing way possible. And if anything, this is just one piece to a very complicated puzzle. And if you want more information on this conflict, I definitely recommend doing your own research and not formulating your opinion on this video alone. I want to give a huge thank you to my patrons: Alexander Duran, America's Grumpy Uncle, Bazoo42, Biznacker, Bray, Karen S, Charles Roble, Daniel Binge, Donovan Aaron, Emmanuel Cadena, Game Gamer, Jake Parsons, JB Funk, J Money, John Stewart Mueller, Catherine Ross, Lacey, Larry Mattingly, Mark PH, Max, Mycrafty Ways, Nathan Backus, Phoenix Morgan, Sam Lutfi, Seralis, Scar77, Skelly, Sub to Micro O, Unblended Korchnoi, William Berg, Trucky Doggo, and Zinsu Sensei.
Well done. That was a really good video. God damn. Oh god, I've never had so much curiosity about a TV show. The fuck? Hello, Mina.
You already know what I want to say.
Yeah, you linked me a video.
Yes.
But you know that we usually do the slop and then we do the serious stuff afterwards.
You... What do you mean?
No.
You literally
No.
watched like
Do you believe
an
first?
hour long... Shut up. I've been waiting for days for him to watch this. I've been linking
Okay,
him
what's
with,
more
like,
day?
Shut the fuck up. I don't care.
Mina, I waited months for him to play Baldur's Gate 3, okay? Your pain
Yeah,
is
and then you realize
minuscule.
that his PC is fucking shit.
No, he can still run Baldur's Gate 3. He can't run the other games I suggested. Okay, so I
Got
gave you a
him.
valid argument, and your response is wah, wah, wah.
Wow,
what the
counter
fuck?
debate. Wow, shit.
Got me.
Anyways, you're gonna
Anyway,
watch.
one
Look,
more
my
day.
video is like 10 minutes. Who gives a fuck? You can
Wait,
watch
is
10
it?
minutes and then you can watch. Yes, it's not even that long.
I thought it was
Okay,
like an
fine.
hour.
Yeah,
No,
it's,
I
it's,
don't-
if
I
it's
don't
10 minutes,
mean-
watch it.
I'm not talking.
Oh, okay. Which one? Can you...
If it's
What's the
10
10-minute one? Oh, the Guardian one.
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's easy. Okay, I thought you were talking about the
Okay,
Hoover
what?
one.
Yeah, yeah,
Gotcha.
no, okay,
No.
watch the 10 minute
Hi.
one. If it's 10 minutes, fuck it, who cares?
Actually, this one is
Oh my
perfect because it's
God.
like a counterbalance to the Alexa fucking station.
Yeah, because, bro, you've watched... Isn't that video like 3 hours now? It felt like 3 hours.
It's an hour and a half. But with reaction
Fuck
time.
me. It felt 3 hours. Okay, anyway.
Yeah, it's because the guy talks so slowly. You should have put it on like 1.5.
Yeah, but then I wouldn't have
Anyway.
been to capture the low sense of dread backing music.
Fair.
Okay.
Alright, bye.
Alright, take care, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, I thought you were talking about a different video. This one actually is interesting, and it's a good follow-up, okay? Listen, okay? It's not quite Alexa TV, okay? But it's pretty mental. It's a Guardian piece about fucking settlers, okay? Let's go.
Hi. Do you speak English? Yeah. Can I ask you a question? We're looking for the Green Line. Do you know where the Green Line is?
And exist.
It doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist. All of Israel is our land.
All of Israel is yours.
Damn.
Did the Green Line used to exist?
No, never.
No? You don't recognize the Green Line. There is no Green Line.
God gave us Israel, all of it.
Reporting in the Middle East for over...
Bro, you got a lisp. You got a big fat lisp. Holy shit. God is clearly not... What do you think God was thinking when he made you, buddy? Fuck.
20 years.
I've seen the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians deepen, shift, and return to the same painful questions again and again. At one point, there was hope for a resolution based on the Green Line, drawn in 1949 to separate Israel from the West Bank and Gaza. It was seen as the boundaries of a possible two-state solution.
Fuck!
But today, amid Israel's devastating war in Gaza and the occupation of the West Bank, that vision feels more distant than ever.
الفلسطينيين بدهم حقوقهم، بدهم دولة فلسطينية، حقهم بالحياة، حقهم بانتخاب ممثليهم، حقهم يكون في عندهم بيوت بدون ما يكون في قرارات هدم.
The Green Line still exists on maps, but on the ground it's been blurred, physically, politically, and in ways that continue to inflame the conflict.
How can you have your next door neighbor saying, I want to have a safe house right next door to you, and also I want to kill you and I want to drive you into the sea?
In this series, I'm traveling along the Green Line, meeting Palestinians and Israelis living just kilometers apart, but shaped by vastly different realities, to discover whether peace is still possible and what future they envision.
Now, in this moment, I'm looking and I see the Dome of the Rock and I see the Al-Aqsa, and I know things are going to change in Jerusalem.
In episode 1, I begin in Jerusalem, a city at the heart of the conflict and where divisions run deep. Excuse me? Do you know where the Green Line is?
Lisp is probably the cruelest word in the world. Yeah, it is. Why the fuck? It's almost as bad as Asperger's. Loner is cooking with his goal. It's only 5 out of 10. The fuck? The goal's fucked, you guys. Needs a lot more work. Shit. It's only
It
halfway.
used to be here somewhere, I think.
I don't know.
It's not here anymore?
No.
All right, thank you. Do you know where the Green Line is? This way?
Straight.
Okay, shukran. Do you know where the Green Line is?
No idea.
Do you know what the Green Line is?
No idea. I don't know anything about it.
Go from there all the way to the right. Is it a border? Do I need my passport? No?
You don't need your passport.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Shukran, I'll go find it. Thank you, thank you. For most of those I ask, the Green Line no longer exists in Jerusalem and hasn't for a long time. In many ways, the erasure of the Green Line began in 1967, when Israel occupied
Billy,
the Gaza
thanks for
Strip
$10.
and the West Bank, including here in East Jerusalem. Sorry? What did it...
What that gentleman been saying?
He's saying that
Is he
Israel
just
never
shouting
occupied
at him from across the fucking road? Man, fucking hell. I was interviewing someone in Tel Aviv, and there's a guy behind me who was like, excuse me, can I interrupt you? So what is why do you think Palestinians a real thing? It's like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, jeez, that was so annoying. I was like, bro, we're just having a chat.
The Gaza Strip or the West Bank, that these territories belong to Israel. They're theirs. Years after the occupation began, Israel annexed the eastern part of the city, expanding Jerusalem and declaring it as the complete and united capital of Israel. For Palestinians, many of whom were displaced from Western Jerusalem during the creation of Israel in 1948, the ongoing occupation is a painful reminder of the loss of their most important city.
الخط الأسود مش الخط الأخضر.
Why?
لأنه الخط اللي دمر حياة المقدسيين ودمر حياة الفلسطينيين ككل. هو قسم المقدسيين وأكلت يعني كل حقوق الفلسطينيين اللي هي already مش عن جد حقوقنا.
Today, does the Green Line still have any meaning for you?
مش عن جد في معنى للخط الأخضر لأنه لا الإسرائيليين محترمينه ولا العالم محترمه. فالخط الأخضر اليوم ولا شيء. This is bullshit in English. هاي الكلمة بعرفها بالإنجليزي.
For me, this is my past and it's my future. And for you, when you come here, it's a story. For us, it's not a story, it's our life and it's our survival. As the Arabs express themselves, they're saying no Jew should live in Israel. And they say it openly. They have an open agenda, not a hidden agenda.
But I think the official position of the Palestinian government, in any case, has been of one of two states. Is that not something you would support?
One of the three characteristics of a Jew is that they're compassionate. And we're compassionate until...
That is not answering the question even slightly. Okay, Queen. Hello.
they're standing with rifles at us, wanting to kill us and kill our children. Then we say, hang on a second, with two-state solution, before we can talk about the two-state solution, we need to say, are you willing to live in peace?
The majority of those living in East Jerusalem are Palestinians. But since the occupation began, an increasing number of Israeli settlers have crossed the Green Line and moved into Palestinian areas of the city.
Where's this fucking dude?
Tzipora Pils is one such settler. A mother of 10 and a tour guide, she's chosen to raise her family in the Arab neighborhood of Ras Al Amud.
Really?
Her home is located in the middle of a Jewish cemetery and overlooks one of Islam's holiest sites, the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound.
We'll walk around over here. We'll see the view of the Temple Mount.
Let's do it.
Okay, let's go. We live here for 23 years. This is a very special
She has a valid point. What, to say that there's not a good peace partner, so how can we expect? That is a good point until you ask them, okay, so would you give up this land for peace? Like, would you give up this part of this side of the Green Line, Judea Samaria, for peace? And then watch them fucking shit themselves.
cemetery, because in the redemption, we're going to have the Messiah, and we're going to have the temple, and all the dead people are going to become alive again.
Right.
So it's going to start from here, from the Mount of Olives. That's why people.
This is where it's going to.
Exactly, it's going to start from here.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. This is East Jerusalem, and I like to talk about the Jewish settlement in East Jerusalem. You see there's a wall at the end of the trees over there.
Yeah.
They have 10 families living over there. Now all the mountain over there that you see now is empty. That's going to be a big Jewish neighborhood of 300 families.
So who makes that? The Jerusalem municipality, the Israeli government?
The Israeli government, yeah.
okay.
That will be the eastern neighborhood of Yerushalayim.
What does it feel like for you living, as you described, surrounded by Palestinian Arabs from this community in East Jerusalem?
Well, I feel it's a privilege, okay, living here, because the first reason is making all Yerushalayim, all Jerusalem, to be Jewish. That's like one of our aims, and to live over.
This is a total fucking failure, by the way. They tried so hard. They spent so much money trying to Judaize fucking East Jerusalem. It's just a total failure. It didn't work. Rip. Can't do it. You can't do it unless you just want to deport them.
Looking the holiest site, overlooking the Temple Mount. This is the reason why I live here. You see, this is my house over here.
Wow, I have never seen the old city from this perspective.
Yeah, this is amazing,
My
amazing.
God.
The world was founded from this spot, okay? Because over here stood the first temple of King Solomon. Over here is the second temple of King Herod. And I believe over here is going to be the third temple.
Wow. So tell me about that. You say you want to build the third temple. Why is that important to you?
After the destruction of the second temple, we were all separated to Poland, Germany, and Morocco, and Yemen. What kept the Jews in all of this country is the coming back to our nation, to our homeland, and rebuilding the third temple. Now, in this moment, I'm looking and I see the Dome of the Rock, and I see the Al-Aqsa, and I know that it doesn't have to be in the spot.
So is there a place for both of them to exist?
No.
Or do you have to
No, fat no.
destroy one of those
Say no.
Islamic sites in order to build the temple?
We cannot have a mosque together with the third temple together. It just doesn't go together.
Why? Meaning one of
it looks
one of
bad,
those
or-
structures, the mosque, the Al-Aqsa mosque, has to go in order for the temple to be built?
Yes. My daily music, instead of hearing the muezzin calling people to pray, I know that I'm supposed to hear the Levites playing their instruments in the temple. I know what music I'm supposed to hear. This is something temporarily. It's not supposed to be in Israel.
Do you ever see a solution based around two states, one for Israelis, one for Palestinians, based on the Green Line?
Definitely not. To give the Palestinian state, it means to give away, to give up my homeland. The more settlements we'll have in Judea and the more settlements we're going to have in Samaria, that will solve our side, because we need Jews not only living in Tel Aviv and Haifa, we need 2 million, 3 million Jews living in our original homeland. Now you're asking what to do with all the Arabs. And,
That's a logical question.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a.
What about the
God, it's just like it's like a fucking NPC script. It's a fucking NPC. It's like this every time. What do you do with the Arabs? Do you want to give them voting rights? Do you want them to be residents? Would you give the land up for peace? Like, these questions just make these people's fucking heads explode. It's so annoying. Like, just think about what you're doing.
Arabs that are living already in East Jerusalem in these neighborhoods that you mentioned.
Okay, so first of all, we have to know that that Jerusalem is the capital of the state of Israel. If other people want to live here, they're welcome. They could live in Jerusalem, but they have their obligations, what to do, okay?
If the Palestinians you mentioned were to stay in Jerusalem, what would they need to do exactly?
First of all, recognize that things are going to change in the Temple Mount. We're going to have the third temple, okay? Things are going to change. Look, we have a lot of Arab countries all over the world, okay? And we have only one homeland. Everybody has to accept that this is our homeland.
خلطي كل الألوان خلطي كل الألوان تعال 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 شو
But for Palestinians like Ramzi Abbasi, whose roots to Jerusalem trace back generations, this is the only homeland he's ever known. Like Tzipora, Ramzi is also a tour guide of Jerusalem. With a large following on social media, he creates videos about the issues facing Palestinians in this ancient city. Hi, Ramzi. How you doing? Kifak. How's it going? Nice to meet you, Matthew.
هون بالضبط كان الجرين لاين.
The green line was here.
Yes, here بالضبط. مبني وبيطلع عند الشجر هناك، فالشارع الرئيسي اللي عليه السيارات هو كمان الجرين لاين.
Is he speaking?
أتذكر لما كنت صغير هذا المكان ما بتشوف
Okay, am I fucking mental? Why do I feel like some of the words he's saying are Hebrew? Or his accent? I don't fucking know.
الأرض أنت بس بتشوف روس بشر من كتر ما الناس كانت تيجي وكانت البلاد مفتوحة.
If a Palestinian from the Gaza Strip or the West Bank, they want to come to Jerusalem, are they able to?
ما بيقدروا يجوا هون وممنوع سكان الضفة الغربية سكان غزة يفوتوها إلا بتصريح وما في تصريح.
And you have a lot of soldiers and police walking around, I guess, huh?
هدول إسرائيلي بوليس موجودين في القدس ضمن قوة الأوكيبيشن ضمن قوة الاحتلال. غير إنه موجود في البوليس الإسرائيلي كمان في كمية كاميرات فظيعة، يعني بتحكي عن 5000 كاميرا موجودة بس في كيلومتر مربع، وبكون شايفك عارف مين أنت، عارف شو اسمك، عارف من وين أنت، عارف إذا عندك مثلا أشياء سابقة أنت عاملها.
In 2023, Ramzi was convicted by an Israeli court for communicating with a person affiliated with a terror group and for working with a banned social media platform, charges he vehemently denies.
عمي شو الأخبار؟ هات أسلم عليك.
لا أنا ما بدي أحكي شيء سياسي، أنا بحكي بيني وبينك. أما على التلفزيون لا، اليوم بدك يحبسونا بدك كذا.
I've been noticing we've been trying to talk with a lot of Palestinians here in East Jerusalem, and a lot of people, they're scared to say anything political. Why is that?
لأنه
They think you're special forces, bro. They think you're Shinda. They think you're Doron with a wig.
حتى لو قلت يعني يا رب احمي أهل غزة مثلا هيك، هذه بيعتبروها تحريض اليوم. فأنت ممكن تدخل على السجن بتهمة إنك أنت بتدعم الإرهاب أو بتدعم شيء خارج عن القانون.
You're not worried about yourself to talk about these things?
ما حدا رح يطلع صوته، أنا بدي أعتبر حالي صوت الناس اللي بتخاف تحكي لازم إحنا في حدا يحكي عنها، لأنه إذا كلنا نخاف نحكي بكرة إحنا كلنا بيعملوا لنا تهجير وبيقولوا لنا يلا على الأردن السلام عليكم خلصنا خلص الموضوع وبيجيبوا هون محلك إسرائيلي يحتلك.
After taking me on a tour, Ramzi joins his family for a meal at their favorite spot, on the rooftops of the old city, overlooking the Al-Aqsa compound.
منكير واو ما أحلاه. مرحبا السلام عليكم العائلة اللطيفة الجميلة اللي أنا بحبها. بنيجي هون لأنه القعدة جميلة، بناخذ نظرة بانورامية على القدس، يعني المساحات الخضراء للأطفال أو للعائلات تقعد فيها بالقدس بشرق القدس مش موجودة كتير. ما عندنا مساحات كتير نروح عليها لأنه بسبب إنه الاحتلال مستولي على كل شيء. وبيعمل كل شيء لإله مش لإلنا.
Fucking bugs.
How is it to live in Jerusalem?
يعني أنا إنسانة بحب بلدي وبحب أكون فيها ومبسوط فيها.
بس الوضع اللي بتمر فيه البلد وضع سيء جدا، بيأثر على نفسيتنا، بيأثر على مشاعرنا انها تكون هيك ملخبطة. السبب اللي بخلينا عن جد بنحس بهذا الخوف وجود المحتل. انت دايما انت بالنسبة لإلهم المحتل بشوفنا ان احنا اشخاص خطر عليهم، فانت معرض للخطر منهم.
The Israelis will say they're doing all of this because they're worried about attacks from Palestinians, that they need to do all this for self-defense. What do you say to that?
فعمليا احنا الواضح واضح قدام الناس بدون اي بروباغندا وبدون اي فلسفه.
It's not called Al-Quds. Okay, if you're gonna do this fucking etymological fucking bullshit, bro, like, stop fucking hell, man. Oh God. Regular chatters as well. Fuck's sake. So we just find out whatever every town in the fucking Middle East was called before even fucking Jews were there and just call it that religiously. What a fucking retarded thing to say. Give it back to the Canaanites. Otherwise, you're racist. Oh. Where is this guy? Where's this bug? The fuck is this bug? Oh, there he is. Okay, that's dangerous.
وبدون أي تمثيل واضح أنه
It's called South Ramallah. Yes. Yes, it is.
فهو بده يدافع عن نفسه عن إيش؟ عن إيش بده يدافع عن نفسه؟ عن وجوده هون؟ أعطي الناس حقوقها، خليها تعيش. ما حدا رح يعمل فيك 7 أكتوبر.
So what's the solution then?
يعني نضحك على بعض، إحنا بنضحك على بعض، نحكي جوك، يعني هلا أنت بتحكي نكتة، ما في حل. يعني أنا في حقوق إلي العالم كلها معترف فيها، ما حدا معطيني إياها، إيش الحل؟ عملية سلام مقابل إن يعطونا دولة فلسطينية، ما في حل. عودة لاجئين، مش عمالهم برجعوا لاجئين، ما في حل، بالعكس بدهم يطردوا الناس. فالحل الوحيد اللي لازم يصير إنه الطرف المحتل يعترف بحقوقنا، خلص.
Whoa.
As we eat, a group of a few dozen Jewish Israeli women turn up on a tour of their own. Leading the group is Sipora.
How's it going? We're filming.
Fuck.
How are you?
Fuck it out of the way.
We're filming.
מסתכלת על מסתכלת מהחלון ורואה את מקום המקדש. אז זכות מאוד מאוד גדולה לגור במקום הזה, והציפייה היא משהו מוחשי שנוכח וקיים כל יום.
Could very easily kill me.
We've been
He's
going
so
around the
strong.
old city today, just meeting all kinds of people, and it's funny we came across you here.
Yeah.
So what are you doing?
The tour, that the whole aim of it, is first of all, a connection between mothers and daughters. None of the women over here are from Jerusalem. All of them are out of Jerusalem to increase the rebuilding of the temple. That's the whole aim of the tour.
Rebuild the temple. Great.
كثير سيء إنه أنا قاعد هون.
Did they want to do it themselves though, or did they want to wait for God to do it? I thought that was their whole thing.
وأسمع إنه هدول الناس جايين بدهم يدمروا المسجد. إنك تسمع هذا الحكي وبيحكوه بشكل كول، يعني صبابة بسيط، يعني إنه إشي عادي، يعني مش تصرف بإنسان سوي أو إنسان في جواته إشي صحيح بمخه، في إشي غلط بمخه. هدول مستعدين يهدموا كل شيء عشان يحققوا بس أحلام.
Box parentless seems raised poorly. Why? What? Why would you say that? What did I do that made you think that? Moose nut. That's actually very parentless and childless behavior. Why read that? It's a fucking weird thing to say. It's a funny comment. What the fuck? Seems very stupid of you. What? To draw attention to my parentless. Okay. To expose me.
In the next
That's
episode,
the demons I've been hiding
I'll travel
all this time.
north along the Green Line to the city of Tulkarem, meeting Palestinians displaced from their homes, and speaking with Israelis living in towns just across the wall, facing the edge of the West Bank.
Wow. Easy bait, lol. Why did you respond to me commenting on your comment? Baited. That's why you got baited, fucking retard. Okay. Fucking hell. Do I have a way out here? I could just be moving into a cave. Fuck. Fuck! No, I'm not going there. Fuck that. Fuck that. Huh. Okay. Get on this road. What are we watching now? We're gonna watch Jubilee. Right after I get my fucking sandwich. Just give me a minute. Oh god, I have to kill ogres. Oh no. Are the Hagari clips back yet? Well, they're in my BRB screen, right? Can we skip Jubilee and just have a pure WoW stream? No, that's mean. That's not fair to chat. Okay. Oh, there's a partner potentially. Strong boy. All right. Let me log out here where it's safe. Ooh. Okay, it's going to be Jubilee when I'm back in about 5 minutes. Can we have another 2-ton struggle session again? I feel like he's in a different country, right? Because he's always really late with those. So I would wait. I'd wait. All right. See you guys in a couple of minutes, okay? Bye-bye. Playground of Death. Come, look. You see this slide? This is no ordinary slide. It goes down to an extensive terror tunnel network. Look. Whee! Look! These are AK-47s, landmines, RPGs. This is not to be used by children. Do not play with these at home. These are not toys. Come back up. This is not a regular hippity hop. Push it aside. A rocket launcher. We are operating here to clear out the areas for these playgrounds of death from Hezbollah. Okay, that's good. It's going to be that.
Churchill say if he were alive today?
I know what Churchill would say. He'd say, that's what Churchill would say. We have to constantly feign victimhood and financial struggle whilst taking in 5 figures a month at least, mostly from unwitting donors. We have to review supercars and deflect all criticism by the mere fact that some people produce more carbon emissions than I do. We have to avoid a revolution at all costs, lest I get actually executed because everyone who takes part in that revolution will notice me for the inauthentic, slimy, ineffectual hack cunt that I actually am. Go change the title. The title has a question mark on it, you dumb fuck. Chill. The title is honest. The title leaves room for interpretation. I'm not Vosh. Wait, wait a minute. that shit. Facts. Facts.
Dog, like you're an Israeli dog, at least, or you're.
I'm a Palestinian, but so you hate Palestinians. You don't like Palestinians.
No, I don't like Israeli dogs. That's what I don't like.
What do you think? What do you think
Anyway,
Steph should
gotta
do?
go.
What do you think Steph should do to be like not an Israeli dog? What do you think like a true Palestinian would do in living in Israel?
66 multiple rocket launchers have been either destroyed or captured.
66 multiple rocket launchers. Armada Rota 2024. Oh, is that this website? Militant groups in Gaza and the West Bank. No, wait. What? Qassam. 59 makeshift. Qassam. These are not Israelis. An Israeli rocket launcher would not be called Qassam. This is Hamas's losses that he's framing as Israeli. He can't even read. This is the biggest communist creator on YouTube. Why are you getting your talking points from Hamas spokespersons, from Islamic fundamentalists who still won't even tell you how many soldiers they've lost? Israel does, by the way. They can't really hide that. They're a democracy. There'd be problems if they were just disguising dead soldiers. So he quotes Hamas to say how many Israeli armored vehicles they destroyed. And then he goes on a data page that shows you how many multiple rocket launchers Hamas lost, but frames them as Israeli losses. What am I watching? This data. What the fuck? Changed. Hopping on your last leg, on your last limb. The rules of war have changed. That's what they're doing. It's time. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Inshallah, maybe this last rocket will hit another cow farm. Or another couple of Druze children. Poof! The last leg goes off. Just a bouncing stump. Come on then. Come on then. 'Tis but a flesh wound. Beirut, come get us in Beirut. Let's go. Don't mind the civilians next to it. They don't get a hat. They're with us, right? Guys? It's just me and you, old boy. Come on then. At that point, you have to make a choice. And that choice should be to ban all the queer people.
An oath of allegiance to the Houthi.
Does he know? Were you going to answer my question about the salute? What the fuck?
So, again, the Israeli state didn't compensate like the person who was involved in the terror. They arrested.
Yes, they don't
right?
compensate the fucking terrorist. If he got injured, if he was shot by a Palestinian, and he, son of a bitch, deserved to be shot and lynched by a fucking
Wait, was
mob,
the guy that was actually burning
he would
attacking
be
Palestinians get
compensated.
shot? Sound did the guy
have a
who,
different
like,
subject.
the Israeli settler that was attacking Palestinians,
March
did he get
return.
shot?
No, he did not get shot, but he could have been.
I thought I heard a bit of good news.
You know what? I might as well go to fucking Hawara and shoot the very first settler that comes my way.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about
Christopher
like a
Howe
farm.
in a video game. Queeman defenseless. Mate, Queeman is a 13-year-old trapped in a 12-year-old's body. What's this gonna... Destiny versus Queeman. What's this gonna... What are they going for? The fucking super gay weight twink-off championships? Who would... I guess Queeman does... He looks like he weighs about 100 pounds. But he's also youthful and probably quite feisty. So... Okay. Hey, shit. Did you guys know? Breaking news, guys. Did you know that there is a new Jubilee video? Have you heard the news? I didn't think so. Cunts. New super chat. Wait, what? Why is it showing chat in the fan funding? Oh. Already got that one. Never mind. Okay. Okay. It's Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib. 20 protesters versus 1 Palestinian. I really, bro, I know it would be quite mad if none of the protesters were Palestinian or Arab. I'm sure some of them are, but it would be quite funny if they were all white. That would be very funny. Anyway. BDS Jubilee. That guy with a mustache. I know that guy. Isn't he a creator? Let's see.
I do
Maybe he's been in one of these before. I don't know. Let's go.
not agree that we should find common ground with people who support a genocide. That's
You
unacceptable.
Make peace
That
with
is
your
never-
enemies, not with your friends.
No, we do not make peace with people who are murdering children. Answer me that. Who put your parents in Gaza?
Between 1948
You're
and
not gonna
67 and 1967.
You've dodged every one of my questions.
It's not us who are rejecting the peace. I don't like the fact that whoever's trying to promote that this is the moderate view and this is the extremist view. We are not extremists.
My name is Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib. I'm a Palestinian American who grew up in Gaza, where I lost immediate and extended family members in the war. Since October 7th, I've been on a mission to delegitimize Hamas and promote a pragmatic pathway forward away from violence and toward peace and coexistence. And I am surrounded by 20 pro-Palestine protesters. My first
Oh shit, guys. Please engage with empathy and respect. Please.
claim is that October 7th was an abhorrent disaster that unleashed the worst catastrophe in the Palestinian people's history. Hi, my name is Ahmed.
So, worst catastrophe. I think that you're using specific words for specific reasons. The Nakba, catastrophe, right? I want to offer my condolences. I believe that 33 members of your family were exterminated by the Zionist entity. So my question is, how is this worse than what initiated everything, which was the Nakba in 1948?
My grandparents were pushed out in 1948, where 700,000 Palestinians were unfortunately forced to leave their homes, and in some cases had no choice but to leave their homes. Since October 7th, over 2.1 million Palestinian people have had to leave their homes due to the catastrophe that Hamas's actions unleashed by attacking Israeli communities on October 7th. Quantitatively and qualitatively, Hamas's actions have triggered one of the worst catastrophes in the Palestinian people's history, whereby 50,000 Palestinians would still be alive had Hamas simply kept its soldiers at home on October 7th,
Right, so-
including family members of my own.
So by that logic, if Zionists wouldn't have colonized Palestine, then none of this would have began to begin with, right?
As a Palestinian who grew up in the Gaza Strip, what I can tell you is that
who put you there?
The Gaza Strip
Who put you there?
had immense potential to be the pride and joy of the Palestinian people, to prove that we are absolutely capable of having a functional state of our own that can rebuild our society, rebuild our heritage, reclaim our presence on the land.
The entirety of the land, or just because I believe your parents were in a refugee camp, right? They were forced into that.
There are nuances and complexities in
Well, who
history.
put them there?
Nuances and complexities.
But that's a very
in-
objective
in-
thing.
in
Who put
history
them there?
that unfortunately.
The answer to this would be, yeah, people have been made refugees all throughout, like, since the dawn of time, and especially with the birth of modern nationalism, loads of people get displaced. It does not mean that they have to wage an eternal war to get the exact spot of land that their grandparents or great-grandparents or great-great-grandparents came from. Anyway.
You unfortunately are not willing to listen to some of the nuances and the complexities. Do you know, for example,
Well, just answer that. Like
1948, the Arab armies that were coming in to supposedly save the Palestinian people asked Palestinians,
From whom?
asked
From the
Palestinians
Zionists,
to leave,
occupiers. Yeah.
asked Palestinians to leave, disarmed Palestinians, and said, "Oh, this is a matter of 2 to 3 days."
So we agree that they
This
should.
didn't actually. This was not the main motivator for like most of the villages that were cleared out. I think if you look for primary motives, I think this accounts for like 6 villages out of 400.
Should have been armed.
That's not my point. My point
You
is
said they disarmed them as
history-
if it's a negative thing, right?
The history of the Nakba itself is so singularly focused on what happened from the point of view of Zionism and
The colonizers, right?
whereas I actually want to understand what happened with the Arab failures that have
To
put
stop
us.
the failures to stop Zionism, right?
Why wasn't
From
a
colonizing
Palestinian
Palestine, right?
state? Why wasn't a Palestinian state established between 1948 and
Because the
1967?
British were in control of the region, and we know for a fact.
He's not even listening to what years he said. From 48 to 67.
The Palestinian revolt was in opposition to the British, right? So when people talk about, oh, you know, we've been opposing colonization for 75 years since the Nakba, add another 30 for British colonization of the region. Is that incorrect?
Between 1948 and
is it
1967.
incorrect that
The mandate was not really colonization. You wouldn't call it that because like there was a whole point in the mandate system was to get away from colonies. The mandate was supposed to be, I guess you call it imperial rule, in order to find local leaders who were able to establish self-governance. Unfortunately, by 1948, the Zionists had everything in place. Had everything in place to start a state, and like institutionally, military, and everything. And the Arab leaders kind of didn't. They lacked a lot. But
British
Who was in
colonize the
charge
region.
between 1948
well,
and
do we include Ottoman rule? Hell no. We love the Ottomans in here.
Correct. You haven't answered a single one of my questions. I asked who put your parents in Gaza, and you were unwilling to answer that. Can you at least answer me that? Who put your parents in Gaza?
between 1948
You're
and
not gonna
67 and 1967.
You've dodged every one of my questions.
It's not dodging so much.
So just it's a very simple question. Who put your parents in a refugee camp?
On my mom's side, the Arab invading armies asked the invading armies to liberate the Palestinian people.
Why were they invading?
To supposedly stop the Zionist invasion.
From doing what?
From taking over the Palestinian people's lands in the areas that later on became Israel.
Okay, and you're okay with that?
I'm not okay with that.
Okay, so we should liberate that land.
80 years later, Israel is a recognized state that exists, that is recognized by the entirety of the international community. And this illusion that armed resistance is going to get rid of 7 million Jewish Israelis, 7 million.
We're talking getting rid of the Zionist occupation, the Zionist entity itself, right? The colonial forces.
So do you believe that there should be a space for the Jewish people?
There always have been. What we're opposition to is, or opposing, I should say, is the Zionist entity itself. Why do Europeans have the right to colonize and impose a government on Palestinians? Why?
Well, I would say that we should ask that to the
No, I'm
king
asking
of
you.
Jordan
I'm
at the
asking
time.
you. He's not here, unfortunately.
At the time, we should ask the Arab armies that came to liberate the Palestinian people.
Why
and
didn't they
ended
defeat
up-
the Zionists?
And ended up facilitating part of the Nakba by asking folks, my mom.
So you're blaming the Nakba on the Arab countries.
I'm blaming the failures of the Arabs and of the Palestinian leadership at the time in acting in the best interest of the Palestinian people and then looking at 1948 to
This
1967.
Ahmed guy's not a debater. Holy shit. These guys would be so much fun to talk to. Oh my God. Yeah, he's not really a debater. Okay. I've established it. Because that guy is trying to shoehorn him into a conversation about colonizers and reclaim and the entity and all that shit. Ugh. Fucking sundowner. Hey, will you be around in like a few hours, or at least like 2 hours, so I can finish this?
Yeah, but like real fucking quickly.
Yeah, I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna say that the fucking Arab National Committee and fucking Palestine
fuck
did
them.
have
I'm
their
not talking
like,
about
state
them. I'm
building.
talking about
Oh.
this dude. He's
This dude.
fucking,
Okay.
do you know the holy fuck, he's so fucking cocked, like beyond any level of cocked I have ever seen. Like he could just say, yeah, they ethnically cleansed us. Instead, he's yapping and defending the fucking Nakba, like refusing to acknowledge any ethnic cleansing, the responsibility, just yapping about the Arab failures, which are already well known and well documented. Nobody disputes them. Like, oh my god, I know people watch him because they want people, someone who's actually from the region to dab on retards who talk about the region like they know something.
Yeah.
But seriously, this dude is like the last person I want to defend my points. He's so fucking retarded. Honestly, I hope he comes back to Gaza one day and he finds a trigger happy Kahanist. See you later.
A Kahanist. Yeah, fucking hell, man. It's funny because like the way he's talking about the Arab leaders is like he sounds but he's like he's talking like less he's like giving less acknowledgement than even like Benny Morris does, which is quite wild.
Why wasn't
Thanks
a
for that speed
Palestinian
run,
state
Runner.
established? Why wasn't it until 1964 that at the Arab League summit that the decision was made to create the Palestinian Liberation Organization and to push for Palestinian statehood? Why was Jordan allowed to annex the West Bank and Egypt annex the Gaza Strip?
To be
where
very
my
clear,
family-
I'm against that, but that's a regional conflict, right? That's a regional. What I'm opposed to is Europeans thinking they could colonize Palestine.
Do you know
That's
that
a
half of
primary
Jewish
contradiction.
We only care if it's white people. Yeah, hell yeah. Hey.
Israelis? Do you
Well,
know
I'm
that
not
half
talking
of
about.
Jewish
No, I'm talking
Israelis
about the
are-
originators of the Zionist project. Can we agree that they were Europeans?
Not entirely, no.
The majority?
Not entirely.
There were majority
some-
secular Jews.
certainly- There were certainly some elements of the
majority was.
Zionist movement that certainly emerged out of Europe. But I'm saying
No, they were mostly European to begin with. I don't know why he's... Do you think Ahmed's being too soft in Israel here? He's being comically soft. Again, this is the kind of rhetoric I would expect to hear from like a Ben Shapiro person who's like trying to trigger Palestinians, right? Like, or leftists. But he's saying it in a very kind of like permissive, like cucked way, I guess. Like, you can only use this point if you're trying to be like really aggressive and frankly just inaccurate. Like you would be like, oh, how did your family get kicked out in the 48 war? And it's like, well, then you would be like, if only the Arab leaders hadn't started a fucking war that they were never going to win. Blah, blah, blah. Like, that's how you would approach that in a way that's like not entirely false, but also very misleading and also very unapologetic. But bro, you can just say it was Zionist forces. Yes, it was like Zionist. It was Israeli arms that kicked out people in the Nakba for the most part. Because if it was Arab leaders saying, "Step away for 3 days so we can finish the war," okay, who was it that barred them from returning after the war was over? Oh, that was Israel. Like fuck.
Now, I am thinking about the future. I'm thinking about Gaza. What happened in Gaza on October 7th was not because of Zionism.
What happened in Gaza on October
happened
7th?
What happened with the attack that Hamas launched as a terrorist organization. You have taken an entirely different approach to thinking about October 7th. You
Right.
have eaten up the Hamas propaganda that says October 7th happened because of Zionism.
And you're eating
Because-
up the Zionist propaganda, right?
Ooh.
Because
I'm-
I don't
Boom,
ever
boom,
hear you
boom.
bringing up, and I've seen many of your interviews, I don't see you ever bringing up the IOF, if you want to call them the IDF, the Haganah, where
IOF.
they came from, right? They started as a terrorist militia, did they not? Were they not killing
That's
British
irrelevant.
soldiers? How is that irrelevant? That's where they
The Haganah was not really seen as the terrorist organization. That would be the Irgun and Lehi.
came from,
fact-
and they continue to impose that upon the Palestinian
Fucking video
population.
games.
I asked you, why is it that in the West Bank, there's nobody stopping all the
Are you
colonization that's still occurring?
Palestinian? Are you Palestinian?
I'm Mexican.
Have you lived in the Gaza Strip?
No, when you were run out,
Bro, cringe.
right? When you aligned yourself with, what was that organization you're involved with? Because I know you work for the Atlantic Council right now, right?
The U.S.
Do you know anything about my history?
Yes, I do.
So tell me,
Your
what is my
parents
history?
were forced into Gaza, were they not? They grew up in a
wait,
refugee
fuck.
camp, were they not?
Do you know anything about Hamas and how it treats Palestinians in the Gaza Strip? Do you know anything?
Not worse than Israelis and Zionists treat them.
Do you know that in the past?
I mean, before October 7th, that's probably
2 days.
So we agree.
Hamas executed dozens of Palestinians who were hungry, who were desperate,
this like,
as Hamas was looting.
Dozens of Palestinians. Meanwhile, the Zionist entity exterminated 33 of your family members.
The Zionist entity. The Zionist
You've been voted
entity.
out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
I don't know why they voted that guy out. He was basically like debate rolling the fuck out of Ahmed there.
Hi, Dania. My name is Ahmed.
Daniel, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So I want to shift the conversation a little bit.
Please.
You said that October 7th was one of the most detrimental things to Palestinians, correct? I would beg to differ because I think the fact that, also, let's not pretend like October 7th was an isolated incident. It didn't come out of nowhere. It came after years and years and years
of
occupation, oppression, and siege. Okay? So on October 7th, when the resistance took place, because it wasn't an isolated incident, it also happened to take place during a time where social media was rampant. So for the first time in a really long time, Palestine was in every conversation. Most everybody that you know could talk about Palestine in one way
Is
or
this like a justification? It is so stupid, man. Fucking hell. The epic resistance. He'll probably have an easier time with this because his talking points on Gaza, I think, are a lot stronger than whatever the fuck he was doing on the history, but okay.
another. They knew about what was going on, and for the first time, we are hearing people recognize how detrimental the IDF has been and the occupation has been in history. And I think that the fact that it took place during a time where social media was at its height, we're seeing people on the ground, we're seeing people take videos of the rubble of their homes, we're seeing people have to makeshift water filters so that they can have drinkable water.
And how has it helped anyone? How you're acting like this is like it's a good because it's drawn attention. How has this helped anyone? You got a bit more loud voices at the General Assembly, but other than that.
We are seeing children get shot for collecting rainwater. We are seeing children dying and starving and emaciated infants. And for the first time, it's not just on the news. It's on your phone. We're watching a genocide take place on our phones, and most everybody is talking about it. So how can you say that October 7th was so detrimental to the Palestinians when it is the first time that it has been brought to heightened media?
Okay, this is fucking disgusting. What a fucking white fuck. Okay, what a horrible thing to say. Holy shit. How can you say it's detrimental because it's got things in the media? Holy fuck, man. Because it gives you an excuse to dress up like a fucking gift shop. What is this, the necklace, the t-shirt, the keffiyeh? Fucking hell.
Media attention.
Well, I share your horror in what's happening in Gaza. I mean, it is an unimaginable level of death and destruction and pain and suffering and hunger and in some cases, I mean, people like being burnt in their tents and all the really horrible level atrocities that I have called out, and I have said that the Israeli government and military have committed war crimes. I've actually overtly said that.
I mean, it doesn't take much to recognize that.
But
wow.
my point is,
you want me to give you a cookie for doing the bare minimum? Nice one.
I don't want my people and my family and my community and my beautiful Gaza that has meant so much to the Palestinian people there and to what remains of my family to merely become a social media phenomenon where it is on display for people to look at and say, wow, look at this is so
That's
horrible.
the only way. That's the only way that they can get people to recognize just how bad it really is. Because there is no mainstream media covering what has been going on for 80 years. It's all skewed media.
So may I just clarify? Because that, if so, that's how...
The Battle of Jenin was described as fucking like Chechnya. It was described by the flattening of Grozny by BBC journalists. Okay.
It's really awful what I just heard you say. You're saying that you want to see images of dead Palestinians. You want to
No
see...
one wants to see those images. But if that's what it takes to get people to recognize what's actually going on instead of another Middle Eastern war, then that's what it takes. It's tragic that
So
that's what it took.
Do you recognize that Hamas, in official communiques, has and publicly and overtly has made it clear that part of their strategy relies on causing maximum death and destruction in Gaza, so that the ensuing
in
imagery...
response to
May I-
Netanyahu blatantly saying that his goal is ethnic cleansing.
May I just finish
Wait,
this point, please?
what?
That Hamas wants to generate maximum death and destruction on the ground in Gaza in hopes that the ensuing imagery can actually rile up the international community, rile up folks in the Western diaspora on college campuses, so that then this could delegitimize Israel, so that this could stop the war. I'm talking about facts on the ground as somebody who has
Did they tell you?
so much attachment to the reality of Gaza on a daily basis. My brother is there right now running one of the biggest medical NGOs. He has 70 direct reports that are doing work that's saving lives. I hear from folks from the protesters
There wouldn't be
Hamas.
lives to save if there was no occupation.
How about-
your brother would not have to run an NGO if the occupation never existed and they weren't constantly bombing and killing children.
My brother was there.
Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your
Thank
seat.
you very
Yeah, because when there's no occupation, you get like the Syrian civil war or the Yemeni war, and no one gives a fuck. True.
Much, Dana.
God, they're very
Hi,
fucking hostile to this guy. They smell the blood. Probably he's not a very
So
good there.
I
Oh,
think
shit.
one of the issues with your framing in that October 7th is leading to what we're seeing, the genocide today in Gaza, is the explanation that what is happening is inevitable. Genocides are not inevitable. This is the first armed conflict since the Rwandan genocide in which the majority of deaths overall are women and children. The October of Gaza had some of the worst bombing campaign that we've seen since the Korean War or World War II. This type of level of destruction is not inevitable. This shows the explicit aims of
Who
the
is the
Israeli
guy?
war cabinet, which
the
they
guy
have
with the fucking broccoli head and the mustache. Who's that guy? The corkscrew hair. Who is he? Why does he remind me of someone? Fuck.
explicitly endorsed as being a part of, for example, Trump's proposed plan of ethnically cleansing the Gaza Strip. The goal, for example, right now, with the complete blockage of food and aid, is to make Gaza uninhabitable. We cannot say that this is an inevitable consequence of armed resistance, which armed resistance is an inevitable consequence of occupation. What makes Hamas's argument for armed resistance is the
Yes. Storming a fucking festival, raping and murdering is just the language of the unheard. Hey, let's go. Wasn't Rohingya and the Isaks mostly women and children? I don't fucking know.
fact that in the West Bank, where the PA operates as basically an administrative state for the Israeli government and actually goes insofar as to protect settlers, what that actually does is it functions as to make the case for Hamas to have instances of armed resistance. For the last you brought up why we haven't had like a Palestinian state. For the last 2 decades, Israel hasn't even been interested in that. And that's even to say that they were, for example, interested in within the Oslo period, which I don't think was actually the case.
So the fact on the ground remains that 50,000 Palestinians would still be alive had Hamas made a different choice, but had they simply kept their fighters at home on October 7th. I recognize the imbalance of power dynamics between Palestinians and Israelis, but with clearly the Israelis, if I may finish this point,
Sure.
Okay, you need to debate, bro. Ask them, would Israel have just done the same bombing campaign and the same fucking aid plan and everything like that had Hamas done nothing on October 7th? Let's just say Hamas did nothing. Would they have just started airstriking anyway? Just ask that.
In said imbalance, there exists plenty of room for Palestinian agency and accountability and responsibility, such that October 7th was a choice. It was not an inevitability.
But
October
you think
7th,
the 50,000 Palestinians that are you're saying that that's an inevitability, though, and I'm saying that no genocide
I'm not
is
saying it's an
inevitable. But that's
inevitability.
exactly the framing of the point that
Okay, so if you think it's that's not inevitable. Was 10,000 deaths inevitable? Was 5,000? Was 15,000? What do you think Israel would have should have done if they weren't committing genocide? What should they have done in response to October 7th? Because he'd probably say abolish the country and give equal rights or some shit
you just brought up is you said that October 7th is what's causing what's happening right now in Gaza. What's causing what's happening right now in Gaza is the Israeli state.
Hamas served our people, the defenseless Palestinian people, on a silver platter to the most far-right government in Israel's history. What did you expect would happen?
Actually, Israel served that. They did everything they could to undermine Fatah and support groups like Hamas. So
well, I'm glad you brought that point up, because what happens in Gaza doesn't stay in Gaza. The fact that Hamas was propped up by the Netanyahu government and by the Netanyahu regime should tell you everything you need to understand to delegitimize this group, to understand that they were used to undermine the Palestinian Authority.
Yeah, on the one hand, it's resistance and it's like justified resistance. On the other hand, it's like an Israeli psyop. It's so fucking stupid.
In the West Bank, which I don't subscribe to the Palestinian Authorities, the entirety of their approaches, but the Palestinian Authority was the closest thing we had to a political framework that in the 90s, when I lived in Gaza and I experienced the tail end of the Oslo peace process, a time of immense hope and optimism we went from having to me peace and coexistence with Israel and pragmatism meant that we shed the Egyptian travel document and we got a Palestinian passport. It meant that we had an airport in the Gaza Strip. We flew in, my family and I, in 1999 and in 2000 on the Palestinian Airlines. That was undermined by
but,
failures on the
Zionist
Palestinian
entity,
leadership side and by Hamas's rise to undermine the Palestinian nonviolent approach.
I'll be the first to say I think Palestinians have every right to criticize their own leadership. I think that you,
All right,
you can all,
pause.
it's always good to
Sorry, you've been voted out.
Get out,
Thank
Bob.
you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You can see that you ceded too much ground to this genocide air. Yeah, fucked.
Hi, Josh. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Okay, so I think you use language very loosely. We said genocide and we said colonization and you said taking over. You say so many things to diminish the word.
That is the opposite of using words loosely, but okay.
In the language, you use your personal experience, which is horrible, and your terms is abhorrent. You should never have to deal with that. But to place the onus on Hamas is so despicable, because the reason that Hamas is there, you just said, was propped up by Israel. Why were they propped up? Because they wanted to take out the PLO. Why did they want to take out the PLO? Because they were actually going to create some dissonance with Israel. Another thing you have failed to mention is U.S. intervention on leading Israel, the veto power of the P5. When you said Palestine has not been legitimized, why is that? How many times has it been brought up to the supposed council, right? And been voted out by who?
Stream of
Who
consciousness?
opposes it?
The fuck?
98% of the time it's the United States with the P5 veto power, because they want to have a party like the Saudis and the Israelis in order to take control of the Swana region. And another thing you said, you wanted to utilize and place blame and shift blame to the Arab people during all these catastrophes. Yes, it's after the Millet system and after the government that were getting propped from World War II, people were just scrambling, trying to figure out how to live. And when you had European colonization shifting lines to create boundaries in order to say, this is now Palestine, this is now this is now that, of course, people are going to be groveling, trying to figure out how to do it. And you use
What are we
Jordan.
talking about?
What did Israel do to Jordan and to Palestine in 3 days, mind you? 3 days, they bombed the crap out of them and took their land, took the Golan Heights, took this and that. This is not a one-time occurrence.
Wait, the West Bank was Jordanian land? Excuse me? Okay.
And this is happening, it's going to continue happening, and armed resistance is necessary because Fanon said that the colonized can only liberate themselves through armed resistance.
Fanon, hell
and
yeah.
you want to delegitimize Hamas, but that makes no sense to me. We use the term terrorist. Terrorist now makes it so Hamas.
Is he saying the 6 Day War took 3 days? The 6 Day War really took about 10 minutes. It was over in a few hours, basically. Like once those Egyptian airstrips were once those Egyptian air bases were done, it was done. There was nowhere to run. Hello, Sev.
Can you please turn off this video?
Yeah, why?
This is making me obnoxiously angry.
What part
Both
of it's
Ahmed
making you-
and these retards.
Yeah.
Both Ahmed and these retards. Ahmed is so bad at arguing. What the fuck?
Yeah, he's just kind of offered himself up like a sacrificial lamb to
Literally,
like, to
bro.
rabid
He,
fucking-
I'm starting to believe he's a fucking psyop.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Oh my god, no.
Kinda
no.
fucked,
Well,
dude.
like that. Also, that girl. Fuck, I never. Listen.
That girl
Violence.
will actually.
Violence on women is bad. Okay.
Yeah,
Violence
it is
on
bad.
women is
It's very bad. Okay,
It's
but it might
super
also
bad.
draw the rest of the. It might also draw attention
Yeah,
from the rest of the world to
listen, at
the
culture,
misogyny,
just so people,
right?
Yeah, at
There's a lot of
culture, just so
misogynist
people
countries in the
can-
world. Yeah, they need to know, and somehow, in some ways, the only way they can know is if, yeah,
A woman gets punched in the face. You know,
I mean, not that. Obviously, not that. Video game.
in a video game. In a video game. Fuck. Okay, listen. The only time me and Sundowner can agree is Ahmed is actually very shit at this. He might have good intentions, but holy fuck, he is terribly.
I don't know. The way
bad
he's
at
talking about the
arguing.
48 War is just like I don't even know if it's good intentions or it's just like it's just cucked. It's very, very cucked.
Yeah, no, it's also talking about the Nakba is cooked. What the fuck? It's like he won't like acknowledge that Israel did bad shit in the Nakba. Like why? Like he has to. There has to be some sort of thing where he just doesn't want to give steps to these people.
Yeah, it's
And
always that.
his
Yeah.
top- he doesn't want to give anything to these people because they're gonna keep shoehorning that Israel is bad at that point. If
Well,
you give
because
them,
it's like that whole thing is
Some-
like people are afraid because they think like if you answer one question that's quite easy, then it will make you fall over on the next one. But the problem is that even if you don't have like acknowledging Israel's responsibility for the Nakba doesn't mean that suddenly you give refugee rights to every person and their kids and their grandkids and any new family that got absorbed in from other countries that have passports everywhere and shit. Like that doesn't follow from the other. Okay, like how many refugee crises were
so why doesn't he know the majority of the Israeli Jews, like the Zionists, were European at the beginning? Why doesn't he know that? Is
Yeah,
he
that's
just counting
fucking
Mizrahi
mental.
Jews after the fact?
Yeah, it's weird that he doesn't know that.
I really hope you get a conversation with him because there is some like large missing amounts of information that he should very obviously know.
Yeah, I might ask. We'll see.
That is true. He's arguing like an Israel. Maybe that's why people like think
He's
he's
not
a
arguing
fucking
like an
psyop.
Israeli though, because an Israeli would not, because he sounds apologetic about it, right? Whereas an Israeli
Yeah,
would be
no.
like, excuse me, you
But
shouldn't have
that's
started a
because of-
war, bitch. Like that's what an Israeli
yeah,
would say.
to be fair, the way they're asking the questions towards him as a Palestinian is might be why he's asked like responding in that manner and not like how a proper Israeli. I'm talking about like the stance that he's presenting it as someone that's upheld, like I guess you could say understands Israel's issues but won't fucking mention them.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem is as well that like some people who aren't good debaters, like I don't think people appreciate like how much of a separate skill that is. You can be like a good video essayist or a good writer, or you can even be a very good like public speaker. Like you can give lectures and stuff like that, and you can still be a really shit debater. So I don't know if it's maybe that, like, but that's still, to me, that's hard to believe.
It could also be true that these people are actually, just like someone said in chat, that these people have been handpicked to be like fucking the insane wackos that memorized every talking point. Like the first guy, for example, he knew details that like the normal average person in a fucking protest does not know.
Yeah.
Like there's a 99% of them did not know. For the girl, she seems like the average protester.
Yeah.
The fucking girl. Oh my god.
But yeah, people have to apply for Jubilee, so they do try to make sure they don't have someone who's just like walked off the street and doesn't know anything. Yeah.
Well, no, but it could be just. I thought they would just they would pick because like it needs to be random, right? They wouldn't be. They have to apply. That's kind of just set up for failure for the person that's like against the thing, because that means how's the application process? Do they know who they're debating?
I don't know if they know ahead of time, but the applicants, do they know?
Because
don't
this
know.
guy watched interviews of Ahmed before, the first guy.
Yeah, they might. Yeah,
He
they might
said
be the
that.
case. Yeah.
So he probably went and researched this poor dude, and this dude isn't a fucking debater.
Yeah, well, why is he agreeing to a debate then? Did he really think people would just sit there and listen because he's Gazan? Like, bro, these guys don't know a fuck about what any Palestinian thinks. Like,
Yeah, that's that's the main issue. Where like, remember, I was told, oh, I should go out and like preach what I think. I'm like, do you really think these people give a fuck about who I am or what I want or what I say? They care about someone agreeing with them. If they'll love the Palestinians, I agree with them. If a Palestinian disagrees with them or critiques them, it's a no-go. You're a psyop. You're paid. Exactly.
yeah, so, yeah, I don't really know.
I need
the same
bro,
thing's
put me
happened
on
with
this
people
fucking
like-
show. Put me on this fucking
Yeah?
show.
You want to go on the show?
I would do so much fucking better than Ahmed.
Oh, shit. Well,
An Israeli would do better. This is what annoying me. Why is an Israeli better at that? Well, actually, Israelis
like,
are
do you want to
trained
do
be-
Ahmed's job? Do you want to debate, like, pro-Palestinian like, Westerners? Do you want to do that? Like,
I am. I've done it before.
Yeah.
I've done it before. Like I've done. Well, I've usually done the ones that are like, fucking have a computer screen right next to them, researching every fucking point.
Do you prefer that to debating, like, hardcore Zionists?
Way more, because the hardcore Zionists will eventually change their positions depending on what Israel fucking decides, and like their opinions don't really stagger the peace process, in my opinion, because they're you've seen their opinions. It changes drastically depending on what Palestinians do.
I guess I've seen a bit of that, but not for the hardcore ones though, like settlers and shit.
The
like that. I feel like
hardcore,
they're
but the
pretty
hardcore
standard.
ones, yeah, but the hardcore ones do not fucking change. Like they're not that many to influence a massive change. Like Netanyahu's the only time where these fucking freaks actually got a say in the government, right? And that's even recently. So they're not much of a fucking problem to me. The regular Zionists who are like worried about, oh well, after October 7th, I don't know if I can trust a peace process, etc. Those type of people are like way more influential. If I'm so good at debating, convince Loner to play BG3. I've tried. All that's left is I explore bad empanada tactics, which I would never do. I'm not a scumbag.
Whoa.
I voted for Rom, Ross. I always vote for Rom. Although they don't really do shit.
Hello, Spider.
What's your opinion on this 50-50 Spider?
Yo. I was watching Kings and Generals on the Yom Kippur War. It's just pretty crazy.
You watched the
so
Yom
proud of
Kippur
you.
War? Not the 6-Day War?
Yeah, the documentary, The Kings and Generals.
Yeah.
Not the Yom Kippur War. Pretty crazy.
Yes.
And
What-
I think, not gonna lie, I think Egypt, they're doing pretty good at the start, no?
Yeah. Surprise attack.
Yeah, well, Syria, they kind of fucked up, kind of, you know. So that guy fucking assassinated in like what? Fucking like 1987, I think. Could be wrong.
Did you... So why didn't you watch the 6-Day War?
Didn't they get like butthurt and shit? Did they get butthurt because like the Jews live in like Palestine some bullshit because like 48 because of like the 48 war or some shit?
Partially, yes.
Or just
Yeah. That didn't answer my question. Why didn't you watch the 6-Day War video?
Make me
it's too much Israeli propaganda. Okay.
All I gotta ask, Spider, do you smoke before like hopping on the stream?
What up? Hell no. But it's not all the time. I don't know.
You do sound
You think?
high,
You think?
like, majority of the
Hold
time.
on, this is all right. Okay, save a little bucks. Okay, what about this? Okay, you think the Yom Kippur War was like kind of based compared to October 7th? Come on, like
Yeah, of course, compared to
Like,
October
you know.
7th,
Like, why can't you just do that, bro? Why can't you just use like conventional arms just to go to like just to go to war with like Israel, man? You gotta use
Because
like, you know,
because Hamas would lose. They'd lose in 3 days as opposed to 3 years. Yeah.
They would lose in like 24 hours.
I mean, like if they, damn, bro. All they could have done is like, you know, attack military targets. It would have been that bad. It would have been bad, but it would have been that bad. Okay, like come on,
Yeah.
at least, man.
I mean, I think
Wait,
it's also
Sim,
because
you said
huh?
don't you do? Okay.
I think it's also
Oh, wait,
because
I was gonna ask, like,
Hafiz
don't you
al-Assad
debate
was
people on,
like,
TikTok?
oh, fuck me, Jesus Christ.
He has a delay, so he's just speaking. Like
It's
he has a
fine.
stream
I'm over
delay
it.
through Discord. Like what the fuck?
Oh.
You're like
I
speaking
know, I have
with
a
very
terrible
delayed,
connection, bro.
but I don't know if it's your connection or like you're just
I think
high.
it's the connection. It's the connection.
Oh, you're not high?
It's yellow. It's yellow. Hold up. No, I'm not.
Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna let you go back to this video that is making me abnormally mad.
Rip.
Bye.
Bye.
Wait, Seb, you say not Seb, but Littlebox, you say you're gonna speak to Ahmed?
About this debate, we'll see how it goes, but hey, it could, because the thing is about this is like I feel weird calling someone, reaching out to someone just to tell them they did bad in the debate and give them tips like that they didn't ask for. You know, that's weird. But I mean, I could frame it as like just a Q&A thing. I guess like just asking them questions.
Yeah, you could probably do like how did you do on this conversation with this type of person on that like video, you know?
No, it would be like, why the
a
fuck
Q&A,
did you
yeah.
answer this question like this, you fucking idiot? It would be more like that, but obviously not in that way.
Chill. You need to get that clout, bro. You need to get that bridge. Okay.
Yeah.
Would you contact him if it's possible? Would you contact him through like Twitter or through like the Ethan Klein connection?
Maybe try the Ethan Klein connection. It's more likely he'll respond to that. His DMs are probably fucking loaded right now with people attacking him over this appearance.
Would you go on Jubilee?
Yeah, of course. Bro, I'd go against 100 of these people. The fuck? All at once.
You should, people in chat, if you know someone that's in Jubilee, okay, contact them, okay? I want to see a little box, okay? You banger. Jordan Solution, Jordan, they're kind of cut doing the Young Kapoor work because of the 6-day war, right? Pretty much. Because they lost
yes.
the West Bank, right? Due to the 6-day war.
Yeah. Jordan and their
Sad that, what the
leadership
fuck, man?
generally were, but the Jordanian leadership was generally less interested in fighting Israel than the other countries. Like even in the 48 war, their leaders were just less up for a fight.
So like basically, like, Jordan was kind of like Italy, right? Basically.
Why is
in a sense, they did like the whole.
DMing me that he's an Israeli age? Oh my god!
Oh my god, bro! What are you talking about?
I
Two-Tone,
hope
you're
he's
probably the
joking, 'cause
most
that's
dumbest
funny.
motherfucker. No, Two-Tone, you can't talk, bro. You sound like the most like communist fucking CCP dick riding, like on your knees, getting backshotted by Xi Jinping, bro. Holy shit, you're probably the most dick rider of Xi Jinping, bro. You like, you know what I'll do? I'll give you this. Is what I do, okay? On Mullah Allah Akbar, okay? I will personally start a fundraiser, bringing you to China, going to China, and saying, you know what, fuck Xi Jinping. Let's see what happened in China, okay? Jesus Christ, bro. This fucking guy, fucking, oh my god, dude, it's crazy. One of his thoughts on Laos, you know, doing genocide, you know, one of his thoughts of that.
No one cares.
Yeah, pretty much it.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Laos is pretty good. pretty good. I'll leave you to it. Go watch the video.
Okay, bye-bye.
Alright.
Okay. Stay strong.
Can't even plead for help because if you're labeled a terrorist, you can't go to the UN, you can't go to this and that. And let me tell you one thing. This one thing I'll say is one person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter.
Wow.
So time is up. I'm going to ask you to return to your seat.
Thank you.
What the
Surrounded is
fuck?
now a podcast.
Wow.
Available wherever you listen. Search Surrounded, plug in, and stay part of the conversation. Anywhere, anytime.
Oh, he was a UCLA guy. And he got fucking mogged by an Israeli. This is the fucking guy. Oh, okay. Okay. This is the guy.
Thank you, moron.
This is the dude, the UCLA organizer, talking to an Israeli who I think she was there on October 7th. I think she was a survivor. And fucking son of Hamas is there. This is really funny, man. Fuck.
Are there any people who support pro-Palestinian movement in the audience that would like to ask a question? Yes.
Is this the right bit? I can't remember.
We need a microphone over there.
That's how I know the guy. Okay.
You want to? Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Renee. Aiden, I commend you for. Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Renee, and I'm from Jordan, and I grew up there. Aiden, as a young man, I commend you for putting on a suit and coming out here tonight. I appreciate that from a professor, okay?
Wow.
But you also have to have enough humility
Uh-oh.
to know that you don't know enough. And I'm telling you that as an Arab. So where would I rather
Not the
live?
as an Arab.
Tel Aviv or Gaza? Who would I rather live amongst? Hamas, which is what you're advocating for. I also believe that it's words and your actions are incredibly dangerous.
Oh, no.
So you're not doing my people any good by these encampments. If anything, you're empowering Hamas, Hezbollah, ISIS, and the plethora that are kind of in breeding right now. So like I said, I appreciate, you putting on a suit and coming here and speaking for my people.
Keep
My
suit
people
mugging
don't
him.
want you speaking for them.
Uh-oh.
Because you're not helping us.
Sundowner. It's Sundowner's mom. That's who that is.
I love her. She's great. Amazing. Fuck that dude. Bye.
You're not. You can shake your head. You can shake your head. You can shake your
I don't claim to speak for the people of Jordan. I don't know what you're talking about.
Palestine, same thing. Listen, don't be rude.
I'm asking. They're not the same thing.
It's not the same thing, but no, actually, here's the thing. Here's one thing you don't know.
Okay, hold on. Let her speak.
Before the British mandate, I could have been a Palestinian instead of a Jordanian or Egyptian. It's the same people. So don't act like you know my people better than myself or Yusuf.
She's soying out.
So that's the arrogance. This is the arrogance and the problem that I have with the encampments. I came here tonight with a fucking taser because you think you're protesting peacefully? I'm going to be okay showing up here by myself because white, entitled, spoiled Americans want to get attention? That's what you're standing up for. You're making it worse for Arabs here and back home.
Uh-oh.
So, don't any of us. I have a question.
Wait, where's the bit where the Israeli just like talks to him about October 7th? Like, what? For like 10 minutes and he just sits there really uncomfortably and doesn't say anything. Fuck. Okay, that was a shit clip. Why did you give me this?
By the way, hello. I really fucking hate the fact she said me or Yusuf. Yusuf doesn't acknowledge our people.
Yeah, Yusuf is insane. He's like, he's not really...
Like, she was like doing so well and then said me and Yusuf. I was like, oh, fuck.
But where's the fucking clip of this guy talking to the Israeli? I don't care what Mossab has to say to her, but where's the... Hang on. Was she a hostage? Is that who she is? I can't remember. She's got some fucking connection to...
The girl on stage? I thought she was like surviving... She's like survived October 7th attack, no?
Versus Israeli... Where's the... Fuck. I don't know where to find this. This panel. Is it from the same channel, maybe?
Oh, apparently she is a hostage. Okay.
She was a hostage?
Was a hostage. Yeah, she was. Apparently early releases.
Thank you,
What the
Moran.
fuck? Okay, is it from the Great Debate? Yes.
Why? Why the fuck would you pair up with Mossab, bro?
Okay, Israeli hostage debate, UCLA campus protesters.
His Arab name is Mus'ab, right? Mus'ab, Yusuf
know.
Mus'ab?
There's a New York Post. It's like 1 minute long. I don't want that one. The longer one.
Mus'ab's
Give
the
me
first
longer one.
name.
Oh, it's the fucking Ajax channel has it, obviously.
Really,
This is
really
it.
want
Must watch. This is the Israeli fucking hostage talking to this UCLA guy. It's very, man, I don't even know what the fuck I would do in this position, to be fair, but yeah, he looks, I like this.
to talk to you in an eye level, and I want to tell you a story if you want to hear it.
Look at her.
I was kidnapped. I'm an artist. I served the army 22 years ago. I served Givati, which is a unit that held the Gaza line. 22 years ago, during the war Chomat Magen, if you heard about that. After a few years, I left the dream that I had to become Shabak or a soldier again or this and that, and chose to become an artist. I have all the signs on me. I had an Arabic necklace on me. I had the Indian Ganesh tattoo on me. I had Pharaoh on my fingers because I'm half Egyptian and half Moroccan, but I'm Jewish. Okay? And I have the letter I got
Very
on my
Israeli.
hand. You know why? Because I believe in coexisting. Did you know that the vast majority of the hostages believes in coexisting? So I'm an artist, and on October 7th, I went to fulfill my dream. I went to make my dream come true. I want to tell you that my best friend, she's Jewish, and she's married to an Arab person. She lives the front door, on my front door. She's my neighbor. I want you to know that my suppliers, my jewelry suppliers, are Egyptian and Arabs. I want you to know that half of my friends believe in coexisting, and we do have Arab friends between us. That's how I lived my entire life.
Wow, okay.
I live in Beersheba, which is a coexisting city. Many people in Beersheba are Arabs. I don't know where you are talking about, and I invite you, seriously, I invite you to come to my country, and I promise you that I will hold your hand and walk you through it. And if you'll find anything with what you said in Israel, I will do anything you want. I will trust your agenda. When I was taken to Gaza, I was kidnapped. I was caught 3 times. And the last time, I was caught by 13 Hamas terrorists. 13. I just want you to know the facts that you talked about.
Facts.
Really. Right before the debate started, I wanted to ask you where you're from. Are you from here, from the US? Okay, I visited the US. I have the facts because I've been here. Have you visited
Have you
Israel
been?
before?
Have you been? Douglas Murray?
No. Have you visited
Fucking
Gaza
hate,
before?
get away.
Probably not. When he asked you what is a Palestinian and you couldn't answer it, then I'm asking you what is a Gaza civilian? Can you answer me? I will answer to you. When you're advocating for that, and I'm telling you, you're advocating for women to not have rights, because women do not have rights in the Arab society. You're talking about genocide? Well, I'm here to say, when October 7 happened, and that's a fact, they told me it in the inside. They didn't know about the Nova Festival music. They didn't know that we have 3,000 people in there. They planned, and they told me that, they planned to move on and kill as much as they could in Beersheba, in Tel Aviv, in Haifa. They wanted to slaughter everybody. You know what? Maybe you will not believe me. I can present you my videos that I took there. Do you know how many bodies I saw? Sorry, I didn't see it, my friends. Do you know how many bodies were there? Do you know how much violence was taken on me? I was caught in the middle of a lynch. I was presented as a soldier because I chose to wear green army look-alike uniform that day. by mistake. I was categorized as a soldier, and I was treated as a soldier. I'm 40 years old. Look at me. I'm 40 years old.
This
I
guy
have a
is,
dog and a cat.
the guy is so uncomfortable. I can't fucking. Holy shit! I have no idea what I would do in that guy's position. Probably just try to never get into it, but God.
Cat. I had 2 cats. I lost one. I have a mother and a father and a sister and a brother that left their entire lives to try to help me. My mother found out, and if to be specific, my 12-year-old niece, I don't know if you have nephews, but my 12-year-old niece found out a video on TikTok. That's how my parents found out that I was kidnapped. Did you know that? Because I wish that we can have a private conversation, not with this whole audience, because it's terrifying me to hear people have that thoughts. And I really want to hear your side. I swear, really. That's me, that's my agenda of coexisting.
Yeah, I really want to hear your side. But not before I make you uncomfortable for a few more minutes and keep talking.
But I'm asking you.
She's got like 3 minutes
left. Do you
left.
deny that October 7 happened? Basic answer, basic question.
No.
No, okay. Do you support the action of October 7th?
No, I know, and I never have supported the killing of innocent civilians.
What would happen if the army couldn't stop them and they would continue? Would you support that? We went to dance. We didn't attack.
Wait, you're asking me if I would support the continued killing of civilians on October 7th? No, I wouldn't.
You if you support the actions of people going to music festival, which is supporting freedom. Don't get annoying. I'm really asking you as a person. Do you support those actions?
No, I know, and I've already said I don't support the killing of civilians.
Okay. Did you ever saw our people attacking that amount of people from the start, from our side?
Yes.
Yes? Have you seen it firsthand?
You mean, okay, you keep on going. Do you mean, was I in Gaza when they were attacking during Operation Protective Edge?
When I was entering Gaza, and I told you before, I have Arab suppliers, I have Arab neighbors and Arab friends. When I was entering Gaza, and there is a video of that, I saw 100% of civilians celebrating me being taken. I didn't know about the other hostages. I thought it was only me. I didn't know about that. All I saw is 100% of civilians lynching me, beating me up. I was with a broken leg. I had bruises all over my body. Do you know that I've never cursed them? I've never argued with them, and I've never treated them like garbage. I respected them, even when they abused me. Because I believe that if I want to be respected, I have to respect everybody else. So I'm asking you one thing and one thing only, because I see you're not comfortable. I'm asking you to check facts on both sides. It makes life better. And I had the privilege.
This guy's hearing a health warning right now.
To be on both sides.
1 HP.
And I told you, I started from a place that I didn't watch the news for 11 years, just because of that. Talk to people. Private conversation. That's the real facts. That's for me. Don't clap.
Don't clap. What a fucking strange person. Shit. So intense. Okay. Should we go back to the thing? Okay. Debating a resistance. Let's go.
My next claim is that armed resistance will get the Palestinians nowhere. Hamas's terrorism is not a viable path to statehood.
Ooh, did you know about the ANC? Frantz Fanon. MLK, the famous resistance fire.
So
I'm
I
sorry.
want to do two things before we start. The first is I'll answer probably some of the questions you'll ask me. I'm not Palestinian. I'm also not infallible. So I hope I get fact checking this because my biggest objective is to try to get to objective truth.
Wow.
And what I do know
Thanks.
objectively is that the apartheid and the oppression that's been happening for the past 75 years is not something that's sustainable within the region of Gaza. So I think the claim is precisely worded in a way to make it seem like anyone that sits here is saying, I support every single action that's done by Hamas. And I want to make clear that my big reason on sitting in contention to your claim is to say that the framing is very intentional. And the moral outrage that's put on colonized resistance is doing the bidding of Israel and the oppression structure.
Yes.
So it's important to
Wow.
me to recognize what are the
No
real
agency.
causes of these types of violence. It's a state that does not allow aid. It controls the food and water. It has restrictive access to people's freedom of movement. It's controlling the ports. And the list could go on and on about why people feel like they have no other means in order to fight back. You said in the claim, armed resistance is not an effective strategy. What are we seeing with the nonviolent actions? The BDS movement has been condemned internationally by many different states. This is not something that's going to lead to the liberation of Palestinian people. We need to challenge the power structure of the United States and its support of a regime like Israel. That's the only way to stop violence that continues to occur within both regions.
Well, I really do appreciate your concern for the Palestinian people, and we need non-Palestinian allies to be a part of the broader effort. And we need a multi-pronged strategy. My thing with armed resistance is that as the weaker party in a conflict like what we're seeing in Israel and Palestine, particularly in the Gaza Strip, where you have a vulnerable population that has been under, on the one hand, an sense of isolation for almost 2 decades, and on the other hand, the control of a nefarious terrorist organization and that has Islamized the society, if I may finish, please, that has pushed the Palestinian people to the brink of catastrophe. I think there's an extra onus. I am a believer that you have a responsibility, you being Hamas and Palestinian leadership, have a responsibility to be a good custodian of your people. You do not poke a government that has Ben Gvir and Smotrich in it and carry out the single worst attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust and expect things not to go horribly for you. So that's number one. Number two is the monopolizing of the word resistance. And I added armed resistance because guess what? Of course, I believe in different forms of resistance. Unfortunately, in today's context, the word resistance has become monopolized to almost exclusively mean Hamas and violence and terrorism.
I have to interject here, and I appreciate everything that you've said. But if you've seen, even in demonstrations in Gaza, there have been multiple protests saying that Hamas is not effective leadership. So to say that Hamas is representative of the Palestinians' approval is not something that you can say wholeheartedly. Again, I think you focusing on Hamas is doing the bidding of Israel. We need to talk about how we're going to end the occupation. That needs to be done by multiple countries coming together in support of a people that's been oppressed for almost a century now.
That is a brilliant point that you just brought. That is precisely what I am desperately
but your
trying
focus
to
here,
do.
and you're coming here is focusing on Hamas.
Because
October 7th is not an isolated event. You don't get October 7th without October 1948, without October 1967, and every day that's happened since then, under 75 days of occupation, suppression, and siege. The bombings, the indiscriminate killings of civilians is not something that's sustainable. And if you look proportionally at how many people died on October 7th, which I don't know how many people would justify civilian death.
He's going to do the civ combatant ratio. Oh no. Are these guys all fucking Hassan viewers? Like, shit.
But if you look at those numbers versus what has been happening in Gaza since the occupation started, this is not a proportionate conflict. And I don't even like using the term conflict because conflict it assumes that there's two equal, equivocal positions.
Since when has this ever been the case where conflict means that both sides are equal?
This is a colony. It's a colonization, and that's not something that's justified. Why are we critiquing the actions of the colonized people instead of those that are doing the colonizing?
God, this fucking, I don't know where these guys, I know it's like a university fucking like far left dribble. This like colonizer, colonized, oppressor, oppressed framing. It's just the fucking death knell of like any kind of intellectual thought or any kind of nuanced thought. Like it's just where critical thought comes to fucking die. It's like it's like a harpoon skewering any kind of reasonable conversation you can have, because it's just like these are both just used. It's not even like it's academic, really. Like it's academic in the sense that, yeah, academics of a certain persuasion will use it like this, but it's just a proxy for good and evil. It's like, yes, you don't criticize the resistance, quote unquote. Don't criticize the colonized. Don't criticize the oppressed, regardless of what they do, regardless of what their leaders do. Like, okay, well, let's just let them fail for another fucking. Let's just let them fail up until the end of all days. Like, we can do that if you want, but that's what will happen unless there is actually any kind of like reflection on the part of the resistance, like the leaderships. I mean, Lorna, you call people white as a pejorative. And. I think you've probably watched me for long enough now to know that when I say white, I'm not really talking about skin color or race. I'm talking about state of mind, okay? And that is perfectly fucking valid, okay? And if you're sensitive about it, it's probably because you're white.
First place.
I respectfully disagree with the idea that this had a starting point, a tactical starting point on October 7th, whereby a specific act that was a choice triggered where we're at right now. And if I may say, what I'm
it sounds like you're saying the best strategy of the Palestinian people is to lay back and just let Israel do what they want. You can't fight back. You can't try to have any
fight back against what? There was a ceasefire before October 7th. Like, oh, fucking stupid. Again, I think the problem here again is that these guys, they probably think that like peaceful resistance, quote unquote, has actually been like a long employed method by Palestinians. It just didn't work, so then they got more violent. Like they tried protesting, they tried making reasonable demands that were not like that were actually achievable, but you know, the Israelis were just too damn violent. That's the thing. The problem with these conversations is that you do actually have to just end in you do just have to get dragged down into an endless debate about the entire history, because they're wrong about everything.
Sort of action against your oppressors, just take it. Take the genocide until they feel like they can get rid of it.
Take the genocide.
Thank you for coming through. Appreciate it.
Voted out.
Appreciate it. Thank you, brother.
How does that timeline even make sense? I thought October 7th was what precipitated the genocide. So what do you mean take it? Surely it would be pre-October 7th, because they think it's all genocide. Okay, fine. It's all genocide until Israel's gone. Whoa! Fuck!
I will. Thank you for coming.
So first off, my condolences to all your family members who have you lost. I'm also from Gaza. I'm from the Asfour family. We're from Jaffa as well, and I used to live in Gaza as well.
Jaffa.
I left in 2001 during the second Intifada, which I believe you were there, and nearly lost your life by an Israeli airstrike. Your two friends were killed in front of you, I believe, and this left you partially deaf. Am I correct? Hamas wasn't in charge yet at that time, were they?
They were rising, but no, they were not in charge. But they were very much so rising.
But so during this Intifada, which, by the way, I think Fatah and Palestinian Preventive Security kind of initiated this or added to it. But during this time, the PLO, the PA, Fatah was in charge of Gaza, and Israel is the one who killed your family. Israel is the one who killed your friends, right? Israel is the one who left you with PTSD, and I commend you for being public about that and sharing that information. But when I was there living in Gaza, I remember Mohammed al-Durra when he was killed. I was 3 years old. I vividly remember that. This is one of my earliest memories. All I can think of was, why was this little boy killed in his father's lap, right? So, and again, who killed him? Israel. Israel is the reason why the Palestinians are suffering and have been suffering for over 77 years. So I wanted to talk about armed resistance because that was a claim. Armed resistance is...
I do probably have like a long-winded way of saying why they always just say 75, 76, 77 years, even though you'd think even by their narrative, the suffering would have happened earlier, right? Like the Sursat purchases, which was in the mid-20s, would have been the suffering, or even like earlier colonization of like smaller land purchases would have been, the Arab Revolt would have been. But for some reason, like that's not counted. It's only from the inception of the State of Israel where the suffering begins in this timeline, that the 75, 76, 77 years. So I am wondering why they started there still. It still starts in 48. I guess it's because before 48, most of the like physical attacks were initiated by the Arab militants. Like maybe that's why, or just because it's a clean cutoff line. I know that it's a thing. Well, I've been told it's a thing. It could be wrong. Sundowner will correct me. But I think I was told that the Arab Revolt is something that I was told that the Arab Revolt is something that the Arab historians just really don't want to talk about. They don't mention it all that much. And I wonder if it's just because it was such a like monumental failure, or it was like ground zero of the failure of Palestinian leadership, that they don't bring it up. But I don't know, because there were still things that they could talk about. They could talk about Irgun bombings, Lehi bombings. They could talk about British suppression. I don't know. Bug it. Actually, no. Wait. I'm gonna put him back. I'm gonna watch this first.
Is a right under international law. We need
Yes.
to look at the
Love
reason
it.
why there's armed resistance in the first place, right? So
Can anyone cite this law? That armed resistance is a legal right? Like, especially if it's armed resistance by any means. That's the phrase I keep hearing. But I would love to know where that's supposed to be enshrined, because I'm not sure if I recall it.
context matters. So Israel, being the occupier, having a military occupation of Gaza, the West Bank, Israel increasing its settlements, Israel being an apartheid state, Israel making our lives hell, not looking at us as humans. This is the root cause of the issue, and armed resistance is a byproduct of all this garbage. Hamas formed in 1987 during the first Intifada, right? So they formed as an armed resistance group in 1987. There would be no need for resistance if there wasn't a military occupation. So you have anything to add?
No, and first of all, delighted to like finally speak to a fellow Gazan, like that. Even when we disagree, that to me is far more important than, with all due respect to some other allies that suck up the oxygen out of the room, that feel the need to speak over Palestinians, that act in a very disrespectful manner.
Yeah.
Let's
go.
Really, I appreciate.
She's so appalled by that. Excuse me. Oh no.
That act in a very disrespectful manner.
Me when I just get outwoked. Me when someone outwoked me. Fuck.
Really, I appreciate you being here. And so, do you know that in the 80s, when Hamas was born out of Mujamma al-Islami, the Islamic complex, their budget, what came out of the military governor, that the Israeli military system that ran the military occupation, their budget was literally allocated to them by the military governor. Their first victims for this resistance group in the 1980s were women in Shara Umar al-Mukhtar, the Umar al-Mukhtar street, to wear the hijab to cover themselves up, and suspected traitors and collaborators with the Israeli army and the Israeli police in the 1980s, before they laid a finger on an Israeli soldier or an Israeli settler in Gaza. Palestinians were the first victim of Hamas, which is so classic of the Muslim Brotherhood offshoots, so classic of the ISIS and Al-Qaeda style thinking of Sayyid Qutb and all those people. But let's put that aside. 2005. If you want to support armed resistance, I'm playing a hypothetical here. Mm-hmm. Was there not an opportunity to say, okay, the Israeli military and the settlers are directly out. We can talk, they repositioned the troops around Gaza. We can talk about all that. This was a unique opportunity to say, okay, Armed resistance in Gaza is done. We are now in the nation building phase. We are now in the phase to turn Gaza into the pride and joy of the Palestinian people, to turn Gaza into a role model for what an occupation-free West Bank would look like. What did we get instead? Instead, we enabled the far-right elements in Israel to say, oh my God, no, and I'm not saying I agree with this, but say, oh my God, we can't end the occupation in the West Bank because they'll turn it just like in Gaza. So that's that. And then finally, I will say that when you are the weaker party, the onus is on you to protect your people. A resistance that fails, a resistance that is there to not protect its people. Gaza is the first place in history where the resistance...
If I can add one more thing. Sorry, real quick.
Please.
So this 2005, when Israel withdrew from Gaza, they didn't end the occupation of Gaza. They switched the style of occupation. So Israel still controls the borders, the airspace, the land, what's coming in, what's going out. It made Gaza a living hell. In 2012, the UN said Gaza will be unlivable by 2020. You know, it's 2020.
What the fuck does this mean? This stupid Finkelstein bullshit. Like, it will be unlivable. What does that mean? That is the most broad, vague fucking term. Unlivable. Was it unlivable in 2020? Did it become unlivable? People lived there. Like, but was there like a huge surge in infant mortality or some shit? Like, I don't think there was. Not that I know of. Bro.
Now, and clearly, like, they destroyed all aspects of life, all aspects of infrastructure, hospitals, schools. I've lost over hundreds of family members. As young as 3 months old, Hanan Asfour, she was 3 months old and she was killed. She was not part of Hamas, clearly. And we lost people like in their 80s, you know? So I've lost my grandfather. He also died as a result of the siege on Gaza. And by the way, right now, there's over a 2-month blockade of no food, no humanitarian aid, no water coming into Gaza by Israel. And the world is just watching this. This is insane. The ICC has issued arrest warrants for Netanyahu and Gallant because of war crimes against the people of Gaza.
Do you believe that Hamas bears any responsibility in our people's suffering?
This is a byproduct of Israeli occupation. By the way, before October 7th, from 2007 till October 7th, 2023, over 6,700 Palestinians were killed by Israel because of the 4 major assaults that Israel launched on Gaza. And by the way, not to mention the siege on Gaza as well. So I wasn't able to see my grandfather. Last time I saw him, I was 4 years old, and he died in 2024. I wasn't able to see him because of the siege. He couldn't leave, and I couldn't go visit Gaza. So this is impacting all aspects of life. You expect people to like worship their occupiers? You know, no one's going to go kiss their ass if they've been killing us, displacing us, and starving us, and killing our children, making our children orphans.
I just feel like all these conversations are they're so abstract. Like, there's never any like real talk about any particular phase or stage of the conflict or any specific act. It's always just this broad, like, how can we do this when they're oppressing us and when they're like, it's all metaphors. Like, they all talk in, it's always talking in metaphors and like very, very, very broad terms. And I think that's, I mean, obviously it's a proxy for people just not knowing any details about the conflict, but it's really annoying. Because then you just need to like challenge like the use of every single term. Do they think if they shit on Hamas, that means they don't support Palestine? Yeah, like, it's an ongoing conflict. People don't want to cede any ground. It's really annoying. It's like, obviously, a good example on the other side is like Eilon Levy, right? It's like trying to ask Eilon Levy about a bad thing the IDF does, and he might give it like one syllable, like, yeah, and then within less than a split second, you're on to a long ramble about fucking the war on 7 fronts and Qatar and Al Jazeera and Mehdi Hassan. Like, it's just, they can't do it. People think that if they cede any ground, then they're like they're fucking over their nation. Crazy job.
Without limbs, like, this is, you gotta be realistic here. You know,
no one said anything about loving what Israel is doing. All I'm saying is that I think a variety of different actions and strategic choices by Hamas and others in Gaza could have led to radically different choices.
But how do we make peace with people who don't even see us as humans? Why do we even talk to people who don't give a? They don't care about me. They don't
what
care
is
about
this? This is a nothing sentence. That sentence doesn't mean fucking anything. How do we like that sentence doesn't contribute shit to the conversation? Sorry. You realize that Israelis did turn left when people offered to talk about peace, right? When Arafat offered to talk about peace, and after the first Intifada, Israel turned left and elected someone who wanted to talk about peace, and then they did it again with Barak. Like, what do you? So you're really like, there's no choice. There's nothing you can do. Israelis are too fucking intransigent. They're so fucking unmovable and so oppressive that you just have to think that Hamas is like and October 7th is the only outcome. Like it's all just set in stone. God, if you thought that was how humanity functioned, like, yeah, you would kill yourself. Like,
health warning.
Because if that's the case, then okay, why are you doing anything? Like, why? What's the point? Why are you saying anything? If Israelis don't really see you as human and they're so hell bent on exterminating you, like, why are you trying to do international pressure? Like, again, this is the problem where you kind of know that people who talk like this don't actually really necessarily believe what they're saying, because if they did, of course they would support Hamas, and they would support Hamas on the grounds that that's the only damage you can do to a society that like will use every fiber of its being to make you suffer. So your only conclusion, if you think like, okay, they're Israelis, you can't talk peace with them, you can't peacefully protest against them, Hamas can't really have any better strategy because of the oppression or whatever, then yeah, you would just have to think like, yeah, if you're asking for anything less than a military incursion into Israel to destroy the entire state, then you would be like complicit, wouldn't you? You'd be, yeah, because that's the only solution.
They look at us as goyim and all this bullshit. They look at us as like Gentiles.
I would respectfully disagree in that I have made contacts. You cannot paint the entirety of the Israeli society and community with a singular brush. Just like we can't paint all Palestinian. They unfortunately have not talked to anyone from Gaza. And I have made a point of connecting with hostage families, with survivors of October 7th.
Why talk with a boot on your neck? You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's not a boot. It's an.
So yeah, this guy just thinks like Hamas is all fucking fair game to do what they want then. Fuck's sake.
Okay.
Are we talking about this?
Ahmed Al-Khatib. I haven't watched the Jubilee episode yet, but I want to just talk more on him. So about Ahmed Al-Khatib, he supports the Abraham Accords, which shows that he is a pro-Israel shill, because the Abraham Accords are like one of the biggest pro-Israel policies. Is a pro-Israel policy launched by Donald Trump's Jared Kushner. So he supports the Abraham Accord. Do you think that's a red flag that he supports the Abraham Accords?
Not really. Depends on why.
Because it has normalization with Israel with the Arab states, but the Abraham Accords are extremely pro-Israel policy. They leave the Palestinians directly out of it and just want Israel, want Arab states to recognize Israel and have economic ties with Israel. That shouldn't happen until the Palestinian issue is resolved. So these Arab states should not give in and let Israel what it should have. They should they should not do that at all. The Arab state the Arab state should not recognize Israel unless Israel at least fucking stops its settlement moving. Like, it is. Are we denying that the Abraham Accords is a pro-Israel policy? That was monstrous and led to October 7th. Like, one of the reasons October 7th happened.
October 7th was being planned in blueprints from quite a few years before the Abraham Accords. But that aside,
Was that according to the New York Times? I don't. Was that according to one of the New York Times articles about how like they got Hamas documents? I remember.
I don't know if it was in the New York Times, but I know it's come from, there was that British report on October 7th that mentions the kind of like the timeline about the build up to October 7th. I think it would have been a collection of different articles from different outlets that spoke about it at different times. So New York Times was probably one of them.
Yeah.
In any case,
I don't know if I can trust British in
what's okay? What's so if they were able to secure a resolution to the Palestinian problem, then the Abraham Accords would be okay.
Yeah, it would be much better. Yes.
Like what's that resolution though?
Resolution is Israel at least 2 states. So Israel Israel sorry, where was reading the chat comments. Israel not under this government. It'll never happen under this government. Like you guys keep bringing up the fact that Hamas rejects a 2-state solution. Never bring up the fact that Likud rejects a Palestinian state. So on Hamas and the ruling Israeli party are equivalent on this issue. They both reject the existence of both reject the existence of the other people's state. So I just wanted to point that out.
Okay, so what happens if Arab states want to engage in normalizing relations with Israel, but the Palestinian leadership can't come together to agree on even reaching forward for 2 states? Because Hamas definitely doesn't want it, and they're in Gaza.
They shouldn't do it until at least 2 states, until at least the 2-state solution is formed. Because otherwise, it's just giving Israel more of a free check, or however you can say it. It's giving Israel rewards, and that should not happen unless Israel,
So it's just the Arab states. What if the Arab states started pressuring Palestinian leaders into uniting around a 2-state solution and committing to it? Because right now, Abbas walked away from one. Hamas never wanted one.
The PA's official stance right now is they want a 2-state solution. Right?
Yeah, it is. But then when they negotiate it, they get an offer. Abbas walks and doesn't counteroffer. Also, Abbas has no mandate anymore. He can't. How's Abbas going to get control over Gaza to negotiate 2 states in any case?
That's true. And Abbas is like I heard that he went to Lebanon to try to disarm the Palestinian groups in Lebanon. So yeah, he's deeply on Papa. I don't know why I'm going on a tangent. Again, even if they do that, the current Israeli government would never accept. Even if the Palestinian state was genuine.
Well, yeah, if there was a united Palestinian front for 2 states, and they were actually sincerely offering something, then that puts the Israeli left in a better position to get rid of their government, or that also opens the door to pressure the Israeli government. But
like,
if you don't have that, then what? Do they just stay?
Gantz's party. It's Benny Gantz's party, and they rejected 2-state solution as well. So unless I don't think you should do that unless America's willing to come to the table and pressure Israel.
But we know that when Palestinian leaders come forward and offer 2 states, like as a sincere change to what they were previously doing, Israelis were convinced by that last time. They were convinced by that because they voted in Yitzhak Rabin, and then they voted in Barak.
So do you think that can happen again without American pressure, like them being convinced?
Well, you need both. You need both. First of all, you need a reason to elect these Israeli leaders, because there's no point in electing a left-wing leader who wants a 2-state solution if they have no one to talk to on the other side. So if there is someone to talk to on the other side, and there is someone who has got a good mandate, say like another 1980s Arafat, then America can pressure Israel away all they want. They did it before,
Who would
right?
be the left-wing leader that do you think would be a good option for that? Like,
I don't know if it matters necessarily who, but Golan could do it.
Golan?
Yeah, Yair Golan,
Okay. He made that statement that the IDF is killing babies as a hobby in Gaza. I mean, he walked back on it.
He did walk it back because it was probably not very well founded. He puts his foot in his mouth quite a lot, that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah. I think it would be good. Yeah, I think it would be good. But to go on the fact that you said, but I don't think he put his foot in his mouth, because they killed the like 80%. Was it 70% that the UN said? 70 or 80%. Like the demographics, like the 70% are women and children. So like what it seems like through like the demographics of like of who was killed, it seems like the IDF is just like bombing places and not like targeting Hamas. Because
Isn't
like
70%
they basically
women and children like a very old stat? Is that not?
I'm pretty sure it got I think the UN said it recently as well, and then the Gaza Health Ministry well, not the Gaza, I think it's a media office that says it is 70% women and children. So like
The
just-
media
just
office
through
is
the
like,
ratio
again,
of-
no, I'm pretty sure this 70% women and children thing was old and it was not correct.
It was in the Jubilee video. They used it as a fact check.
Yeah, because it would have obviously appeared in a UN page at one point, but I thought it was closer to like, again, I could be wrong, so you can correct me, but I thought it was like 55 or something, which again, you can still say is quite high, and of course it is high. The problem there is you would have to look at like how much it has to do with Israeli recklessness versus Hamas tactics versus the general demographics of Gaza as a whole, right? Because it
Well,
is half
the
children,
general
right? The strip is half children.
Yeah, the general. Yeah, so would like the general demographics need to think? Wouldn't it be like 75% women and children? Like just it's no, I don't know. Wait.
Well, I know it's 50%
Yeah,
children. I don't know
these
if it is for women. Yeah, I mean, logically it probably would be, yeah. But
Just
I don't think the
example.
demographics are that.
Yeah, around there.
You'd have to find there are people who did charts and demographic breakdowns of the 50,000 because they were published in English as well with all the names and ages, how they died, or not how they died, but like when they died. So you can find that.
Yeah,
I don't think it's 70%
identified-
women and children though. I don't think that's the case.
Of who's killed, not the actual demographic.
Yes.
I don't know, like, but I seen all these reports by like Air Wars and like things just saying, and like these like independent NGOs saying that Israel like has like one of the worst like civilian to casual ratios, even if you can like even though Hamas like maybe Hamas makes it harder for them to target civilians. I don't think like I don't like the way how you carry like recklessness. I think it is like there have been commanders in the IDF that like have openly said, like I remember reading a Haaretz article recently saying that somebody who ordered to shoot Palestinians with a white flag was just promoted. I can send that to you. So I yeah, and there's tons of quotes. So yeah, that's like one issue I have. I don't like framing it in that way, that like it's recklessness.
Well,
That's just
recklessness
my
means you are
personal-
trying to pursue your military goals with a reckless disregard for civilian casualty. Like that
Yeah,
is
I don't
still,
think
it's
they're
a
trying to
criminal
cre-
act.
I don't
So-
think I think you should add like I think we can say at this point that there's been purposeful targeting of civilians from the top down, at least in some
But just side by
aspects
side with
of
the
it as well.
broader military goal, like they're like, okay, do fucking 7 strikes on Hamas and then do like 2 on civilian houses, like that. You think that's what's happening?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, kind of. All on like on civilians and yeah, we see that Israel's not behind like pressuring civilians. Not like is not how do you say it? God,
When I say an example of recklessness, what I mean is like
Right.
I think it seems to be confirmed now that Mohammed Sinwar and 2 other important people in Hamas or top people in Hamas were in that tunnel underneath the European hospital, right?
Hamas hasn't confirmed it yet, but
It seems like the
I don't
IDF
know.
found his body, no?
Did they?
They claim to have found his body just recently, and there's not been any indication that he's still
Well,
alive.
I'm
It
not
would be
gonna
in their
say- I'm
interest
not
to prove he's
gonna
still
say-
alive.
I'm not gonna say definitely, but yeah, I'd say he's probably dead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he was hiding in a hospital, in a tunnel, like underneath a hospital. So But then you can still say recklessness because by the Geneva Conventions, hospitals still enjoy special
They should
protection
give a warning.
and you need a
They
warning,
should
yes.
give a warning. Yeah.
And also, I don't know how many civilians died in that strike. I think it was like, the last number I heard was 16 or 18, and then it was like maybe about 30 or 40 injured. So you could say
Yeah,
that's
I
quite,
don't-
it's quite
I'm-
reckless to
I'm-
bomb a hospital area without giving a like an immediate warning. I mean, they would say they've
Well,
been
like-
warning to not use hospitals all the way throughout the war, but I don't know if that counts as a direct warning. Like, probably doesn't.
No, I remember like watching a BBC Verify, and I'm pretty sure
Mhm.
you need like direct warnings before the strike to like some like in the vicinity of the strike.
But that would make me wonder
Um,
why, because in Australia, their military manual says that you don't need to give a warning unless it's like because if it compromises your advantage, like if it gives them a chance to flee, because obviously the target there was personnel. I don't know. Fuck. Most countries emphasize
when was
warning
the
though. It
when
seems.
was the last time Australia was in a war? World War II.
I.
No.
They
I
were
think they
involved in
They were in
Afghanistan,
Iraq.
weren't
They
they?
were in
Iraq, yeah.
Yeah, and they were in Iraq. Yeah. Actually, yeah, true. Yeah, they didn't carry out any strikes. They just brought like soldiers, the infantry. Yeah. Yeah, but the thing I don't want to say currently that it's confirmed until Hamas confirms it, because then we'll get a verification. I don't think Hamas has said he's dead or alive. And they usually don't. Do they hide like when like a top official is dead? Like do they usually hide it?
They were very slow about. Was it Mohammed Deif? Where they were quite slow to say he died. I can't remember.
Yeah, it was like a month later. A month
Yeah.
later, I think, after that huge strike on that like refugee.
It might be in their interest if they can hide the
Yeah.
body as well because of morale. But wait, if you're saying Israel has the body, did they actually take a picture of it? Like, is that confirmed, chat?
They took a picture and liked it.
Well, so you think this guy is an Israeli shill because he supports the Abraham Accords?
Well, yeah, that's one aspect of it. Yes, he supports Abraham Accords, which is a shit policy proposed by Trump, leaves the Palestinians out of it. So he wants the Arab states to normalize with Israel, just like how they did in 2020, with basically no concessions. So yes, it's a big win for Israel. So yes, that's one of the reasons I think he's a shill. He goes on with this TikTok girl, well, not a TikTok girl, like this influencer. She has 3 million followers, Montana Tucker, who's like fully pro-Israel, like not even like liberal Zionist or yeah, fully pro-Israel. Like, I don't know. Does she talk about it too slate? I don't know. I don't know if you can classify her as liberal Zionist or whatever, but she's a Zionist. He goes on with, and there's like some of the most. This is from this information tracker, but just by the way, I just saw his tweet. It's just like some of the most like insane Zionist talking points about how like Zionism is justified because it's their ancestral homeland and that it's not colonization. And him sitting down with her while she's saying that. And this got like.
Okay, I don't
hundreds
care
of
about what
thousands of
other
likes.
people he's spoken to have said, like, because I've
Well,
let
like,
you say
okay,
things I
another
disagree with and not said
another
anything
reason-
over you. So, like,
Yeah, okay, maybe that was a bad point. Another thing I like, because I saw him reply to Mike from PA and says, "You're a white guy." Like how he uses identity politics so much. Like just because he's Palestinian, we can't disagree with him. Like with this logic, like a Jew who was pro-Nazi and like if we criticize his stance, how dare you tell me how to feel about like this issue, like about the Holocaust as a white person, and like, I'm Jewish. Like he keeps using that stance, and I swear to God, like he acts as like he's a representative for Palestinian thought. He's not. If you go on Al Jazeera Arabic, or if you go on even the polls that maybe think Palestinians support the Houthis, 80% support the Houthis. Like they will not agree with this guy's opinions at all about who's causing the suffering. When he talks about like,
so
why
is it just for me
Palestinians
to say
want
that the last poll shows that majority of Gazans don't support armed resistance anymore? Does that mean I can use that in the face of white people who still think it should happen?
but they don't. Yeah, they don't. It was like 40%. 40% armed resistance.
No, it was
not?
33% armed resistance, 40 for negotiations, and the rest were for peaceful resistance.
So it's the second most popular option. Okay, but
obviously,
yeah,
if you
armed
group those into
resist-
non-violent and violent, then non-violent gets like 66% versus
yeah,
33. right?
I remember that. Yeah, at the same time, they don't want Hamas to disarm, which is like they're just gonna.
Yeah,
I
polls
guess you
are
can make
polls are weird. Every time a poll tells you something mad about one of these two sides, like
they don't want-
dig in tight, because yeah, the way that both sides like engage with questions and answers about this conflict is very, very, very
If they don't
varied
support armed
depending on.
resistance, why do they support the Houthis? Like the Houthis are doing armed resistance.
Probably because when the Houthis do armed resistance, they don't get bombed afterwards. Whereas when they're asked the question in the context of
they
like
do get
Hamas,
bombed.
like anti-Hamas protests
Oh,
and all
yeah.
the rubble in Gaza, they're
Oh,
like,
yeah.
well, look what armed. Yeah, I guess it's also like before October 7th, the last poll I saw, like the most recent one before October 7th, was one where they said like more than half of them didn't want to break the ceasefire. After October 7th, in the first few weeks, you've got like a majority of Gazans and West Bankers supporting it because they see the
Yeah.
perceived victory. But then a few months later, or a year and a half later, they see all the bombing and they're actually armed resistance is a really bad idea. Yeah, so it's what happens when you have
But
like
they
a
did
fairly
support
lost
October
population.
7th. They did support October 7th until like majority. Do they still support October 7th?
I believe
Well,
support for it is
that-
dropping in Gaza, but I don't know if it's a minority yet.
I think it's still a majority. And if elections were held today, Hamas would still win in that poll.
Well,
So that's
depending.
what-
So like Barghouti would probably defeat Hamas if he was.
Yeah,
out of-
yeah. But yeah, he's.
But
he's
party
in
political
jail,
would be
but
Hamas.
it's like-
Yes.
Yeah. So he would win. So I'm saying that you can agree that most Palestinians don't agree with him. Like generally.
No, yeah, they
generally,
wouldn't agree
most
with
Palestinians-
this guy. No.
Yeah, they wouldn't do. So I hate how he acts like he's a representative, and like anybody who disagrees with him, he uses identity politics. Like he was talking to that "Do Not Worry" guy, and he says, "Why should I respect your opinion as a Palestinian, as a Lebanese guy?" Like I hate how he uses like his Palestinian shield to say like we can't, that like we must agree with him.
Out of interest,
Like,
does it make you?
and
Does
he
it make
does
you?
use
Does it
that.
make you? Does it make you cringe when people like Hassan talk about Ethan constantly attacking Muslim creators or brown creators, or like Hassan becoming a Muslim every time it suits him in the Idpol game? Like, unfortunately, yeah,
He's always-
Idpol is
he's
cynical.
always-
Everyone does it though, right?
No, I see this guy use it cynically. The Muslim thing. Hassan always says he's like culturally Muslim, which means like a guy that surprised most. That describes most Muslims in the West. Like
Like people saying it's
who are just-
Islamophobic to attack Frogan, even though people attack Frogan because she says mad shit. Like,
No, it's not Islam. It's not necessarily Islamophobic to attack Frogan, but you have to admit that a lot of the attacks against Frogan are coming from Islamophobic.
from any
Like-
creators in particular, I can think of one creator who might be doing
Like
it. in that way.
Tectone, Tectone, and Asmongold's community. Like, the
But this
amount of
isn't like. But
hate
why?
that-
Why is Ethan Klein Islamophobic
she
for
gets.
attacking? Yeah. So why is Ethan Islamophobic for attacking Frogan? I don't think he's ever
like
attacked a
drama
religion.
alert, like Nicholas eats Oreos. Yeah, people. Yeah, that guy. No, you're not necessarily, but like the way he focuses in on Frogan, Frogan is like I think is due to Islamophobia. The way she, it's not. I'm not saying it's Islamophobic to attack Frogan. I'm just saying like Islamophobic does cause her to get like tons of hate.
Yeah,
Like,
but
they
I think
call her, like,
that's
her-
Idpol. I think she gets attacked
They
because
call
she's
her
a
like
lolcow.
hijab of the heart.
Yeah,
They
again,
call her like hijab.
they being not the people
like
we're
it's-
talking about right now, right? So yeah, lots of people who attack her are Islamophobic, but the ones who don't, and people who bro, people get called Islamophobic for. Wait, you know that Hassan does this, right? Like, you know that people call people Islamophobic for even like attacking Hamas or for being Islamic fundamentalists or Hezbollah for the same reason.
No.
No?
No, but the people who are Islamophobic attack Hamas, and a lot of people's motivation for attacking Hamas are Islamophobic. But criticizing Hamas necessarily is not Islamophobic. No. Again, there's a lot of
think that's kind
there's
of
a lot of
a little bit burying your head in the sand there for what these for what these guys do, but whatever. But as long
Yeah,
as you
I
agree with
think
the
you guys- I
principle, I
think
don't
you're-
really care. If you agree with the principle that it's not
Yeah.
Islamophobic to shit. Do you think I'm Islamophobic?
no, not necessarily. No, I don't think your pro-Israelness comes out of Islamophobia necessarily. No. I haven't seen anything, but I know the community. I know your community is very Islamophobic.
Yeah, which
Like,
ones?
people in your community. Like just like people like your community had a lot of crossover with a certain other community.
Yeah, but that
and
doesn't
still
prove that my
does.
one is Islamophobic, because I would have to suggest that everyone in Destiny's community is Islamophobic, and obviously I don't think that's the case. Because when they come
I'd say
here,
the majority of them
when people come here and say Islamophobic stuff, they get banned. So you'd have to show me, like, I guess you can find screenshots of people before they were banned, or people
I
I
wouldn't
missed.
say I'd say that like content creators you used to be that's not a good point. That's not a good point. Yeah, so let me read a post from this guy. He supports Arabs and Israeli. Wait, what was it? He was saying that they see Emirati officials were clear. They support Palestinian freedom, but reject Hamas, the Muslim Brotherhood, and violent resistance. Okay, before I go on to the second part, remember that one of the main reasons I think he's doing propaganda for the UAE is that because the UAE gives $1 million to the Atlantic Council every year. They see Israel as a partner, not an enemy. The UAE is pointing the way forward. So this guy supports Arab countries seeing Israel as a partner. Like, that's what I mean when I say he's an Israel shill. Like, why should any Arab country look at Israel as a partner when what they're doing in Gaza and with the current fucking right-wing extremist government? Like, do you get what I mean?
No. Why should anyone see Hezbollah as a partner when they were helping Assad murder 250,000 people?
No, that's a straw. That's a straw man. Why should countries like Saudi Arabia and Israel look at Israel as a partner when it's a fucking apartheid state leading when it's apartheid state? And
well, because no Arab leader like actually gives a fuck about what you would call apartheid. Like all these countries have measures that favor ethnic groups over others, right? Like, come on.
Well, I'm saying the people in the countries care about what they're doing to the Palestinians. Why should any Arab country see Israel as a partner? Why?
Probably because, well, unfortunately, because countries like all nations, including China, as we've discovered a few times talking to you, is that nations have interests. Nations have economic interests. They have intelligence interests. They have military interests.
But it's not moral. It's not moral. It's not moral for these countries.
Yeah, welcome to geopolitics, buddy. Yeah. If you want to talk moral, like if I were an Arab leader, I'd probably feel like I've got more sway over Israel as a partner than I would as a military enemy. No.
No, you should leverage your partnership for Israel giving concessions, which the Abraham Accords did not do.
Which concession would you be satisfied with then?
Stopping of all West Bank settlements, like they are rapidly. At least that's one.
Just stop expanding them. You mean?
Stop expanding them, and what else would I give the concession to? Stop bombing Syria. Well, that's not really related to the Palestinian cause.
I mean, that is actually something that they might want to talk about because Saudi has a very strong interest in being part of the rebuilding of Syria. So maybe
Iran did until the guy got ousted. According to the orders. Stop bombing Syria.
So if they asked for
don't bomb Iran, let Iran get a nuclear deal.
So if they got a stop to new settlements, you'd be okay with them normalizing?
Well, let me add a condition. They pull out. God, does this not sound unreasonable? They pull out. They start the process of pulling out their people. And let the PA take control of the whole West Bank.
Like unilaterally, it doesn't matter what the PA are doing or saying or agreeing to or not.
Well, the PA are saying that they're pro two-state solution, and I think that once Abbas dies, the new leader would agree to a two-state solution. So at least show the Palestinians in Gaza that if there isn't Hamas, that you can live under free lives and not under checkpoints and Jewish only roads and not get fucking pogromed every day by these fucking inbred hilltop youth fucking rabid settlers.
Yeah, I mean if they can get a leader in the West Bank who can commit to that and offer their end of the bargain, then yeah, why not? But I don't think that's happening under Abbas. He's got no mandate. He's walked from two states before.
Under the PA? What do you want on the what do you want from the PA? Like they recognize that Israel, they recognize Israel as a state. That Israel hasn't done the same towards Palestinians.
Well, my understanding is that Abbas eventually said that the gaps in Olmert's deal and what the Palestinians wanted were too wide. Now, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe Sundowner knows this. But I don't know what those gaps... I don't think he's ever said what those gaps are. If they can explain what the gaps are, then yeah.
He's like an incompetent leader. I'm not saying he's like a competent leader, at all. Like Abbas. He's hated as well, so he should...
Yeah, because unfortunately the most popular party in the West Bank is a rejectionist party still. It's still Hamas.
Yeah, that makes sense. But hasn't Hamas as well lobbied for the releasing of Marwan Barghouti? So like, why doesn't Israel release him and let him take elections and let him take control? Like that's another.
Well,
good
we know
thing
why the
that
right
Arab
wingers don't do it,
people-
right? The right wingers don't do it because they don't want to risk
Exactly.
a united Palestinian leadership. The problem with
Exactly,
Marwan is
exactly.
that no one really knows what he believes, and the problem is as well is that although he did show a lot of promise in the 90s and talking to Israeli left wingers and people who were pro peace protests, at the end of the day, he also was very up for the Second Intifada. So I don't know, like if he's the problem is that the things that Marwan would have to do to secure peace or even progress with the Israelis is probably the same thing that would tank his popularity.
Really? Then
Yeah.
why does he have this why is he popular now? Like,
Well, because he's a national hero in the form of
Hamas?
militancy, because he was a spearhead, I think, in both the first and definitely the second Intifada. But he is also seen as a very competent speaker and statesman kind of figure, right? Because he has managed to at least have so he's the bridge between Fatah and Hamas, basically. But obviously,
Okay, yeah, that's-
he's going to have to give up some of that if he wants to get progress from Israel. And if he does that, then the cost would probably be making people in the West Bank fucking hate him, right? So that's the difficult thing. Because again, we still don't know what happens to, say, a Palestinian leader. Remember with Abbas? Abbas said something about having a right of return to, was it Safsaf? Somewhere in the north. Whatever, some fucking town. But him saying that he's only got the right to return as a visitor, not as a citizen. And then he walked it back in 2 days because people were threatening to kill him. So Safed, that was it. So, there's still the problem I think with any kind of sustainable peace between Palestinians and Israelis is that one, obviously the Israeli right are kind of stuck in right now, and most Israelis don't even think the two-state solution is possible anymore. There's no trust there. And from the Palestinian side, it's that there are a couple of entrenched narrative-based questions, not really practical questions, just narrative and symbolic questions that they don't really have a practical answer to. So we still don't really know what they would accept for Jerusalem and the Temple Mount, and we also don't know what they want from refugees. And if we never get an answer to either of those questions, then we're stuck.
Okay. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. But has Hamas actually? I've heard but have Hamas actually have they campaigned for his releasing in exchange for Israeli hostages? Have Hamas is that confirmed that Hamas are trying to get him released?
I think I saw something saying that. Yeah.
So I don't know why they did that, because for Hamas itself, Hamas was just self-interested. Oh no, actually no, I can see why they did that, because Palestinians would thank them a lot for them. But Marwan Barghouti would be a threat to their power. That's what Hamas is.
He might be, but then again, I don't really know what his connection to Hamas necessarily is anymore, because again, we don't really know what he believes. At the end of the day, it's also a huge popularity win for Hamas to get him released.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was thinking as well while I was saying it. And the last thing I want to go on, not last. The thing I want to go on is he blames where was it? He blamed the suffering in Gaza on Hamas. He doesn't blame it on Israel. He blames the suffering on Gaza on Hamas, and that's actually I think that's my main point. He mainly blames the suffering in Gaza on Hamas, not the people doing the bombing, not the people doing the starvation, not the people doing the forceful starvation, not the people carrying out a policy of ethnic cleansing, destroying homes on purpose, so Palestinians don't want to return to their homes. Don't you think that's a red flag that he blames the suffering in Gaza on not people that are dropping the bombs and people that as I said, people that are causing the fucking extreme hunger?
If he exclusively blamed Hamas, it would be a red flag, yeah. But I don't know if he does. Does he?
But like he, from the way he talks, you see that like the first thing he brings up, and even in his Instagram posts, he's like, "Why Palestinians want to leave?" The first thing he brings up, and the main thing he brings up is Hamas and Hamas.
Yeah, but the thing is I would do this with these people as well. It depends on who you're talking to. So if I was talking to right-wing Israelis and all they want to talk about is what Hamas did and how Hamas are using human shields and all the civilian infrastructure and all that shit, then I would be like, listen, okay, Hamas doesn't force every Israeli airstrike, okay? Hamas doesn't tell Israel what their policy should be on aid, right? Hamas doesn't force Israel to do anything. Like, if Israel commits a war crime, or if they have, like, top-level commanders committing war crimes and telling their soldiers to do war crimes, which they do, I think, then that's not, Hamas doesn't force that. But if I'm talking to a bunch of pro-Palestinian people who squirm and cry and shit themselves every time you ask them even like if they can hold Hamas accountable for anything, then yeah, of course I'm going to hammer that in because it's fucking insane. Do you think Hamas holds any responsibility for what's happening in Gaza right now?
No.
None at all. No responsibility at all.
No, I don't blame the genocide on the people getting genocided. No, I just have a principle of not doing that. No.
Okay, can you talk to me in plain terms for a change, please? Just in plain terms rather than saying like retreating to the abstraction of just saying, oh well, genocide, well we can't blame the genocide. If October 7th hadn't happened, would Israel have airstriked the entire fucking
again,
strip
October
anyway?
7th or October 7th equivalent attack wasn't necessary. It was
inevitable.
I forgot.
Okay, so Israel forced Hamas to do October 7th.
Yeah. No, I forced. Yeah, I'm saying that this level of oppression, like maintaining apartheid state, is violent. Every day is violent. Every day is violent. Maintaining a blockade, having a state built off ethno supremacy, Jewish ethno supremacy, is violent, and the Palestinians feel that violence, and it will inevitably cause a violent attack against
of that kind, right? And it will inevitably cause violence of that kind.
Not necessarily of that kind, but violence against civilians, I think, is something that like this level of oppression does cause people to do. This is like, again, what's happening in Gaza and thing is worse than South Africa. Like
South Africa was colonized for 350 years by multiple different factions.
What's happening in Gaza right now?
Black South Africans we're talking about pre-October 7th because obviously we're talking about what caused that kind of violence. So are you going to commit to the idea that like
not pre.
Okay, so why was Hamas's response to pre-October 7th different from the Black South Africans?
Well, the thing didn't Noam Chomsky said this as well. Don't. I don't know if I'm wrong. This might be offensive. Like he said, the apartheid in Israel's worse. Apartheid in Palestine is worse because Palestinians don't have the leverage that Black South Africans somewhat did of being like 96% of the population and being the workforce. So they relied on the Black South Africans the way that Israel doesn't. So
Hamas killed civilians because they have less leverage?
No, because they're in a more dire position than the South Africans, and I'd say that. Yeah.
So it's not because of necessarily more suffering on the part of the average person in Gaza. It's because of the lack of.
I don't know the exact. I don't know. I know that they're like separate in like Bantustans and like
and they deported about 3 million people into those Bantustans in the space of like what, a decade?
Yeah, in a very small area, in like a very small area.
They literally systematically deported 3 million people. And that's not even to mention, like the turn of the century, they were in concentration camps and like fucking.
Israel did ethnically cleanse, like Israel did somewhat the same thing by ethnically cleansing Palestinians, and like can you see how the West Bank is kind of turning into Bantustans, like these like segregated areas, like with like enclaves and like Jewish settlements coming in, cutting them off.
Sure, but then I'd wonder why October 7th didn't happen in the West Bank. Why it happened in Gaza but not the West Bank?
October 7th didn't happen in the West Bank because the Israeli puppet is ruling it. Because the PA just fucking cracks down on it.
So with no PA, the people in the West Bank would have done the same thing.
Yes. They're going like the Jenin brigades. Like they are fucking yes they would have. Like yes, the PA has been the PA I can't fucking speak English. I'm taking a year break. Holy fucking crap. Okay, sorry. I forgot how to fucking speak words. The PA has been has been a driving force between disarming Palestinian militias and cracking down on them. Wouldn't you agree? In Lebanon.
Yeah, there's more security
in the
measures, but
West,
it's also the fact that
and they work with Israel.
that Hamas also had enough, like, again, Hamas had enough like opportunity and space to do the like military buildup and get the weapons and everything that they don't have in the West Bank. But at the same time, I guess the problem is that conditions in the West Bank were getting worse before October 7th. In Gaza,
Yeah, and they still are getting.
the question I would have about Gaza is that
Well,
the blockade measures were worse between 2007 and 2014 than they were from 2014 to 2023. So I'm just wondering why.
was that because of Mavi? But didn't Marmara lead to like a easing of the blockade? Was that
Yeah, in large part, yeah.
because that caused a lot of.
And also,
international raids.
actually, I think even Protective Edge led to an easing of the blockade and the maritime access being broadened as well, and the work permits. So I'm just
Gaza's
wondering,
like 80.
like
Yeah,
that's
okay, yeah,
that's
I'll
why
say-
I'm trying
yeah,
to figure out like
go on,
why.
go on, sorry for cutting you off.
What? Yes, I'm just wondering why the level of violence was so inevitable, even as conditions
why.
in some ways were actually improving. Like,
I'll say why. Because first of all, I think a big reason why the October 7th attack happened was the Abraham Accords. Palestinians and Palestinians saw that Israel was trying to move on the Palestinian question and was trying to normalize with these Arab states. So, I wouldn't you agree that the Abraham Accords was one of the big reasons between the motivation of Hamas and Palestinians?
it was one motivation. I think the main one was Al-Aqsa, because that's why they call it Al-Aqsa flood. That seems to be the consensus of the people in Gaza and the West Bank.
Yeah, and what's happening? And they, so holy
But,
shit. So why do I think October 7th happened? Again, 80% of Gaza are descendants of refugees or refugees themselves. So like you have a grand place with like a densely populated place, like 56% unemployment. These people have no hope. They have no statehood. These people, they want to go back to, but you may disagree with them, but they want to go back to where they lived, which is pretty close, like 5 kilometers away. Like what's that city that
It can be
that
10,
Ismail
15
Haniyeh
kilometers
fought
away.
for?
It depends if they're from Ashkelon, Jaffa, fucking Beersheba.
Yeah,
or from
Ashkelon,
closer, yeah.
Ashkelon. Yeah, that's like the main one. That's close. So like, yeah, that's the motivation that I see Palestinians having for wanting to for wanting to think is because they're crammed. They've been humiliated for 75 years, and October 7th was kind of like was kind of a win for them. Well, that's what they initially a win for them. Not,
And
not
do you
saying
think
it was-
so? But you don't think that, and obviously you think this was a bad decision, at least.
Right now, yeah, probably right now.
Yeah, it was always going to be a bad decision as well.
I don't know if Palestinians think it's a bad decision still, but I don't know if they still disagree with the option of. I leave it to Palestinians. If the Palestinians think it was a bad decision, because I don't know the scale of the suffering, whether they think it was worth it for like the military success like they achieved on October 7th.
Wait, really? So if they think it was worth it just to have one day of clowning on the IDF,
if Gazans thought it was worth it now, then I would think it was worth it.
so if they thought it was worth it now, just for one day of clowning on the IDF, that's okay. That meets your moral compass. That meets your moral
I'm
standard.
not the one to speak for them. If
You can speak
Gazans
for
were living.
like basic humanity, I guess, because like if a population doesn't really care about losing all of their homes and their livelihoods and their loved ones and dying in the tens of thousands, and also other people who maybe didn't volunteer for that to happen dying, then wait, really?
Yeah, probably. Actually, no. Yeah, I'd say. How would I say? But then I don't blame that on October 7th because I just view October 7th as like the natural reaction.
But why? Why? So is that the case everywhere? So leaders of these movements, they have no ability to be right or wrong about anything. They just do what their conditions made them do.
Who? Wait, you cut off. Who?
So if you take
Who
any
actually-
resistance group or any leader that's been under oppression, then they're not really capable of making good decisions or bad decisions, are they? Because they're just going to do what they're naturally pushed to do by their oppressors, right? So it's not really that Mandela was a great leader. It's just that I guess
Is
the
this
oppression in
Marxist view
apartheid.
that people talk about?
It sounds like that's
It's
what you're
like
doing,
Marxist.
but I don't think you actually believe it because no one does. But yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if that's what you're doing. Yeah.
The reason I give for Hamas for Hamas doing violent attacks compared to Nelson Mandela is I don't know I really don't want to offend people because I don't want to offend people who lived under South African apartheid, but I feel like the Palestinians are in a worse position than the black South Africans. I gave a reason why. Norm Trotsky thinks this is the reason why. It's because the white South Africans relied on the black South Africans for labor, and they had to use the black South Africans. The Israel and the Jewish population of Israel doesn't need the Palestinian population. Doesn't need it for the labor force because they're like now 50% of the population. I think 51 now. So that's the reason why I gave for. I'm saying that the Palestinians are in a more detrimental position than the black South Africans were. I don't know. I might be wrong.
So coming back to my question, do you think that leaders of oppressed groups how are they capable of making a good or a bad decision if it seems that their decisions are just based on whatever the colonizer allows them to do or dictates them to do?
Good question. How are they able to make good or bad? Wait, did you say good or bad? Or
Yeah, because it seems like October 7th was a bad decision, but like it's not really a decision at all because it's just an inevitable response to Israeli oppression. Like that seems to be like what you're saying. So then
that is my view.
Yeah, so how do we how do we praise or condemn any leader of any group that you consider oppressed? How do we say that we don't really need to say then that Mandela was a good leader, right? Because Mandela seemed to only do what was set by was to respond to the tone set by the oppressor, right? Like had South Africa, had the regime been more aggressive and more harsh, then Mandela would have done something that probably fucked over the black South Africans. But because I guess like the apartheid gave him more breathing space or whatever to do to employ a strategy that actually worked, then is that how would you apply it, or would you not offer any praise to Mandela's decision making as a leader?
Well, that's okay. Yeah. I can see what you mean. Yep. I see what the point. Mandela was popular. I go to this. I think yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I don't know how to combat that. I don't think Mandela would be I don't think Mandela would be popular because he was popular among the black South Africans if the oppression was if the oppression was more, I don't know. Maybe that's the only counter argument I can think of.
But it's also just that these are radically different pursuits. They're very different contexts. They're very different conflicts. So like even quantifying or qualifying like the suffering that's going on is going to be quite difficult as well because of the experience. Because again, like black South Africans under apartheid, I don't think there was as much killing as there was for someone living in Gaza for the last 25 years before October 7th.
Or in
Definitely.
the West Bank.
But
wait, I don't know. Wait. Have there been more killings in the West Bank to Palestinians compared to the black South Africans?
That would definitely depend on time. Probably up to the Second Intifada, probably quite similar. I think after the Second Intifada, it would have been more Palestinians dying. But then again, it's like.
And right now.
But then.
And right now, because like.
Right now it's probably worth. Right now there's probably more deaths in the West Bank annually. That for Black South Africa, I don't know actually, because the security forces in South Africa killed like quite a few thousand people. Sharpeville was like a peaceful protest, like a completely peaceful protest where they just gunned down like 60 people. And that was in the 60s. That was before things escalated. I don't know. But then even if it was like more deaths in the West Bank now than there would be for blacks in South Africa, the other counter to that is that black people in South Africa were colonized since like the 1650s. It was so much longer, hundreds and hundreds of years. Even in the Boer War, they were in concentration camps, a lot of them. So, yeah.
I'm seeing. I don't know much about the Black South African, as you know. I don't know much about anything. I'm just seeing like daily like articles and like on my Twitter of like fucking like basically pogroms. Not even like the IDF military operation, just like villages being like being like for Molotov cocktails being thrown at Palestinian villages. And when I look at that, like that makes me understand like why like Hamas, why like violent resistance happens. That's what I mean.
Yeah, but resistance happens is a broad phrase. I'm not saying there's no understanding. Like, obviously, you expect people to want to be violent. I don't deny that, but at the end
Even
of the
against
day,
civilians, even against civilians.
well,
even against civilians.
in that case, again, as was the case with apartheid, or even like going back to Gandhi and shit like that, right? These movements, or the fucking Jews in the Holocaust, right? Like, yeah, these people, like, groups need leaders, okay? Because if we're just saying that the tone is set by the oppressor, and that's why people like engage in what they do because it's just inevitable, then I could just as well say that every Israeli or Zionist action through the founding of Israel was just Jews doing what their oppressors dictated, and it kind of was, it kind of was, but they had choices as well.
Because the Zionists in that case were the oppressors. They were the colonizing party. It wasn't the fucking Arabs that were the oppressors. They were the people.
The what Arabs? I'm sorry.
Doing the. I'm saying the Zionists.
The fucking Arabs. You said.
Oh, I didn't say the fucking Arabs.
You did say the fucking Arabs.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Go back in the string. I said the Arabs. Might have cut it out. I didn't say the fucking Arabs. Not Ethan Klein. But again, even in that case, they were the oppressive party. They were the ones doing the colonizing. The Palestinians were the indigenous people, so that reference is not a good one.
Yeah, well, and the Israeli civilians, are they all oppressors? Like the Israeli civilians, some of them didn't do fucking anything ever.
What, right now? I know. I'm not oppressors. Well, they do a lot. Well, they do work as like they do aid the oppression, because all of them at one point in their lives, not all of them, the majority of them do in the IDF and are serving the IDF. So that is kind of
okay. So when Hamas or any other Islamic extremist movement engages in homophobia and persecutes their gay population, is that you can't blame that on oppression?
Wait.
Just because an oppressed group might take out an oppressed group taking it out on other people, don't people like you anyway still typically blame the oppressor?
Yes.
Okay, so just because the Jews took it out on Arabs, and this is in your world, okay, if we were to phrase it that way, then do we not still blame the oppressors? Like, what's the difference?
Wait, but you're talking about the Jews in 1947, and I said the Jews in 1947. Well, I'm saying the Zionists. Shouldn't classify them as Jews, because the majority of Jews were in other places around the world and probably weren't even Zionists.
Well, the majority of displaced persons, they mostly went to Palestine.
Well, no, we're talking about the founding of Israel, and still the majority of Jews.
Yeah, or up to the founding of Israel, because then they get a problem as well. Because when Zionists were moving to the Ottoman Empire, who was the oppressor there, the Jews or the Muslims?
Yeah. Good question. I'll evaluate that further on. So I'll give an analogy actually. So I'm saying this comparison does not work, because in 1947 the Zionists were the oppressors. The Arabs weren't the Arabs, or the Palestinians, I should say. The Palestinians weren't colonizing the Zionists. It was the other way around. The Palestinians weren't coming to like where like I don't know, a majority Jewish space was, like a majority Jewish area was around. Fucking which should only be.
What would the Arab leaders have been had Palestine just become an entirely Arab? Well, first of all, the British were really they were the ones who occupied until 48. Okay, so it was the British were the occupiers.
Yeah.
Both of them were fighting against, and actually both of them were fighting against the British throughout a lot of that period.
Yeah.
So that's one issue.
The British
Second,
helped the Zionists more. They disarmed the Palestinians. They they cracked down on the revolts, and they gave the ultimate piece of the Balfour Declaration, which would Israel have been formed without the Balfour Declaration?
The immigration might not have happened, but Israel didn't need the Balfour Declaration to become a state. No, like in 48, the UN was the ones who offered partition.
Formed, alternate that in like an alternate like history, if the Balfour Declaration didn't happen, like would the same amount of migration happen, and would they have been able to form
Well,
a
probably
state
not,
if it
because
wasn't-
obviously the Balfour Declaration was what facilitated Jewish immigration to the area. Like that,
Yeah.
but the Balfour Declaration was really the only thing it really fulfilled was like the foot in the door. It fulfilled Jewish immigration to the area, and then the Zionists who took the option to
Yeah,
build
right.
up like proto-state institutions. But they, again, they
Yeah,
did
so
that
the-
like
the-
by themselves.
The
in a
British
large part,
favored
yeah.
like overall, yeah.
Yeah, but the Israel forming as a state was like the Balfour Declaration was kind of not really relevant at that point. Israel became a state because they fought for it. Like they fought, and then they took the up to the armistice line and declared independence. That's how they became a state.
Yeah, at that time, yeah. Yes, I'm pretty sure.
But yeah, coming back to my question, or what even question were we on now?
Oh wait,
yeah.
can I give an analogy? I would not blame what's happening. Yeah, I would not like blame for like. Is this a good example with the Nazi? It's a level of oppression as well. Even though we can agree that the oppression was high, that is definitely before October 7th, like the Nazi oppression of the Jews. Like I would not like blame like if any Jewish group went and targeted civilians, like I would, or German civilians. I would not care at all. Like I would not blame it. Like if they went and targeted, so I would still say the fault of that, even though the fault of that would be on the Nazi regime, not on the not on the resistance group. And they did blow up ferries, by the way. Like the Norwegian, I don't know if it was Jewish resistance, but the Norwegian resistance blew up ferries and like killed like civilians as well. So just like saying that.
Okay. Coming
Yeah,
back
so
to
that's-
one thing at a time. Coming back to 47 and the oppressors setting the tone. Fuck me. I'm going the wrong way. Okay. What would have happened? Okay. In 47, 48, had the entire land just become an Arab state, would Jews be oppressed or equal?
Depends on how the Arab state. Depends on what the Arab state does.
They would
If
have
the Arab
probably.
state-
Chances are they would have been oppressed, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. If we will just say if they not given equal rights, yeah, then they would have been oppressed.
Okay.
Depends.
So
I don't know how I don't think it would be as bad as like what's the level? Yeah, go on.
responding to a reasonable threat of oppression. And some of the, again, I don't think the Arab leaders had a genocidal plan or all of that, but as far as rhetoric goes, they did have very fucking inflammatory and like dangerous rhetoric. There were still massacres of the Arabs didn't manage to capture that many villages in the 48 war, but the ones that they did capture, there were quite a few massacres that happened there. So like, how is that not Jews like fighting against like what would otherwise be them being ruled by like pretty anti-Semitic leaders?
I can see what you mean. Did the Arab state leaders at that time, did they say what would they do if they won the war? Like, was there a plan?
Well, it depends on who held the land. Well, we know with Jordan, like any place they occupied, the Jews just had to leave, right? They fled. And obviously the siege of Jerusalem was pretty fucking threatening to Jewish life in the region.
My AirPods keep fucking getting fucking. I would say that it's not this. Okay, let me just go back. So we're living in. I'm saying that I view the Palestinians in that thing as the indigenous people, and in that situation I view the Zionists coming in, and I'm saying even if they won, like I would not have a problem. But I don't know if this is radical. I would not have a problem with kicking the Zionists out of Palestine. Just to back to fucking, I don't know. It would have been Europe at that time because they were settlers, and yeah, it's like I view it the same as like kicking the French out of Algeria, especially at that time, because they were settlers.
Back to a country that wouldn't take them, right?
What, Europe? Europe wouldn't take them. Their home country wouldn't take them. Well, not Europe. I'm sorry. Like whatever,
Like,
Poland or like what?
Yeah,
no,
well, there was
fucking
there were literally anti-Semitic pogroms in Poland in 46. Yeah, of course, they fucking Europe did. None of these countries had any time for fucking
Where would
Jews.
they
Yeah,
have gone? Like where would they have gone if they got kicked out?
they would have scattered, and probably in some places they would have got lynched, killed. They would have been stateless in some places. They would have been second
don't
class,
care about
maybe
being
they would have got citizenship in some places. They might have just been permanent refugees. We don't know. There's a lot of people.
Oh, stateless. I do care about being stateless. Sorry. I was saying, yeah, everybody should not, no people shouldn't be stateless. I thought you meant like not having a majority state.
Yeah, because this is like, the thing is that this is why I get so triggered by these terms that, like, I guess you probably consider them like quite like highbrow or academic terms, like oppressor, oppressed, colonizer, colonized, settler. I don't deny that these Jews who were in mandatory Palestine in 47, yeah, they were settlers. They called themselves settlers, like the Yishuv, right?
And what they called what they were doing was colonization.
Yes. And whatever the connotations they held to that you probably would think differently, but it doesn't matter. Like, yes, we can say they were settlers. Were they not also refugees?
Yeah. Yes.
So that complicates things a little bit, right? Like, because if you're a refugee, especially a
not
refugee.
all of them were would all of them, not all of them, but yeah, most of them, most of them fleeing from like the fascist regimes, yeah, definitely be the majority.
Yeah,
The
they were
But
either
again, that's
fleeing
on
war
the
or persecution.
That's on the Europeans though. That's again on the Europeans. I can get if like the Palestinians did that, but again, all that pain caused by but that pain that was inflicted on the Jews was all by the Europeans, all by the fascist regimes in Europe, mainly Hitler and
I mean, apart from that, there were still like smaller numbers that fled North Africa and the Middle East during World War II, especially like Nazi-occupied Libya and shit like that. But yeah, okay.
that would have been on.
Yeah,
Nazi.
this is why again, I'm going to keep coming back to this. This is why people who try to shoehorn like binaries of oppressor, oppressed, colonizer, colonized into this conflict, this is why it's fucked. Okay, because
Do you think it's not accurate to say that right now that Israel's the oppressive party, and that
I think it's
Palestinians are
basically a useless binary that doesn't give you any insight into the conflict. They have more power. I don't know what you mean by like oppressor. In the West Bank, yeah, definitely. But in terms of like summarizing the entire conflict, I just don't think it's like, to me, it's useless. It doesn't actually help. I think people know that. I think people use that as a way to thought terminate, because it's like, if you want to say, oh, I oppose the strategy on October 7th because that was a really fucking horrible plan. It endangered Gazans, it gambled with their lives, and it also killed a bunch of Israeli civilians who were not doing anything wrong. Then it's like, but then if the response is just, so what, you condemn the oppressed versus the oppressors? I'm like, okay, we're not having a conversation at that point. We're just like, we're just, you're doing something, you're playing a different game, like you're doing a different thing that I'm doing when you say that.
I put the majority of the blame on the oppressors, okay? I don't keep like the blame, like I put the majority of the blame on the party that is the oppressive party, and the party that is basically causing the conflict. So like, I'm not saying you can't put blame on Hamas, but like, I'm saying that you should put the majority of the blame on Israel, which to get back to the main majority of the point, I don't see that Ahmed Al-Khatib going, because on the majority of his posts, he's talking about Hamas. He's not condemning Israel, and like, he starts off the majority. He should start off on a neutral side. He's not even talking to a pro-Palestinian. It's just a random Instagram post. He's saying why the Palestinians want to leave. I should find it. He said the main thing he said that is Hamas has, he acts as Hamas is responsible, the majority of the blame is on Hamas for the pain in Gaza. Do you get why people would have a problem with that? If like somebody like right now is saying that the majority of the pain, that the blame for what's happening in Gaza right now and the pain caused by
if he said all this in a vacuum, sure, but he's not saying this in a vacuum. He's saying this to people who can't even acknowledge any blame on Hamas, and that's like the problem.
Just like
it is a
an
problem.
Instagram post. Who's he saying it to? He's just.
Well, I know one of these guys was a UCLA activist, wasn't he? He was an activist from. Well, it's like the Jubilee platform. Jubilee chose these guests, right? They chose them from an application process.
Yeah, sorry, just wait. I was talking about like his Instagram post. Sorry. Go on. I'll just get distracted.
Oh, you're talking about his Instagram post. I thought you were talking about Instagram posters. Okay.
Yeah, his Instagram. He's just posting this, so he's not necessarily responding to anybody.
Yeah, I don't know if you need to show me his Instagram. If I see his Twitter, I feel like he does actually talk quite a bit about like Israeli failings as well. So I don't know. I don't think that's.
Let me send the post. And the way like he says that, yeah, I should watch the Jubilee video. He acts like he does the thing that like Palestinians should build like stay out of Gaza, and Gaza's like He gives off that rhetoric to me.
Yeah, there actually has been at least one Hamas co-founder who suggested that. There's been like Palestinian leaders who have suggested that. That's not a bad suggestion because Gaza had a lot of limited freedoms. Okay, they had a lot of limited freedoms. They had a lot of like restrictions, but what they also had was a fuck ton of humanitarian aid money. Like the rest of the world is very eager to give money to Palestine, to Gaza. They had a lot of concrete coming in. They had a lot of materials coming in for building. They could have used that. They had a choice of what to, their leaders decided to use that material to build tunnels, not to build.
No, UNRWA was like giving like 600 million a year before October 7th.
It's not just UNRWA. Like if you can find maybe find out how much before October 7th. Find out how much humanitarian aid. Sorry.
It would be like under $1 billion. I guarantee it would be under $1 billion, which is not enough for like what the GDP of like countries, like the GDP. Yeah, it's not even close to GDPs of any other country.
I think you should probably. Jordan is largely sustained by humanitarian aid, which also isn't that much. We can look at. You'd want to do this yourself because you can, but look up how many with different groups that receive humanitarian aid per head and see where Palestinians fall on that. I guarantee they're quite high on that list, and maybe even the top. How did the Hamas leaders have billions in
Israel
their personal?
Gets more aid per capita. Israel gets, including military aid, Israel gets more per capita. From America.
Irrelevant? How did Hamas leaders have billions in their bank accounts? Personal leaders.
No, I don't think they. Well, just because they go live in fucking Qatar and like negotiate through there. The Hamas, where is this billions? Is this like verified? Like I keep hearing this talking point. That, like,
I don't really know who can test it anymore. Like, yeah, Hania is a very, very wealthy man. Yeah, I mean we know Abbas is as well, right? So
was this gifted to him by Qatar? Was like he taking? I don't know. Like,
if you want to know exactly its source, like you can find that out if you want. But it seems to be the case that I don't think there's much of a disagreement on the idea that Palestinian leaders and those groups do get quite a lot of humanitarian aid. They get large amounts of humanitarian aid. They had enough to build the biggest, most sophisticated military tunnel network per square meter in the entire world history. Okay, they managed to accomplish like a military marvel with those tunnels. So that money's coming from somewhere. So I'm guessing
I was back. So somebody just came into my room, so I deafened myself quickly.
Okay.
Should have put myself on mute.
So my question is given that Palestinian leaders themselves at different phases have said this, is that what if they had spent that humanitarian aid and money and resources on building up as much of an economy as they could? What if they had spent it on like education, goods, like tech and whatever the fuck else? Like, because there are things that they could have done in that area that were not tunnels, right? And then that actually also, how is that not a form of resistance? Saying that like Israel's not going to make us a state, right? And this is actually from Marwan Barghouti. He said that not all resistance is armed. Resistance is getting educated. Resistance is showing that you can stand on your own 2 feet. And actually, a lot of Palestinians see it this way. That's why they're so well educated compared to the neighboring countries, right? I think they're the second most well educated group.
Mostly due to UNRWA. Mostly due to UNRWA, which Israel's trying to dismantle right now.
Which again is still like that's aid money. That's funding. So. If that's the case, if they can accomplish that, then what would be the problem with a Palestinian leader saying, okay, we've got all this humanitarian aid, we've got the Gaza Strip, the IDF are not inside here anymore, we don't like the blockade, what's the best way to challenge the blockade? Well, let's make ourselves a partner. Let's offer something, let's offer something that maybe Israel would want to trade with, or even if we don't want to deal with Israel, let's offer something that could help us trade with Egypt, right? And then instead of being like, and then in that case, we're asking for statehood, but we're also saying, like, we're going to be a state whether you like it or not. We are going to make deals with other countries. We're going to offer something on the world stage. We're going to educate our population. Sorry?
Would Israel allow that? Would Israel allow that?
The number one thing that Israeli leaders appeal to get right wingers into government is security. That's the number one thing. They say, listen, there's a huge threat over there. The left wingers are just going to make that threat even more emboldened. I'm the one who keeps you safe. If they are saying that to an economy across the border that's just investing in like tech and infrastructure, then the right winger message is dead. They have nothing. And I think settlers even realize this. And the reason, you've probably seen me ask this if you haven't seen the footage, but I've asked settlers, multiple of them, including Yishai Fleischer, I asked them, okay, you think Palestinians are too like violent or whatever to give citizenship and there's too much jihad and all this shit. Okay, if you knew that giving up this land could be reciprocated with peace, would you do it? And they all fucking squirm. They hate being asked that question because they know that if giving up the land could result in peace, they are fucked. They have no justification. They have no secular rationale. It's just literally people saying, book, it's in a book, Judea, and that's not a convincing argument. And then the Israeli left, it's not easy for the Israeli left to, sorry?
A lot of Israelis do believe
Yeah,
like
they
they're
do believe
entitled
that, yeah. But the
God,
problem is as
through
well,
God.
they also have not too recently believed in two states. And it's much easier for the Israeli left to make that argument if they have something to appeal to. So if, for example, the Gazan work permits work out and instead of October 7th, Hamas, as Mr. Khatib's here says, stayed at home on October 7th and just kept on and took some money from the tunnels or whatever, the rockets, and put them into some kind of like R&D project or whatever the fuck, then I think Gaza was about to get another 20 or 30,000 work permits. So that could have happened. And then that pushes the GDP of Gaza up because obviously Israel's a wealthier country than Gaza. So then they can invest that and then they can engage in maybe reach over to Egypt to see if they can collaborate there with for economic deals or projects. And that would make the left-wing argument, those people in the kibbutzim who were pushing for two states more generally, they would have a much easier leg to stand on. The right wing becomes popular when they can convince the people in the middle that you cannot make peace with Palestinians. If Palestinians can show that actually leaving us alone will not lead to another Hezbollah or another Hamas, then you would get a different result. But I think it's a fundamental misunderstanding of Israelis that leads people to think that this is not a viable option.
Yeah, because I can see. I don't think the Israeli like again like. Yeah, I can see the point you're making. I want to see. I don't know why, but like building up Gaza's not enough. Like that's like what I mean. Like Gaza, like living on fucking just like that tiny strip of land. Palestinians don't just want Gaza. Don't just want Gaza. They want at least, or well, I think the majority of them want thing. But for me, I think equitable solution would them being would at least having Gaza on the West Bank, because Gaza is nothing. Gaza is like a small place. So like I'm saying that Palestinians shouldn't be content with just Gaza.
Yeah, it's a small place. They shouldn't be content with just Gaza, because obviously, like but again, if those work permits programs were successful, okay, and they kept on, and again, Netanyahu's whole thing was like, yeah, we think that like allowing these things will buy more silence from Hamas, like it'll keep them quiet. Well, what if that just kept on happening, and then the point was like, okay. Why are you blockading us? We're literally just coming over and working and then just doing our thing. And then that's the message on the world stage? That's going to be impossible to sell.
That things like that you're acting like Israel's reasonable. Like Israel doesn't do like that won't blockade Gaza out of spite, or like that wants Gaza to have, wants Palestinians to like live a good life.
I think Israeli people are reasonable. I don't think this government is, but people become unreasonable when they're under threat. And as Israelis feel under threat.
I think even now Israeli people are unreasonable. Like the
of course they're not reasonable, because they don't want another fucking Hamas build-up. They don't want the IDF to leave with Hamas still there. Of course they're unreasonable, because because they've suffered as well.
But like they're pushing for like full-on ethnic cleansing and like they don't want aid to go in. They like racist. Like the average Israeli is extremely racist right now. Like we can both agree, even like people that live in Tel Aviv are probably now extremely racist.
Why are they racist? Why are they racist?
Why are they racist?
Yeah, go on. Because again, in your world, material conditions, circumstance, we're all just products of whatever the rest of the world has done to us.
I don't know how. Like again, I don't think it's valid for them being racist. They're racist because the Palestinians resist, because the Palestinians attack back. That's why they're racist, and they think like even like fucking, you can see like yeah, like the average Israeli is extremely.
So they're just kind of
Islamophobic.
evil, right? Like, what's wrong with them? Is it like,
Yes.
why are they like that?
Well,
Why are they
yeah.
so fucking? Why are they so
Why
mad?
they like that? Because of like the political ideology their state is built on. Like
Why do they adhere to the ideology?
due to poor, due to what? Due to the hardship Jews have faced throughout history. Due to them being like persecuted.
And you really sincerely believe that if, because again, we know that you say Gaza's very small and it's not really that much space, and the restrictions are. I agree with all that. They were
Yeah,
look what
Gaza's
look what they were able to accomplish, though. Look what they were able to accomplish. They accomplished probably one of the most, again. This is a fact. This is like they accomplished one of the most impressive like military achievements any non-state actor could ever do with those tunnels. How the fuck is a conventional army taking like 20 months to even come close to taking out this fucking little militia that's that doesn't even have a state? Like, that's fucking mental. And they did that because they very intelligently used their resources, their obviously their indoctrination with I don't know if you were watching when we were looking at Al-Aqsa TV and the way that they indoctrinate their population, or like these kids.
Isn't that video unlisted? Or was that the unlisted video? I forgot.
No, that's a video. That's a documentary video. It's from that Crowley dude.
Oh, about like that Mickey Mouse like TV show. Okay, yeah, go on.
Yeah, look at what they were able to accomplish, like quite a lot. They were able to secure like a very tight hold over the population. They were able to build all those tunnels. They were also able to. They made it to the case that like it's like a nightmare to try and kill any of their leaders. They managed to keep their leaders hidden for a really long time. Like, look at how Hezbollah fell compared to Hamas, or look at how even in the 6-day war, it took 3 conventional armies in 6 days done. Yet Hamas can last 20 years, and they did that because they realized asymmetrical warfare.
Well, I think also Israel's like motivation in like the 6-day war compared to now. I think Israel's like wants to annihilate the Palestinian people during the 6-day war. I wouldn't necessarily say that they want to annihilate and like cause pain on the Egyptians, like as they do right now. So
well, they captured like a massive chunk of territory. They also occupied Gaza and the West Bank at that point, right? They occupied Palestinian land, right? Yep. They and of course
Israeli society was much more fucking acceptable, like left leaning, I guess you can say.
I mean, left-leaning in the sense like Ben Gurion was still there, and Moshe Dayan was literally taking all the fucking settlers and demolishing houses and kicking out like 300,000 people.
Yeah, wasn't that woman leader? No, I don't know her name. Golda
Meir.
Golda Meir.
Yeah,
yeah she was part of the leftist party, which like the left-leaning Social Democratic Party.
Yeah.
I don't know how, but she seemed like, from what he said on Arab, she was racist. So like that's why I say like I don't get how these people. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So again, the point is that like it still doesn't take away from the fact that Israel still hasn't been able to defeat Hamas after all this time. So my point is that although I don't think these are good achievements, like but they are achievements. They are impressive, even if I disagree with them. So the fact that they can do that with a military and with basically the entire fucking strip. And turn it into this impenetrable fucking fortress that you need like one of the world's most powerful armies to cut through, and it still takes them like 20 months, and they're not even close to there yet. If they can do that, they can do other things, right? They can do things that didn't result in this.
I think also like the motivation, like, because I think the motivation now is full on ethnic cleansing as well. I don't think it's just getting rid of Hamas. I think they're going on a point where they want to make it as unbearable as possible. During the 6-day war, I don't think they necessarily had that motive. You can agree now, like what they're doing in Gaza is an ethnic cleansing campaign. So, like, I think that could be another reason why they're taking on.
So what? And they're just slowing down on Hamas so they can.
What do you mean slowing down?
So they're just leaving Hamas standing so that they can fuck up the civilian population.
No,
like, they could defeat Hamas in 6 days, but
they're trying to make Gaza unlivable.
Okay.
They're trying to make Gaza fully unlivable.
I think it's because like every other like building is. I think it's because like shitloads of buildings and thousands of them are filled with IEDs and traps, and the fact that there are tunnels underneath like almost every area in Gaza. I think that's probably why the city looks like the way it does now.
But it's exposed that the Times of Israel article said that the PM has told like his army officials to blow up civilian homes. Like this is like not because of IEDs. This is because they're trying to pursue a policy of ethnic cleansing.
What is
trying to
the?
get rid
I need
of
to
the
see the
Palestinians.
context of that quote because again, like we know that they've been blowing up homes for
Yeah,
quite a while
it
now
was
to
like
make for the
PM
Netzarim
tells-
corridor or to.
tells MK to destroy civilian homes. This is written by Emmanuel Fabian on the Times of Israel.
Okay, you can send it to me
Responded.
if you want.
Yes. Okay. PM said to tell MK's Israel destroying homes in Gaza so Palestinians have nowhere else to go but outside the strip. That I'll send it to you. And this is not exactly.
Is this the I need more targets quote or is this more recent?
It was 13th of May. So yeah, that's why I think that this Gaza war is probably taking longer. I think I think they're doing a genocide as well. So that's another thing.
And that's what
did you
takes
see the
longer.
article I sent?
Hmm?
Yes. Instead of just defeating the army, yes, doing a full-on genocide and ethnic cleansing takes longer. Yes.
Okay. No, I mean, I think
Yeah.
I
Did
think
you
with
see the article I sent?
yes, I can see it.
Did you
Yeah,
see the
he's saying just it sounds like he's being quoted by apparently he told lawmakers that Israel's destroying more and more houses in Gaza and Palestinians have nowhere to return. According to quote from the session leaked to the media, the only obvious result will be Gazans choosing to emigrate outside of the strip. Our main problem is finding countries to take them in. So it sounds like the intention there is obviously, he does want people in Gaza to find somewhere else to go, as much as I don't think that's likely to happen.
Ethnically
Yeah.
cleanse them.
Yeah,
Ethnically
he
cleanse
does want to ethnically cleanse them. Yeah. It sounds like here he's saying Israel's destroying more and more houses, and they have nowhere to
So
return.
not like to have IEDs
I don't
in
know.
them.
I don't know if that's why they're destroying the houses though. I don't know if he's saying just destroy houses so people can get forced out because Israel's been
I think
destroying
that.
houses since fucking day one because those houses are also like they're either being used by door-to-door fighting or they've got IEDs in them or what.
They purposely do. Doesn't the article imply that they're purposely like destroying houses?
Well,
or
if
for,
you look
like,
at the
no
way the
reason?
sentences are kind of separated, that's not entirely clear because it could be saying, well, this war and the way that we're fighting Hamas has resulted in homes dying, and therefore, like, this is going to make it easier for people to leave, which again, Netanyahu obviously likes, but the problem is finding countries to take them in. But I don't know if if Israel had been a nicer army, then houses wouldn't be getting blown up. Like houses are
No, I'm saying
being
that-
used by militants. So
I'm not
yeah.
saying that houses wouldn't be blown up. I'm saying that they the reason that this amount of houses are destroyed is not due to just military conflict. It's due to like on purposely targeting. And this is not like too far a sketch. Like the Netanyahu like endorses the Trump plan to fucking move them to fucking Libya. So yeah. So that's another reason why I think it's taking longer is because they're trying to make Gaza unlivable, which they are somewhat successfully doing. So
Okay,
yeah, that's another.
that's
reason
very
why.
interesting. My point still stands. If you believe that but whatever, I don't agree. But my point stands. It's if
You don't
Hamas could
agree that they're
achieve
trying
that,
to make Gaza unlivable?
what?
You don't think that they're trying to make Gaza unlivable and they're trying to they're pursuing policies to make Palestinians leave, not just due to.
I think
purpose,
Netanyahu
not
would
just-
definitely like to try and get them to leave. I don't think that explains the destruction. I think the destruction is because.
Do you think in part it explains the destruction in part? Because that's what the article implies that they and they did this in Lebanon, 2006 with the Dahir doctrine. They just
I don't
destroyed,
think.
like,
Okay, I
civilian
would be
area.
very careful talking about the Dahia doctrine. What was the Dahia doctrine intended
not
to
saying
displace
civilians.
Lebanese people, or?
Not displaced, but it caused pressure on Hezbollah.
The
But
Dahia
I'm
doctrine
saying-
was again to target even if you look within the proper quote from was it Eisenkot or whatever, the Dahia doctrine was about them talking about civilian areas that are being used for terrorist actions. Like it's not just like we're gonna bomb like a random fucking house for no reason, just to other than to fuck up the civilians.
So,
Like that's
so
not.
do you
the-
think they're not doing it, or do you think you just can't say no? Or do you think they're not doing it?
I think the reason for all the destruction in Gaza is a combination of one of them being a lot more likely to lean on the side of airstriking a place that might have soldiers in it or might have IEDs because they don't want their soldiers to go in and get fucking into a meat grinder. That's one reason. Another will be just like recklessness and probably just like the fucking vengefulness of post October 7th, definitely at the beginning. Another one will be obviously due to Hamas using all the civilian infrastructure for their movements. I think another will be door-to-door fighting, which results in that. There'll be a bunch of motives. I think ethnic cleansing is probably part of it. But
Do you think one of the points would be them trying to enforce the Trump plan? The Trump plan?
Don't know because they were I know that's not the case because before Trump even suggested his plan, like the Gaza Strip was already like almost entirely destroyed. So I don't know. Yeah, what the fuck?
But okay, yeah, I'm just saying there's on camera that I don't know if this is like on order, but there's camera of them just destroying empty hospitals and like empty homes. Like I'm not saying this is on policy, but like there's
we know that they've destroyed empty buildings. So I think I know that there was one, the cancer hospital, which was not ordered. It was that fucking Yehuda Vash guy, which again he's not going to get punished. So fuck. But I know that they demolished buildings to clear for the Netzarim corridor and for Philadelphia. They have demolished for that. Other places have been demolished because they had tunnels underneath them, and I guess they decided that the only way to cave those tunnels or to make them unusable was to bomb the entire building. I think they said that with one of the universities. But
wait. Sorry.
I don't know. Have you ever seen like photographs of an urban war before? Urban warfare, even conducted by militaries that don't seem to have any intention to ethnically cleanse, like it looks fucking wrecked. Yeah, look at.
I'm saying like the destruction in Gaza and like the level of killing per population, like is like not comparable to any other war like that Western armies have done.
Yeah, but Hamas's embedment and Hamas's like level of preparation and being dug in is also not that comparable either. It's not comparable to ISIS and Mosul. ISIS had less fighters, they had less time to prepare, they had less tunnels, they had less.
But you would agree that ISIS but like I just don't know how you can get from this article that it says PM tells MKs that the headline, I'm sorry, I should have read the full thing. Israel destroying homes in Gaza so Palestinians have nowhere else to go but outside the strip. I don't get how you can imply from this article headline and what the material in the article showed that they're purposely destroying homes. You don't need to say killing civilians basically.
Yeah, are you saying that this is like a necessary conclusion or just like a maybe? Because I can tell you why it's not a necessary conclusion.
It heavily implies that they're doing that. That's what I'm getting. Prime Minister Netanyahu told lawmakers during the closed-door testimony before the Knesset Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee that Israel is destroying more and more houses in Gaza, and Palestinians accordingly have nowhere to return, according to quotes leaked to the media.
Mm-hmm.
And there are gaps.
Is there? Yeah, and there are gaps, and also the only obvious result will be.
You'd have to go into the source material, which they have linked, which is Mari, this Israeli website .co.il. So you'd have to go read that as well. But yeah, they have linked it. So.
And then he told the lawmakers, "I know I will disappoint some people here, but we are not talking about Israeli settlements in the Gaza Strip right now. Right now." See, this is a worse quote to me because it's saying "not right now." Fuck's sake.
Yeah, so I just think this article basically just says that they're destroying homes, and this I will not put this beyond the idea. This like fits in perfectly what they want to do and like what they envision and what they endorse. So yeah, that's
which is what settling Gaza. Like Greater Israel, or what do you mean by they
endorse? No, kicking out Palestinians, trying to get as many Palestinians out as they can.
Okay, I mean, I think Gaza being a war zone is usually enough to get most people to leave anyway. So I don't know why they would need to be like, okay, basically every other.
Do you think they can be in more pressures? So not just necessarily war zone, but like obviously destroying people's. Like if you come back to see your home destroyed and you know that you have nothing left, you would be more inclined to you'd be more inclined to leave. So.
Yeah, you would be more inclined to leave, but I just don't know if like they've actually as separate to taking out Hamas and going into these buildings and prioritizing airstrikes because of fear of IEDs and traps and things like that. They've also said, oh, by the way, any houses that are left in this neighborhood, go and blow them up as well because we want people to
Yeah, I
leave.
thought they've been doing that in North Gaza. I remember there was a I'll send this to you later. There's a New York Times article about how they were basically conducting like a mass systemic, like this was recent, like the destroying of homes in Gaza. So in North Gaza, which has been mostly fucking cleared. But yeah, so that's all I'm saying. Yeah, I think that's what the article implies. You can go into the material, but I think it's kind of somewhat. That's a problem I have. I think it's like dishonest. I'm sorry if this offends you. Like dishonest to not like say that they're doing that. But I might be speaking out of my ass. Okay, let's see ya.
Okay. Interesting. Very abrupt end. Where the fuck is this crocodile? Hang on. There, here, 3. Good ending. Bro, I don't know. I always wonder why so many of these quotes that come from people like Netanyahu and shit are always like, they're never as direct as people say they are, and I just don't know why. Especially if this is like a leaked meeting. So what is he? Is he just using euphemisms in the behind closed doors scenario? What layer am I in? Ew. I don't know. Who's this? This is a new person. Hello, Mel. Okay.
Equalized relationship.
Pause. You've been voted out.
Thank you, brother. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Your place. Don't move.
Thank you, doctor.
Damn.
Nice to meet you.
The guy's a
doing?
fucking Sigma.
All right.
What an authority.
My name is Dr. Ahmed Subo. I'm from Bethlehem, Palestine. Before I start, I'd like to ask you to look around, the circle around you, people from different backgrounds, ethnicities, cultures. They're not sucking the air out of the Palestinians. They're a source of oxygen to every single person in Gaza. When they speak out on school campuses, when they speak out in their workplaces, when they object the genocide, that
why
the
does the
government
camera
that you're
always go to
trying
her? What the
give
fuck?
excuses and legitimacy to kill our own people, they are the source
Oh,
of
do you say this is Hassan Abu Sitta? Oh, the Chris Kunzler fucking dude. Okay. Gotcha.
hope for the kids of Gaza. I don't know if you've seen the videos from the schools, from the kids of Gaza, thanking every single school and campus for their support and strong stance against the genocide. So that's number one. Number two, you are telling us that you have a special or a different kind of resistance that you'd like our people to take. Would you please share and enlighten us with that form of resistance? Especially that I doubt that you participated in BDS. I doubt that you participated in any peaceful resistance against the brutal occupation that you're trying to legitimize, and you're trying to give them excuses for killing 100,000 Palestinians.
I can see why
in
the
Gaza.
lefties love this guy.
For a
100,000.
moment, you just mentioned right now that it was the Israeli military government that supported Hamas. Yet, you're not saying anything negative about that government. Imagine for a moment it was the Saudi government that gave money to Hamas. I bet you'll be the most vocal critic of that government. Yet, you did not say anything about the Israeli government and their brutality in killing our own people, your own family members. So my question to you, what would you suggest to my family in the West Bank where there's no Hamas and yet they're still being killed?
I can see why Chris Kuntler likes this guy. No Hamas in the West Bank. Okay.
Persecuted, living in economical prison, that they cannot step out from their cities more than 2 miles away from their homes. What would you suggest for them to do against this brutality?
Well, it's unfortunate you assume that I've never been a part of any efforts.
Tell
in the
me what it
past.
is.
I'm going to, because I have, in fact, believe it or not, I was actually in the San Francisco Bay Area where I lived for many years once I left Gaza. I was part of Students for Justice in Palestine. I was part of the local Jewish Voice for Peace effort. I was part of BDS. I went to the Sabil conference every year that was talking about BDS efforts. I gave my money to these organizations. I was a very
And then you
vehement.
repented? It was a mistake?
Are you going to let me speak, or are you going to be patronizing?
No, I'm
Because
so sorry. I
think
apologize. That was not my point. My point is that you memorize certain words and certain points, and you're trying to propaganda here.
But
my,
again,
my question is, what do you think right now? What do you suggest to my people in Bethlehem to do to resist the brutality of Israeli government?
Sure. I'm going to get there, but I would implore you to please afford me the respect.
Because the
of
time,
the
we don't want to
fact.
have sermons and rhetoric. Just tell me.
Bro, you literally, this guy just spent fucking like 2 minutes giving a fucking laundry list of complaints. It's like, oh, you just want to answer my one question. No, fuck, I'll respond to all of it. Be quicker with your question next time, dick. That's what I would say. I'd be so fucking obnoxious at one of these. Holy shit.
Straightforward. What do you suggest they should do?
What I would suggest they should do is to persevere on the land that they have called home for decades and generations, and to not let armed resistance
And be
come
shooting
in.
sitting ducks being shot by the
and
Israeli
to
snipers.
not and to not let Hamas, because unfortunately, if you engage in armed resistance, that is simply going to give the settlers and the army, the Israeli army, the excuse.
Oh, no,
to
I
come
agree
in.
with you. I have no problem with that. My question is, when you see a rabid dog in front of you, you're not going to say, hey, little puppy, give me a kiss.
That's not what
right.
that's-
You're going to defend yourself. And the truth is, and the history showed us, that when you put so much oppression and persecution on top of a group of people, eventually they're going to explode. And that's what's happening. We're not saying that, no, I agree with you. But
So how about we separate, as a first step, we separate the just and urgent aspirations of the Palestinian people from the corrupted armed resistance narrative of Hamas. Number one. Number two, we actually come up with a cohesive national strategy for a nonviolent resistance. We don't need the images of dead. My family are not to be consumed.
It was not a propaganda.
My
With all due
family
respect,
are not.
If someone is using propaganda, it's the Israelis saying the hostages' names and their pictures and look and
That's propaganda? Man, this guy's a fucking asshole. Holy shit.
trying to gain the sympathy from Americans.
I share images on my socials of the horrendous settler behavior that is abhorrent,
Thank you.
that is criminal.
Thank you.
That is criminal. You asked about the allies and the folks. At the end of the day, what have the encampments achieved?
Oh my goodness. The
beyond-
fact that we have 20 people here from different factions of lives, that's an achievement.
Talk
the
to me
fact,
about results.
The fact
Talk to
that
me
you
about
the
results.
fact that there's so much money
We
are
have
poured into trying to refute this movement and this wave of young, brave people and students to defend the Palestinians, it's freaking them out. They're panicking, the Knesset, they're panicking the Israeli government because of what's happening because of these young people. So I take my hat off to each one of them and I tell them, thank you for standing up for my rights and my people's rights.
The divisive rhetoric that has emerged from a lot of the pro-Palestine activism has pushed away vital allies on the Israeli and the Jewish side of
I'd
the
rather
divide.
gain the billions of people around the world and give up those few thousands or few hundreds of Israelis, Salam Achshav and Peace Now and all that. These are only a small fringe minority. Even when you talk, listen, I deal with the interfaith community all the time. And when I sit with the Jewish community here in America and they tell me, you know what? Jewish Voices for Peace, they're just a fringe in the community, in the
they
Jewish
ain't
community.
shit.
They're just a small minority, and it's smaller even inside Israel. With all due respect to the people that you met, and I thank them for that. But if it's a trade, I would trade the billions of people around the world, the thousands of people on campuses in the US, for the few hundreds inside Israel who are speaking up for the Palestinians.
So this guy doesn't really want Israel to agree to anything. He doesn't really care if they agree or not. What is it? I would put the onus on him. What do you want? What do you want to happen then? What do you want Israel to do? What do you want the Israeli people to do? Because at the end of the day, they're going to be either choosing something or they're going to be forced to accept something. I just wonder what he wants to force them to accept.
Palestinians.
this might be a head shocker to you. I talk to the mainstream Zionist community and plant seeds of humanization, mutual empathy and humanization. There's no Palestinian freedom without winning over mainstream support within Israel, like our community did in the 1990s.
I would
during
wish
the
for
Oslo.
you know what I would wish for you? To be, hopefully, the Gandhi of the Palestinians. You have the haircut.
I have an afro, by the way. I choose this haircut, but I have an afro.
But I promise you, if your path would be able to free the Palestinian people, I'll be the first one to support it. But we've seen it over and over in history. When people are brutally being killed and massacred and sieged like what's happening to the Palestinians, we're not planning for firearm resistance. We're not doing that. It's just a natural outcome of what the Israelis been doing.
October 7th was planned for years. It's unnatural out. Fucking hell, it's so cringe. Imagine how fucking racist you have to be against Palestinians. And yes, I will say that to this guy as well. If you think October 7th is just what a Palestinian does because of being in Gaza before October 7th, like that's what they do. They go into a fucking, they target kibbutzim, people who are actually generally in favor of improving conditions in Gaza, or people targeting people who, communities where people would turn up to the border and take people to hospital if they couldn't get treatment in the Strip. Stopping by a music festival and just thinking, oh, I didn't expect to see this here. Nice, let's fucking kill him. It's just natural, bro. Imagine how fucking barbaric you have to think you're like Palestinians are to think that's natural for them. Jesus Christ.
My request to you is, as much as you are harsh on the Palestinians, try to be a little bit harsh on the Israelis. Try to stand up and speak up for your own people, and try to say that what the Israelis are doing, they could have stopped the genocide after October 7th. And they should have said, you know what? We are not going to do what Hamas did, and we're going to try to solve the problem in a better way. But
How?
to go out of their way. And
With the hostages in Gaza and with Hamas still firing rockets, what the fuck? Please just say how. These are the kind of people you need to know. Like, what should Israel have done? Just practically. It's not rhetoric, just physically, what should they have done?
kill hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, not 50,000. There's so many under their belts still they cannot find their bodies.
Billions.
Just they should be the civilized people. They should say, you know, we're not going to go to that level and we're not going to do that again. So I hope your message and your peaceful path will work, because I'm for it as well. But I cannot stop people who are being shot and killed every day for the past 16 years in Gaza to tell them, you know what, just sit down and wait for your turn to be shot and killed. I cannot tell them that.
I appreciate where you're coming from, and I appreciate the diversity within our community of the perspectives and how to approach this.
Fuck that fucking cringe shit. I'm glad we can disagree on these things. Fuck off.
But what is so frustrating since October 7th is that there has been a sense of an enforced conformity within our society, within our people, that a lot of the folks from the outside, a lot of the academics, a lot of the non-Palestinian voices have added to it, whereby I have had tens of thousands of messages from Israelis across the spectrum, folks, including even reservists who have served in Gaza, who say, you know what? You single-handedly helped me realize that there are actually innocent people in the Gaza Strip. That might sound...
That is sad.
But you know what?
It takes someone like you for them to believe there are innocent people in Gaza. That is very sad.
I agree. But we have to start somewhere.
We are starting. Those movements on campuses, those demonstrations, they are starting. We might disagree.
Campuses are making it 50 times worse. They are further dehumanizing our people, and they are supporting the Hamas armed resistance.
I met those young, amazing kids and students. They're amazing.
I'm going to stop you guys because this leads into our next claim. Time is up. You may return to your
Thank you very much.
Hey. Before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video. Straight Arrow News is on a mission to raise the bar on journalism in a time of media bias and mistrust. Straight Arrow News helps you quickly find trusted information you need to understand the news.
I don't know, man. This is like a very rage bait showing. Watching. Oh, man. It's funny that like Ahmed here is kind of like being cucked to Israel and also cucked to to the people here attacking him at the same time. Fuck. People pleaser. If I ever saw one. Being combative isn't going to win anyone over. Where is this,
allowing you to dive deep into the topics that matter to you and the world around you. Their work is trying to break the bias bubble, helping you understand how every side of the political spectrum is reporting on a story so you get a full picture of the news. That's why we're so happy to be partnering with Straight Arrow News. They deliver the facts, unbiased, balanced, and designed to make sense of a complex world, getting you the clarity you deserve and news you can trust. Go to san.com/surrounded or click the link in the description to check it out. By clicking that link, you're not just supporting this channel. You also take advantage of a better way to get the news. Welcome back to Trustworthy Journalism.
Why am I not layering?
Thanks again to
What the
Straight
fuck?
Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
My next claim is that angry protests in the West are not helpful to the Palestinian
Uh-oh.
people in Gaza.
Shit. Big claim.
Thank you.
Hi, Samad.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Okay. I think it's really disheartening to see you refer to them as angry and hateful because I, as someone who just graduated from UC San Diego, actually created something called the Special Committee of Human Rights with a policy of ethical spending. And you know what we were branded as in every single newspaper? As anti-Semitic.
Oh,
Despite
no.
anyone being able to use these kinds of things to kind of bring up any concerns to their student government and ultimately led to divestment. We also know that the heart of every single social movement is the student-led movement. And through student-led movements, we're able to teach and learn. One of the chants that we have is like, remember South Africa, remember Vietnam. And through these student protests and student activism, we're able to teach things. Like how multiple of the African settlers from South Africa after the downfall of the apartheid state actually converted to Judaism and then moved to Palestine and now somehow have a more legitimate claim in Palestine than me, a Palestinian, which is insane. On top of that,
So I know a lot of Jews left South Africa to go to Israel. How many Afrikaners converted to Judaism? What, Boer farmers? And I'm sure some did, but there were also a lot of Jews in South Africa. I thought that was, I've heard more about them than I've heard about the other ones. Rip.
wanted to talk about everything that these movements can teach. You bring up the Oslo Accords all the time, but what we're able to learn on campus through student organizing and people who are
Is that the Oslo
very
Accords were
well versed in
collaboration
these
is
subjects from
trash?
professors and academics is like, hey, Oslo Accords, what happened to Yitzhak Rabin? Murdered. By who? A far-right Israeli. On top of that, Yasser Arafat, Al Jazeera did an entire documentary showing how he was murdered. Why aren't these things talked
Is that that is still in the air, I think, whether Arafat was murdered, but okay, Al Jazeera, nice.
about in normal media? And the student movement brings it to the forefront. The UCs know how much power that the student movements have, that they have a whole page saying how the UC students helped end apartheid. And Israel is an illegal apartheid state, and
Let's
the
go.
students are standing up to that. Why is that wrong?
So I share your desire to see a strong pro-Palestine activism community on college campuses. And that is in fact why I, on all my socials, start with saying that I am pro-Palestine. That is literally what my bio says. But I want to redefine what it means to be pro-Palestine in the context of college activism. I unfortunately have seen a consistent devolution of a lot of what could otherwise be unique opportunities to drum up support for the just and urgent aspirations of
Like
the
what?
Palestinian peoples, the pursuit of statehood, of dignity, of freedom. A lot of these encampments and the way that they've devolved into vandalism, into
Why isn't there a fact check on the Al Jazeera documentary? Don't know, because Jubilee are cucked.
obstructions, into a divisive display.
Name one
of-
encampment with a lot of destruction and violence that ensued.
UCLA that I
And
went
then
to myself.
The Zionists were the ones who bashed in students' heads, lit up fireworks, threw mice into these encampments to torment students, and constantly. Just this past week, they tried playing a movie screening on campus to show the encampments film on campus. They were met with multiple police officers all throughout the region. They arrested students, and the Zionists went around playing videos of babies crying on loud blast.
I was at the UCLA encampment last year when it happened, and I saw in the aftermath of the encampment, both at UCLA and at multiple campuses.
Is vandalism unique only?
Wait, wasn't it UCLA when they fucking... Was it UCLA or Columbia where they charged the cops with the bins? With the bin shields? Where was that? Whoa! Fuck that, bro. Had a Steve reaction there, Steve Lookner.
To the Palestinian
Agenda
movement, or
Free
did
TV.
every single social movement take drastic measures like the encampments, which were popped up during the Vietnam War and South Africa? This isn't new to these universities. In fact, they tout them as successes. So
I don't want the Palestinian cause that's already associated with so much negativity by the West in the Western world to be associated with more divisive rhetoric.
So it's heartbreaking, like you said, to see these images of our family members, but that won't move people. That doesn't, and I'm not for vandalism. In fact, it's against my religion to vandalize things that aren't mine. It's against it. And you see, we can't be, people are outraged, and this is not unique to the Palestinian movement, right? It shouldn't happen, but it is what it takes for universities to recognize that these students want something to change because they are the active funders and perpetuators of this illegal occupation. I, through peaceful means, was able to divest. Through peaceful means, was able to work through the student government, and I'm working towards that. But what was I labeled as? Hateful and anti-Semitic, despite me creating something that any student of any background can use. So I think it's I'm going through peaceful means, and I've been doing through peaceful means, but look at how we're being branded.
Look at how somebody like
to
myself.
violence or what?
I have gone to multiple college campuses since October 7th, and the amount of hatred and the amount of incitement against me,
Maybe
the amount
that people don't feel safe in your presence in those encampments. I'm not saying it's justified. By all means, do not get me wrong.
But
still,
this is
excuse me.
I need to speak. The ability to express a divergent Palestinian view has been systematically suppressed by the pro-Palestine activism.
I disagree. The Palestinian view, I am not able to get half the facts that I just said out in any mainstream media. I have done countless media interviews for 30, 40 minutes, and I get a 2-second soundbite. Why is that?
I get interrupted at many of my talks. I have had threats of violence at UCSF. At Drew University, I was being attacked by students. At Ithaca College,
Let's talk about the definition of protest.
I had to have
protest means
security.
to testify and to put forth.
A literal pro-Palestine, a literal pro-Palestine self-identifying Palestinian from Gaza, a young Muslim Arab gentleman who lost family members, who is saying, I want to honor the legacy of my fallen family members to connect with the Jewish community. That might be different from your approach.
That is different. The same way that the American Palestinians, that's also something that we see. There's discourse.
So be it. But
We're
why
not a
is
monolith.
Why is it that I can't have that voice? But you expect, not you per se, but you, the rhetorical
you can't generalize
expect
because you haven't talked to
vandalism.
every student. See how you're coming to this belief without knowing any.
Every student, okay. All right. Weird statement, but okay.
Single person at UC San Diego, because no one was like that. And because you encountered a few people who were like that, doesn't mean everyone's like that.
Why
That's
were Jewish students systematically harassed?
Oh, in mine
many?
and in UCLA had Shabbos, had multiple events that were rooted in Jewish
You
faith.
had the JVP type students.
What does that mean? Does that diminish their Jewish identity?
It doesn't. It means, as our dear doctor here said, they are a fraction of the community, and the majority of the Jewish community, the Hillel students, the Chabad students.
I didn't see that.
They were
had
on a
actually
regular basis.
external people coming to campuses and filing those reports.
I don't deny that.
So okay, I want to
Real Line for
have
Palestine, which is the effort that I launched. I want to, for example, incorporate a component that allows for college
So-
activism, if I may please, that holds space for multiple truths.
So we had a class that was called Representations in the Israeli-Palestinian Conflict at UCSD. The professor himself was a Jewish man
Wow.
who isn't involved in JVP or anything, yet that class still faced so much harassment, and so did he. The university shows a very limited
This is like the most brain dead argument people can ever have, because everyone thinks they've been harassed more than anyone else because they know their experience more than they know other people's. Like everyone thinks they're the most harassed person. Everyone thinks their side's the most harassed. It's just a fucking waste of time trying to get into this like competition.
scope of Palestine. They never condemn the war crimes that Israel commits. The any kind of encampment or student-led movement puts forth and challenges the status quo on things that aren't taught in traditional classrooms because the Palestinian cause is so
Okay.
censored.
The frame of the question was helping people in Gaza. Give me one example in which this helped stop the war in Gaza,
Oh, absolutely.
saved a single
UC
life.
Riverside, they just divested. And again, UC...
How does that stop?
Divesting doesn't, again, it's like, why do you think hurting Israel is going to help Gaza? Why? What's the connection?
I will
How
tell
to
you,
stop the war?
all of these are, it's piece by piece. Of course, you know the war won't stop overnight. It's our tax dollars, billions of them that have been going to Israel since its inception, and these universities that take part in it through weapons. Actually, UCSD does research for weapons manufacturing. Imagine if they all of a sudden stopped having the weapons that they're using to kill our family.
Israel
Wow.
has an elaborate defense industry.
Okay, no.
It
They
does
still,
not
there have been
need-
many resources that have come out that
So what's the goal? To equalize Israeli and Palestinian armies so that they're equal strength? What's the goal there? Bro, that's you can get rid of all the American funding in the world and you're not going to achieve that. Like, what the fuck?
United States stopped funding Israel, they would be significantly weaker than they are now.
And then what? And then what? So Hamas can like push back into Israel? Like, what's the goal of that? First of all, like, you don't think Israel's going to be so weak that they're going to get pushed out of Gaza? American support, like funding for Israel, is it even like what percentage of Israel's GDP? Is it like? Is it more or less than 3? What's Israel's GDP? American funding is what, like 3 point something billion? And even then, they get stuff back for that. Like, does Israel produce weapons and ammunition for their own use? Yes, they do. Yeah. They would just be a bit more blunt than the American ones.
Anyways, I digress. Next point. In terms of the UCs and all the universities that partake in these protests, again, the UC, University of California website, has a whole page to how students helped end apartheid South Africa. Palestine is no different. And again, if we stop sending study abroad programs through
This
divestment and boycotts and
student
peaceful means of protest.
Protests have unfortunately made our just cause so terribly misrepresented. The
Who misrepresents it?
Can
The
I
media.
can I finish, please, without being
I'm
constantly
asking
interrupted?
questions.
Okay, our cause has been so.
Hello.
I'm sorry. I hate her so much. Like, how can anybody think that she's in this for anything but herself? The first words out of her mouth was, "This is what I did." Blah, 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 blah. Then like 2 minutes later, she's like, well, I don't get enough attention on the media. They never fucking listen to me. I only get 2 minutes. Like, bitch, shut the fuck up. This
Whoa.
is not about, that's the whole fucking thing that it drives me up a goddamn wall with the protesters. There is, like the vast majority of those kids, if they had to actually put any sacrifice or any work into this, they would absolutely walk away from it. They are main character syndromes, privileged little shits that just want the clout, as evidenced by the first 2 fucking seconds of this girl's quote unquote monologue. You are not the student movement in the Vietnam War, because the student movement in the Vietnam War was directly affected by the Vietnam War. They were the kids that were getting shipped off to go die in fucking Vietnam. They were not saying, hey, you know what? Maybe we should get McDonald's to divest from fucking Vietnam. They were actually the ones dying over there. It's not the Black Lives Movement, because those protesters were the people in the street confronting the actual police force that was doing the bad shit. They didn't fucking go on TV and whine that they didn't get humanitarian aid in the form of Uber Eats. They didn't whine that their thing, whatever they did at their one UC campus of what the fuck ever, doesn't get enough attention on TV. Like, just shut up, you're not helping, you're hurting, and you're fucking horrible people, and I hate you all. That's it.
Well, I would never talk about a woman that way.
That was my one time. Don't say bitch, chat, don't be misogynistic, but sometimes it just has to come out.
God damn. All right.
Bye.
Take care, bye.
Health warning.
Well, terribly misrepresented by pro-resistance slogans, Hamas flags, Hezbollah flags at a lot of these encampments, at a lot of these.
I disagree. We had a Shahada flag at a protest, and they marketed it as a Al-Qaeda flag, which is so wrong
within our
and
lifetime.
harmful for our
Nardine
Muslim.
Kiswani, within our lifetime,
Yes, who I know.
literally is pro-Hamas. Literally is pro the armed resistance narrative.
Why is she a representative for the entire movement? Why? There is not a single person that should be representative of the entire movement, and every Palestinian can agree. And you
Because
agree.
she marches out there, she sends her goons out to attack somebody like myself, like other moderate
I don't want
Palestinians.
to argue about you getting attacked. I'm sorry that that happens, but I want to talk about the status quo. The fact that so many people are now enlightened and are learning about
I go to
Palestinian
Congress,
protests.
not a single
to the
Congress,
Capitol,
I live in DC. The Palestinian cause has become so radioactive because of these terrible slogans, this divisive rhetoric coming out of these
It's
college
the congressman's
encampments.
due diligence to look up and listen to their constituents. And yes,
Whoa.
Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thank you. Thank you.
And their constituents are Jews, center-left Democrats, and Republicans. Oh, fuck. Cringe. This is a really boring conversation. This is shit. I don't know why you got me to watch this shit. This is fucking horrible.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
I think the biggest objection that I have towards this narrative that things have gotten worse in terms of like perspectives towards Palestinians is that it's false. The perspective that I've seen from most Americans, especially towards Muslims and especially towards the Palestinian cause, has been entirely defined by whatever Israel has put forward. Prior to October 7th, the only narrative that we ever got was people got killed, the United States and Israel puts forth their claim, and it's disseminated out, people don't think about it.
It really goes to show how little these guys paid attention before October 7th. That's what they think. Holy fuck.
The perspective is so different now. I never in my life ever thought there would be an actual homegrown Palestinian movement in the United States that it is now. I think.
What a fucking self-reveal, man. What the fuck? Okay, crazy.
That I've seen so much grace, so much kindness, so much compassion for people that we would qualify as not having anything to do with the conflict overseas. And it's incredibly encouraging. And I've only ever met people in these encampments, people who care more about stopping violence than people who want horror to continue. People are right to be angry. People should be enraged. They should be incandescent with outrage. We have spent the last near 2 years seeing the horrors that this genocide has inflicted upon a small area that we could qualify as a concentration camp by an ethno-nationalist racist project propped up by the United States. That is why there's a protest movement among Western students, because we are culpable. We fund it. We send weapons over there. And we are outraged that on our name, we share culpability for it. I didn't choose to...
What is this? His prompt was, angry protests are not helpful to the people in Gaza. So far, the only counter to that claim was divestment. And that's one piece in a huge brick wall of potentially making Israel militarily weak. To the point that, what? I don't know why Israel needs to be like militarily weaker to do what? Like for what to happen to them, right? Because they're It's going to be quite a while before they're weak enough that like
warning.
they can get defeated by any Palestinian militant group. So, not too sure what the goal is there. What's the end game? Fuck! Where is this fucking headhunter? I need 3 more. Why are they nowhere to be seen? This is a very dangerous area. Ugh.
Send weapons to Israel in order to wipe out people who I never met. And I will do anything that I can to prevent that. I come from Mexico, my own country, right? There's femicide, there is violence against indigenous people, right? I've left my country for years now, but I still feel rage over the mass murder that my government, the army, the cartels, and the hacienda owners do on the indigenous populations. And I feel very encouraged when people who have nothing to do with me feel the same exact pain. I would disregard your classification of Western protesters as enraged or as unjustly angry because they should be mad. Everyone should be mad. And I've seen so many changes in perspective from people who would not care because of the brave people that go out there every day at every university college campus. And they pay the price for it every day. Like you spoke about, the filming was raided by the LAPD SWAT team who act as an occupation force in this city. The people who are most...
An occupation force? What the fuck? Oh, God. Man, I would... Holy shit. I don't know how people do that. I don't know how people just sit and listen to this and like...
affected by it are trained by the IDF to act as an occupation force. My own city pays $1.6 million to be trained by the IDF to brutalize poor people, black people, brown people. We are not separate. This is not one person's struggle. This is everyone's struggle.
It's us against the United
I
States.
share your optimism about the potential for a really robust pro-Palestine activism
He's doing the
movement.
Dr. Mike, man. He's doing the pragmatic fucking Dr. Mike shit. Fuck that. No way.
That can really move the needle on this issue. And this is part of why
do they
I'm
keep red
sharing
flagging
this
when he starts
frustration
talking? It's weird,
with
'cause
the devolution
I
of
guess
what
it's 'cause
I
they wanna
felt
go
was a
next.
unique opportunity, a once in a generation.
But I disagree because
opportunity.
I believe that the politics of moderatism is the politics of mediocrity.
If I may, please.
Fucking
There
hell,
was-
man. These walking slogans. Jesus.
Historically, it was difficult to speak about to have a genuinely pro-Palestine issue without facing some accusations, often false, of anti-Semitism. I believe that used to be the case. I think times have changed now, whereby I have sat in the middle of some of the most Zionist, pro-Israel spaces, where I have spoken about Hamas's crimes
what
and Hamas's,
outcome?
excuse me.
To what
Excuse
outcome?
me, I'm coming to that. Hamas's crimes, Hamas's violence. But in the same vein, I have spoken about Netanyahu being a war criminal.
Mossab Youssef versus those 20 would have been better content. I mean, what, son of Hamas versus... versus these guys. Yeah, probably, yeah. That would be very funny. Holy shit. I would enjoy that. That would be good memes. FAR 4 versus these 20. No, it'd be FAR 4 versus 20 Israeli security officers. FAR 4
And
versus 20
Netanyahu is not
Shin
the
Bet.
issue. The issue existed pre-existing that. It has been decades of a supremacist system that upholds one ethnic group over the other.
Why don't we get Finkelstein versus 20 Jews? Man! Get me, wait, Jubilee, get me to fucking write your content for you, please. Give me the prompts. I've got a long list. I come up with these all day.
For being a good custodian of the message that we in the diaspora have been entrusted with. And that is why I am not saying every single protest is hateful. I'm not saying the
But
act
you
of
are
protesting.
putting forward the propaganda and the narrative that paints them as that.
Pause. You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to meet you, Aiden.
Nice to meet you.
In your mind, what justifies a protest?
I think
it's the
if
guy.
there is a
The guy.
social issue, if there's a political issue that people have a strong opinion about, they have a right to share their voice, their opposition, or their support for what is happening. What they don't have a right to do is to turn that protest into an opportunity to vector potentially other messages that I think are immensely unhelpful, such as, in order to support the people of Gaza, we need to bring down Western civilization on one extreme end, or in order to support the people of Gaza, we need to support by all means necessary for resistance, which is pro-Hamas resistance.
Can you give me an example of an actual protest or an actual organization involved in protest that says that we need to bring down Western civilization?
You have a compilation and a collection of campus organizations throughout the last 18 months. You have, within our lifetime, I have seen with my own eyes groups that I used to support who call for the rights of Native Americans, the rights of immigrant issues, all of which rights I support, somehow coalesce around this issue. And through the lens,
can I interrupt? So there is no organization that calls for the downfall of Western civilization. The primary goal, the primary goal of organizing and protest with regard to Israel is to divest, because we do not want our money. By the way, it's our money.
The fucking
our
click and kill me. Kill me. Sorry. This is true. Lots of groups divested. You'd have to ask the question about why divesting helps.
Taxpayer dollars, which gives us the right, no matter whether we're white, black, brown, it does not matter whether we're gay or straight, we have the right to decide where our taxpayer dollars go. So as I respect your identity as a Palestinian, I think you absolutely have a right to talk about who you want to lead your people. But when you say that people of other cultures are sucking the oxygen out of the pro-Palestine movement because we're not Palestinian, it is actually our right as Americans to decide where our taxpayer dollars go. And when peaceful protests don't do anything, or when, as you say, happy protests, not angry protests, when the government doesn't feel pressure—
I did not say happy protests, by the way, but—
Okay, not angry protests. Where do we go? Where do we go when the protests don't do anything and when our government doesn't listen to us?
We build broader coalitions. We talk to the other side of this issue. They're right across from us. We go to Hillel. We go to Chabad. We talk to the very—
Hillel supports the genocide in Gaza.
We
cannot make a coalition with people who support a genocide.
We talk to them.
And we find— that's the way to write off everyone that disagrees with you, because you guys will call everyone fucking pro-genocide, like, regardless. Well, rip. He's literally— we don't negotiate with terrorists. Fuck me. I mean, again, it's like, if you believe what these guys believe, it makes sense. Their whole fucking worldview is so rotted that the idea would be, yeah, well, the Israeli military, they will stop it. Nothing will, no diplomacy or any goodwill or anything from the other side would stop them. So we just have to divest until they're weak enough that they can get overpowered by the resistance. That's really like their conclusion. It's the logical conclusion of what they're saying. They want Israel to be so isolated on the world stage that they are just so and militarily demoralized and diplomatically isolated that their surrounding resistance groups can defeat them. That's it. It's a big rip. But Mr. Ahmed here is too much of a buffoon, it seems. Or he's not, well, he's not a buffoon. He's just maybe not a good debater to engage this properly. What would a Sundowner Teuton conversation look like? Would they argue or fuse into a bigger force like in Yu-Gi-Oh? I don't know. Depends on what they're saying. Build a bigger coalition is exactly right. To me, that just doesn't mean anything. Maybe I'm naive. I can't get over his answer about the 48 war. Like, he wouldn't admit that it was the Zionists that kicked out his fucking family from the 48. I would never agree with a Shia. Is Teuton a Shia? I didn't know that. Ah! That was a communist.
In the slightest of common ground, where this is not a relationship that is characterized by constant fighting, but this can achieve us the win of...
No, I'm sorry. I agree that we should find common ground with people who share our values. I do not agree that we should find common ground with people who support a genocide.
Hey,
that's
you
unacceptable.
Make peace
Rick
with
Wall,
your
let's go.
enemies, not with your friends.
No, we do not make peace.
And now
with
Ahmed looks even more cucked because he's basically ceding, like he's ceding ground on it, like being a because he's right. If you did think these people were pro-genocide, why the fuck would you try to coalition build with them? That'd be mental. You just go to war with them. That's how you stop genocide people. Fuck.
people who are murdering children, who are targeting, who are literally doing systemic rape in prisons in Israel to hostages who have not been held trial. We do not support people who want to fund the targeting of medical personnel.
The people
in
of Gaza
hospitals.
are paying the price of the very strategy that you are promulgating. The people of Gaza, Gaza are paying the price.
I'm sorry. Peaceful, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. You have just said that peaceful protest has led to the death of 50,000 Palestinians in Gaza. That's
Only
what you
50,000. Damn, listen to the damn. That's a very genocidal number there. Pretty dumb statement from Ahmed, but okay.
The people, yes, because the protests could have built a compelling coalition that could have actually led to a ceasefire.
Bro, this is insanely naive. What the fuck? The protests couldn't have done shit. Is that okay to say? Like, what the fuck could a protester have done with regards to Israel and Hamas? Like, what could they have done with regards to that war? Divestment. Okay, you're not going to make the IDF so weak that they have to stop fighting Hamas. That's off the table. Next. Push for a ceasefire. How? What? They can get the president and the fucking White House to try and push harder for a ceasefire. But you also need two sides to accept a ceasefire. And a ceasefire is just a ceasefire. It's not like a long-term peace. I don't know. I don't think they can do shit. I don't even know if they made things worse. I just think they kind of did nothing and were kind of like a spectacle. Sorry. If someone wants to push me off of that because maybe they've done something or achieved something or caused some level of damage that I'm not aware of, but I mean, keeping Trump out would have been handy. And I don't know, befriend an Israeli and make them protest. If you're a Westerner, to me, that's probably the quickest result you can get, is just add one or two bodies to the protests every couple of days. But fuck.
Could have called Hamas out instead of celebrating October 7th, instead of putting paraglider images and putting, by all means, and the upside down triangles on Twitter bios. They could have actually separated the Palestinian issue from Hamas. Aiden.
You are more concerned. You are more concerned with upside down triangles on Twitter
than with a genocide.
Than a genocide. There is no middle ground with people who are more concerned.
The debate topic is over protesters, you fucking retard. What do you mean he's more concerned with one over the other? Yeah, the debate question is about protesters. Again, that doesn't mean it's the most important issue.
Upside down triangles, then children dying.
You are more concerned
than
with
people burning alive.
And sloganeer. Not you per se. I don't care about slogans. I care about dead Palestinians. And guys, I want to stop that at all costs.
Great. So join the protest to divest it from Israel. Join the protest.
Divesting, again, he's, okay, so Ahmed's also failing at this because he's not explaining why divestment doesn't work. He hasn't even pushed these people to explain why it would work.
That's time. Aiden, please return to your seat.
My next claim is... being pro-Palestine necessitates accepting a free Palestine side by side next to Israel.
Uh-oh, let's go. Hey. Boom, 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 boom.
How you doing, brother? Nice to meet you. Thank you.
First, I'm Filipino, okay? I know I'm miscellaneous brown, but I'm Filipino.
You're just as important as any other human being.
Didn't sound like that earlier, okay? No, really, I did take a lot of offense to what you said when you said, homie was taking a lot of the air out of the room because he wasn't Palestinian or he wasn't whatever. I feel like as a human being, okay, as a human being, the right to protest, the right to stand up for yourself, the right to stand up for an underdog. I mean, we're talking about Israel here. We're talking about Israel funded by the United States government and the military-industrial complex.
The military-industrial
And then you're
complex.
talking about Palestinians who are trying to scrounge for something. You know, I don't understand your logic, because basically you sound to me like somebody during the Revolutionary War to be like, hey, let's just wait and see if the British change their ways. That's basically what you're saying to me. That's the whole time I've been sitting there just listening to you justify colonization, justify persecution, justify genocide. Because until we divest from Israel and until we take military money away from Israel, then there is no two-state solution, because Israel is the two states. It's the United States and Israel and whatever they want and whatever they dictate.
Well, I share your
stream of consciousness
belief
slogan
that
there.
we need to work towards a Palestinian state. I absolutely appreciate having non-Palestinian voices work.
This poor fucking guy literally trying to extend olive branches to these fucking animals who, again, the problem is that like if you live in their world, it does sound like you are just trying to like nuance like fucking slavery or some shit, because again, they think the conflict is that simple. And you can't really unlearn or move people off of like an entire like historical education that is just like completely full of shit. And the magic words: colonization, oppressor, oppressed, white. Stop appreciating. Yeah. Fuck, don't appreciate. Because it sounds like he's just kind of conceding all that and just saying we need to be nicer, you know? It's a bit of a weak message. We're not discussing his position on the Al-Aqsa box, though. Excuse me? The Al-Aqsa box. Shut up. Level 45! 45! Let's go!
Working toward Palestinian freedom and
You didn't
liberation.
say that earlier.
However, what I don't appreciate are non-Palestinians who are very patronizing and very disrespectful toward divergent Palestinian views, as if they have a monopolistic, absolute.
I think from what I've heard from people, this was just true. There were definitely, because there was I won't say who, someone from Colombia that we spoke to a while ago, who was saying that like if you were not part of this like pro fucking Hamas resistance paraglider orthodoxy, you were shunned. Like if you couldn't have alternative opinions in these movements. And of course, these guys are demonstrating why, because why would you have like a middle ground or an alternative position or even like a nuanced position on, again, quote unquote, a genocide? Why would you be there's like, to them, there's the Nazis, there's the ones who are trying to defeat the Nazis, and then there's like the weird in-betweeners who don't make any sense. Doesn't make sense. The pro-glider orthodoxy. Yeah, fuck.
Absolute truth that only they share. Understand that the Palestinian community, just like any other community, we are not monolithic. We have a variety of perspectives. So what I don't appreciate also is that somehow the aforementioned and the entirety of what I shared all day long is that I am for genocide. I
didn't say you're for genocide. Wait.
Why'd they kick him out already?
Sorry, you've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Thank you.
They're just exchanging monologues. Who's this guy? Whoa. Is he cool? Is he white?
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Thank you.
Oh, he didn't go up.
So
Fuck.
your claim is that we should have a two-state solution, correct?
In essence, yes. Regardless of the
Pakistan.
specifics of
Let's
the
go.
borders, we have to accept that a free Palestine is only going to exist side by side with Israel.
So you're accepting that Israel needs to give up their occupation of the Palestinian people, correct?
Absolutely. But we need to agree on what constitutes occupation.
Constituting occupation means economic. It means legal. It means movement.
Apologies. Sorry. What I meant is to say, for some people, the entirety of the existence of Israel means occupation. Whereas at
And you
this
don't
point,
agree that it does?
that's a moot point right now because Israel is a de jure
It's not a moot
international.
point because the 2018 nation-state law states that only Jewish people have the right to self-determination, taking away any rights of Arab Israelis, of
That's not what occupation means.
Palestinian people. So they are legally removing any type of legal representation of Palestinian people. That's including yourself.
Within the 1948 to 1967 borders, I accept that is the state of Israel in which a majority Jewish population is going to live.
So you think that all the settlers need to leave the West Bank?
I think there needs to be, I absolutely needs to be some kind of a resolution that entails the eviction of a majority of the settlers. However, there are some communities in the West Bank, some settlements that I don't pragmatically see a scenario in which you address them. So then,
I have a question for you.
There's been a proposal, just one last point, please. You do a territorial swaps. This has been already discussed and done.
Why should the Palestinians give up their land in the first place?
The
Israeli state was built on top of Palestinian land. It was built on top of the blood of Palestinian people. Your family has suffered for this, and you are not.
God, I don't want this to happen, okay? I don't want this to happen. I'm saying I don't want this. I don't want to see a Native American Hamas insurgency in America that just fucking paraglides across the United States and happens to disproportionately target a bunch of fucking white college protesters. I don't want that to happen. That would be cringe.
Not acknowledging your own family's pain. I'm baffled by this. I'm confused. I don't understand.
At this point,
as a non-Arab person, this confuses me that somebody who is Arab does not acknowledge the pain of their own family member.
I acknowledge the pain of the Native American community.
You're not acknowledging it because you're going Hamas, Hamas, Hamas.
Excuse me. I acknowledge the pain of the Native American community and the injustices that they faced throughout their history. But the Native American community are not going to evict the United States from existence.
Let me ask you a question.
So I acknowledge.
In 1848, there was the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. If Mexico decided that they no longer wanted to recognize that border and say, hey, we're going to take back New Mexico, California, Arizona, do you think everybody in those states is going to be like, well, time to learn Spanish and how to dance cumbia? No, no, they're not. They're going to protect their land. And let me tell you another thing.
Yeah, so doesn't that prove his point that trying to destroy Israel is fucking retarded? Like, because it wouldn't, there's no way you get them to go quietly, for one.
So in 2023, March of 2023, the 2005 Disengagement Act, it did not just remove settlers from the Gaza Strip. It also removed 4 settlements from the northern West Bank. They overturned parts of that Disengagement Act that said that settlers can go back to those 4 settlements in the northern West Bank. Which now 40,000 Palestinians have been removed from the Jenin camps, from the Tulkarem camps.
Due to Hamas and terrorists in there, in Tulkarem.
So do you not think that the people of Gaza...
Hamas, were they permanently evicted, those 40,000, or were they sent back? What actually happened there after those operations?
The Strip are not looking at that like, oh my God, we are next. Is that not an act of war?
Hamas?
Would that not be an act of war?
Excuse me. Unfortunately, many people talk without understanding that the Palestinian people and the Palestinian Authority, we've already agreed to the 1967
They
borders.
are legally trying to annex that territory.
You've been voted out. Please return to your
Thank
seat.
you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, so let's talk about the two-state solution. The two-state solution has been dead for decades. You know, it's a stall tactic by the Zionist colonial project, the settler colonial project.
There you go.
You can't want to have 2 states when you have a system, a regime of apartheid, and the settlements are expanding. To this day, a couple days ago, they ordered 106 homes to be demolished in Nur al-Shams, Tulkarem area. So this is just not a realistic approach. So you need to dismantle apartheid first. We need to have the refugees have the right to return. We need to have justice and peace for the Palestinians. There needs to be accountability for the Israeli war crimes for the past 7 decades or so.
Not Dean Withers.
The settlement expansions, there's ethnic cleansing been going on since 1947 until 1949, known as the Nakba catastrophe. The dispossession of Palestinian homes, the land theft, the 700,000 settlers or more that are in the West Bank that are uprooting the native
including
indigenous
East
Palestinian
Jerusalem.
population with the full backing of the terrorist Israeli defense forces. So these settlers are armed, by the way. Israel is such a militarized society.
I'm just wondering, has there ever been any form... Has there been any form of political advocacy that has ever been so dependent on this jargon? I feel like whenever people talk about the Nazis, like I don't think people are that quick to just be like, oh yes, the Nazis with their genocidal, ethnic cleansing, apartheid regime of occupation and ethno-supremacism. Like, people generally just describe what they did. I don't really know like why it's just for this particular one where they constantly have to like go into these abstractions. Like terminology is like 90% of the fucking of what you learn. It's just like how to name everything appropriately. I guess Israelis do it as well with like fucking Judea, Samaria instead of West Bank and all that shit.
They're all walking around casually with ARs.
Hello.
Owner pops.
Huh.
Yeah, I take back what I said. I wouldn't be in a fucking Jubilee video like this. Fucking, if they bring you like, the hardest people to talk to isn't the fucking rodent white American wannabe pro-Palestinian person. It's the fucking like son of a Gazan who is just going with what the crowd says, and like obviously he knows some things, but he's like the well is so poisoned because it's their perspective. A fucking Gazan is never gonna have, like, especially one that had to flee to the West, is never gonna fucking think. This guy's in the West Bank, not Gaza, because he said he's from Gaza.
Tulkarm, didn't he say?
No, he talked about Tulkarm.
No, Bethlehem. He said he's from Bethlehem. Remember at the beginning?
Really? He said he's from Gaza.
Oh, the other guy's from Bethlehem. The fucking doctor.
This guy said from his Gaza originally, from what I remember. These are the type of people that are like the hardest to talk to, because I've had a conversation where someone is like, it was a genuine Gazan, like before the war, I'd say, I think, where he asked me a proper question, like, and it was an impossible to answer question. Like, he asked me how I would feel about Israelis if I was in this position, and it's like, pretty fucking hard to answer that without spewing something anti-Semitic. Like, it's like, yeah, I would absolutely hate the fucking Jews if I was in Gaza. Like, what do you expect me to say? Like, I can't really tell a Gazan how to feel from what they're fucking going through. But the issue is this guy's a fucking diasporoid in a fucking suit. The problem is.
Shit, I just clicked the... Why is my Discord freezing? I'm so sorry, I just clicked the wrong channel, sorry. Yeah, diasporoid suit, what?
Yeah, this motherfucker in a diasporoid suit. The problem is if I, go against what he's saying, it's disrespectful to that family he had that suffered through it, not him.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Sundowner says Bethlehem has a reputation for being illiterate. What?
I thought that, okay, listen, Sundowner, all I gotta say is I teach in the area that you are from, and they are some of the fucking worst students I've ever taught. Okay? Just so you know. Fucking getting a failing grade is a very common occurrence for where he's
fucking no fucking shit. They are some of the worst. They have been replaced by a fucking bunch
I'm talking about the Arabs, not the fucking Jews.
Of course, like, all the glorious civilization we had there, we cultivated and built for centuries, for thousands of years. You all came and fucked it all up. And now
What do you mean, oh?
I mourn it every single day. Like, this was the city where fucking Al-Khidr came from.
The Lid Death March was self-defense. The Lid Death March was self-defense, okay?
Of course, they feared the shit out of us. That's why they expelled us and left you there.
Left us there? They tried to exploit. Brother,
yeah.
They tried to exploit my town too. It just was not successful.
They did. What was the deathmatch again? Like, where did they loot people and start looting and raping shit? Like, how many were raped again?
Fucking knows. That wasn't in the
Okay,
dozens.
buddy.
There's not that many rapes in the Nakba, as far as I'm aware.
There are not as many documented rapes like by name.
Yeah,
and
obviously
figure and everything.
documented, but it's like there's no point to talking about non-documented ones, right?
There's at least
No,
12
there's, like,
villages where it's
many
documented.
documents.
It's at least a dozen villages where it's
No,
documented.
but like for example,
Would you
in
say
London
it's
itself,
systemic because
well,
it's in 12 different places, Warner?
No. The point is, in London itself, there was like a.
Would you say it's
incident
systemic,
rape.
Loner?
What, for a fucking conflict that lasted a year in the 40s? Probably not. I feel like 1940s
Hey,
wars were
listen,
typically a lot more rapey.
It's
I
one
fucking
conflict.
yeah.
It's one conflict with
Ah.
12 different places where it happened. I think it's pretty
Man.
systemic there.
12 out
good
of
enough
400 in a
encompass.
fucking year. I don't know, like, bro, like, Arabs and Jews just don't rape each other that much. I'm sorry.
You said that before, too.
Yeah, we hate each other too much to actually start raping that much, as much as in other conflicts. But anyways,
Yeah,
in London itself, there
Europeans,
was, like,
Europeans love that shit. Like almost every fucking battle, like all the women just get raped afterwards. It's fucking insane. I actually want
Okay,
to
but
look into
anyways,
like
to
because
talk
like
about
sexual
London
violence
itself,
is very common after
I wish
wars.
you get raped.
What the fuck?
Okay, can I fucking speak for once now?
Wait, Lord, did you not hear what he said?
No, and it's a good thing he doesn't know. Now, in regards to fucking lad, what happened is there were countless, like I believe there were in the dozens of documented cases of reported rapes, and those were described and those were not contradicted or anything. But there was never any proper comprehensive revision or study of the matter, because like they were too fucking ashamed to actually study it. There was no investigation allowed. Until this day, there is not a single investigation allowed to the matter, to the rapes that happened there. Until this day.
Makes
Well, that sounds pretty
So
systemic
like
in
it,
that case.
so like it, so like
no
you could say that
investigations into rapes
rapes
today
were not
too,
widespread in the
Sundowner.
conflict, but in this case it happened. Like,
Yeah, Sandra, have you noticed the fucking theme here? If Palestinian women come forward with like sexual abuse allegations, it's usually, anonymous.
Hmm?
And like, it's all because of like shame from the community. Because also Israeli women do it. I think there is like certain communities in the Israeli community where they are afraid to report and shit. And mainly,
I mean, yeah, it happens.
I know a personal friend that was raped by a soldier, and like they just couldn't he just got discharged with no fucking punishment afterwards. And she wasn't Israeli. She was supposed to be in the IDF as well. Like they anything that a soldier does is fucking stupid.
And also, like the thing is, those cases are not taken slightly neither by Hamas or by Israel itself. So like, if Israel had a case of rape, they would try their best to hide it for years or decades even. And if Hamas did it, they would they would basically rather admit to any fucking crime in the face of the earth than rape itself. Because like it's the single
Listen,
most.
all I gotta
thing
say,
actually.
every single shooting that happens in my town, it's related to a fucking dude in Lid or Ramleh. You guys are the bane of all Arabs in all of the
we
48
have
lands.
left that region for like 70 years and were replaced by fucking Kafar Qasimods and.
What do you mean? Kafar Qasimoids are only in Kfar Qasim. They're not in fucking Lid. No one would move to
No,
that
you guys
fucking
multiplied
shithole.
a lot.
You guys are.
You have
your town.
You
your
have
town-
infested the region.
Your
You have
hometown is
infested the region.
literally considered like what Jews lived in during Nazi Germany, in ghettos. Literally considered the ghetto. Lid is considered the
I
ghetto.
have seen it. I have seen it.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
my
a
God.
fucking
I've seen the
ghetto,
picture.
okay?
I can't believe how you guys
If
destroyed
Loner,
my beautiful town.
if Loner was in Lid, he would have never asked me to film him walking down a street because he knew he would get shot or stabbed afterwards. Right? In my village, he felt safe enough to walk next to a mosque, next to a school, because our village is fucking safe, unlike your fucking dumbass village that looks like a ghetto. Okay? Shut the fuck up.
What else are we talking about
You
besides?
realize I live in a fucking refugee camp that somehow.
Your refugee camp is better than
town.
Lid. Yes.
Yeah, it is. I don't know how.
Imagine having a
Oh my
refugee camp
God.
that looks better than fucking a Lid. Oh my god. Anyway, you can continue watching Ahmed absolutely get fucking emotionally trauma dumped on. by
Sundowner,
every fucking.
Sundowner, what would your debate prompts be if this was you? If you were the guy in the middle?
I was.
Health warning.
What do you mean, the guy in the middle?
If you were the guy in the
Which
middle,
one? The one.
if the guy who's against 20 people, what would your thing be?
I don't know. I would just tell them all why they are fucking retarded and they should never speak about the conflict. But I would not be retarded myself. See you, doctor.
Okay.
He just disconnected. What?
Yeah, people are doing that now. They're just leaving like really impromptu.
I say bye at least. It's kind of rude not to.
Hello, Lexar. What's your story?
Oh,
I'm delaying turning this back on again. Fuck's sake.
So I wanted to talk about you were talking about the protesters earlier. And you want to see if someone could push you on like the potential effectiveness of them.
Yeah, what the fuck can an
so-
American protest movement do to help Gaza?
No. I want to first by say I don't think they can do much to help Gaza in the immediate aspect, but I think the protests have had consequences that may not be super apparent to people that don't directly work in politics, which I do work in local politics in New Jersey. So I think there was like a unique opportunity because, as we know, most of the Jews in America are liberal Democrats. I think there would have been a unique opportunity for, as Ahmed says, maybe I'm naive, for them to have like a coalition of like demands. Particularly, I think the first demand would have to be like the hostages are released. I think rebuilding Gaza would have to be one of the demands. I think Hamas, and this is not to say this would be an immediate effect of happening in Gaza, but I think it would appear as like a united front, so they would at least have some more political capital to work with. But instead, I mean, we see like all of these people here in this conversation are completely unhinged. They have demands that, if you follow the logical conclusion, would lead to like what you want to weaken Israel so that like Hamas or whatever can attack them. And so I feel like there was a unique opportunity to bridge the divide between a somewhat tenuous relationship with American Jews and American Arabs, to have like a group of people offer up a list of demands that involve like the release of the hostages, rebuilding Palestine, or to Gaza particularly, and then a two-state solution down the line. And then I think what you would have seen even more is, now this is just in the margins, but I mean both in the general election in November, and this is partly on the Democrats' fault. And we lost vote share among both Jews and Arabs. I mean, Dearborn, Michigan, literally voted more for Trump than Harris, and it's like I feel like there's these rippling effects of this rhetoric being portrayed as like mainstream or views the Democratic Party somewhat tolerates. I mean, I literally, what I see in local Jews in politics, which they're very involved in local politics and in national politics. I mean, I don't want to call both sides of these groups completely unhinged, but I mean, I'm trying to be timid in case someone that knows me in real life where I work hears me say this. I mean, I got I feel like the Jews and the Democratic Party have been so negatively polarized against us, even though they're still Democrats. It's like walking on eggshells when it's now I mean, we have our new senator in New Jersey, Andy Kim. He votes yes on Bernie Sanders' like doomed resolution to embargo Israel, which is doomed. It was more a symbolic gesture of anything. And we have 144 pastors in New Jersey writing a letter condemning him for that decision, even though the current administration is like completely ridiculous and amoral and completely not a good actor on the national stage. But international stage. My point being is that I feel like if these protests from the start were about bridging the divide between American Jews and American Arabs, we wouldn't have this sense of, oh, the Democratic Party is the anti-Semitic party. The Democratic Party can't work with either of these groups. The Democratic Party is I feel like when I talk to, I mean, seriously, when I talk to Jews in locally in New Jersey, I mean, they genuinely think that like the Republicans are the ones that are defending their rights, even though they're still like Democrats. They're like, well, we're Democrats on every issue, but like it's fucked. We're fucked on the issue of anti-Semitism. And then obviously when it comes to the American Arabs, like I mean, we've seen the vote share decline even more for them, and it's even harder to reach. And I think if I feel like the protests could have prevented this fallout and kept a more united group of people amongst the Democrats. And also, the DNC should have had a Palestinian speaker. I personally would have liked the Ahmed guy. I don't think the boycott or the uncommitted movement, I thought that was completely fucking stupid. I would have rather the guy speaking right here talk. I think he is, like or not, he is like the baby, I don't want to say baby, but like the nice, good, put him up there. He's all bring everyone together, empathetic kind of guy. And so I feel like the protests, they did harm, but they could have either done no harm or they could have even potentially done a little bit of good on the margins. So that's I don't know what you think about that. That's my case.
Yeah, but what would their demand be? Their demand would be like things like fucking ceasefire, humanitarian aid, path to 2 states, stop settlements, fucking. But then also underlying that is still, yeah, you can fight your war, just don't fight it like fucking barbarians. Like that's kind of like, and that's the message I think that a lot of these people would just turn off on.
Can I say my opinion about the protests in America?
Oh yeah, I mean I thought they were stupid,
Yeah.
the current ones. But go ahead.
I don't think they're stupid. Like the current protests are stupid, obviously, the way they came about it. But I think if you wanted those protests to actually be effective, you shouldn't have alienated the only group of people who would have a fucking say in Israel. Like the only
exactly.
group of people that would influence Israel or have an effect on Israel, aka the Jews in America.
Exactly.
You fucking alienated them, and they couldn't. You immediately made them side against you.
Yeah,
No,
but those Jewish
I don't
movements
care
are
what
genocide, so why would you talk to them?
Well, no, but that's the fucking issue. That's why these protesters are retarded. Okay, they're retarded. But you're saying you don't think protests in America could ever be helpful. I disagree there. I do think they could have been helpful if they didn't alienate the only fucking group of people who would have an influence on Israel.
Exactly. It's not that these people could be effective. It's that could a protest in America be effective in helping Palestinians in the long run and in the domestic run, getting an administration elected that would actually support them or at least lessen the damage? I think absolutely. But as we've seen, as you've rightly pointed out, and as Seven's rightly pointed out, the people right now are fucking retards. And they have no idea what they're doing, and they're just starting.
They know what they're doing. They just want to fucking whine. They just want to whine.
Yeah.
They don't care about how many of my people fucking die. They do not. Nobody in the American fucking protests actually cares. They just want to see people dead so they can fucking whine about it. Just like that girl. That girl that was like with the hijab. Fuck me, bro. If I ever see a Palestinian person talk like this here, they would literally be shunned for being a fucking disgusting person. Why the fuck are you talking about yourself? You're talking about, oh, it's a genocide. It's a genocide. Okay, then why are you complaining about you not getting the time? What? You are not the best speaker for Palestine. Maybe you should fucking uplift someone that can better speak than you. Fucking better speak, by the way.
No, I agree. I agree with you. I mean, not know what they're doing is the wrong term. My point is that they're self-destructive idiots. And also more on like a generational impact, aside from the fact that they've caused damage politically, in my opinion, when they could have caused marginal benefits. I don't think it would have swung the election or anything, but it could have helped and kept the party more unified. I feel like I have had multiple people I know in real life that are from college that like they look at these people and these protests and their brain is totally mind fucked on like Israel Palestine. Like they generally think like Israel should just be exterminated and replaced. So like I mean I think like broader culturally it had a negative effect politically, and it's also seeped into I think younger people's minds that wouldn't have originally participated directly into the protests themselves. So I mean it's very bad for everyone, I think. But it could have been good. That's all I wanted. So yeah, I don't know.
What's your story,
Loner.
Dance?
Hey, Loner. So basically, I'm an Israeli, first of all. Just want to say that I appreciate your streams and like everything you say and do, you know. I'm a bit nervous. Sorry about that. But I just wanted to say that it's kind of both hard and easy to see that there are, you know, as in Israel, to see people on the other side that are normal, like Sev and the Ahmad, and, you know, see the contrast in the West.
Oh, is Sundowner not normal?
Very frustrating sometimes.
Yeah, is Sundowner not normal? What the fuck?
Is Sundowner not normal?
Yeah, definitely. Everything is in comparison. You know, I might sound like a crazy Israeli to some, and to some like normal.
Oh, you're already a unique Israeli because you said you're nervous. I've never met a nervous Israeli before.
Yeah, it happens when you're a computer, you know, scientist, how they say, a technician. No,
You
that's
went
not
to
word. Never
Technion
mind.
or?
No, I learned in the HIT. Nechula.
It's
Anyways,
still a really good school, no?
yeah, it's okay. You know,
Okay.
it
Good
was
job.
better when I was there, but now it's kind of shit. But yeah. Anyways, I just wanted to say that the previous conversation you guys had about the rapes. I'm sorry to bring the mood down with the rapes again, but I
Why
just
with
feel
the
like
mood
it's,
being brought down?
yeah. I just feel like it's a kind of a red herring. You know, I mean, people that were raped. I'm not a woman, so I can't speak about the experience. But I think like dying is much worse. Okay, and like in reality, 99% of the people who got raped also died.
Mhm.
And so I think the pro-Palestinian crowd often uses that to dismiss some narratives, you know, that happened in Israel, because you can't prove it, but you can prove that people died, you know. So I feel like it's just became kind of a point of contention to use against Israel.
Well, it's
Just
also
want to
because
clear
it's
up.
very uncomfortable for these guys to acknowledge that what happened on October 7th. Because I think for resistance, you can justify killing, you can justify you can
Because
talk about
it's killing a soldier.
Yeah.
But you know, when you go about raping a soldier, it's a bit fucking different. Like,
clashes
Yeah,
too
but
much with what they would typically consider like progressive values.
But does it even matter? I mean, like,
Yeah, of
if
course
no
it
rape
matters.
Well, it
occurs,
matters to them
at
because
least
they think,
no
oh, had
rapes
only that
occur.
people not believe that, then Israel would have less pretext to commit a genocide and all this kind of shit. Yeah.
yeah, think about it this way, Swordnance. What is the purpose of a resistance fighter killing a soldier that is occupying him, right? It's like to fight against occupation.
No,
What
I
is the
agree with
point
you
of
that
that
if
resistant
it
fighter
was
raping the
soldiers.
soldier?
No, I agree with you. If soldiers only died, like that would be a different story. But here,
Oh,
it's
I understand.
civilians who
I know,
died.
but I'm specifically talking about soldiers because it's much easier to argue. There's like no excuse for killing a civilian, right? There's no excuse for killing a civilian or raping a civilian. But for a soldier, like they can argue because to them, they will always look at these Israeli civilians as non-civilians. So there's no point to talking about if it's a soldier or not. If you're talking from their perspective, it's a non-conversation for them. They don't consider Israelis that are, you know, majority of the people that are okay with the dead Israelis are the ones that don't consider them civilians.
Yeah, but now you have like people defending basically rape because they can't content with the fact that, you know, some Israelis are, you know, innocent or whatever. Like they
Well,
can't
the
even
majority of
contend
them
with that.
deny the rape rather than defend it. Like, is there
Yeah,
someone
no,
that straight up
that's
acknowledges
exactly
the
what I
rape and
mean.
defends it?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I mean. They don't defend it by saying it was good. They defend it by
They
saying it
deny
didn't
it.
happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, they're saying like, don't believe the victims.
But here, do they deny? Do you see the difference? Do they deny the killing of Israelis?
Some of them do. Some of them say that the IDF killed them. You know.
Yeah,
Well, no,
it seems to
yeah, a lot of them sure do say that, but there's still way easier for them to admit Hamas killed Israelis than it is for Hamas raping Israelis, right?
At this point, I'm not entirely sure that's even right. You know, because the narrative.
What do you mean?
switch-
It's absolutely true.
I mean that the narrative switches as much as like a pendulum. You know, the more right Trump goes, the farther left the counter protesters go. So it started with, you know, it was a just response from the Israeli side, and as time progressed, it became no. Actually, there was never even a need for a response because nothing even happened. So it's like the narrative constantly changes and it morphs into more and more radical, like group thinking. You know, in the end, like I think we're gonna reach the point where Palestine doesn't even exist and just Israel killed their own people, and you know that's that. There is no need for a second state. I don't know.
Wait,
Like it became
question,
so
Leonard, for
crazy.
this video. Has anyone actually said that October 7th was bad? I think someone said it, right?
I think one person did. Yeah, I think it was the white dude.
Yeah, and then the
I
white
think
girl
it's
goes,
a-
it's
Rock
good
right
what
now.
happened to Gazan and what happened on October 7th because it now has more media attention.
Like it's
Man,
crazy
fucking
that
ContraPoints is crashing out. Holy shit, she's doing it again.
Wait, what?
I keep
what's
forgetting that like
happened?
tankies hate her. Marshall lost summer. I called Hillary last night. She told me she can no longer support bourgeois electoralism and that she's re-establishing a revolutionary vanguard party called the Symbionese Liberation Army. Then she ominously whispered, "Nothing can stop what is coming," and hung up. Oh God.
What the fuck does that even mean? I don't understand any of this.
Yeah.
Probably shouldn't have interviewed Hillary Clinton if you didn't want people to bring it up, Diva. She interviewed me. She's so
And is
man.
it
She
that-
could never have like. It's so funny watching like because she's. I guess she's like a more normal person or like a more maybe not normal, but just like sensitive person. Like this is how. Just so you guys know, most people in society, this is how they react to getting this kind of pushback. Can you imagine? Because this was like what 2 or 3 years ago now. She got interviewed by Hillary Clinton under I think like a slightly false pretense, and people have just never left her alone for it. And now she crashes out over it on Twitter every now and then with people commenting on her.
Like, interviewing? What's the point? What's the problem with her interviewing the person? Like Hillary?
Because Hillary Clinton they see as like a fucking war criminal, crazy fucking
Establishment
demon
evil
establishment Democrat. Yeah, defeated Bernie Sanders by cheating. Like yeah, these people fucking
Yeah.
hate. Like, it's basically like sharing a fucking seat with Hitler. Yeah.
Hillary Clinton's a demon who stole their future.
Yeah, which is so fucking. No, Hillary interviewed ContraPoints apparently. I think that's what happened. But
Really? How?
Wait,
what the fuck?
Or wait,
why
did
would
she?
Hillary-
I don't even remember.
Why would she interview ContraPoint?
Wait, ContraPoints was asked to talk about something about right wingers, wasn't she? She was asked to talk about like
Hillary
right wing
Clinton
media and.
was the interviewer. That would be really interesting. I would love to have seen that.
I don't
She
even know
interviewed
what
her.
happened. Maybe
Why
the other
the
way
fuck
around. I
would
don't know.
Hillary
Fuck.
Clinton interview?
But in any case, I don't even think
Roger.
I don't even know what happened, right? But ever since then, people have
I
said that
noticed
she's
very
like.
early in my time in the Parley movement
Fuck.
on my
Super
campus
chat.
is the maximalism of the protesters and the lack of knowledge about Jewish history.
Baldur's Gate worthy?
I was told the word Yisrael never existed before
Baldur's Gate
1948.
worthy.
Love your coverage.
Wow, thanks for the 1999. I really appreciate that. Sorry that happened to you. Also, okay, so yeah, she did this thing with Hillary. I don't even know what it was, to be exact, but people have been molding at her for years over it, and she still just crashes out over it every now and then. Can you imagine? And this is like one thing. She doesn't really interact with these people all that often. She's usually quite quiet about it, but it's just, you can tell it affects her so much. This negative reception that she gets for her fucking Hillary association. It's so crazy. That's, by the way, this is what most people would be like if they got like the kind of hate that an online creator gets from these groups. Most people would not be able to handle it because
Yeah,
it would
that's
be
true.
like because you can tell that clearly still gets under her skin. It's a shame.
That was a very good response of her. She interviewed me.
Yeah.
That was a clean response. But yeah, anyway, I think there's a very important topic about a game called Baldur's Gate 3 that you should definitely play.
You should play it. It's pretty good, Loner.
Okay.
Have you heard? Wait, hold on. Have you heard anyone in your community say it's bad?
Spider said it was cringe.
True.
Spider smokes his weight in an hour. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't listen to him about it, but I'm just saying, he did say that. But he's wrong. It's horribly wrong. What's wrong with these morons are?
Is there anyone that would say Baldur's Gate 3 sucks?
I wouldn't say it sucks, but it's definitely not a game for everyone.
Wow.
Oh my god, what an amazing take. Holy shit.
I mean, it's more, it's a lot less, I think, if you don't like reading and stuff like that, if you don't like narrative stories, it's hard to get into. Like, I tried it, I even played D&D with my friends. Yeah, I'm a nerd, but it was very hard for me to get into. And I love turn-based games, like Expedition 33 was amazing.
Yes, Expedition 33, yes. The Severance of video games, yes.
Okay, hold on. Expedition 33, Loner cannot run, okay? He can definitely run Baldur's Gate 3, though.
Oh, fuck off. All right, you can listen. I'm going to go back to this video. Okay, Jesus Christ.
Where? All right, bye.
Just let me deafen. Okay, holy shit. Oh, someone else came into the waiting room. Oh, no. Let's watch this. Let's get it over with.
They all have to join the IDF, and they're trained and backed by the IDF. By the way, let's talk about the Oslo Accords real quick if we can.
Oslo, let's go.
So my uncle was actually one of the negotiators in the Oslo Accords.
Shit.
PLO 93, 95. And he's critical of it. He resigned from the Palestinian Authority. And the PLO and Israel at the time, clearly there was a power imbalance, right? So in 1993, the PLO recognized Israel as a state. They renounced armed struggle.
Mm-hmm.
And what do we get in return? We didn't get self-determination. We didn't get a land. We didn't get a state. And we got more land fragmentation, and we got occupation, and we got more people being killed, more civilians being killed, and
simultaneous with Hamas suicide bombers, and you're Ibn Gaza. You're a son of Gaza. Yahya Ayyash, Ahmad Agil. You know those names, right? Salah Shahada. You know the OG suicide bombers.
Again, these
that
people
ruined the fragile yet viable Oslo process. We got
what happened when what happened with Rabin? Who assassinated him?
The Israeli settlers and the far right.
So the far right Israelis, they killed him because he wanted to make peace with the Palestinians.
In parallel with Hamas terrorizing the Palestinians. Why didn't Arafat accept the 2000 Camp David peace?
That's propaganda bullcrap. I don't believe that.
So how about how about the 2008?
Damn, how do you break through that fucking fourth wall? It's propaganda, bro. Damn. Oh shit. I didn't know. What do? I didn't think of that. I got nothing. Oh. Oh god, it was propaganda. Fuck. Oh god, it was propaganda. Oh no. Fuck.
Olmert deal that Abbas walked away from because
the PA is corrupt.
I understand that they're like a mini mafia nowadays. They're like a mini mafia.
They're subcontractors to the Israeli settler project. They kill Palestinians. They detain Palestinians, and they're working with Israel. And they're not, what do we get? We got nothing.
So
the
why
Oslo
is
Accords
it,
are there. We have no state. We have no self-determination. This is why resistance exists.
So wait. Okay, should they have accepted those offers then? If only a debate bro were there. So you're saying what they're corrupt as propaganda. So what they should have, like like if they had, it would be good. That was a good deal.
So why is it that in 2017, when Hamas, updated their charter, basically they effectively accepted the 1967 borders?
No, they didn't.
Khalil al-Hayya, the leader of Hamas, just like
they absolutely didn't. Like they said they would accept the 67 borders, but only as a stepping stone to carry on for the rest.
8 months ago, came out with a big statement to Reuters that said, we are willing to renounce armed resistance if there's a two-state solution.
What happened
so
when we did that
why
last
is it
time?
that we are in the Western world, we are so pro some of the most maximalist demands when the Palestinians on the ground themselves, including Hamas, the Islamist extremists, are willing to accept the 60.
Here's where I think we should go forward, right? So there needs to be a ceasefire in Gaza. Women and children, elderly men should not be getting bombed and blown to pieces by the terrorist Israeli occupation. So that needs to happen first. There's a lot of things that need to happen. There needs to be peace and justice for the Palestinians before we can
even that. It's like you're not even having a normal conversation. It's like he's saying we should have a ceasefire in Gaza. People shouldn't be dying, but it's not that. It's like we need a ceasefire in Gaza. People shouldn't be getting killed by the terrorist Israel settler colonial genocidal occupation. It's like it feels like you're not having a human conversation when people talk like this. It's so fucking weird, and I don't know why people feel compelled to speak like this.
Think of coexisting with the people who are killing us and see us as not even human.
Pause. Sorry, you've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Shukran, Habib.
Let's talk later.
It is very interesting how the other Gazan is like the most chill fucking guy though. Like you're the most sort of like polite, friendly, speaks measured. Like yeah, fuck, that's weird.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for coming.
First off, I'd like to say the stuff that happened with you, it was tragic. And I am not a Palestinian. I am a Sierra Leonean American.
I'm sorry, you're what?
A Sierra Leonean American, a West African country.
Roger.
In terms of pain, I understand your pain because I am from a country of war. I have lost many people in that country. But my question to you is, and in a term, my warning to you is, how can you have peace with people that simply want you gone? I've seen this lots of times, especially in the continent. I'm from Africa. Ethnic cleansing is very, very good there. Central Republic of Africa, a lot of people are gone. Places like Congo, and I believe the gentleman right here, Rwanda, has brought it up. So basically, I'm sitting here not to criticize you. I don't want to make fun of you or any of the sort. I want to understand you. How can somebody whose enemy doesn't even see him as human take their side?
I think that's a valid point to ask as far as how do we but like for me it's like how can I humanize I understand some will believe that it's not our job as Palestinians to humanize ourselves to the Israelis because we're the victims. As a radical pragmatist and a believer in wanting to be forward looking, I have decided that I want to actually dabble in that exercise. And I found it to be, in my personal view, entirely achievable and doable because you have such divisive lines that simply by breaking them down in a way that like I have with connecting with hostage families, with Israelis across the spectrum. Zionists are not like the people use it as a slur, right?
Sorry,
Zionism is a spectrum.
Sorry to cut you off, but the certain things that you're saying, it's contradictory. You would say that you're for certain things, but you don't want protest. You don't want violence. You say, for example, you said the protests are violent, but that's the same thing they said about the
South
LA
Africa.
riots. They said they were violent. They said the people were animals. You're from DC. I am from DC as well. That means you know the Baltimore riots. They called them animals.
What's wrong with humanizing the people of Gaza to an audience that has only thought everybody in Gaza belongs to Hamas? Everybody in Gaza participated in October 7th.
Okay, I will answer your
In
question
pursuit
with a question.
of Palestinians.
I'm sorry. You've been voted out. Please return to
Thank you,
your
brother.
seat.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Summer.
Hi. So, I wanted to come up here and talk about a couple of things. Again, I first of all can't speak to what happens in Palestine as I don't live there, and you don't live there either, right? Want to get that clear. But I do want to talk about the history of Zionism and what Israel was founded on.
Let's
How
go.
like in Plan Delete, which was written in the 1940s, is the exact plan that Smotrich
Plan delete. Okay, this person knows absolutely fucking nothing. Good. I can already tell she's about to say the most fucking retarded ahistorical bullshit. Let's go.
and Netanyahu are carrying out. You can condemn them all you want, but these are just props of the entire thing of what Israel's founded on. On top of that, Theodor Herzl was saying that we are the penniless society, and looking at also Jabotinsky, who said, at any cost, I'm paraphrasing here, at any cost of the native society, the state will be established. And there are countless other quotes that I'm not bringing up. But
Quotes,
the very
let's go.
founders of Zionism were atheists, number one. Number two, I brought up earlier how people just converted to Judaism and suddenly had a claim over the land more than us. And at the cost of it comes who? The Palestinians.
I agree, by the way, this idea that like somebody's gonna somehow leave Brooklyn and go to the West Bank to terrorize Palestinians and stake their claim to the land and push the. I agree that that's abhorrent.
So
Like
do
I
you agree that
do
the
not.
Israelis took, like 1948 Palestine was once Palestinian lands, that they illegally displaced 750,000 Palestinians and kick them out into Gaza and all throughout the West Bank and carry out these illegal settlements as well? Do you agree that that happened?
I mean, yes, and I
you
think
think
there
it's
are.
okay?
I think there are complexities and nuanced conversations.
Of course, I know that.
I want to have on how to move us
I
forward.
have a question, though.
Litigating something from 77 years ago is not going to stop
But I have a
what's
question.
happening
If
in
it's
Gaza.
not addressed, that pain that has happened, that 77 years of what Israel allowed to carry out and is countlessly carrying out in the West Bank, as we saw one day after the United Nations voted to recognize Palestine and update their status, Israel retaliated in building 3,500 settlements in the West Bank by giving an approval. How is that okay? How are we supposed to work with them? And I
By new settlements, she meant new homes.
want you to answer this question, okay? If we do not address the pain of the Nakba and everything that happened, what's stopping Israel from carrying out this? Because they continue to build settlements in defiance of international law. They continue to carry out a genocide in defiance of international law. How are they going to move forward? And please don't bring up Hamas, because in the West Bank, there's not a single Hamas ruins. We know it's the PA.
How? Why? Why the fuck are these people here? Where do they come from? The fuck?
That's inaccurate. Actually, Hamas is very active.
It's always default. I would really love to have a productive combo.
But I mean, I agree. Like, I'm just saying, to help your talking points be better, just don't bring up the like no Hamas in the West Bank. Like, let's retire that. Let's retire that. There is some.
Okay, sure, but I'm giving you. Let's grant you fiat.
Yes.
But let's look at the PA who's running it and governing it. But so can you
I want
please?
a cohesive Palestinian, compelling national project that compels the international community, the United States, and Israel and the Arabs to say, this is our plan for how we're going to live in peace on our land.
What does peace look like? Because your peace looks different.
Peace doesn't look like launching October 7th, the worst single day attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust.
Can I please finish my point, please? Because I want to talk about my peace is not giving my land over to the people who have consistently occupied and then continue to build.
So yeah, I agree. It's just like all this language makes it so difficult to have a conversation. Because whenever she says occupied, illegally occupied, you know full well she means the entire country. So it's like, yeah, you want to just fight until you got the entire land back. It's like, good luck. Just you don't want the conflict to end then. You don't want it to end. You like it.
You've been
That's
voted
fine.
out.
Thank
Please
you.
return to your seat.
Hi, doctor. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Hey,
So
what?
let me start by saying, I never met you before, and I never heard about you before. It's my first time to see you and talk to you. People told me who you are before we started.
Let's go. This
I don't
guy's
think
about
you're a
to
traitor.
launch a fucking
I don't think
weapon.
you're a Zionist, but I think you're, sorry for saying that, delusional. When
Hey,
you
let's
are
go.
assuming that you can sit down with such an aggressive government and saying they are willing to accept my existence. As a Palestinian, I have several points that I agree with you on. I don't like the fact that some of the protesters, again, a fringe, who used bad words and harmed the cause of Palestine. And I personally spoke to them and I said, that's not allowed. You're not allowed to do any graffiti on the walls of the schools. You're not allowed to say anything that's anti-Semitic. We agree on that. We also agree that Palestinians, good percentage of them, don't mind having a two-state solution, living side by side by the Israelis. We have that. The problem, it's not us who's rejecting this. It's not us who are building settlements and creating the West Bank into a Swiss cheese form where people in Bethlehem, my own town, young men cannot travel more than 2 miles away from their homes without a checkpoint. If they have to go to a Ramallah or another city, they have to go through a valley called Wadi Nar, which is a very, very scary drive in the mountains and the hills. And the half an hour, 45-minute trip will take them 4 hours to go around. It's not us who are rejecting the peace. It's not us who are rejecting it. I don't like the fact that whoever's trying to promote that this is the moderate view and this is the extremist view. We are not extremists. We are trying to bring our people to a very peaceful, civilized status, living circumstances where they have all their civil rights, human rights. We don't mind side by side by the Jewish community, but it cannot be an apartheid. I cannot have a drip of water once a week and my next door settlement are swimming in pools every day. We cannot have that. We cannot have the fact that I don't have the right to vote or say anything in the West Bank for my own rights and my own future, while the Israelis are living with complete democracy and freedom of speech. So that's what we agreed upon.
I appreciate you sharing and highlighting the points of agreements because that's
Oh god, it sounds so. I feel like when he keeps repeating it, it sounds like almost like a script. That's weird. Whoop. Whoop. Jeremy Scahill. Scale? I don't know. 1 minute 15.
7th was what happened on October 7th was in the context of Palestinian resistance utterly spectacular. Whatever you think about the actions, who was killed, how they were killed on October 7th, what they managed to do was a total shock to the system, the national security system of Israel. They were able to breach multiple Israeli military facilities and with almost no resistance whatsoever, and come away with upwards of 250 captives, including many dozens of
Right. You guys are kind of fucking stupid, so you're probably not going to like what I have to say, but like in theory, there'd be nothing wrong with saying this. Like, you can talk about military achievements. People do it with like bad regimes all the time, like Nazis and shit. That would normally be the case. The problem is that this guy literally is like part of an organization now that is just a mouthpiece for like Al Jazeera and fucking pro Hamas dipshits in Gaza. Like, it's so fuck.
Israeli soldiers, not to mention
Yeah, don't ask it. Imagine you said the same thing about the beeper. These guys would be fucking mauling Operation Grim Beeper. These guys would be fucking screaming.
Computer hard drives, papers, and other intelligence from these Israeli bases and bring them back into Gaza with them. It was the most stunning and successful attack that any Palestinian resistance forces have ever launched against the state of Israel. And it was all planned in total secrecy, using weapons that were overwhelmingly manufactured in the tunnels underneath Gaza.
Hey folks, don't forget. I don't know if that part is true. I think Iran gave them a lot of parts and then they would put them together afterwards, but yeah, I don't know if it's like the majority or whatever. I thought it was mostly Iranian and Russian shit, or mostly Iranian. Sophie, thanks to the 249. Majority report is just a rage bait. Facts. Right. Let's go. Come on. Oh, he's level 53. He's fine. He's on it. What if he what if he's fucking griefing me though? Oh no.
That's what's critical. That's what I am interested in this from the point of what is going to move the needle for our community on the land and here in the diaspora. What I would offer is that there are differences between Gaza and the West Bank, such that Gaza, for example.
And they wanted it to be that way. But they intentionally made it trying to create two separate countries.
But I would say before we can get to a place where we can have that cohesive national structure.
Was it really planned in total secrecy? Yes, as far as I know, only even a lot of the Nukba fighters who were there on the day didn't actually know they were doing it until like a few fucking hours earlier. Yeah. Oh wait, what the fuck? Why can't I not start the...
How you doing, man? See ya later.
Oops. Trigger. Wait, why is this thing not starting? What the fuck? No. No, okay. Incoming guerrillas, let's go.
Make a compelling case on college campuses, before the United States, before Congress, before the UN, before social media and mainstream media and everywhere. We have to clean house. Some people look at cleaning house, unfortunately and very sadly, as we have to enforce conformity so that we're all behind the resistance.
I disagree. No, I don't think that's very few. You're right.
But my version of
I hope you're not doing the same. I hope, because that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to create conformity that all of us have to agree with you.
No. I'm saying, can we please just agree that I don't want to replace Israel's occupation with an ISIS-like government.
Nobody
Hamas.
wants that.
ISIS and Hamas.
Nor like an Assad regime system like what we have in West Bank.
Or Ba'athist regime.
We don't need that.
You think Abbas is like
the
Palestinian Authority.
The reality of the matter, Ahmed, is that the Israeli government, that's what they want. They want a dictatorship.
And our folks are
okay, then do nothing. Then okay, if the Israelis are so fucking intransigent and there's nothing you can do to make peace with them, just do nothing then. Because either that or you just keep fighting and then like until what? Until you die. It's so it's so fucking weird. Like this kind of insistence that like nothing can change. Whoa! I just attracted a lot of gorillas on me. Yeah, I've got my vanish, it's fine. We're fine. We're fucking Gucci. Easy. No problem. I need to really get auto attack on my thing.
Our leaders
Loner versus 100
are allowing
gorillas.
that, and unfortunately,
True.
some of our misinformed
Facts.
folks with the sloganeering and being misinformed from the very like dense details, they're not informed enough to understand that. So for me, I'm starting brick by brick. I want to start with
So
Gaza.
can you start with this brick? Can you acknowledge there's a
Blockhead.
brutal occupation of Palestinians in Palestine since 1948? Can you acknowledge there's a brutal killing and persecution of people in Gaza and the West Bank before October 11? Can you acknowledge that? Can you just say that to us? So
yes,
Okay,
yes,
just
I have
say it.
said that. In my bio
Not a single
again,
time today. Not
because-
I don't read your bio. I never read
Okay.
it. I want you to tell me rights.
I'm anti-occupation. Here's how I define myself. I'm pro-Palestine, anti-Hamas, anti-occupation, pro-peace and coexistence.
You didn't say anti-Israel, anti-Israeli occupation. Why won't you say that?
Anti-occupation is a given. Who's doing
Say
the
the word.
occupation? Who's
Are you
doing, who's
afraid
doing
of
the,
saying-
Of course
Are you
it's
afraid-
Israel.
So fucking retarded, man. Oh god. I feel like these conversations are making me say that word more often now. I don't know how else to describe it, bro. Yeah, what? So in his view, Israel cannot exist without being an occupation, because he wants it all. Just say, yeah, I want it all. River to the sea, river to the sea are 2 states. Just fight over that. Fuck's sake. Ugh.
Israel
to
that's
say-
doing the
okay,
occupation.
say it.
Of course.
Okay, let us- let's be
but
pr-
this is a form of purity. Like
that's what you're doing.
Like, say it. You're like
You're-
say it.
you're
Also,
doing-
like, it's not about purity. It's not, because actually what he's saying is not pure at all. Why is it purity to be like, I want all the land and I'm just willing to fucking fight forever until Israel gives up? Like that's not purity. It's like, that's not like morally better or anything. It seems like, because when people say purity testing and when Ahmed talks the way he does, it sounds like he's saying that like this guy's demands are legitimate. They're just not reasonable. They're just not practical. But that's not really true. You shouldn't really see that. Like, it's not a legitimate ask to say that the entire fucking state of Israel should be abolished. It's kind of dumb.
Every interview that we did, the first thing they question: do you condemn? Do you condemn? Do you condemn? That's what you're trying to do to us here.
That's because I believe that Hamas, unfortunately, for the people of Gaza, is an existential threat to our very survival. They
you
are
have
handing us.
you have the right to have your opinion, but some people don't see that as well. They see it as a natural outcome of a brutal occupation and 16 years of siege against the people of Gaza. That's how people see it. So if you are trying to diminish the concerns of the Palestinians by just keep saying that over and over and over again. I work with Congress people. I deal with elected officials, and I know what you're trying to do, but let's try to be a little bit realistic. By just putting the blame only on Gazans, only on Palestinians, that's 50 or 100,000 people died because of them. It's not acceptable.
All right, guys, that's time. That's time. Please return to your
Thank you.
seats.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, let's do this gentleman here. William, I choose to have an extended conversation with you because you are from Gaza, and though I fundamentally disagreed with a lot of your views, I feel
I think that would be
strongly.
a good conversation, but I just can't. I don't know. It's like, for a dude from Bethlehem, he wasn't as bad as I thought. You know, yeah, that was cringe. That was just watching him offer himself up as a sacrificial lamb to a bunch of fucking wankers. Okay, fuck that. I want IDF propaganda now. Come on, set me straight. Give us some memes. Apparently, this is the tunnel below the European hospital. This is where they claim to have found Mohammed Sinwar's body today. Not even any audio. Hell yes. Give us the shittest propaganda I've ever seen. Thank you. Ooh, wow. Hell yeah. Ugh. That's a tunnel, all right. If I ever saw one. What would your topic be? My topic would be that this is dumb. You cannot tunnel your way to glory. You don't got to be Stonewall Jackson to know that you don't want to fight in a tunnel. That's my first contention. This is American taxpayer money going to this quality of production. Not even any music, voiceover. Whoa, dude, that's some sick piece of tunnel. Whoa. Is that much structural support necessary? I mean, these aren't just tunnels, right? These are bomb shelters. They're supposed to sustain heavy bombs. So yes, I think it probably is necessary. Terrorist! Look at him! Terrorist! Guys, that's a terrorist over there. Look at him. Check him out. He looks pretty fucked up, actually. He looks like he's... Did they shoot him down there, or did he suffocate? Is one of the... Oh, it's a body. Okay, so they went in to get the... Jesus. There it is, eh? Pretty nice looking man cave. That's a pretty sophisticated tunnel, dude. Fuck. They died from suffocation. Rip. Where is the goddamn... This is the flotilla. Apparently the flotilla people that Greta Thunberg's with are scrapping with the IDF now.
They are here. We're getting ready.
Okay, guys, we have a boat. Please come.
They are here. Go. Everyone sit down. Everyone go to your places. Take position. There's a boat arriving right there. It's right there. It's right there.
Okay. That's one. This is two.
Oh, come on, please. The IOF is here right now. Please sound the alarm. We are being surrounded by their boats. Yes, this is an interception. A war crime is happening right now. Please sound the alarm.
Okay, that sounds fun. Sounds like a good meme. They nuked Greta. Considering the IDF record with autistic kids. Jesus Christ. Well, I hope it's all very peaceful. Preston Stewart video, deadly week for Israel.
This has been one of the deadliest weeks for Israeli forces in Gaza in more than a year, as the IDF advances from multiple directions and Hamas digs in.
Fucking tigers.
At this point, there's no indication of a peace deal coming anytime soon. So let's get into what we know. Starting out with an overview map here. This was released by the IDF spokesperson, Brigadier General Defrin, earlier this week, and it gives an idea of where the 5 different IDF divisions are currently operating inside of the Gaza Strip. According to this map here, we have the Gaza Division operating in the Rafah area, the southern portion of the Strip. The 36th and 98th Divisions are pushing into Khan Yunis from the south and the east, where there's been some pretty significant fighting in recent days. The 252nd is operating in Gaza City in the Netzarim corridor. And the 162nd is fighting Hamas in Gaza's north, another area that has seen a significant uptick in Hamas attacks and violence just in the last couple days. According to a statement from the IDF Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Zamir, earlier this week, he said, quote, "We are in the midst of a powerful and relentless operation. Thanks to you, Hamas is losing control. We eliminated the mass murderer Mohammed Sinwar, and to all of the other murderers of October 7th, we are sending a clear message. Your day will come." Now, again, we are seeing the IDF advance from multiple directions, closing in on some of these Hamas strongholds, areas that the IDF has not operated in previously or had limited control during earlier phases of this war. And we've seen continued pushes from the IDF, evacuation orders for the Palestinian civilians to move them to smaller and smaller areas of the Strip as the IDF goes in to clear some of these additional locations. Now, that has led to a significant uptick in direct engagements between the IDF and Hamas in recent days. Prior to the last couple weeks, it was relatively standoffish. We saw the IDF push into some areas on the outskirts of the Gaza Strip, but as they move further and further in, we're seeing direct engagements not just released by the IDF, but also some footage from Hamas. We'll play some of it in today's video. And then in line with that, as you would expect, unfortunately, a rise in casualties. So on June 3rd, the IDF put out a statement that 3 soldiers were killed in an attack. They say the Hamas terrorists set out from a tunnel shaft in a building and planted the explosive devices, not dissimilar to the video being shown here. This is an active tunnel that is used for terror. The entrance to the tunnel is located inside of a destroyed building close to a route. Nearly every other building is booby-trapped and contains a tunnel entrance. We're demolishing these homes not for the sake of destroying. Every building that is destroyed poses an operational threat and could harm our forces. And I want you to keep that in mind as we get into this second significant incident this week on June 6th, where 4 Israeli soldiers were killed and 5 wounded. And this is one of the significant challenges as they continue to clear Hamas from Gaza is the booby-trapped buildings, the booby-trapped tunnels, and in turn, you're seeing more and more that the IDF is resorting to just leveling buildings rather than risking soldiers going in and clearing them out one by one. So on June 6th, 4 Israeli soldiers were killed and 5 wounded by an explosion in a building in Khan Yunis. They say, according to the IDF probe, the soldiers entered the building to clear it of possible terror infrastructure, including tunnels. The building was booby-trapped, and the explosion caused the structure to collapse on the soldiers, killing 4 and wounding 5 others, including 1 seriously. Now, we've talked about this in recent videos and shown some of the Hamas footage of the tactics they are using here, and we're seeing it more and more, where they lure in the IDF, oftentimes firing small arms in their general direction. The Israeli forces then move towards that location to try to clear it of the Hamas fighters and or identify a tunnel entrance that they can destroy. Maybe seal that piece up or even move down to interrogate that tunnel. Maybe there's hostages down there, maybe there's Hamas fighters down there, or anything else. And the general tactic that we've seen used by the...
How much of the IDF is informed by USA military tactics? I think it's... what's the word when they both influence each other? Is it symbiotic? Or is that not even close? I think they affect each other because... One of the big reasons that America stays friends with Israel is because they learn a lot about counter-terror shit from the IDF. But there's definitely like a lot of intel and military sharing that goes on. Say obviously if like America has like a weapon or a weapon system or something like that, then they obviously a good place for them to test it is Israel, because Israel's always fighting with someone, right? So, yeah. But I don't know how much the IDF takes from America. I'm not actually sure.
The IDF is they first send in a drone to these buildings. They're not caught off guard when these buildings detonate anymore. But the IED war in this conflict is just a game of cat and mouse. So what we've seen over time is that the IDF has adapted. They're no longer just rushing into buildings, and they haven't been for some time. They're first sending in drones. We'll play a clip here showing how this works in a warehouse attack that took place a couple weeks ago. You see the drone come in, search the immediate vicinity for clear signs of Hamas militants and or explosive charges. Hard to find those with a drone. So
this
second,
is with
you
drone
send in
and a dog, and it still blows up because in this video there's an explosion, like there's a booby trap
and a dog
or a detonator
sniffing for
device.
explosive devices. The dogs have a lot of capability, but they can't get everything. And in this case, for instance, we see the cameras up high. It's not clear where the explosive charges are. But it would be hard for the dog to identify charges on, say, the second story of a building when they're still on the first story. So the dog comes in, searches the area, and then last, the soldiers come in to interrogate the facility. Now, in this video here, again, from a couple weeks ago in a warehouse facility, we're not clear of the casualties in this incident. You can see that Hamas is using a backup camera to identify when the soldiers are in the building. They then detonate the charge, collapsing the building, allegedly, on top of the Israeli soldiers there. This is a common tactic being used more and more throughout the Gaza Strip. We're seeing kind of modifications to the tactics for Hamas to keep this as a deadly option in their arsenal. But in turn, the result, and it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out, is if you go into a couple different buildings and they blow up, how many do you need to go into before you say, don't go into that next one? We just have to assume at this point that there are explosive charges in there, drop the thing from the outside, level it. And that's largely what we're seeing in certain areas of the Strip, especially down in Rafah, where some IDF sources have said that every single building in that area has been rigged with booby traps. Now, on top of that, the IDF put out some interesting footage yesterday that we're going to run through here, saying they uncovered a tunnel beneath a European hospital in Khan Yunis, where the group's leader, Mohammed Sinwar, was killed in a strike back on May 13th. Now, we still don't have Sinwar's body technically confirmed. Some Palestinian channels are putting out that he's alive and well, and there's no issue here, whereas the IDF has said that they have him, and they're doing some testing to make sure it's him. Nonetheless, those claims continue to go back and forth. But moving back to this underground, to this tunnel network here, the IDF says in a special operation carried out by the military in Shin Bet, troops reached the underground facility in recent days where they located the bodies of several terror operatives. The remains are still being identified, though the military believes that among them is the body of Sinwar. The military says the tunnel featured command and control rooms, weapons, and other intelligence materials. The IDF says the tunnel reached is directly beneath the European hospital in Khan Yunis and was built by Hamas. So let's go ahead and pull that video up here and run through it, because there's a couple of different aspects that I want to talk through that are getting a lot of attention right now, understandably so. So starting here on ground level, we've got the European hospital. So they're inside of the compound of the hospital on both sides here. This looks to be some sort of exhaust vent or something. There's no access point here, right? There's no ladder. Hamas is not diving down this thing head first. That, I'm going to pause real quick. That right there has caught some pushback, where there's this jump cut from this ventilation shaft or whatever that might be, all the way to, and you blink and all of a sudden you're down underground in this tunnel network. All right, I stand corrected. Looks like Israel saw some of those complaints and just a few moments ago released this footage showing the uncut. Right, we've got a drone on the outside of the hospital. There's the emergency room.
Why do they show clipped footage and then show the full thing afterwards? Is it? I don't know why they do that. Is it to bait people, to be like, look, when you think you've caught something, you actually have it? I don't even know.
Straight down into the tunnel networks.
Oh yeah, look at that. What the fuck?
So
look at
there,
it.
problem solved. It's the tunnel underneath the hospital. I guess should be good enough now. But nonetheless, pretty similar to a lot of the tunnels we've seen in recent clips. Clearly, this one's been used recently. You got weapons on the wall. Don't see a lot of those in recent tunnels. A lot of the times, Hamas has moved on pretty rapidly, and there's not this degree of supplies. But nonetheless, this is the most recent footage put out by the IDF.
This one's pretty well stocked, isn't it? It's got lots of shit in here. Little man cave. Wouldn't actually mind living in one of those. Seems cozy.
Showing the tunnel network directly under the European hospital in the Gaza Strip. So the takeaway from this hospital footage, or allegedly this is coming from underneath the hospital, a lot of the tunnels that we saw in other portions of the Strip, Hamas had left long ago, and there was nothing there. So when they get into a facility and they actually start to find fans and computers and weapons left behind, uniforms, things like that, it means that Hamas has been down there relatively recently. Yeah. And that is in line with what the IDF said in this case, where they identified bodies in that underground facility. Now, as the IDF continues these pushes across the Gaza Strip, they have been able to recover a handful of the bodies of hostages that were taken on October 7th. Two of those shown here was Judy Weinstein Haggai, 70 years old, and Gadi Haggai, 72 years old. These two were killed on October 7th, 2023, when the Palestinian Mujahideen organization, so Hamas-affiliated group.
Didn't they say that their leader's been killed as well now? The Mujahideen brigades? How big are they? I'd never heard of them until like a couple of months ago. But
killed them in Israel during the course of that attack and moved their bodies back into Gaza. The Israeli Army radio network reported that the relevant intelligence here was gained via the interrogation of terrorists who were taken prisoner during military operations in Gaza. So that is something I would expect that we're going to see more and more, is intelligence-driven operations, talking to people that they just pull off the battlefield, or in that most recent video underneath the hospital, uncovering any sort of relevant intelligence materials and using those to continue operations and push into areas where Hamas, or in this case, the Palestinian Mujahideen group, is still operating. Now, a similar note that came out at the same time, but I didn't see it directly related, but you have to assume that it is the leader of this organization was killed in an IDF operation around the same time. So the IDF and ISA put out a statement saying that Assad Abu Sharia was killed this last week in Gaza City. He's the head of the Mujahideen terrorist organization. They say he was instrumental in carrying out the attack into Israel on October 7th. And in addition to killing and taking Judy and Gadi, as mentioned a moment ago, they say he was also directly involved in the abduction and murder of Shiri, Ariel, and Kfir Bibas.
Yep.
So again, I think it's worth reiterating every so often that it's not just Hamas operating in the Gaza Strip. There's a significant number of kind of affiliated groups. The second largest would be the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. A lot of their leaders have been killed in recent weeks and months. But there are some other organizations there as well that, by and large, have been operating pretty uniformly under Hamas since the war began. We've not seen a lot of diversion between those groups. Now, as the IDF is pushing throughout the Gaza Strip, we're starting to see more messages from Hamas kind of threatening them, saying, do not continue these operations or else. And the or else is suggesting that they might kill the hostages if Israel pushes any further. Just yesterday, Hamas released this graphic here saying, quote, the occupation forces are besieging a place where the Zionist prisoner Matan Zangalkar, my apologies in the pronunciation, is being held. We categorically affirm that the enemy will not be able to recover him alive. If this prisoner is killed during an attempt to free him, the occupation army will be the one responsible for his death.
Oh, shit.
Now, look, no doubt, hostage rescue is an incredibly risky operation, and hostages can very easily be killed in the course of that operation. But the way that Hamas phrased this, that is just overtly saying, if you come down here, he's going to die. I mean, they just clear as day say you will not be able to recover him alive. Not, it could be challenging, not be careful, you're getting closer. And we heard that earlier in the war, where as bombings were taking place, you would occasionally see Hamas put out a statement and say, hey, Israel's actually bombing really close to some of the hostages. And you kind of had to interpret that a couple different ways. Were they genuinely concerned? Because remember, the hostages are a big bargaining chip for Hamas. Or were those airstrikes hitting maybe a little too close to sensitive targets or senior leadership figures? In this case, they're not even saying, wait a minute, you're getting close. They're saying he's going to be dead if you continue pushing in this certain direction. Now, I do want to talk about the aid situation in Gaza, because this has been so confusing and complex for anybody trying to keep up with it.
Oh, he made a video on this. I might be quite curious to see what he has to say about this.
I understand if the nature of this reporting in recent days and weeks has caused people to just say, I'm not going to pay attention anymore. It's too hard to keep up. I get it, because we're watching, very well-respected journalists and news organizations get drugged over reporting something too early or too late, or leaving out a word or adding a word unintentionally or intentionally. It's been chaos. But we're going to get into this here briefly, especially around the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. And something I want everybody to keep in mind when we're talking about this is we often hear about the concern of aid being weaponized. And you'll hear a lot of Israeli supporters say, why on earth would we be supporting and supplying our enemy? Who in the history of warfare provides aid to their adversary in the middle of a fight? And I think that oversimplifies things, because that gives us the image in our mind that, say, an aid package goes into the Gaza Strip and it goes to Hamas fighters in a tunnel. So instead of the civilians eating or getting the medical aid, you've got these fighters down in a tunnel eating that food to stay alive, drinking that water to stay alive, and using those medical supplies to patch up their fighters. And while, yes, no doubt that has happened to a degree, a better way to view this is viewing the aid that is coming in as a form of currency. That aid can allow Hamas to influence the population however they see fit. Again, remember, in the areas of the Gaza Strip that Israel does not control, the armed faction in control there is Hamas. So there's no doubt people inside of the Gaza Strip in need of aid. There's just no way that in the middle of a war zone, with the entrances controlled, if not sealed, that there are people in certain areas that have a shortage of food and have a shortage of medicine, a shortage of access to some of those things. No doubt. When it moves in there, how easy would it be for Hamas in any one of these instances, and we've seen reports of this, to simply say, only the people we want get the aid, or to get the aid you have to do this, or if we think that maybe you have been providing intelligence to the IDF about the location of hostages, your family doesn't get aid. It allows them to exert a significant amount of influence over the population. Or how about this? If you want to receive aid, you need to stay in this area, and that area might be in and around a Hamas headquarters, and they know the IDF won't move in there while there's so many civilians.
Isn't Hamas, haven't they actually been a distributor of aid as well? Because I'd have thought if they're the government of some of like parts of Gaza where the IDF aren't operating, then that would mean that Hamas are actually the ones who are tasked with distributing aid. That's the bit I never got before. Because if that's the case, it wouldn't necessarily be them stealing aid. It would be them like misappropriating, as in they get it and then use it to extort people, even though they haven't stolen it, because it was going to go to them anyway for distribution. Maybe.
Simple, right? It's not that hard to see how this aid could be utilized, weaponized as a form of warfare. So that's something to keep in mind when we get into these aid deliveries, which is the specific reason that this Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was stood up, or the stated reason, was to bypass Hamas, give it directly to the people, and do not allow Hamas any control over where, how it's distributed. Now, something as this Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is stood up, because there is a U.S. security aspect to this. This is a U.S. foundation. It's backed by the U.S. and Israeli government. And there's a U.S. security company providing security on the ground. It's not clear if those personnel are American or if they were just hired by American. Okay, so I want to make sure that's clear. But we're starting to see more and more media come out in some Palestinian channels. I'm going to highlight the one here from Gaza Now, where they said just earlier today, U.S. forces in Neztarim, central Gaza, opened fire and used pepper gas against Palestinian civilians waiting for aid, killing and wounding women and children. We are going to see an uptick, I have no doubt, in claims.
Edgar Bond, thanks for the 15 shekels. Their tactics may make Israelis more zealous, less compromising. If isolation is the goal, Israel might just expel Arabs isolated either way, then what? I don't even know if that... Yeah, maybe. I feel like Israelis would radicalize quite a lot. But it doesn't matter to them because they think Israelis are already fucking Nazis, so... Shit. Brett Feinbaum, thanks for the $5. Thank you for all you do, Learnerbox. Maybe you can get Ahmed on a call to give some debate coaching. I think he's doing pretty well as a non-debate bro. Yeah, who knows. Clay, thanks for the $1. And Dingus McBingus, thanks for the $5. Teuton, please, I have to know, do you have a broccoli zoomer haircut? Please, bro, it's killing me. I don't think he does. He doesn't sound like he does. Hummers, thanks for the $5. Confused that the joking about Ahmed and Israeli being focused on what Israelis can do to make a difference, I feel would be applauded. Yeah, but he's that's why Ahmed's applauded by by Israelis, not by Palestinians. Yeah. Ben, thanks for 25 PLNs. Tristan Jones, thanks for $2. Why did you ban my main coding Jesus from chat? I think it's because you were saying some unhinged shit, but if you want to dispute it, you can let me know. Master of Darkness, thanks for $5. You guys were donating quite a bit. I didn't see most of these. I like to hear the things you have to say. I am new to all this stuff, and it's nice to hear level-headed commentary on this topic for once. Whoa, thanks, bro. Really appreciate that. Wow, thanks, guys. Thank you. Start a new goal for 1 hour. Last goal. Did Coding Jesus ever get in call? I don't think he did.
Claims that American forces are the ones killing Palestinians. Because, and they're probably not wrong in this assessment, that is going to spark something in the United States more than it does in Israel. So when that news comes out, again, I think a lot of people have kind of just stopped paying attention to this because it's so confusing and hard to keep up with what's actually happening. And when they say, hey, the IDF, we'll get into this in a minute, killed civilians trying to receive aid, I don't know how much that goes over in Israel. And they've been talking about that for years now during the course of this war. But when you swap that out and say it's U.S. forces, Americans pulling the trigger, doing the killing in Gaza, I think it's reaching a different audience, and I think it probably has more impact than we've seen in quite a while. We'll see how that plays out. And I should note that claim is unsubstantiated. There's no evidence to back that up at this point, but that's never stopped anyone from making outrageous claims or individuals from running with them, right? Now, turning to the actual back and forth is probably the best way to put it about shootings at these aid handout locations, which, full stop, if people were ever being lured anywhere to receive aid and then they're open fire on, like, that's awful. There's no scenario where that is a good thing. And that's how it's being presented in some circles, but it's not entirely clear that that's what happened. The Associated Press did a bit of a rundown here where they said, while shootings have been reported near all three distribution hubs, the heaviest occurred Sunday and Tuesday at the Flag Roundabout. The traffic circle is located on the designated route about 1 kilometer northwest of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation's distribution hub in the Tel Al Sultan district of Rafah. The hub is a few hundred meters from an Israeli army base. Witnesses said that in the early hours Sunday, as crowds made their way down the coastal road towards the hub, Israeli troops fired warning shots and made announcements through drones flying overhead, telling them to turn back and return when the hub opened at 5 a.m. By 3 a.m., thousands were massed at the roundabout waiting for the hub to open. This was when Israeli troops started firing with guns, tanks, and drones, 3 Palestinian witnesses said. They said they saw people falling dead or wounded as the crowd scattered for cover. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation said there was no violence in or around their distribution centers and that its personnel have not opened fire. So again, the GHF saying their people haven't opened fire is directly contradictory to the statement made by Gaza Now earlier, but I do think we're going to see that little shift mentioned quite a bit. The IDF denied this and said, hey, we did fire warning shots, but we never opened fire into the crowd. And they did release a video that unfortunately is a little too graphic. You know what? We'll link it in the description below if you want to check it out. A little too graphic for YouTube. But it shows what appear to be Hamas gunmen opening fire near the crowd. I'm sure somebody will say, no, those are actual IDF. They're just not uniformed. They just happen to be wearing Palestinian garb and carrying AKs outside of the security perimeter. I don't know. It looks like Hamas to me, opening fire on the people, which does kind of fit a lot of other reports right now, which is, as we just mentioned, this aid is a tool for Hamas to exert control over the population. If they lose control of that tool, it's one less thing they have, one less form of power
is he talking about?
they have in Gaza.
Wait, I don't know which particular shooting he's talking about. I might have to watch this entire thing again. Sorry, guys.
The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation's distribution hub in the Tel al-Sultan district of Rafah. The hub is a few hundred meters from an Israeli army base. Witnesses said that in the early hours Sunday, as crowds made their way down the coastal road towards the hub, Israeli troops fired warning shots and made announcements through drones flying overhead, telling them to turn back and return when the hub opened at 5 a.m. By 3 a.m., thousands were massed at the roundabout waiting for the hub to open. This was when Israeli troops started firing with guns, tanks, and drones, 3 Palestinian witnesses said. They said they saw people falling dead or wounded as the crowd scattered for cover. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation said there was no violence in or around their distribution centers and that its personnel have not opened fire. So again, the GHF saying their people haven't opened fire is directly contradictory to the statement made by Gaza Now earlier, but I do think we're going to see that little shift mentioned quite a bit.
Okay.
The IDF denied this and said, hey, we did fire warning shots, but we never opened fire into the crowd. And they did release a video that unfortunately is a little too graphic. You know what? We'll link it in the description below if you want to check it out. A little too graphic for YouTube. But it shows what appear to be Hamas gunmen opening fire near the crowd. I'm sure somebody will say, no, those are actual IDF. They're just not uniformed. They just happen to be wearing Palestinian garb and carrying...
Oh, this is a video of Han Yunis, though. This is not a video of the coastal one, the roundabout. I remember this. It's a different video. But it might suggest that Hamas have shown that they're willing to fire at people near aid sites. Is that the idea? Is that the claim?
AKs outside of the security perimeter. I don't know. It looks like Hamas to me, opening fire on the people, which does kind of fit a lot of other reports right now, which is, as we just mentioned, this aid is a tool for Hamas to exert control over the population. If they lose control of that tool, it's one less thing they have, one less form of power they have in Gaza. And that does kind of line up as well with additional intelligence coming out of Israel. They released a statement, the audio, a phone call from a Palestinian this week that said, quote, the people who fired were Hamas terrorists. They don't want the people to receive aid. They want to foil the plan so the aid will go to them, allowing them to steal it. They've gone completely bankrupt. The IDF and Kogat have revealed multiple recordings in which Gazan residents tell an IDF officer about Hamas's attempts to obstruct the distribution of humanitarian aid to the residents of Gaza. They say Hamas is a brutal and murderous terrorist organization who is starving the residents of Gaza. It is doing everything in its power to sabotage the successful distribution of aid in Gaza. And as we kind of wrap up today, I think it's worth just remembering the aid distribution in Gaza is not clear-cut. It's not simple. There are parties inside of Gaza that do not want the people to receive that aid.
It makes sense that Hamas would deprive Gazans of aid. After Farfor, it all makes sense. Thank you, Farfor, for providing me with perspective to guide me through all the events that followed 10 years after the airing of Farfor. Farfor is my guiding beacon. Would Hamas do this? Yeah, have you seen Farfor? It's kind of like an infallible response, isn't it?
It is their best interest if A, the aid doesn't come, or B, if it does, it only goes through
Oh, I thought I was crashing
Hamas
there.
channels.
Fuck.
So just approach a lot of the reporting around the humanitarian aid situation with caution. I would urge people to take a breath when you see a crazy report come out. Give it a minute, give it a couple hours, maybe even give it a day before really coming to a determination as to what played out, because we're seeing directly contradictory reporting day.
Hey, thank you for the $5 super chat, Burry. Keep up the great work. Cheers from Newfoundland. Newfoundland, that's a weird place, isn't it? Fucking hippies. They're not actually hippies. They're like
day in and day out, specifically
people with funny
around
accents.
this aid situation. But that's all I got for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see y'all next time.
There's a... Huh. They released a statement saying they'd punish anyone getting aid. Yeah, I believe they did say
Seventh
that.
was in the context of Palestinian resistance.
Fuck off. What's happened with LA? Is there civil war now? Supposedly the flotilla radios are being jammed. Oh, no, 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 no. Bro, I don't know if Greta is really equipped to take on the IDF. I don't know. It's just Ryan Macbeth video about Vietnam and China. Where are they?
What
raised?
does victory look like in a war against China? America will
question.
likely be at war with the People's Republic of China sometime around 2027 or 2028, at
Wow.
least according to Xi Jinping.
Okay, so I don't have to read about China for at least a couple of years. 1 year. Then we'll start deep diving China. Okay, that's good.
The president of China, who has told his troops to be ready to invade Taiwan in that time frame. America's recent conflicts in places like Iraq, Afghanistan, and elsewhere have pointed to a need to reconsider our approaches to fighting well-organized and determined adversaries. The American war in Vietnam was a 20-year conflict that visited traumas upon Americans, Vietnamese, Laotian, and Cambodian peoples. During this 20-year conflict, the U.S., along with its allies, struggled to handle an ever-growing conflict in Southeast Asia, which was highly influenced by a global conflict to contain the spread of communism. Well, the Vietnam War has become a grab bag for political and military failures and quagmires. It offers some important lessons in fighting determined enemies on their home turf, even in our high-tech world. And if we're being honest here, the war with China is going to be the defining conflict of the 21st century, much like Vietnam was for the 20th century. To win this war with China, we need a good deal of ingenuity, we need to learn from the lessons of the past, and we need to know what win actually means. Now, this video is available on my Substack for paid members with no ads, along with a slide deck so you can teach this class to your soldiers, sailors, or
Okay.
Marines. If you have a .mil email address and you want me to send you this video so you can show it to your soldiers with no ads, send me an email. I'll get you an offline copy. I only ask for credit. Ditto the slide deck, but my Substack's only like $5 a month. All right, I keep the price low so people in the military can afford it. But since a lot of you aren't subscribed to my Substack, let me talk about Ground News. Father's
Ground
Day is
News,
right
yeah,
around the
let's
corner.
go.
What do you give the dad who's misinformed? Same thing I gave my dad, Ground News. Ground News is a news aggregator. It lets you see how the left, the center, and the
boss.
right is covering stories. And Ground News not only tells you which way your news source leans, but also who owns it and the average factuality rating of the publication. Does this sound useful to your dad yet? I actually pay for Ground News. They don't give it to me for free, and reading it has become part of my morning routine.
Whoa,
And
shit.
this blind spot report is super useful because it lets you see.
Okay, I need to handle this giant. I need to kite him. No problemo, boys. Let's go. Give me 2 crippling poisons. I need to do 50% of the damage. Okay. No problem. I can take him. Don't die, boys. Don't die. I have to take him to the guards, and the guards will fuck him up. Okay. Big easy. Fucking hit. There we go. Okay, get me out of this water. Quick. Alright, we're fine. Ooh. Gouge. Nice. Tight. Lock in, boys. Look, he's so fucked. Look at this lummox. Gouge. Huh. Let's do a stun and a bit of an unload, shall we? Huh. Ooh. Huh. He's already tanking the fuck out of me. He's already clapping me so hard. Gouge. Gouge. Okay, let's go. Let's go for a little ride, buddy. Okay, this might be quite difficult because my health is a bit precarious. Got my bandage used. Gouge. Okay. I'll stun him again, slow him. It'll be fine. After this, I just need to run. Once he's almost half, I need to get him to half and then just focus on running. Okay, I've got sprint for an escape if I get stuck. Okay, gouge again. Oh! Fucking get out of it! He's whacking me up. Go back. Gouge. Another dodge. Okay, good. Fucking slowed him. Good, 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 good. Okay. We can probably blind him for another bandage, I think. Yeah, let's blind him. Stay above board, boys. Stay above board. Is he pretty much half health now? Well, he will be when the guards fuck him up. Okay. Quick! Gouge! Okay, come on. Come on, big fat man. He's under half health. Okay, we're fine. Whoop. Okay, some buccaneers. They're high level-ish. They're mid-level. Ooh. Okay, gouge. Don't tag mobs, please. Fucking fuck you. Oh! Whoa! Fuck that. Pff, fuck's sake. Too precarious. I had health and I had stun. Such a pain in the ass. It's so unpredictable. He had a crit swing. So he missed my gouge and my kidney shot. Fucking hell, man. Jesus. See if I can get a group. Fuck. Like, I can do it. It's not... I don't think I would die. Well, I don't have any potions now, so fuck that. Not doing it. Not worth.
These stories that you or your dad may have missed due to personal biases. For example,
Personal
the
biases.
price of eggs has dropped 61%
Oh, I had this,
since Trump took
armor
office.
potion.
If you lean left, you probably haven't heard that story. Or did you know that Trump's proposed military/birthday parade can cause up to $16 million in damage in Washington, D.C. streets? I live here. You know? But if you lead right, you probably didn't hear about that. So click the link in the description below or go to ground.news/Ryan to get 40% off the Vantage plan, which is the same plan I got myself and my dad. It is the perfect Father's Day gift. One of the lasting legacies of the Vietnam War is that it was a tech-driven conflict. During the war, the U.S. implemented a wide variety of technological and scientific solutions to break the enemies of South Vietnam. These included early drones, massive electronic border fences, using acoustic sensors, early machine learning computers, and more. The American war effort in Vietnam could be described as having ebbs and flows, with little to tremendous to little support for the military's efforts over 20 years. What most people forget is that Vietnam was a 20-year project for the United States, ending in the fall of Saigon and South Vietnam to the North Vietnamese.
Sure.
Much of what happened in South Vietnam's final days can be explained by my 3L framework: logistics, legitimacy, and longevity. Prior to 1975, the United States military held firm in its support for South Vietnam.
The Navy is telling the flotilla to turn around. The reports the ship has been boarded. Is this all from fucking Twitter memes or what? Where are you getting this? Where are you getting this news? Go in stream suggestions. Oh, Israel Foreign Ministry. The Israeli Navy is currently communicating with the Selfie yacht using an international civilian communication system. The Israeli Navy has instructed the Selfie yacht to change its course due to its approach towards a restricted area. RIP. Fuck that. Fuck that fucking giant, man. I want to kill him. I want to clap him.
Zone of the coast of Gaza is close to naval traffic. The maritime zone of the coast of Gaza is close to naval traffic as part of a legal naval blockade. If you wish to deliver humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip, you are able to do so through the port of Ashdod via the established channels and distribution centers.
Wow. Fucked up. Why the accent? I don't know. I don't know. I guess they just makes them happy.
However, with
the Selfie
changing
yacht
priorities globally and at home, South Vietnam became increasingly less palatable for American politicians and taxpayers.
Yeah.
This meant that the bulk work of Americans just couldn't stand to support North Vietnam, and fewer assets were available to keep the North Vietnamese at bay. The legitimacy of South Vietnam's government also proved to be a sticking point, with plenty of political instability rocking the boat, much to the chagrin of politicians and military brass in D.C. for most of the war.
Fuck's sake.
The longevity piece of my 3L framework played a role here. South Vietnam was never really fully viable without committed long-term U.S. support, and a war-weary American public wanted out. So what does this have to do with China in the 2020s?
What does it have to do?
Well, Vietnam was this spectacular, tech-driven war, and it failed to achieve anything
Spectacular?
meaningful
That means
for
it's-
South Vietnam.
that means you
Well,
like
it's true
it.
that all wars require a good deal of technological and scientific effort behind them, much like our China would be. That's only part of the puzzle.
Oh, they're the
We need to
top.
understand
Fuck.
that fighting
was-
China may require...
That was not an emergency. Why did I make that an emergency? Fuck's sake. Okay. I'm too panicky. And that could get me killed.
us to come up with some really hard answers to some really hard questions. What exactly does victory entail here? Will it mean the downfall of the Chinese Communist Party? Will it mean we hamstring China's military and regional and global ambitions? Does it mean a free and independent Taiwan? One of the biggest failings of modern military conflict is a lack of understanding what victory entails. Is it nation building, containment, something else? For a Viet Cong guerrilla or an NVA regular in the
hard
Vietnam
victory.
War, victory would have been perpetual resistance to American forces patrolling their homeland. But what about Americans? What does victory look like for Americans thousands of miles away from home? That's a great deal more complicated, and it helps to have a tougher conversation of our own time. What will victory against China look like? And more importantly, can we pull it off? While the war in Vietnam has threads reaching back to the First World War and well before, American involvement in former French Indochina began as early as World War II. Officially, Vietnam War, which was never formally declared a war by the U.S. Congress, began in 1955 with limited American military, political, and economic support. With a rise in East-West tensions and the election of John F. Kennedy, the United States ramped up support for Vietnam under well-established communist containment policies. Under Kennedy, the U.S. Department of Defense, still a new department, remember it was formerly the War Department, came under scrutiny, and many policymakers, Kennedy included, suggested a need for reform and new management within the DoD. This is where a rather odd choice for leading the DoD came into the picture. Robert Strange McNamara. You see, McNamara worked at Ford, and he was seen as the ideal candidate for leading reforms within the DoD. McNamara's work at Ford and prior to this during World War II espoused a managerial style supported by statistical analysis and data collection. McNamara's leadership was seen as a way to diminish the influence of conservative, old guard military elites within the DoD who were skeptical of his emphasis on statistical analysis and data collection. The growing tensions between the Soviet Union and the United States, which culminated in crises like the Cuban Missile Crisis, brought McNamara deeper into Kennedy's confidence. Now, during the Cuban Missile Crisis, McNamara and others developed and perfected this new strategic approach known as graduated pressure. Graduated pressure was essentially a communications tool where military force was used to communicate with one's.
Apparently they've been boarded and arrested. What the? You know what? They have a right to do it. It's a right of protest. If they're willing to, face the consequences. Fuck.
Adversary. The idea wasn't about imposing will on the enemy. It was about correcting the behaviors of one's adversaries and to show America's resolve militarily and even politically. McNamara and others saw the Cuban Missile Crisis as a successful case study that justified a wider use of this concept and one that would be used to some effect in Southeast Asia. The problem was that McNamara, along with American politicians and military brass, didn't have an end game for Vietnam or even Southeast Asia. Unlike the Cuban Missile Crisis, there was no clear victory conditions. Sound familiar? And this created the perfect storm. American involvement in Vietnam, as I was saying earlier, began with limited military, political, and economic support. Again, no real endgame in mind here aside from maybe containing communism. As the war grew more intense and global tensions between the Soviets and their allies and the US and its allies rose, Vietnam and really much of Southeast Asia became a battleground for the Cold War. The US government and private and public sector researchers began developing this notion of a limited war to fight off communist aggression. While all-out war at the communist world wasn't necessarily off the table here, American policymakers and war planners saw limited war as an opportunity to secure victory in places like South Vietnam without committing a large amount of personnel and materiel to such a conflict. The idea here was to avoid another Korean War, which was viewed as this colossal military and political failure, and a war that failed to achieve many of its original American objectives. This limited war doctrine, as it's often referred to by historians, offered the U.S. an opportunity to counter communist aggression and avoid being dragged into a prolonged military conflict, at least as the thinking kind of went at the time. These limited conflicts, in theory, would allow the U.S. to secure its interests abroad and still have the strength for potential conflict with, say, the Soviet Union. It also provided the U.S. with an opportunity to conduct anti-communist operations without resorting to using nuclear weapons to secure its objectives. To support these limited war operations, the U.S. government enlisted the help of public and private researchers and institutions developing this collection of technologies that would define the conflict. So napalm, chemical defoliants, data collection systems, early drones, massive electronic border fence powered by acoustic sensors and expensive IBM mainframes and proto-machine learning.
Fucking die.
This combination of American can-doism, scientific and technological developments, and a new emphasis on limited military conflicts pushed the U.S. deeper into the quagmire of Southeast Asia. Now, before I continue here, I want to make something clear. Our work in countries like Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan were noble efforts. Many good people laid down their lives. I don't want that to be lost here. However, we need to fight wars a little smarter so fewer soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardians, and others are lost. The war in Vietnam lacked an understanding of local, regional, and global conflicts, and this cost American blood and treasure. our strategies also showed a real lack of understanding when it came to our adversaries, both regionally and globally. Our war in Vietnam ignored the nationalist fervor of the Vietnamese, underestimated the communist world's support for anti-colonial wars, and hoped to win in the face of mounting evidence that our efforts weren't working, at least in the context of limited war doctrine. We won every single battle against the North Vietnamese army, but we ultimately lost the war. And this is a we situation. Even politicians in D.C. and elsewhere are part of this equation. I think we need to kind of work together to consider why we conduct wars in the first place. Vietnam cost the lives of nearly 70,000 Americans. It doesn't account for those who never came home. The ones who were broken by war, the ones who had to pick up the pieces afterwards. The United States fought all over Southeast Asia for 20 years, achieving very little. We dropped several megatons of conventional explosives and landmines, which surpassed anything that we dropped during World War II, so I guess there's that. But what constituted victory here? That was never really apparent. And the cost to show American resolve reached billions of dollars a year at a time when gas was like a nickel or a dime a gallon. Dr. Sarah Payne of the U.S. Naval War College offers some salient advice here, and I'll paraphrase. There are like 8 billion people in the world. We need to remember that we can overextend ourselves, and we need to be mindful of that. We need to use a combination of alliances and deterrences to keep countries like China and Russia in line. We can't fight everybody, and that's okay. So what does this have to do with fighting China in the 2020s? Well, look, if we're going to fight China in the next big war, we need to consider the victory
so
conditions.
intense. I'm so stressed.
We can't be fighting in a decades-long conflict in the Pacific, hoping some victory will come from on high when it takes us 2 freaking...
Can I just not fight those? That's way too much. That's like... I can sap one, but then... That was like... I don't have potions or anything. Because she's patrolling. Which means I have to sap her and then get her and hope the other one doesn't... Okay. Okay. Well, no, let's get this one now. Okay, come down, come down, come on, come on, come down, come down. Hey, let's go. No, come lower, come lower. Come, 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 come. Get away. There's nowhere to run. There you go. Fuck's sake.
Years to build a destroyer. Instead, we need to ask ourselves, what does victory entail here? And how can we achieve this victory? Is it regime change in China? Is it curtailing Chinese military and political ambitions regionally or globally? Is it maintaining a free and independent state in Taiwan? What exactly are we looking to do here?
Good question.
And that's just as important as having a military ready to fight China, because going in without an end game will spell disaster. China is showing all of her cards to us now. Heck, they're building the landing ships right now. They want to maintain a communist stranglehold over China proper and any regions they deem as theirs. They have a regional and global ambition, economic, military, political. China doesn't want a Western-ruled order led by the United States. It wants something else that is totally unique and theirs to control. So where does that leave us? How do we get ready for the next big fight and win? It starts with defining what win means.
Yeah.
And
that would be handy.
I don't really have an answer to that. But I'll tell you this, as a nation, we better frickin' figure it out.
Better frickin' figure it out.
Hey, I have 2 novels over here. There's The Wind Machine, which is actually about a conflict with China, and the other is The Last Republic.
I'm pretty sure I know what he would say, but I'd like to hear if Ryan Macbeth hasn't already commented on Netanyahu and his fucking total victory mantra and like why he thinks he's doing that. Last time you just cleared the top deck and ran into the captain's quarters. Yeah, but I don't have any vanish, so if that goes wrong, I have nowhere to run to. I would rather have somewhere to run to, personally.
Republic, which is an alternate history, kind of like Man in the High Castle, which imagines a world where the Mormon prophet Brigham Young founds his own country. Both are available on Amazon and Audible. I also have Captain Moroni t-shirts, which is the name of the Deseret Fighter Squadron in the Last Republic. You can get that at bunkerbranding.com. Again, the slides for this video are available at ryanpeth.substack.com for paid members.
So
but again,
there's
if you have
the Sea-Dog and the
the
Swabby.
.mil
Okay,
email address,
Swabby.
email me. I'll get you the slides or the video. Thank you so much for watching.
Wow,
Fuck.
this girl from Watertown sure is cool. Hey kid, what's going on? Think tank! You know, a girl from Watertown is kind of like riding a moped. It's lots of fun till your friends see you on one. What's really cool is a t-shirt or hoodie from Bunker Branding.
Cool, thank you. Oh. This poison is fucking horrible. I hate that I now recognize areas in WoW Classic because I watch so much Loner. Yep. It's okay, we're just chilling now. I'm just gonna vibe. Hello, Speedy Taco.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, how's it going?
Yeah, I wanted to clarify something. I think it was yesterday. You were talking about the shooting at one of the aid centers, and there was kind of a dispute. The IDF said that they weren't even there or something like that. But then the ballistics report came out, and it said that they were shot by a 7.62, which would be consistent with the what is it, the FN mag? That's
Yep. Tank mounted or some shit, right?
Yeah. So, and then someone in your chat said, okay, well, also the AKs use a 7.62, and it's the same bullet. That's not true at all.
Okay.
I'll do an image right now of a 7.62 by 39 bullet versus a 7.62 by 51, which 7.62 by 51 is what Israel would be using,
Right.
and 62 by 39 is what Hamas would be using. Let's see. I'm sending in stream suggestions right now.
And was this, to be clear, was this an Israeli, fuck's sake, these fucking assholes. They're taking my pull. These dicks. I need to go scramble.
Fucking.
No,
Wow,
they got him,
Eric.
that fucking prick. Huh, I got him. I got the pull, yes. Fuck you. He's mine. I don't have health. Okay, I'm in trouble. Fuck. Stun him. If they come back to kill me, that's going to be really, really cringe. Trigger. Okay. Blind. Bandage. Sorry. This is like... I could potentially be so fucked right now. Alright, we'll see. Quick. Just kill him fast, please. Riposte? Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I can't believe they didn't get the pull. Look at them. These fucking losers. Okay, I'm so sorry. Did it. Fuck those fucking pricks. Jesus. Bandits. Did they just leave? Okay. Yeah, sorry, what were you saying? Yeah, so it was definitely Israeli bullets, right?
No. So the report you read said that they were the people that were shot by 7.62. In this conflict, that doesn't mean anything because both sides use 7.62 diameter.
Right.
But it's not the same bullet at all. So a ballistics expert should be able to tell which side it's coming from, because if you look at the picture I just sent you, the bullets are not at all the same.
Okay.
They're a different length, and they are. It's dependent on the which is issued to like which group or whatever, but they're also going to be different grains, so they're going to be different weights. But again, these the thing I sent you is going to be intact bullets that haven't hit anything, so they would deform if they hit soft or hard tissue. But I think and I'm speaking out my ass here a little bit. I think any ballistics expert should be able to know that this bullet from this cartridge will deform this way when it hits a human versus the other one. Yeah. So if you just say 7.62, so it should be IDF, that's meaningless. That doesn't mean
Okay.
anything because both sides use 7.62.
Gotcha.
It's just a different cartridge.
Okay. Well, thanks.
Yeah. All right. See you.
All right. Bye-bye. Ooh. Trying not to shit myself. This has a scroll as well, so I need backspace. Let's get rid of these fucking pages. I don't need this crap. Fuck off. You know what? I'm gonna put that one there. I'm gonna sap this one and kill the mage. Fuck! Good kick! Jesus Christ. I hate the fact that you can target these guys from above the ground. That's really annoying. Gar. Oh shit. Shit. Jubilee trying to rage bait you. Sorry. Bro, I just want to play video games. Fuck. It's been a long day. Ah. Actually, I might watch this video about the 6-Day War. That might be fun. This is for Spider. It's for Spider's research project. 15 minutes. It's really loud. Okay.
This video is sponsored by Skillshare. Learn more about Skillshare and the exclusive offer they have for our viewers at the end of the video. Ever since the Israeli victory during the wars of 1948 and 1956, the Arab coalition, led by Egypt, Syria and Jordan, was eager to change the situation in the region by defeating Israel. Both sides understood that the conflict was far from over and were preparing for the next stage of confrontation. International interference and the inability of the sides to find a settlement made one of the most iconic conflicts of the modern era, the 6-Day War, inevitable. On May 13, 1967, the Soviet Union falsely informed Egypt about the concentration of 11 to 13 brigades of the Israeli Defense Forces with an intent to...
What an incredibly bizarre thing to do. I will never understand why they thought this was a good idea. False intelligence, like... But it seems like it was completely fabricated, like it was based on nothing. Who knows?
Strike Syria. In response, Egypt started concentrating forces along the border with Israel in Sinai, and on May 16th demanded that the UN peacekeeping forces leave the peninsula. At the same time, Israel refused the request of the UN to deploy the UNEF on their side of the border. In the next few days, Egypt, Israel, Jordan and Sudan started mobilization of their forces, Iraq sent expeditionary forces to Jordan, and Saudi Arabia expressed its willingness to participate in military actions. But the turning point, which made the full-scale confrontation inevitable, was the decision of Egypt to block Israeli ships from entering the Straits of Tiran on May 22nd and 23rd. On June 1st, Israel established a national unity government, which on June 4th decided to go to war. The Arab coalition of Egypt, Jordan and Syria had an advantage over Israel in deployed troops, with 240,000 against 100,000, in tanks with 2,504 against 800, and in aircraft with 957 against 300. Israel planned to strike on June 5th with Operation Focus, which aimed to destroy the Egyptian Air Force. Israeli media published false reports claiming Israeli soldiers were on vacation, while their pilots were carrying out training sorties as usual. Their intelligence helped make this training as realistic as possible.
Now, if I remember correctly, I can fight in this room and these two will not come. Is that correct? Do not come. Do not come.
They also damaged the tracking antenna of the US Embassy to prevent the Americans finding out about the operation before the strike took place. The Israeli pilots were informed about the start of the operation only 5 hours in advance. At the same time, the Egyptian air defense system was effectively off on June 5th. Nearly 200 Israeli aircraft attacked 14 Egyptian airfields and caught them absolutely off guard. 338 Egyptian aircraft were destroyed and 100 pilots were killed within 3 hours.
20 seconds.
The Jordanian and Syrian air forces attacked Israel in retaliation at 11 a.m. on June 5th. The response of the Israeli Air Force was to attack their airfields, which led to the destruction of all 28 Jordanian, 53 Syrian and 10 Iraqi planes. Operation Focus was a decisive success. Israel lost only 19 planes in this operation and guaranteed its total air dominance for the rest of the war. The ground war was taking place on 3 fronts: the Sinai Front, the Jordanian Front, and the Syrian Front. On the Sinai Front, the Egyptian forces consisted of 7 divisions, 4 armoured, 2 infantry, and 1 mechanized infantry. Egypt had 100,000 troops and 900 to 950 tanks in the Sinai, so Israel concentrated 3 divisions consisting of 6 armoured, 1 infantry, 1 mechanized infantry and 3 paratrooper brigades for a total of 70,000 men and 700 tanks along this front. Israel's plan was to catch the Egyptians off guard by attacking simultaneously with airstrikes, and attacking through the northern and central routes in the Sinai Peninsula instead of the central and southern routes used during the Sinai War. On the 5th of June at 7:50 a.m., the northernmost Israeli division, consisting of 3 brigades and commanded by Major General Israel Tal, started its advance towards Arish through Gaza with an aim to encircle Khan Yunis, while the paratroopers were ordered to take Rafah. Initially, the Egyptians offered little resistance, since their intelligence concluded that this was a diversion rather than a main attack. However, soon resistance against the 60th Armoured Brigade ramped up. This did not stop the Israeli forces from reaching the Khan Yunis railway junction in 4 hours. Afterwards, the IDF advanced on Sheikh Zayed and defeated fierce Egyptian resistance thanks to air domination. The road to Arish was open, and by 8 a.m. on the 6th of July, elements of the 79th Armoured Battalion and the 7th Brigade entered the suspiciously quiet city. Suddenly, the Egyptians started firing from the balconies and windows, and there was a heavy battle going on for control of the city. The IDF was only able to take full control of the city after reinforcements were sent. The northernmost division then split into 2 parts. One of them continued the advance on the Suez Canal, while the second group turned south and captured Bir Lafan and Jabal Libni. Further south, on the 6th of June, the 14,000-man, 150-tank-strong Israeli 38th Armoured Division under Major General Ariel Sharon was confronted by the Egyptian 2nd Infantry Division under Major General Saadi Naguib, consisting of 16,000 troops and 90 tanks. Israel successfully advanced towards Abu Agela.
Now, is it here or in Suez when Sharon disobeyed orders and pushed his troops way into a fucking position that got a bunch of them killed? Because he pushed farther than he was supposed to. I forgot.
The paratroopers landed behind Egyptian positions and sowed enough confusion to weaken the artillery of the Egyptian defense, which opened the way for the IDF to capture Katef. It was followed by a fierce close tank battle, which ended in an Israeli victory, with 40 Egyptian and 19 Israeli tanks destroyed. The Egyptian forces in Sinai were still largely intact, but their field marshal, Abd el-Hakim Amir, panicked and ordered the retreat of all units from Sinai after hearing about the fall of Abu Agela. This order did not elaborate on the sequence and manner of the retreat, which only decreased the defensive capabilities of the Egyptian troops. During the following days, the IDF continued its advance westward and inflicted heavy losses on the Egyptians. Despite episodic heavy resistance by the Egyptians, as in Bin Gefgafa, the napalm bombing by Israeli aviation and the uncontrolled retreat weakened the morale of the Egyptian troops. Instead,
I didn't know they used napalm bombs. Whoa.
Instead of catching retreating Egyptians, the IDF decided to capture 3 passes from Sinai to the Egyptian mainland and face the Egyptian troops there. Although the IDF was not able to stop all the Egyptian troops from crossing, these passes became a killing ground, with 10,000 Egyptians being killed in one day alone.
Whoa.
The capture of Sinai was completed by the fall of Sharm el-Sheikh on June 7th and Ras Sudah on June 8th. On June 9th, the UN Security Council achieved armistice between both sides. Israel wanted to avoid confrontation with Jordan and Syria before defeating Egypt, but the offers of neutrality to Jordan were rejected, as the Egyptian President Nasser persuaded King Hussein of Jordan that Egypt had an advantage against Israel. On the morning of the 5th of June, both sides started to fire, but Israel attempted a last-gasp attempt to avoid confrontation with Jordan by passing its message requesting peace through the UN representative, Bull. King Hussein countered that it was too late, and the Jordanian Air Force was already on the way. Jordanian and Iraqi aviation started shelling Israeli-controlled West Jerusalem, which caused 16 military and 20 civilian casualties, with 900 buildings damaged. Israel responded with its own air attack within Operation Focus, which damaged the military aviation infrastructure of Jordan and secured Israeli air dominance. East Jerusalem was controlled by Jordan at the time, and the Jordanian army took position in the UN residency, the government house, to fire on the Israeli sector. The Jerusalem Brigade's Reserve Battalion 161 of Israel took the government house despite heavy losses and forced the Jordanians to retreat to Bethlehem. Later on that day, Israel encircled eastern Jerusalem with the Jerusalem Brigade from the south and the mechanized Harel Brigade and 55th Paratroopers Brigade from the north. A fierce battle took place for Ammunition Hill. Jordanian resistance was so strong that the IDF lost all but 2 of their attacking officers and achieved the goal only after 4 hours. The 55th Paratroopers Brigade afterwards drove eastwards, reaching Mount Scopus and defeating the other Jordanian positions around the American colony. Towards the evening of June 5th, the mechanized Harel Brigade succeeded in taking Latrun and Ramallah. Also, the 163rd Infantry Battalion secured Abu Tor and cut the old city from Bethlehem and Hebron. On June 7th, the Israeli Minister of Defense, Moshe Dayan, ordered the IDF to enter the old city, despite reservations and concerns by the Israeli government. The fighting was conducted solely by the paratroopers out of fear of destruction of holy sites. The IDF took control of the old city with little resistance. Judea, Hebron, Bethlehem, and Nablus were also captured by the IDF on June 7th. Remnants of the Jordanian army fell back into Jordan. Israel was victorious on this front as well.
Fucked up.
Syria also believed Nasser about Egypt's early success in the conflict and sent its aviation to attack Galilee.
Man, Nasser is like the ultimate troll, isn't he? Just getting these 2 countries involved in a war by pretending he's winning when he's just had his fucking air force obliterated. That is quite a good meme. Well done, Nasser.
This attack was intercepted by Israeli aircraft. A minor ground attack was also attempted by the Syrians, hoping to capture the water plants at Tel Dan, Dan, and Shia Yashuv. This was repulsed by the IDF as well. Israeli air domination, lack of communication by Syrian units, and tanks being too wide for bridges were among the causes of the unsuccessful attack of the Syrians. This caused them to abandon any attempts to make ground offensives on Israel, and airstrikes were chosen as their method instead. However, on the evening of June 5th, Israel struck Syrian airfields as part of Operation Focus, destroying 2/3 of the Syrian Air Force and forcing the rest out of the conflict. The Israeli leadership was unsure whether to attack Syria or not. On one hand, Syria was using the Golan Heights to shell Israel. On the other hand, it would have been a literally uphill battle against a fortified enemy. But intelligence about weakened positions of Syria in general, and in Golan Heights in particular, led Dayan to order an offensive on Golan without government authorization. The Israeli offensive started with airstrikes, which severely damaged the defensive infrastructure and morale of the Syrian army.
Love
The
a good
8th Armored
unauthorized
Brigade,
onslaught.
led by Colonel Albert Mandler, advanced into the Golan Heights from Givat Haim. Heavy fighting in unfavorable terrain led to numerous casualties on both sides. But with the help of their aircraft, the IDF ultimately captured the Zora, Kala and Ein Fit fortresses. In the central sector, the Israeli 181st Battalion captured the strongholds of Dardara and Tel Hilal after fierce fighting. By the evening of June 9th, Israel reached the plateau, which allowed reinforcements to join them. By dawn, Israel had 8 brigades ready for an assault on the second line of defences. Soon, a ceasefire was negotiated around the so-called Purple Line. By the 11th of June, all military actions stopped. Up to 983 Israelis, 15,000 Egyptians, 700 Jordanians and 2,500 Syrians were killed in action. Israel gained a huge victory. It seized the Gaza Strip, the Sinai Peninsula, the west bank of the Jordan River, including East Jerusalem, and the Golan Heights. About 1 million Arabs were placed under Israel's direct control in the newly captured territories. The Israeli victory came as a result of more efficient military leadership, better preparation of troops, and intelligence. But the Six-Day War was by no means the last conflict, and merely 6 years later, the confrontation escalated into another war. The sponsor of this video, Skillshare, is the premier online learning community with more than 22,000 classes that teach videography, productivity, photography, and more. Modern life is fast-paced and demands constant self-improving, so Skillshare is great for people who want to learn a new skill or make their passion a full-time job.
Cool. Oh, what did I just get there? Ooh, epic shield. Look at that. I got that before getting the fucking eye. The Dizzy's eye. Like, would that sell well? Hopefully. Okay. You can auction that for a gazillion, I think. Can you? For a level 36 shield? Are people tanking with shields? I guess they probably are. 24-hour streams, let's go. No, I'm almost done. I'm going to fuck up these guys. I'm going to get this eye, and then I'm going to try the giant one more time. And then we go sleep, okay? I'm just vibing now. Come on! So if you want to ask your pressing VC questions, now is probably the time. Have you read out Operation Mole Cricket? Nope. The fuck is that? I should also put this on because of more stamina. Okay. Rip Greta, IOF got her. What, like they killed her or she's arrested? What? Shut up. Is there more video footage? Is that what's happened? I can see the foreign ministry has their one video. Oh, update. Okay. The selfie yacht of the, quote, celebrities, God, they're so fucking pissy, is safely making its way to the shores of Israel. The passengers are expected to return to their home countries, while Greta and others attempted to stage a media provocation whose sole purpose was to gain publicity and which included less than a single truckload of aid. More than 1,200 aid trucks have entered Gaza from Israel within the past 2 weeks. In addition, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has distributed close to 11 million meals directly to civilians in Gaza. There are ways to deliver aid to the Gaza Strip. They do not involve Instagram selfies. The tiny amount of aid that was on the yacht and not consumed by the celebrities will be transferred to Gaza through real humanitarian channels. It's so catty. That is quite funny. That is probably the only good propaganda that Israel has ever done since the start of the war. Okay, that's as good as it gets. It's all downhill from here. Just clearing the way for the big giant. Was it really less than one truckload? Well, how... I guess the question is like how... Yeah, the trucks are fucking huge and they're getting on a little flotilla boat. So... The shield isn't worth that much except for in Classic where you could get to 30k for it. Oh, retail. Oh, fuck that. Okay. Now I've cleared the way, and I will fight Giant that could probably kill me in 2 shots if he gets lucky. His crits are just under 500, so I need to stay above 500 health. Okay, no problem. Easy. Are these guys all going to kill the Giant? No, they're not. There were multiple boats. Yeah, I don't know. They need Hagari standing next to it. Fast and Bulbous, thanks to $5. Greta to CECOT07. Oh, thank you. Okay. Big Giant. I don't have any scrolls, do I? No. There he is. Okay. Poison up. I don't have my stamina thing anymore. I've got my armor potion, though. I've got 2 of them. Okay. We good. I'm gonna stun him, and then we're gonna run. Good position. Huh! Fucking hell, he just fucking lunged at me. Jesus Christ. Good start, Lonerbox. Well done. Well done, buddy. I'll do an early bandage, maybe. That's good. Let's do an early bandage. Fuck that. Careful. He's gonna do a thump. Stomp. No stomp. No stomp. Gouge. Gouge. So we can bandage again in 45 seconds. That's fine. Okay, gouge. Right, here we go. That was an early evasion. Dumb fuck. Well done. Five seconds on evasion. Okay. 1. Gouge. Okay. That was good. Didn't lose any health. Haha. Huh. And I've got time for another bandage. Okay, gouge, 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 gouge. Whoa! I guess we'll blind now for another bandage. That's no more blind powder. Okay. Stay safe, boys. Gouge! Gouge! Okay. I still have a health pot. And a stun. Okay, that's a good stun. Let's get on the move. Why is that fucking dwarf not helping me? Where's the sense of community in this game? The fuck? Okay, if this misses, I need to pot really quickly. Okay, good. He's almost half health. We can just focus on moving him now. Okay. I could maybe just kill him like this, but we need to get through the field. Just to be safe. Gouge! Ooh, okay, that's good. This is a perfect gouge. Because now we've got a stun coming up. Hell yeah! Get my poison tick though. Poison! Fuck's sake. Oh, that's a problem. He's ruptured. I need to use my sprint, that's fine. Just come to the guards. Just get to the guards. Got time on sprint. Oh! Can gouge. Okay. Shoot. Fucking range. I hate the hill. The hill just fucks with the perspective. Okay. We're getting to the guards. I still need to remember that he can hit me when the guards are on him. So that's annoying. Whoa! Fucking... Stun. Where are the fucking guards, bro? He could still kill me. Remember, he can still kill me. I don't have anything. He's netted. He's netted. Okay. Die. Die. Prick. Die. Get fucked up. Get raped! That was easy. Ah. That was quite scary there. I didn't even check my health for a second. You mean resistance? Huh! That was quite intense. Oh! What's life without a good challenge? I wasn't even checking my health, I was just panicking. We're gonna see a Reddit thread about this. Why? Why do you guys care? Fuck off. Okay, I need to get Fade Leaf though. That's important.
Interesting.
That belt's really handy though. Oh, I didn't even use the armor potion. Whoops. Just sell shit. Okay. Maybe keep that. Who knows? This shield. Ooh. The rest of this is just auction stuff, isn't it? Or quest items. Okay.
Hurry back.
No, I have not heard of Alon Mizrahi, although I know you seem very adamant that I learn about him. Okay. Maybe. We'll see. Man. Let's get rid of this. Definitely that. And that. And that. To Loner Bonk. Man, I'm such a moron. Because that could have, like, that giant could have got 3 hits on me and killed me. Like, I don't... And I don't think I would have given up because I was too close. But the netting was good. I forgot about the nets. So it was actually much safer than I thought it was. There's 2 more giants anyway. Which ones? I know there are the fucking gorillas. There's the gorilla, but he's easy. He's not hard. I'm not going to do any of the big group ones that I don't already know. Negolash and Mokrash. Okay, you know your video games. Well done. I've got a lot of quests completed as well, so I'll probably level quite quick tomorrow. Oh yeah. Good lad. Right. Fucking in. Blade trainer.
What can I help you with?
Ah. Okay. Let's see if I can sell this. I need to get potions and Fade Leaf. Why are there so many fucking corpses? I hate seeing the corpses. Oh no. It's so sad. Did I miss anything crazy? I almost got killed by a giant, but otherwise, not much. Otherwise, pretty easy. Auction house. Yeah, I remember Thoughtbot. I remember very well. Okay. How much is this going for? Fuck all. I'm going to put it for bids. No fucking around. I'm going to put it for some bidding at starting fucking 10 gold. Let's go. Green Hills always sell, I think. 7 stacks of 1. Huh? Oh, 3. $10. Oh, I don't even know if these are selling. Okay. Are those pages from a book? It's just a quest. Oh shit. Sorry, no game recommendations, because after this it's Baldur's Gate. Sorry. What is the superior healing? Fade Leaf, first of all. Should be plenty. Whoa, that's a lot. Fuck. Okay. Fade Leaf and superior healing. Good price. Okay. Are you going to play Baldur's Gate 3 solo or with Sev? Definitely with Sev. I don't think he wants me to just buy it and play it without him. That would be mental. Okay. Nice one. Let's go. Is there anything in here that I need?
Zug zug.
No.
For the horde.
Okay. You can play a rogue in Baldur's Gate as well. Nice. Damn, 500 people stayed to watch me play some shitty video games. Well done. Okay. Go to relevant. Okay. All right. Take care, guys. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.